September 16th, 2010. I first met Lin Luoran that summer. She wore a simple one-piece dress, standing quietly with elegance. Her eyes were black as night, shining like stars. Her face was heart-shaped, nearly perfect. She was beautiful. Because of one game, I remember this girl. I saw Lin Luoran again that same summer. Graceful and exquisite, I faintly remembered that loneliness of a high-level player. Because of one barbecue dinner, we met once more. After that, everything was simple again and again. Attending the same school, growing closer, drinking with Wang Weiwei, playing basketball together. Lin Luoran and Su Can's lives crossed, then crossed again, until the crisis involving Wang's father and Lin's father passed, and their tightly intertwined lives gradually softened under Su Can's repeated visits to study at the villa. They seemed like friends, but in truth, they were soulmates. They could only be soulmates, because back then they were both 16, one already had someone in her heart, while the other remained indecisive. Their pride and insecurities meant that many afternoons were spent with the girl in pajamas and the boy holding a book, idly chatting about the past and future, fully aware of each other's quiet affection. They could only be soulmates, because from that point on, one silently cherished feelings she never voiced, while the other chased butterflies and flowers without settling down. Family pressures and emotional complexities led to many sunsets where the girl wearing a headscarf and the boy dribbling a ball played onion on, watching the sky darken in silence, filled with quiet sorrow. Until graduation, adulthood, and stepping into the ivory tower finally, their paths slowly crossed again, then ran parallel. The delicate girl who came alone to Shanghai was named Lin Luoran. The first 18 years of her life were accompanied by three men: her father, Wang Weiwei, and the boy named Su Can. She wasn't lonely. She had an honorable, if not particularly illustrious, family background. She had groups of friends from the compound and attended countless social parties. She was definitely not friendless, just proud enough to lack a true confidant. Her childhood had been illuminated by Wang Weiwei. Though she hadn't realized at the time, there was still a budding affection. Her adolescence had flowed gently under the influence of Su Can. Even without words, there was deep sentiment. Look at her, that Lin Luoran who once loved, even worshipped, Wang Weiwei. As she grew older, because of Yi Huishang, because of fate, because she met the lonely gosh's Su Can, because she saw the Su Can who turned sadness into cheerfulness, the one who turned the tide, the dream chaser, the one who shared her own mixture of shyness, arrogance, and pride. The pretty girl in pajamas became intoxicated by a jar of something called love. Alas, when Su Can was with Cheng Lingshan, she hesitated. Alas, when Su Can held Tang Wu in his arms, her heart trembled. Were they destined to remain only soulmates? Standing at the gate of Nanjing University, Lin Luoran thought to herself. For years, unresolved emotions had blocked her path to confession. She was so radiant, like the bright moon in a dark sky, always center stage. She lacked no dreams, no money, no perseverance. She had the courage to walk forward like anyone else. Yet she couldn't forget Su Can, even though they now lived separate lives, even though they rarely met, even though she had long given up hope. Lin Luoran always carried him in her heart, tangled, difficult, and unwavering. Maybe they should just stay friends. Maybe that's all they could ever be. Standing before Su Can, missing every chance, Lin Luoran clenched her hands and thought. Perhaps that strong girl, wise like jade, pure and untainted, would keep walking forward. Chapter 2. Just meeting again. Su Can found himself unable to tell anyone what had just happened. Could it be that 11 years later, while walking down this street in nostalgia, lamenting how everything had changed, his timeline had somehow overlapped with his younger self for 1998, and that his consciousness, or perhaps even his soul, had momentarily merged with that of his past self? Just moments ago, he had been in winter 2009. Shanghai City lies inland in a western basin, with a temperate continental climate, distinct seasons, large day-night temperature differences. At around 6 o'clock, near the end of the school day, a cold front had passed through, making the sky dark early, stars already visible. His mood matched the weather, heavy, melancholic. But now, it was summer 1998. For students just getting out of school, 6 o'clock still felt like the beginning of the day. Inland summers usually didn't turn dark until nearly 8. Right now, the sun hung at a 35-degree angle in the sky, golden light bathing everything. The buildings were painted in warm hues, all familiar sights from his childhood. Places that no longer existed in his present life now stood vividly before his brown eyes, strangely real and intimate. Looking at the group of girls laughing at him by the convenience store, something about them tugged at his memory. Slowly, the distant, youthful recollections surfaced. These were his classmates from the class of 2009, the core members of the female social circle back then. When someone called him a top student, they chuckled among themselves. Two girls glanced at him briefly, unimpressed, before returning their attention to the stationery on display. They were the twins Chung Yun and Chung Lan, two of the most talked about girls in school. Not only were they beautiful, but they also looked almost identical, making it hard to tell which was the elder twin. Their admirers even included some high school boys. 11 years later, had heard one worked at a telecom office and the other married an IT white-collar worker. Both lived ordinary lives now. Another girl who hadn't joined in the laughter was Tang Wu, the class monitor. Top of the class, stunningly pretty, but always cold and aloof. She was responsible for checking group assignments every day, which earned her both respect and fear among classmates. Secretly, she was the dream girlfriend of many teenage boys. Of course, I should mention Su Kan's academic performance was near the bottom of the class, barely scraping by. In Shanghai number 3 middle school, that meant he was practically invisible in the city's broader educational landscape. As he looked at the 16-year-old Tang Wu, already breathtakingly beautiful, almost untouchable, Su Kan remembered something important. But the shock of his sudden rebirth and the overload of information left his heart pounding too fast to recall exactly what it was. Tang Wu had her reasons not to laugh at him. First, she was above such pettiness. Her status in class alone kept her from joining in. Second, although Su Kan wasn't outstanding, he was always decent, never disruptive, never problematic. His slightly messy, soft hair and gentle appearance made him the kind of boy even the cutest girls couldn't help but find endearing. Over 3 years of junior high, Tang Wu had developed a slight fondness for him, nothing serious, but definitely not dislike. Now, as she thought about how the upcoming high school entrance exam would divide their futures, she felt a pang of pity. With her grades, she would certainly go to the top high school in the city, the provincial key school, a world away from the current Shanghai number 3 middle school. And Su Kan, barely scraping by academically, would likely be swept downstream in this first major phenome. Literally means branching off, often used metaphorically for critical life decisions. At 16, Tang Wu felt a rare sense of life's unpredictability. How could she mock someone like that? Of course, she didn't know that in the future, when job markets became saturated and experience outweighed degrees, Su Kan might have actually fared better than many so-called top students. What surprised her most was that Su Kan was staring at her directly, calmly. Back then, any boy who dared look her in the eye would either look away immediately or blush furiously. But here was Su Kan, quiet, unassuming, Su Kan gazing at her with steady eyes, as if seeing straight through her. Even more surprising was that she felt a little unsettled under his gaze. It was strange. She was used to people avoiding her eyes, yet here was someone who met hers without hesitation. Looking back, Su Kan had to admit he'd once harbored a quiet crush on Tang Wu. Well, honestly, who in the class didn't have a secret fantasy about her? But everyone knew there was a gap between birds and fish. Sure enough, Tang Wu scored high enough in the entrance exam to enter the city's elite high school. Rumor had it their homeroom teacher cried when she left, losing not just one top student, but several. 3rd middle school became known as a talent factory for other schools. Over time, its reputation plummeted, and within a few years, it had fallen to 3rd-tier status. Now, reborn into his 16-year-old body, Su Kan may have looked young, but his mind carried the weight of 11 extra years of experience. In that time, the world had exploded with information. Everything from ancient history to classified military secrets was searchable online. With this knowledge, he was mentally already an adult. He had no reason to feel shy or awkward in front of young Tang Wu. But for Tang Wu, it was different. His calm, unwavering gaze felt like a deep pool, not childish, not naive. There was a soft gleam in his brown eyes, oddly striking. It stirred something unfamiliar inside her, a flutter at her chest, a warmth in her cheeks. For the first time, she turned her head away. Chung Yun and Chung Lan, the ever-proud twins, noticed the shift in her demeanor. They exchanged glances, suddenly viewing Su Kan with new eyes. "Hey, Xiao Wu, there you are." A short-haired guy wearing a Li Ning crossbody bag appeared at the convenience store entrance. "I missed you right after class ended. I got a problem I can't solve. Want to help me out? Or maybe it'll treat you to something. There's a new bubble tea place nearby, supposed to be really good." Chapter 3. The obsession with boba tea. Amid the astonished exclamations of the twin sisters Chung Yun and Chung Lan by Tang Wu's side, Su Kan swiftly recalled the identity of the newcomer. It was none other than Dong Qingyun, the vice-class monitor from their middle school days. At that time, Dong Qingyun was a force to be reckoned with in the class, epitomizing the nascent bureaucratic spirit and typical arrogance. He wielded the authority of his position, rendering him untouchable, particularly by a few individuals in the class who were disinterested in academics and later became societal delinquents. During their formative years, these rebels, who had yet to fully embrace their defiance, became Dong Qingyun's loyal henchmen, seeking his protection for their incomplete assignments. This only solidified Dong Qingyun's untouchable status, making him quite notorious even in the broader grade level. Sukin recalled that from middle school onwards, Dong Qingyun had launched an aggressive pursuit of Tang Wu, though the outcome of that pursuit remained unknown after they both ascended to high school. Although years later, bubble tea had become somewhat passe, losing its former glory, it still represented a burgeoning, somewhat upscale product for students today. The mention of Taiwanese bubble tea from Dong Qingyun's lips stirred excitement in both Qingyun and Lan. Tang Wu, however, appeared uninterested in Dong Qingyun, her frown a testament to her disdain for his pretentiousness. "Oh, I forgot. Which question is it that you don't understand? Since tomorrow is the last day before the holiday, how about I explain it to you then?" Dong Qingyun, having spread out his test paper, conceded slightly. "Well, that sounds reasonable." He then cast a sidelong glance at Sukin and, as if deliberately, remarked, "Since tomorrow is indeed the last day, and we'll have 2 days of free review afterward, why don't I come find you? We could study together. Perhaps you could clarify some problems for me, and maybe I could offer insights on the ones you find challenging." This statement was implicitly a show of force towards Sukin. Just moments ago, he had noticed Tang Wu blush and turn her head away under Sukin's gaze. He wondered what had gotten into the usually timid boy who had been like a turtle hiding in its shell for the past 3 years, suddenly daring to pursue the class beauty, Tang Wu, on the brink of graduation. The rare flush on Tang Wu's cheeks had left Dong Qingyun both captivated and filled with animosity towards Sukin. His remarks served to assert that he and Tang Wu belonged to the elite echelon of academic achievers, while someone like Sukin was destined to be quickly overwhelmed and forgotten. Tang Wu, albeit intrigued, remained humble despite her excellent academic standing. It was entirely reasonable for her to encounter difficulties with some middle school problems. Dong Qingyun's proposition made sense, especially as she had already planned to dedicate 1 day to review and the other to rest in preparation for the impending exams. Collaborating with someone of Dong Qingyun's caliber, who was academically comparable to her, would undoubtedly be beneficial in identifying and addressing any gaps in her knowledge. Dong Qingyun's deliberate actions could not escape the perceptive eyes of Sukin, who found amusement in the jealousy displayed by this character. With a casual glance, Sukin turned his attention to the examination paper in Dong Qingyun's hand. "May I take a look at that?" he inquired. "Do you comprehend it?" Dong Qingyun raised an eyebrow and handed the paper to Sukin, his tone dripping with disdain. Upon examining the paper, Sukin noted the absence of a title. It was a test uniquely printed by the school's printing house. The potent scent of ink still lingered in the air, evoking an indescribable nostalgia within him, stirring a bittersweet urge to weep. Such memories of the past held immense value. However, Sukin was acutely aware that revealing his true emotions would invite the scrutiny of those around him, likely leading them to conclude that he had lost his sanity or was expressing despair over an uncertain future. The onlookers observed him frowning at the paper but quickly shifted their focus back to their own hushed conversations, predominantly among the girls, which were tinged with a sense of melancholy regarding their impending graduation. The test paper commenced immediately with the first question, devoid of any spacing between the various types of problems, whether they were multiple choice, geometric proofs, or calculations, continuing this way through to a total of 100 questions. Coupled with Dong Qingyun's previous demeanor, Sukin surmised that this was an internal examination paper. Generally, teachers distribute such challenging problems as internal reference materials to the top-performing students in the class to aid in their final preparations for a decisive academic battle. These materials were typically scarce and reserved for exemplary students like Dong Qingyun and Tang Wu. For students like Sukin, such an opportunity was virtually non-existent. This was not due to any favoritism or malice on the part of the teachers, but rather because these questions belonged to a marginal category of the curriculum, representing the pinnacle of difficulty for middle school students. Distributing such challenging materials as review resources would be of no benefit to average students. Instead, it could prove detrimental. For top students, these questions serve to reinforce and revisit the entire knowledge framework, while for ordinary students, they could disrupt their established thought processes, leading to disastrous outcomes. As Sukin scrutinized these problems, he did not expect to solve them all at first glance, but he had acquired knowledge during his high school and university years, which encompassed advanced mathematics. This understanding was built upon a foundation of middle school mathematics, akin to a high school student revisiting middle school problems. While he might not solve them completely, he could confidently tackle at least 80% of them. Moreover, after experiencing a series of setbacks, Sukin had devoted considerable effort to studying, though his inadequate foundation hindered his progress. Much like a frail character from a martial arts novel, who, despite relentless effort, could not transform into a formidable master unless some miraculous event occurred, he too felt that fate had now granted him an opportunity to rebuild his foundations. However, these exercises now appear strikingly familiar. The entire situation is laid bare before him. Sukin muses that, given a piece of paper and a pen, he could still deduce the answers to some of these questions. Yet, if Dong Qingyun and Tang Wu, who have yet to fully comprehend this set of exercises, purported to encompass all knowledge points and pitfalls of junior high, knew of Sukin's current confidence, their jaws would likely drop in astonishment. Sukin understands that if this is not a dream, then his inexplicable return to 11 years prior is an undeniable fact that cannot be altered. Everything before him, in both sensation and sight, is strikingly clear and real. Should the phenomenon of reincarnation indeed manifest in his life, he realizes that the first boss he must confront is the impending junior high school graduation examination. Otherwise, he would merely be doomed to relive a life of suffering. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, the twin sisters Cheng Yun and Cheng Lan cast a bored glance towards Su Kan, who has been staring blankly at the exam paper for nearly 5 minutes. Could it be that Su Kan is genuinely engrossed in these internal exercises, oblivious to his own modest achievements and unable to fathom the complexities of these problems in comparison to Tang Wu? Snapping back to reality, Sukin notices the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces and offers an apologetic smile. It's getting late. Everyone should head home. We wouldn't want to worry our families. However, Dong Qingyun, might I ask you to let me make a copy of this exam paper to take home? Dong Qingyun is utterly taken aback that the usually timid Sukin would suddenly exhibit such calmness and even address her by name. Hearing her name spoken so directly feels odd, akin to a brother speaking down to her. The surrounding crowd is momentarily stunned. This Sukin truly dares to ask. At this moment, Tang Wu looks at Su Kan, her heart softening slightly. Just moments ago, she lamented his mediocre future, yet here he is, demonstrating such ambition, which infuses her otherwise melancholic thoughts about graduation with a touch of comfort. Yet, Tang Wu is acutely aware that while a person's destiny may be temporarily altered through diligent effort, with only 3 days remaining until the examination, it may be a tad too late. Can you manage it? The typically icy Tang Wu surprisingly expresses concern for Su Kan. Very well. I shall make a copy for you. Dong Qingyun replies with an outwardly cheerful demeanor, suppressing a flicker of annoyance. Internally, she calculates that since Sukin has chosen this path, he must not blame her for the consequences. The internal exercises have only been distributed to this select group because their current level of understanding is deemed sufficient to navigate these challenges and ascend to the pinnacle of junior high. For individuals like Su Kan, however, these exercises are akin to arcane manuals, likely to bewilder their minds and lead to ultimate failure. Perhaps it is best to let him face the music. Chapter 4. The charm of a bowl of mushroom-stewed chicken. Sukin had long forgotten the exorbitant costs of printing at the typing and copying shop in 1998, wherein a A4 sheet cost a staggering 1 yuan and 50 cents. For some students, losing a book and needing to reprint it was almost akin to a financial catastrophe. Even within the school, there were only 1 or 2 precious photocopiers, leading to the use of ink printing for certain exam papers, such as the internal exercises issued by Dong Qingyun, in stark contrast to the proliferation of typing and copying shops 11 years later. And the development of the price index and purchasing power, the average price of 2 dimes per sheet, with bundled discounts available, vividly illustrated the monumental changes brought about by the reform and opening up of the market economy, yielding substantial results. Nevertheless, 1 yuan and 50 cents remained exactly that. And within the confines of an era that strictly regulated personal finances, Sukin found himself with empty pockets, not a single dime to his name. Ultimately, Tang Wu graciously covered the cost of the printing for him, for which Sukin felt immense gratitude. It seemed his class monitor was not as cold and intimidating as he had previously perceived. At least from her feigned aloof gaze, he discerned her kind heart and character. Her apparent indifference perhaps served merely as a guise for self-protection, a strategy that might indeed be a crucial factor for her future success. Suddenly, Sukin recalled an important realization he had about Tang Wu. This sudden recollection sent a cold sweat down his back as he looked towards Tang Wu, who was helping him pay with a 10 yuan note while the shopkeeper made change. With her striking beauty, perfect proportions, and graceful fingers, Not to mention her captivating eyes that sparkled with life. She was already embodying the essence of a future beauty. Sukan etched this moment into his memory. Yet he was unexpectedly gripped by a pang of heartache. He recalled an article he had seen online in 2006, which reported that Tang Wu was the director of the new project division at Morningstar International. This remarkable woman, who excelled in a male-dominated industry, was regarded as a fashionable and independent figure, captivating the attention of all who beheld her. It was a lamentable thought that such a girl could forego the path of stardom. Yet, despite her prowess in managing substantial sums in the securities market, she ultimately faltered in her personal life. The romantic relationship she had established since her student days could not withstand the test of time nor the temptations of the world. Tang Wu eventually succumbed to feelings for a diamond-tier client she encountered during her work, while her ongoing disputes with her boyfriend over trivial matters led her to seek solace elsewhere. This culminated in a tragic outcome, as her boyfriend struggled to accept the harsh reality, resulting in a crime of passion. Regardless of the circumstances, the once radiant figure ultimately faded. A poignant reminder that even the most beautiful, resilient, and independent individuals can fall victim to tragedy if they neglect to nurture their own love. Does this not serve as a cautionary tale for a society that is rapidly losing its moral compass? Before Sukan stood Tang Wu, a remarkable woman destined for greatness. Yet her life met a tragic end due to a crime of passion. Throughout this ordeal, Tang Wu's boyfriend, unable to bear the prospect of their inevitable breakup and his own shattered pride, meticulously planned his actions, armed with a knife. He requested a final meeting with Tang Wu, who had taken refuge in the villa of a wealthy businessman. Softened by emotions, she agreed to the rendezvous, ultimately rejecting his plea for reconciliation. Tragically, in a fit of rage, he plunged the knife into her heart, leading to her immediate demise. As Sukan observed the scene before him, the gentle sunlight casting a serene glow, he was unexpectedly moved by the beauty of Tang Wu. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of life, seemingly mundane yet rife with tumult beneath the surface. For no one can predict or measure what the future holds from this very moment. Sukan, clutching the photocopied exercises in hand, found himself lost in thought. Watching the departure of Tang Wu and her friends, Cheng Yun and Cheng Lan, the twin sisters, Dong Qingyun, of course, followed Tang Wu, accompanying her for a short distance, which was commendable. However, it was disheartening to witness Tang Wu personally paying for Sukan's expenses. Even more infuriating was Sukan's unabashed gaze fixed upon Tang Wu, his expression reflecting an undeniable fascination with her beauty, an act of sheer audacity. Originally intending to reprimand Sukan, Dong Qingyun reconsidered, dismissing the thought. After all, graduation was imminent, and both he and Tang Wu had their sights set on the prestigious No. 1 middle school, a provincial key institution, while Sukan would remain confined to the mediocre 3rd middle school, destined for a bleak existence in the lower echelons of society. He resolved to prepare for the spectacle of Sukan's unfortunate fate as he faced the rigors of the high school entrance examination. As Sukan wandered down the familiar path back to his residential community, he was surrounded by the nostalgic sights of the old city. At that time, Shuhai had yet to attain the status of a national tourist city, and the swift changes brought about by hundreds of millions in investments were still a distant dream. Even the central square of the city took 3 to 4 years to construct, and urban development was progressing at a snail's pace, with the economy struggling and industrial growth lagging. His home lay to the south of the city center, enveloped by buildings reminiscent of the 1980s. His family had moved into a new apartment in 1997, marking the first and only relocation in his memory over the span of more than a decade. Even in 2009, his parents remained in that original residence. Returning to 1998, it had been less than a year since their move into this new dwelling. A product of collective funding by his parents' workplace, a groundbreaking initiative that could be classified as a commodity housing project, prioritizing internal employees and prohibiting external sales. This purchase had drained their modest earnings accumulated from years of service in a standard organization. In 1998, Sukan faced disappointment in the high school entrance examinations, falling short by mere points from securing a place in the 3rd middle school's high school division. With his scores, entering the No. 1 middle school, a provincial key institution, seemed an unattainable dream. A disparity of over 80 points, a gap that could not be bridged even with substantial financial resources. In his home, where funds for building a house had become scarce due to collective financing, Sukan found himself in a dire situation, having failed the high school entrance examination. His predicament was exacerbated, akin to adding insult to injury. The exorbitant fee of 5,000 yuan for enrollment seemed trivial in the present moment. Sukin believed he could manage to scrape together that amount in 2 months by tightening his belt. However, at that time, it represented a substantial blow to a family already devoid of savings. Sukin vividly recalled that his relatives were also in urgent need of money, and he remembered the heartbreaking sight of his mother, silently wiping away tears over their financial woes. His father, with a resolute demeanor, wore a furrowed brow that mirrored the weight of their struggles. This sorrowful memory was one Sukin had chosen to deliberately overlook for a considerable period. Reflecting on it now, he understood that money has always been a source of sustenance for individuals and, by extension, for a happy family life. Especially in a future society marked by economic prosperity, monetary wealth would inevitably symbolize status in the values of success. The sight of the buildings before him stirred a flicker of excitement within Sukin. Had it not been for the pristine paint and the familiar faces of elders, youthful by a decade, greeting him in the community courtyard, he might have believed he had not returned after 11 years, but rather remained in 2009. Mom, I'm back. In the kitchen, a stove specifically used for simmering dishes with coal still existed, an incongruous sight against the tiled floor. Nevertheless, the decision to utilize it was driven by its energy efficiency, though it had since been removed. As Sukin observed his parents busily chopping vegetables amidst the aromatic scent of chicken stewed with mushrooms, his eyes welled with tears once more. Turning to him, his mother beamed with joy, commenting on his later-than-usual return. Dinner will be ready soon. I've made chicken stew for you. My son is about to take the entrance exam. You need to nourish your brain. I hope you achieve excellent results. His mother appeared 11 years younger, although her figure showed signs of having gained some weight. Yet, her charm and shrewdness remained intact. She eventually faced unemployment but managed to open a small shop, which had been a modest success, a tale for another time. His father sighed. From kindergarten, we've invested so much in your education. This time, it all rests on your shoulders. However, with your current grades, I must admit I'm quite frustrated. His mother discreetly pinched his father's side, her expression shifting. You always do this. At such a critical time, you offer no encouragement. How do you expect him to succeed if he doesn't strive for it? What hope is there for a poor school? Realizing his misstep, his father nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. This time, we're counting on you. Gazing at his father's square face, now bearing a handsome yet worn visage reminiscent of his military days, Sukin nodded earnestly, determined to keep his tears at bay. 11 years later, his father's face was etched with wrinkles, and his once straight posture had become slightly stooped, burdened by cervical issues. Many nights, he endured sleeplessness, persevering until dawn broke. Working at a construction firm, he later witnessed the company's bankruptcy and subsequent restructuring. His unwavering loyalty and integrity, devoid of the cunning often exhibited by others in the workplace, ultimately relegated him to the position of a mere security officer, constantly grappling with the distress of unpaid wages. While savoring the aromatic and heartwarming chicken stew infused with mushrooms, Sukin attempted to endure his sorrow, but ultimately succumbed, tears cascading into the slightly briny broth. Chapter 5. Exterminating demons. From the kitchen passage outside Sukin's bedroom window, his mother was astonished to discover him studying diligently under the warm glow of a lamp. The Sukin she remembered was never one to engage so meticulously with his studies. Before any impending exams, he would invariably seek various forms of distraction. Much like the current high school entrance examination, where he could easily justify watching television under the pretext of needing a break. Yet, as night fell, her son not only refrained from frivolous pursuits, but instead confined himself in his room, engrossed in his studies, filling Su-mu with a sense of relief and pride. Returning to the living room, Su-mu, Zhengke, whispered to her husband, Su-li-ching, our son has realized the importance of hard work. He is truly focused on his studies. I've never seen him apply himself like this before. He understands the need to strive. Su-li-chung, with a hint of a smile, glanced towards Sukin's bedroom door. His eyes momentarily reflected a similar sense of comfort, but soon shifted to concern, as he hesitated to voice his thoughts, ultimately exhaling a sigh. If only he had shown this level of diligence earlier. Sukin's desk was adorned with an array of textbooks from his 3 years in middle school, creating a somewhat impressive sight. Chinese, English, mathematics, history, politics, chemistry, physics. Thankfully, geography and biology had already been completed, exempting him from 2 subjects for the entrance exam. Yet, the sheer volume of textbooks before him made Sukin instinctively feel overwhelmed. It struck him as somewhat amusing. Since 2009, an abundance of novels exploring themes of reincarnation and time travel had emerged, whether in the realm of online literature or traditional publishing. Yet, a common thread ran through them all. Protagonists often hailed from prestigious families or wielded significant power, seizing opportunities for groundbreaking advancements and amassing their first fortune amidst the tides of time. Some even ventured far afield to other dynasties, wreaking havoc upon foreign lands and establishing their dominions. In contrast, he found himself inexplicably transported back 11 years, now seated before a pile of hefty textbooks, destined to relive the trials of an examination system that had once led to his dismal failure. Sukin pondered that sharing this experience with anyone would likely elicit disbelief. Even in 2009, others might dismiss him as a product of excessive fiction, labeling him as delusional. Nevertheless, life must progress. If a deity truly exists, their purpose in allowing him this second chance likely transcended merely deepening the anguish of his past. Otherwise, such divine boredom would be utterly unfathomable. The disappointment etched on his parents' faces following his entrance exam failure, along with the judgmental gazes of those around him, surged back into his consciousness. These memories, once confined, now burned vividly in his heart, igniting a fervent resolve within him. He was determined to alter the trajectory of his fate and transform the sorrowful experiences of 11 years prior within this brief span of time. As he skimmed through his Chinese and English materials, a flood of familiar concepts rushed back to him. The passages he needed to memorize in Chinese appeared endearing and recognizable. Yet the prospect of reciting them verbatim seemed nearly impossible for him now. Thus, he actively relinquished the memorization aspect. However, when it comes to the art of phrasing and constructing sentences, as well as analyzing texts and filling in the gaps of some concise phrases by Lu Sun, Sukin excels effortlessly. By 2009, English had ceased to be a formidable obstacle for him, considering that his own company had foreign investments, and he was capable of understanding spoken English without difficulty. The crucial element of middle school English from 1998 lay in the accumulation of vocabulary and the grasp of some basic grammar. Fortunately, these foundational aspects were not particularly challenging for Sukin, although he still needed to thoroughly review the vocabulary list to solidify his knowledge. This was indeed a time-consuming endeavor. Aside from a few words that required a glance for comprehension, even terms like congratulation and delicious, which might appear complex to middle school students, were already as natural to Sukin as everyday language. Opening his English book, he came across the test papers from his middle school days. Staring at the total score of 150, while he had consistently struggled around the passing mark of 80 or 90. He couldn't help but curse himself for having been so foolish back then. The mistakes he made now seemed glaringly evident and avoidable. However, many of those errors stemmed from a lack of deep understanding of sentences, and some words he couldn't even recognize, highlighting the fundamental issue of vocabulary memorization. In fact, the requirement of mastering 1,500 vocabulary words in middle school English had long been surpassed by the accumulation over his 11 years of high school, university, and work experience. Thus, looking back at those erroneous test papers, he found the mistakes rather juvenile. Nevertheless, to think that a mere cursory glance would suffice to tackle the high school entrance examination would be an underestimation of its significance. Sukin believed that if he approached the exam with such a nonchalant attitude, he might not fail to enter the third middle school. However, the top high school in the city and the provincial key high school would remain out of his reach. Few individuals are granted the opportunity to start anew. Since he had the chance to do so, he could not afford to be complacent and blindly confront the examination. Given that the examination-oriented education had become a gilded stone in this societal context and would only intensify in the future, he had already suffered considerably in this regard. Why could he not utilize his later knowledge to leverage his position and rise above it? With a rebirth before the high school entrance examination, he aimed for the top high school in the city. Of course, now was not the time for mere daydreaming. The most crucial aspect was to take decisive action. His previously poor foundation had been a significant issue, but now that he had returned to life, he transformed the experiences of his first half into a solid base. It was time to cultivate a vibrant and robust tree from this rich foundation. Spreading out the photocopied mathematics examination papers from Dong Qingyun, Sukin realized that his most pressing task was to systematically grasp and familiarize himself with the knowledge he had grown hazy on during his 3 years in junior high. This collection of 100 mathematical problems was deemed the most challenging set for junior high students. Therefore, if he could navigate through these questions, facing the high school entrance examination would become almost second nature. He placed 6 mathematics textbooks aside and began to tackle the first problem. As expected, the difficulty of these questions was not exaggerated. The first problem stumped him. The primary issue was the foggy recollection of mathematical concepts, including forgotten formulas, prompting Sukin to meticulously flip through the textbooks in search of clarity. As the night deepened, his parents passed by the window several times, and each time they saw their son engrossed in calculations, they exchanged knowing smiles. By 11 o'clock, Sukin had reached the 35th question. Despite his parents' gentle nudges to retire for the night, he urged them to rest first. Eventually, unable to withstand his persistence, his parents, worried that their insistence might dampen his enthusiasm for solving problems, returned to their room with a hint of concern. Throughout his student days, Sukin had seldom stayed up late. However, in the working world, late-night shifts became a frequent occurrence, particularly during the monotonous and maddening routines of life. Yet, at this moment, he was merely solving problems, a trivial endeavor compared to the challenges that lay ahead. Moreover, with each problem he tackled, he grew increasingly adept. His review materials ranged from monotonicity of functions and multiplication of powers with the same base to quadratic functions and tangent and cotangent. To be frank, the junior high problems were somewhat more challenging than those encountered later on, while high school problems escalated in difficulty to an entirely new level. The advanced mathematics of university, in some instances, would likely perplex even the professors at Sukin's less prestigious institution. Now, as he revisited these problems, he gradually mastered the formulas. And despite his chaotic experiences in sales and marketing, he found a newfound clarity in elementary mathematics. The first 10 problems consumed half an hour of his time. The next 20 he completed in a mere 30 minutes. Subsequently, he solved another 20 in just 20 minutes. This was an astonishing speed for top junior high students. Such a pace might be typical for ordinary problems, but achieving it on this structured set of internal exercises was truly remarkable. In the following 50 problems, Sukin devoured them with the rapidity of nibbling corn, overwhelming each challenge with determination. After a deep sigh of relief, he reviewed his materials to consolidate his knowledge. By the time he completed all the problems, it was already 1 in the morning. Rising from his chair, he stretched luxuriously, feeling a rush of satisfaction. This exhilarating sensation of solving problems was reminiscent of the thrill he experienced back in 2009 when, after a long day at work, he would play online games, vanquishing monsters and ultimately leveling up, though this joy was even more intense. Before him lay the exercises he had meticulously conquered, encompassing the entirety of 3 years' worth of mathematical knowledge from middle school. In a mere span of 3 hours, he had managed to surmount these challenges. Akin to a player in World of Warcraft who, while others linger at level 70, has already ascended to level 80, adorned in the finest gear. Leisurely traversing the realm, this is what one might call transcendence. However, this collection of exercises does not guarantee infallibility. The previous day, Sukin had only photocopied the exercises, neglecting to include the reference answers. Consequently, the solutions he has crafted may very well harbor discrepancies. For it is often the case that a sense of self-assuredness can lead to unforeseen outcomes. The harsh realities he endured prior to his rebirth have left him with a profound skepticism towards his own intuition. He lacks confidence. Fortunately, there remains a day of school ahead, during which he can procure the reference answers to verify his results. Moreover, he must also seek out similarly challenging review materials for other subjects. Time is of the essence, and he hopes that within the next 3 days, it will still be sufficient. Chapter 6. The agreement as dawn broke, Sukin awoke from his slumber. This day marked the eve of his high school graduation. And for Sukin, who had traversed the realms of life and death, it was a pivotal moment in his quest to excel in the forthcoming rigors of the education system. He needed to acquire the remaining secrets of the entire junior high curriculum, for beyond this day, opportunities would dwindle. With the school closing for 2 days before the impending high school entrance examination loomed large, time, in this moment, was an invaluable treasure. Breakfast consisted of milk and eggs, lovingly prepared by his mother who had risen at 6:30. After completing his morning routine, Sukin peeled the egg on the table, savoring the round, vinegar-coated white. In truth, it had been quite some time since he had eaten breakfast. The pressures of work, along with an erratic and disordered lifestyle, had rendered his stomach unaccustomed to morning meals. Eating in the morning often left him feeling uncomfortable for hours, and lunch became a struggle for digestion. Now, Sukin acutely felt the frailty of his body. Yet it brimmed with health and vitality. He recalled being 16, shorter by several centimeters compared to himself in 2009. "Mom, do you have 20 yuan? I need it for some materials I must photocopy after finishing the last egg." Sukin gulped down the milk, glancing at his mother who patiently awaited his completion to tidy up. His mother hesitated for a moment. In 1998, 20 yuan represented a considerable sum for any student. The cost for school materials typically ranged between 20 to 30 yuan, which seemed substantial from an outsider's perspective. Yet for Su Kan, throughout his elementary and junior high years, besides paying his tuition fees, the prospect of possessing such an amount was exceedingly rare. The pocket money he had saved since the latter half of 6th grade amounted to a mere 19 yuan and 50 cents by graduation. His situation had improved slightly in junior high, but such instances remained infrequent. Upon hearing the reason, Su Kan's mother, despite expressing surprise at his last-minute request to photocopy, entered the bedroom and retrieved 20 yuan from her wallet, handing it to him. For an ordinary working-class family, this represented a day's living expenses at that time. As Sukin held the money, he noticed the expectation in his mother's eyes. He resolved not to let them suffer on his behalf any longer. Moreover, he began to grasp the significance of wealth. In an era where everyone treaded cautiously, adhering to the narrow confines of a single source of livelihood perpetuated a limited worldview. The emergence of the 21st century brought forth a plethora of new ideas and innovative employment opportunities, a stark contrast to the precarious economic climate of 1996, where the unemployment rate had surged alarmingly, awakening the realization that no job was secure. Eventually, his mother too faced unemployment, initially working for others before, after much struggle, establishing her own stationery store, which continued to thrive over the years. Thus, starting anew, one must ensure that wealth is firmly grasped in one's own hands. Otherwise, many matters, even if foreseen, remain unattainable. Su Kan's mother, Su Ku, was oblivious to the extraordinary thoughts that her son, facing a new day, harbored within. As he exited the community with his backpack, a figure rushed up from behind, slapping his shoulder with vigor. A familiar yet distant voice chimed, "Hey, I just yelled at you back there. What were you pondering?" Sukin had been reminiscing about his mathematics review from the previous night, encountering no obstacles. Viewing the present through the lens of his 27-year-old adult perspective rendered everything crystal clear. At that moment, he had not fully grasped that someone was calling him from behind. And now, interrupted, he cast an irritated glance at the individual. Before him stood Shui Yangyi, characterized by large ears, a buzz cut, a prominent forehead, and thick-framed glasses. Tall and slender. Sukin suddenly halted, blinking in disbelief. Was this truly Shui Yangyi from 11 years ago? A wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring an impulse to shed tears. There exists a certain camaraderie among men, often described as childhood friendship. In 2007, Shui Yangyi had returned home on a month-long leave, and upon its conclusion, he took a special flight back to the naval base in Hainan. During his brief stay in Su Kan's modest apartment in the bustling city, they shared drinks and reminisced about their childhood escapades, joyfully contemplating the future, an irreplaceable bond. After a fleeting visit, he returned to the base, serving as a naval ground officer responsible for the maintenance of fighter jets for maritime patrols, a grueling task not meant for the faint of heart. The labor and sweat expended on the ground during each flight were immense. Naturally, various confidentiality regulations governed his duties, and returning home involved numerous constraints. The pay was meager, and any mishap could lead to a military tribunal, rendering the struggles of ground personnel largely unrecognized. This childhood confidant, with whom Sukin had shared profound discussions about life and dreams in 2007, was the last time they met. In 2008, during a nighttime patrol in the South China Sea, Shui Yangyi tragically met his end while conducting engine inspections, inadvertently sucked into a fighter jet's engine, leading to a catastrophic incident. The sacrifices and efforts of military personnel behind the facade of peace remain invisible to the average person. Sukin learned of this tragedy only later, and upon hearing the news in 2009, he wept profusely for 2 days and nights, a glass of untouched liquor perpetually at his side. Now, witnessing Shui Yangyi, vibrant and unchanged before him, Sukin turned, extending his arms wide to embrace him tightly, feeling profound gratitude for this journey of rebirth. "Brother," he exclaimed, Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you unwell?" Though Shui Yang spoke lightly, his tone betrayed a hint of emotion. The bond shared among the 3 lifelong friends in their courtyard was indeed profound. "What? You're heading to school?" Sukin realized he had momentarily lost composure, parting from the incredulous gaze of an elderly woman nearby as he patted Shui Yang's shoulder. Casting a glance at the strangely behaving Su Kan, Shui Yang's spirits lifted as he cheerfully remarked, "How delightful. I have no classes this afternoon. What about you? Shall we visit our old haunt tonight?" The old haunt referred to a video game arcade, where the first-generation PlayStation was considered the epitome of luxury entertainment. At that time, internet cafes were just beginning to gain popularity nationwide, their prices exorbitant. Sukin had only heard of them and had never set foot in one until after high school, when he gradually became acquainted with the burgeoning trend of internet cafes. Thus, during that period, the video game console was the most captivating form of amusement. Shui Yang attended the city's premier high school, where his academic performance consistently surpassed Sukin's, though not by a vast margin. Moreover, the junior high students at this school enjoyed a favorable admission policy with significant discounts when advancing to high school. Consequently, although Shui Yang's entrance exam score exceeded Sukin's, it fell short of the school's admission requirements. To continue his studies there, he had to pay a hefty sum of 3,000 yuan. At that time, the city's first high school was the aspiration of every student, boasting a bevy of beautiful girls, excellent teaching quality, and a promise of no after-school detentions. Holidays were generously allotted, and assignments were relatively lenient. The children of influential officials and wealthy families from the city and surrounding counties flocked to this prestigious institution. Back then, brands like Double Star and Anta were considered trendy, while students of the first high school flaunted the more upscale Li Ning sportswear. By the time Sukin entered high school, when Li Ning still seemed a luxury to him, the students of the first high school were already competing to wear top-tier brands like Adidas and Nike. The institution always exuded an air of mystique and superiority. No, I'll be studying tonight. You should also return and hit the books. Be systematic about it. Be wary of failing. By the way, do you know the cutoff score for your school this year? Has your teacher mentioned it? Sukin endeavored to gather intelligence, trying to recall the previous cutoff scores he had long forgotten. Shui Yang stared at Sukin, his mouth agape. Was this still the Sukin he knew? The one now advising him to study diligently and be cautious about failing? He seemed utterly transformed. Is everything all right? The previous year's cutoff was 610. This time, our teacher mentioned it's unlikely to drop below that. So, are you considering applying? As Shui Yang spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Sukin, exuding an innate sense of superiority. Our school is not easy to get into, you know. The admission scores are quite stringent. Your last score of 480 is merely at the bottom of our class. I suggest you be more realistic. Sukin felt a surge of indignation towards this fellow, who dared to speak to him with such condescension, clearly looking down upon his current school and exam scores. It made Sukin want to knock some sense into him, just to see if he would still maintain that arrogant demeanor. Suddenly, Shui Yang seemed to have an epiphany, regarding Sukin with disbelief. You can't possibly be planning to enter number 1 high school to pursue Qinling Shan, can you? Sukin was momentarily taken aback, as memories of a long-buried infatuation flooded his mind. Back in elementary school, he had harbored a crush on a girl who was a paragon of beauty, Qinling Shan, who had always stood like a princess, protected by a retinue of girls. She subsequently excelled academically and gained admission to number 1 high school. Sukin had cherished feelings for her for 6 years, which only began to fade as he entered junior high. However, he had confided this secret to his 2 closest friends. In 2009, Sukin could hardly recall his elementary school crush, but Shui Yang's mentions stirred nostalgic sentiments. What had once been a subtle infatuation, accompanied by the hope of encountering her at school, now seemed a beautiful memory, overshadowed by the youthful trepidation that had kept him from approaching her. Seeing Sukin lost in thought, Shui Yang felt a pang of jealousy and remarked dismissively, "You'd best abandon that hope. Do you have any idea how exceptional Qinling Shan is at number 1 high school? How many admirers she has? Almost every week, she has to deal with love letters. A girl of such caliber, and besides, you aren't even in the same school. Give it up. She would never like you." Sukin couldn't help but smile wryly. Was this fellow always so insufferable as a child, with his incessant reminders of inadequacy? Did he truly need a lesson? A thought struck Sukin, and he proposed. "How about we make a bet? If I manage to get into your school, on your first day there, you will bend over and allow me to kick you in public. Otherwise, I'll let you kick me at our school gate. What do you say?" Shui Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been ready to belittle Sukin further, but now, fired up by Sukin's challenge, he responded eagerly, "Fine. If you can get into my school, I will let you kick me. Otherwise, just wait for me to kick you." Chapter 7. The terror of problem-solving. Sukin had forgotten where his seat was. The seating arrangements from middle school had become a distant memory. Thus, when he inquired of a classmate, "Where do I sit?" Tang Wu, passing by, could not help but cast a curious glance in his direction. Following the hint provided by his peer, Sukin settled into his seat, discovering he was positioned in the 3rd group, 5th row. The 3rd and 2nd groups had been amalgamated to conserve classroom space, forming a large cluster of 4 desks in a row. Sukin occupied the 2nd seat, sitting beside a long-lost desk mate who appeared remarkably youthful. To his surprise, seated in the front row was the vice-class monitor, Dong Qingyun, while Tang Wu sat to the left of him, in the fourth seat of the second group, conveniently near the aisle. This day marked the final day of classes, and a blend of excitement and melancholy enveloped the students. Tang Wu felt a twinge of nostalgia for her impending departure from middle school life. As she engaged in conversation with her deskmate, a girl behind her tapped her shoulder, presenting her with a 50-cent coin and a note. The girl behind wore a knowing smile, gesturing towards Sukin's seat. Tang Wu accepted the note along with the money Sukin had returned from yesterday's photocopying. Unfolding the note, she read, "Could you please photocopy the exercise sheets given by the teacher for each subject after school today? Thank you." Tang Wu crumpled the note in her hand, turning to gaze at Sukin with confusion. She was taken aback to learn that he had copied the exceedingly difficult math exercises from Dong Qingyun the previous day and was now requesting the remaining internal exercises for all subjects. Last night, after dinner, she had tentatively tackled those exercises, managing to complete 60 questions by midnight with a commendable accuracy of 95%. However, if she were to reinforce her grasp of all subjects in the next 2 days, her holiday time would barely suffice, especially when accounting for her need to relax. She doubted Sukin could achieve the same feat. Moreover, he should be focusing on foundational knowledge for him. The 2 days off before the entrance exams would be better spent honing the basics rather than grappling with these challenging problems. After all, it was unheard of for a fledgling bird to attempt flight before mastering the art of standing. Despite her myriad of uncertainties, Tang Wu nodded at Sukin. As the class monitor, she upheld a sense of justice and indifference, disliking the exchange of notes. Furthermore, she had never passed notes with any boy since starting school. She was meticulous about such details and would not make an exception for Sukin, however, was unconcerned by these nuances. Seeing Tang Wu's nod brought him a sense of reassurance. The middle school homeroom teacher, a figure who had become a staple in his memories, entered the classroom. First addressing some important announcements before commencing the final review of mathematics, addressing any gaps in understanding. The teacher's presence was almost identical to that of Sukin's recollections. For after transitioning to high school, he had seldom encountered any of his middle school instructors. The impressions they had left upon him remained largely unchanged. During the brief interlude between classes, Dong Qingyun, who had harbored resentment since witnessing Sukin pass a note to Tang Wu that very morning, approached Sukin with a mocking demeanor. "So, how did you fare with the exercises I gave you yesterday? I presume you stumbled on a few. Or perhaps you didn't even attempt them." Sukin chose to disregard his derisive remarks. "Actually, I completed the exercises, but I lacked the correct reference answers. Could you share yours with me for comparison?" Dong Qingyun's lips twitched slightly. "You actually did them. Well, I bet you only tackled a portion of them. Fine, the answers are in my backpack. Let us see the fruits of your overnight review." He intentionally raised his voice, ensuring that several individuals on the balcony could overhear. His intent was to ridicule Sukin, and soon many were drawn to follow them back into the classroom. Dong Qingyun swiftly retrieved the reference answers from his bag and approached Sukin with enthusiasm, slamming them onto the desk. "Let us check your answers. Perhaps I can offer you some revision tips." Unbeknownst to them, the sisters Qingyun and Luoran, who had witnessed the events from the previous day, gathered nearby, eager to see how Sukin dared to attempt the internal super exam questions, which were distributed exclusively to top students and lacked reference answers. They figured it would be a feat to count the questions he could manage. With a smug expression, Dong Qingyun watched as Sukin unfolded his paper, revealing an intricate array of blue pen markings that seemed to surge like a tide across the entire printed sheet. "All 100 questions, fully solved," murmured someone in the crowd. Luoran and Qingyun stood in stunned silence. Dong Qingyun felt his composure slipping. He too had attempted the same set of problems the night before, reaching only the 10th, 20th, 33rd, and 45th questions with varying degrees of difficulty. After expending considerable time, he had managed to complete 58 questions by 1 in the morning, correcting a few errors before finally going to bed. How could it be possible that just a few hours later, in this fleeting moment during the break, he found Sukin's paper fully solved? "Impossible," he said, glancing at the exam paper. "You must be scribbling nonsense. We'll know the truth once we compare answers." As they began the process of cross-referencing their answers, Dong Qingyun's expression shifted gradually. Only Sukin stood beside him, occasionally interjecting, "Oh dear, this one's incorrect. Oh, yet another mistake. That makes 3. With each statement, Sukin's tone grew more despondent as they reached the 90th question in their review. Upon completion, Sukin's accuracy rate stood at an impressive 97%. The stunned silence enveloped those around him, his 3 desk mates, as well as Chung Yun and Chung Lan, who had come merely to observe. Dong Qingyun was momentarily taken aback before he broke into a slow smile, revealing his surprise. Who would have thought you already had the answer? You merely copied everything, didn't you? Intentionally getting 3 wrong to make us believe you accomplished this on your own. Huh? Su Kan, disinterested in engaging with him further, found it difficult to explain his situation. After all, he had consistently floated around the lower middle tier of the class. How could he suddenly master the challenging problems faced by the elite? This alone warranted skepticism, so silence was indeed the wisest response. Observing Su Kan's reticence, Cheng Yun and Cheng Lan, who had initially held a half-hearted belief in his capabilities, found their opinions of him further diminished. They had hoped for a miracle, thinking Su Kan could tackle such difficult exercises, only to be disappointed by what they perceived as a mundane attempt to attract attention. With simultaneous huffs of disdain, the 2 sisters turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Dong Qingyun, however, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been startled to discover that Su Kan had resorted to cheating. If Su Kan could truly complete the entire set of problems with a remarkable accuracy rate of 97%, then he would indeed be a phenomenon beyond belief. Chapter 8. Graduation. The sun, hanging low in the western sky, cast a gentle and warm glow over the campus, even tinting the edges of the green grass with a soft yellow hue. The last day of review for the graduating students of the 3rd middle school is drawing to a close. Only 1 class remains, and teachers from various subjects have gathered not only to provide final summaries but also to outline the examination procedures for the upcoming high school entrance examination, set to take place in 2 days. Each student possesses their own examination permit number. In those days, the permits were not yet the card format that would emerge years later. They were merely strips of white paper, emblazoned with names and permit numbers in bold black font, which would then be used to confirm the school, class, and seating according to the last digit of the number. On the day of the examination, all students in the city would be granted a holiday, with various schools repurposed as examination venues. Students would find their examination location shuffled. And Su Kan distinctly remembers being assigned to take the exam at the 1st middle school, the best institution in the city. The facilities and environment there were indeed far superior to those of his own 3rd middle school. The examination sites would be scattered, leaving him uncertain of his location. If I take the exam at the 1st middle school, does that mean I'll have much better luck? His deskmate remarked, instinctively praying as they listened to the allocation of examination permits and venues. At that time, the 1st middle school was an object of admiration. Su Kan recalled conversations about a beautiful class flower from a certain grade, only to be interrupted by someone in the crowd saying dismissively, "Save it, she has a boyfriend." And he asked at the 1st middle school. Most would fall silent at such a comment. Amused by his deskmate's whispered prayers, Su Kan could not help but smile slightly, reassuring her, "Don't worry, if I'm not mistaken, you should be at the 1st middle school." His female deskmate, who bore a striking resemblance to an owl, had thus acquired a nickname among their peers. Years later, Su Kan would fondly remember her. If he were to traverse back to those events of 11 years ago, unchanged by time, then her examination permit would indeed place her at the 1st middle school. However, it seemed that the good fortune she had hoped for did not materialize, as she ultimately did not pass the exam. When they later found themselves in the same class at the high school section of the 3rd middle school, they remained classmates. "It's truly the 1st middle school. How did you know?" she exclaimed in astonishment after collecting her examination permit number, which indeed confirmed her placement at the 1st middle school. "Just a guess," Su Kan replied with a smile, as the homeroom teacher called his name next. Upon receiving his examination permit, he realized that the patterns of development from 11 years ago had indeed aligned with history. He, Su Kan, was still set to take the exam at the 1st middle school. Su Kan understood the implications of this. The selection of examination admission numbers was inherently random, and even this randomness adhered to historical patterns. This suggested that the events he would experience 11 years hence would likely unfold with unwavering fidelity, such as the lottery numbers or the fluctuations of the stock market. Admittedly, Su Kan recognized this as a rather cliché scenario, and the crux of the matter was that he had never paid attention to the lottery, nor could he recall the precise numbers from any specific draw. His recollections of the stock market were similarly convoluted. After all, who could foresee a sudden return to their life from 11 years ago? "Su Kan, I perceive that you have changed from your former self," his deskmate suddenly remarked, having just witnessed Su Kan's spirited exchange with the vice class leader, Dong Qingyun, and his display of confidence regarding the examination. This allied classmate, who typically regarded Sukin with a degree of disdain due to her superior academic performance, found herself reassessing her view of him. "Oh, in what way have I changed?" Sukin inquired, as his desk mate gazed at him in contemplation before shaking her head. "I don't know. It's just that you seem to have become a different person." Sukin silently lamented that he had not transformed into a different individual. Rather, he had merely traversed the future, acquiring over a decade's worth of experiences amidst the knowledge explosion of a future information society. This newfound perspective allowed him to contemplate various matters more deeply. Undoubtedly, his most significant transformation was the hope he now harbored for the future. Under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, the class song commenced, filling the slightly aged third-floor classroom with melody. The setting sun filtered through the glass windows, casting beams of light that illuminated the youthful, somewhat naive faces of his classmates from years past. Dust motes floated in the air, while the ceiling fan and incandescent lights were bathed in a golden hue. To Sukan, everything appeared so nostalgically vintage, yet vividly tangible. Without experiencing storms, how can one witness a rainbow? No one can achieve success without effort. Seize every moment of life's emotions, embracing cherished friends with fervor. True Heart Hero was one of the most popular songs of that era and served as the class song during Sukin's middle school years. The melody wafted through the air, evoking tears from many, including the often detested Dong Qin-yun, who gazed at their middle school teachers with tear-filled eyes, visibly moved. Several female instructors had reddened eyes. This cohort was seemingly the first group they had taught since graduating from university, forging deep emotional connections. As the passion for their future students gradually waned, the memories of graduation were imbued with an ineffable beauty, a mixture of melancholy and anticipation for the future, coupled with the regret of unexpressed affections, blending into a vintage wine that would be savored throughout the rest of their lives. This was indeed the finest of times. A moment to return to school to collect their certificates filled with both joy and sorrow. They could never return to those days, nor relive the exquisite beauty of that time. Other classes were similarly stirred, the faint echoes of weeping resonating in the air. It seemed that the beautiful days of middle school were drawing to a close. Throughout the entirety of the second year of junior high, the first-year students gazed upon their peers who had concluded their middle school journey with a tinge of envy, fostering within themselves a longing and anticipation for graduation. Little did they realize, however, that the third-year students, accustomed to extra tutoring sessions, once looked upon this very group with similar envy. As those fortunate individuals departed punctually for home each day as the school bell rang, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, extended his best wishes for the class's success in the upcoming crucial high school entrance examination. And it was at that moment that Sukin discovered his desk was overflowing with textbooks. Originally, Sukan's academic performance in junior high had not been commendable, largely due to his penchant for leisure and play. Consequently, he often allowed a multitude of books to accumulate on his desk, taking only those necessary for the day's assignments. Now, as graduation loomed, he found himself grappling to fit these books into his already bulging backpack. As he hefted the weighty burden onto his back and glanced around the classroom, he realized that only a handful of students, like himself, were still packing their belongings. While Tang Wu had long since departed, a chill swept through Sukan. If Tang Wu had forgotten their morning promise, he would be unable to procure the internal exercises from various subjects. Should he resort to self-studying to revisit the challenging concepts from 3 years of junior high, the effectiveness of his revision would undoubtedly suffer. Sukin felt his confidence wane, leaving him uncertain of his prospects for securing admission to the esteemed first high school. Chapter 9. Behind the scenes, Tang Wu stood at the entrance of the school, resembling a delicate, pristine lotus. Today, she wore a pure white t-shirt that accentuated her already graceful figure at the tender age of 16. Many passing third-year students gazed at this paragon of beauty, reminiscing about their impending graduation and the paths they would soon diverge upon, leaving them with an indescribable sense of heartache and regret. A rosy hue graced Tang Wu's cheeks, for just moments ago, several boys had boldly professed their affections, only to be gently rebuffed by her, retreating in embarrassment. The defeated were countless, their failures serving as a deterrent for others, particularly the youthful boys who, aware that this was their last chance to confess before graduation, ultimately clutched their unsent love letters tightly, allowing Tang Wu to slip by them unnoticed. For some, these moments might become lifelong regrets, while for others, they may transform into fond memories that elicit smiles and reflection. Holding a handful of love letters, each one a burden she could neither discard nor keep, Tang Wu found herself inwardly lamenting Sukan. Earlier, when the final day of classes was announced, Her close friends were aware of her plan to lend her exam papers to Sukin for copying, given that it was the last day before the holidays. Her friends had their own commitments and did not accompany her. As she observed Sukin diligently organizing his books at his desk, she felt that waiting for him in the classroom was rather peculiar. To be honest, she had never waited for a boy in such a manner before, so she decided to stroll slowly while she waited. However, by the time she reached the school's entrance, Sukin still had not emerged, leaving her standing alone at the threshold. As the class monitor, she felt compelled to uphold her promise. Simply walking away was not in her nature. Just as she was beginning to feel a twinge of resentment, Sukin finally appeared, burdened with a heavy backpack and panting from exertion. "You're here?" Despite her inner dissatisfaction with Sukin, she never allowed it to show, merely furrowing her brow in mild amusement at his appearance. Those familiar with Tang Wu, the renowned ice queen of junior high, gawked in disbelief. No one had known she was waiting for a boy at the school entrance, especially after witnessing the failed confessions of others. "Sorry to keep you waiting. This thing is quite heavy. It seems my entire 3 years of middle school burdens have gathered today," Sukin remarked, naturally recalling the knowledge he had to grasp in just 2 days. A daunting challenge indeed. Tang Wu regarded Sukin with a hint of confusion. She realized that the act of waiting for a boy felt rather absurd, and the thought of Sukin noticing her predicament filled her with discomfort, for it might inflate his sense of vanity. Tang Wubbing was remarkably intelligent, keenly perceptive of her surroundings. Yet, her aloof demeanor often hindered her from articulating her innermost thoughts. When Sukin appeared, his gaze bore a hint of regret, and the weight of his words revealed that his focus lay on his study materials, starkly contrasting with the scenarios Tang Wubbing had anticipated. This compelled her to re-evaluate her impression of him. After handing over the examination papers, which had been meticulously scanned at the typing and copying shop, Sukin found himself clutching a stack of printed subject tests along with their corresponding answers. At this juncture in his life, the fluctuations of the stock market, the currents of contemporary trends, and the opportunities within the information industry felt utterly irrelevant. The pressing matters at hand were these examination papers, which seemed to symbolize his grasp on his future. Outside the copy shop, the tantalizing aroma of street food wafted through the air, and the clouds, adorned with golden edges, lingered serenely above. After completing the copying, Tang Wubbing, who was theoretically no longer intertwined with Sukin, stepped out beside him. Casting a glance back at the school's exterior, a rare flicker of reluctance surfaced in her expression. "I wish to revisit the school," she mused, "for after today, such opportunities may dwindle." Sukin regarded her with surprise, attempting to recall if she had strolled through the school on the day before her high school entrance exams. However, no such memory surfaced. The revelation that the typically cold class leader could exhibit such a tinge of sentiment was astonishing in itself. Noticing Sukin's expression, Tang Wubbing feigned nonchalance and continued, "Are you heading home? It's all right. Returning so early serves no purpose. I'm not in a rush for a meal. Come, let us revisit the school together." Sukin felt as though he had finally accomplished a long-held dream from his middle school days, a feat he had never realized before, strolling through the campus alongside class leader Tang Wubbing. Regrettably, he was no longer that youthful 16-year-old, at least not in spirit. While Tang Wubbing had already possessed remarkable beauty and grace at that age, she no longer stirred the same fluttering emotions within him as she once had. As they ambled through the familiar grounds of their school, memories flooded back. The playground, once overgrown with weeds, had undergone significant transformation over the years. It had been expanded, the ground paved with concrete, basketball hoops erected, and a jogging track laid out with clearly defined white lines, replaced by blooming flower beds that had supplanted the uneven patches of grass. At the wall, a flawed corner remained, a place where countless students had once leaped to skip classes. Sukin recalled one such escapade, where he had tossed his backpack over the wall, only to discover a hidden pond behind it. Reflecting on these memories, particularly with Tang Wubbing by his side, an indescribable wave of emotion washed over Sukin. Sukin was acutely aware of Tang Wu's current emotions. Her academic performance had long surpassed the admission standards of the prestigious First High School, not to mention the special privileges afforded to exceptional students, who would be granted unconditional acceptance, with tuition and fees waived. Tang Wu was evidently one of those special cases. Despite knowing she would soon leave this middle school, she found it difficult to part with the 3 years she had spent here. And so she sought solace in this manner. On a sloping patch of grass, Tang Wu unexpectedly sat down. Sukin was intrigued by her unusual behavior and joined her on the ground. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying tufts of grass with it, creating a serene tableau. "Sukin, you are quite clever," If you put in a little more effort, you are bound to achieve commendable results. You do not need to resort to such means. Such means? Sukin asked, puzzled. I heard about how you presented your answers to Dong Qingyun for yesterday's exercises. She continued, if you wish to earn others' respect, there is no need to do it in this manner. After glancing at Sukan, Tang Wu realized her words had not wounded him. And she felt relieved as she added, your scores are just shy of the admission line for the third high school. However, if you maintain this momentum in your studies, I believe you can certainly rise above it. Sukan was taken aback. It became clear that Tang Wu had heard about his earlier exchange with Dong Qingyun, mistakenly thinking he had intended to flaunt his success. After all, a 93 accuracy rate was something even she found improbable, while she might boast a high accuracy. Having completed that set of exercises in merely a few hours after dinner was beyond her capabilities. All right, I understand, Sukan said, flashing a smile at Tang Wu. She paused, momentarily taken aback, as she perceived a distinct aura emanating from him, a glimpse of a different soul residing deep within Sukan. His smile was radiant and pure, prompting her to turn her head away, pondering why she felt such an emotional connection to the boy who had been a constant presence in her life over the past 3 years. Why did her heart flutter inexplicably now, upon observing his bright eyes and recalling the young Tang Wu from 11 years ago? And after recognizing the kindness hidden beneath her typically indifferent exterior, Sukan realized he would find it difficult to accept the notion of her experiencing a tragic love affair a decade later, since he had returned. It signified that he could not let this opportunity slip away. He was determined to alter the course of his fate. Sukan silently resolved to make a change. As the two walked out of the school together, their middle school homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was engaged in conversation with a school official at the entrance. Mr. Zhou, having recently graduated from a teacher training college, was a novice educator with less than 3 years of teaching experience. After being shuffled between various schools, he had finally been assigned to the third high school, ultimately becoming the English homeroom teacher for Sukan's class. His impatient nature had led him to discipline several unruly students, which resulted in those students, when they later ventured into society, recalling Mr. Zhou with a sense of reverence. In my recollection, teacher Xiao Shou subsequently taught a cohort of middle school students, gaining notoriety for her strict methods. By 2009, she had ascended to the position of principal at a school in Shanghai City, her career flourishing remarkably. Upon witnessing the two of them exit the school side by side, Xiao Zhou initially paused, and even Tang Wu felt a wave of discomfort. After all, with graduation looming, it was rather unusual for her and Sukan to be seen leaving the premises together after school, which might provoke certain assumptions from their teachers. However, there was little they could do to clarify the situation. They simply nodded in greeting to Xiao Zhou, careful not to interrupt her conversation with the vice principal. Yet, just as they were about to leave the school gates, Sukan distinctly noticed Xiao Zhou giving him a thumbs up. This teacher, typically as stern as a tyrant, now bore a striking resemblance to the lewd colleagues he would encounter 11 years hence. The myriad emotions swirling within teacher Xiao Zhou were far beyond Sukan's comprehension. How was it that the precious class leader, Tang Wu, had not revealed her feelings? It turned out that she and this unremarkable Sukan were the ones sharing a secret bond. When they reached the fork in the road, a time when pedestrian traffic lights were still a novel invention, Sukan crossed the street alongside Tang Wu and waved her goodbye. Until next semester, he said. Tang Wu hesitated, instinctively questioning how she would see Sukan again at City No. 1 High School. Yet, upon meeting Sukan's clear, untainted gaze that smiled at her, she pouted slightly and nodded. All right. A tinge of sadness washed over her. She understood that the Navi Sukan had yet to grasp the reality that she would not be present at third middle school in the next academic year. They were destined to be separated by the dividing line of high school, traversing disparate paths in life. Chapter 10. The Grand Banquet, Part 1. The following day at Zhuxianju marked the first day of the vacation before the high school entrance examination. Zhuxianju was the place where Sukan's family frequently gathered during that era. However, the gatherings were not organized by his parents, who at that time were ordinary workers. His mother was entangled in matters regarding layoffs at her workplace, creating an atmosphere of anxiety. Establishments like Zhuxianju, being mid to high-end restaurants, were beyond the financial reach of a typical family gathering. The host of the banquet was Sukan's uncle, Zheng Quanming, the most influential figure within the family, who held the position of director in the planning office at the City Construction Bureau. He was the only civil servant in the family, and as a director, his position was unassailable. In contrast, his younger uncle, Zheng Xiaoding, was a minor shareholder in the Century Club karaoke nightclub in Shanghai City, lacking the political acumen of his elder brother. After graduating from high school, he ventured into society independently, and among his former associates, some had risen to prominence, becoming legitimate business magnates. As a former henchman, Zhang Xiaoding benefited from their success. These erstwhile ruffians had a keen sense for emerging business opportunities and had opened a novelty toy store, a novel concept for Xia City. Initially, Zhang Xiaoding managed this toy store, which thrived, and subsequently, his boss granted him shares, leading him to become a shareholder at the nightclub. In his 30s, he was flourishing in his career. While Zhang Xiaoding's circle had a rough start, they eventually transitioned into respectable businessmen, albeit with a lingering thuggish demeanor. During his ascendancy to shareholder status at the Century Club, Zhang Xiaoding wielded significant influence at home, often belittling his brother Zheng Quanming, the planning office director, by boasting that his earnings in 3 months exceeded what Zheng Quanming made in a year. He would frequently flaunt his encounters with high-ranking officials, much to the chagrin of his elder brother, whose temperament was peculiar and irritable. If Zheng Quanming felt slighted, Zhang Xiaoding held even less regard for Su Can's father, who was merely a salaried employee. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoding was shrewd in social matters, more so than Zheng Quanming. The latter often publicly reprimanded Su Can's father, which led to confrontations during family gatherings, sometimes resulting in discord. Although Zhang Xiaoding looked down on Su Can's father, he maintained a cordial demeanor when speaking privately with Su Can's mother. Su Can's father, aware that he was often the target of familial disdain, remained silent, absorbing various pressures. Occasionally, after enduring grievances alongside his wife, he would smile wryly, reminding himself that while he might be dismissed as inept, he could still take pride in his son, hoping that Su Can would one day be a source of pride for him. Regrettably, throughout his childhood, Su Can had never managed to earn that sense of pride in his father's eyes. Despite frequently stumbling, the need for unwavering support from his parents loomed large throughout his upbringing. Reflecting upon this, Su Can felt a pang of guilt tightening in his heart. You, Su Liqing, and Zheng Ku, are unable to fulfill your responsibilities. You ought to have nurtured your son properly. With individuals like you, your organization teeters on the brink of collapse. Only when your son, Su Can, achieves success can you hope to alter your fate. The voice of his uncle, Zheng Quanming, resonated sharply, infused with a hint of authority. Zheng Quanming, though somewhat brusque, had demonstrated commendable abilities as the head of the planning office. His vision was impaired in one eye, yet he had managed to excel as a civil engineer despite this challenge. However, his position as director of the planning office offered little opportunity for advancement, and he lacked the cunning to curry favor with superiors. As the years passed, he faced a gradual decline, exacerbated by health issues, and was eventually reassigned to the administrative center, where his influence waned significantly, leaving him to await retirement. Zheng Quanming was among those Su Can felt most grateful to during his formative years. Despite conflicts arising from issues with his father, it was evident that his uncle genuinely wished for the younger generation to flourish. Now, as he recalled the clarity of thought his uncle exhibited a decade ago, Su Can felt a sense of appreciation. While they often clashed in his youth, he had never truly harbored resentment towards him. As he matured, the weight of gratitude grew heavier, leading him to realize that his uncle sought not repayment but rather tangible accomplishments, even if it meant confronting him with a sense of arrogance. In the present, Zheng Quanming resumed his unfiltered admonitions, albeit now encompassing both Su Can's father and mother, Zheng Ku, intertwining their fates and stripping away any semblance of personal targeting. As he spoke, Su Can caught a fleeting glance from his uncle, who seemed to sense the unspoken tension surrounding any mention of Su Liqing, aware that it might provoke a defiance within him. Amused yet touched, Su Can recognized that his uncle, despite being the director of the planning office, was cautious of his temperament and demeanor, a rare and commendable consideration amidst the sycophants who typically flattered him. Yes, indeed. His parents nodded in agreement, with his mother turning to him with a hint of affection. This time, it all rests on you. After all, our hopes are pinned on you, my son. His sister, Zheng Na, shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, his grades are rather mediocre. You all seem to have such high hopes. Did you see his mock exam scores? Over 470 points, not even reaching 500. Let alone the challenges of third high school. Even in our middle school, the lowest scores were above 500. His results are merely average in his class. This innate sense of superiority reflected a unique hallmark of Xia City. At this moment, his elder sister, now in her second year of high school, attended the prestigious First High School, naturally embodying that lofty sense of superiority. which was hardly surprising given her consistently exceptional academic performance. In a moment of reverie, Sukin recalled his childhood relationship with his elder cousin, which had been fraught with discord. The presence of a younger brother, the cherished 5-year-old son of his uncle, had drawn the affection of his sister, Zheng away from him. Additionally, during their formative high school years, they found themselves at odds due to a generational gap, often engaging in heated debates fueled by their mutual stubbornness. His academic performance paled in comparison to that of his sister, further exacerbating her disdain towards him. This stark contrast to the warmth she later displayed towards him in a distant city, where she would frequently inquire about his well-being and call him weekly, highlighted the transformative nature of growth. As the family gathered, there were moments of blame and complaints, perhaps even flushed faces from heated discussions. Yet, amidst it all, there was an undeniable warmth. In the future, as the three siblings would find themselves scattered across the globe, there would inevitably be absences during festive seasons. However, the memories of their time together would remain the most joyous and heartwarming. Now, feeling as though time had reversed, Sukin experienced a sense of fondness. Dismissing his sister's previous disdain with a serene smile, he remarked that while his grades might be lacking, it was of little consequence. He was determined to make amends and study diligently, striving to perform to the best of his abilities. Concerned that the siblings might bicker again, their mother, Suku, quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Oh, Sukin has been working hard. He studied late into the night yesterday. He knows the value of effort." To her surprise, Sukan's calm demeanor in the face of her previous sarcasm was something Zheng Na had never witnessed before, leaving her momentarily speechless. Unable to continue her critique, she merely pouted, retorting, "Even if you study, with such poor grades, it won't make a difference." Chapter 11. The Family Dinner, Part 2. The focus of the family dinner shifted once again to the youngest sibling, Zhang Yuan. At this moment, he was still quite young, 5 years junior to his brother, yet he was undeniably a precocious member of the new generation. Despite being merely 11 years old, he possessed a remarkable cleverness. His maternal relatives almost centered their attention around him, and naturally, he was the cherished darling of the entire family. Additionally, Zhang Yuan was notably handsome in his youth, with curly hair and a pert nose resembling a foreign child, which undoubtedly contributed to his popularity among girls from kindergarten through elementary school. His elder sister, Zheng Na, was particularly fond of him. Under the family's indulgent care, Zheng Yuan initially showed little regard for his older brother, acting with a sense of entitlement and often spitting at him, a form of torment that preyed upon his brother's fragile nerves. However, during a fortuitous outing to the swimming pool, Zheng Yuan's bravado vanished. Upon entering the water, he became akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Clinging desperately to Sukan and casting him a pleading look that ignited years of pent-up frustration within Sukan. After consuming copious amounts of pool water, Zhang Yuan developed a newfound fear of Sukan and willingly became his shadow. Currently, Zhang Yuan's academic performance in elementary school was not significantly superior to Sukan's, and the frequency with which their parents were summoned to school suggested a trend where Zhang Yuan might surpass his brother. Once the family began discussing him, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Zhang Yuan stuck out his tongue at Sukan and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "How did you speak to Sis just now? You seemed so charming." Sukan was taken aback. In his childhood, his sister, a top student in a prestigious school, had always been an imposing figure in his and Zheng Yuan's young minds, akin to a stern deity. Although he occasionally engaged in intellectual sparring with her, he always emerged on the losing end. Now, however, he had responded to her remarks with commendable composure, astonishing Zheng Yuan in the process. Having just learned the term charm at school, Zheng Yuan was eager to associate everything with it, leaving Sukan both amused and bewildered by his younger brother's enthusiasm. "Very well, let it be so." Zheng Yuan's uncle, Zheng Quanming, and his younger uncle, Zheng Xiaoding, surprisingly concurred simultaneously. "If you manage to score double 90 in your final exams, I'll buy you that game console you like," Zheng Xiaoding declared cheerfully. "Really?" Zheng Yuan exclaimed with excitement. The first-generation Game Boy, though initially black and white, allowed players to experience games like Super Mario, which had captivated countless individuals. Owning such a console at that time was a status symbol, and Zheng Yuan, having once been looked down upon by a peer whose family owned a Santana car, felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of finally possessing one himself. "Now, Sukan," the uncle continued, "if you can successfully gain admission to the 3rd middle school this time and exceed expectations, I'll reward you with a bicycle, a good one, and you can choose it yourself." At that time, a bicycle was approximately 300 yuan. However, if it were to be purchased by my uncle, it would undoubtedly be a racing bike, likely priced between 6 to 700 yuan. Most students rode bicycles to school. Those who were picked up by cars were quite rare in the city of Summersea. Moreover, the city is relatively small, with a mere 30-minute walk from the city center to the third ring road. Generally, students took public transportation, and cycling was sufficient for their needs. Having a car pick them up would seem overly ostentatious, and no one was so idle as to indulge in daily laziness while flaunting their children in front of others. Thus, it was common for students to ride bikes, and each middle school boasted an impressive parking area for them. Owning a mountain bike was akin to attending school in a BMW or Audi in 2009. A true status symbol. Well, it all depended on your academic performance. It would be a relief if your parents didn't have to pay a premium for it. Zheng Na shot a timely glance at Su Kan. Although she had always yearned for a mountain bike, being a girl made it inconvenient to ride while wearing skirts during the summer. Additionally, she was accustomed to taking the bus to school, and the sudden switch to cycling would pose many challenges for her. So, despite her reluctance, if Su Kan managed to pass the entrance exam for high school, she wouldn't mind if her father bought her less favored younger brother a bicycle. After all, Zheng Na was quite clear about the priorities. Despite her not particularly liking this brother, he was still her brother. In Su Kan's recollection, he had never received the bicycle promised by his uncle, and his brother Zheng Yuan had never acquired the gaming console of his dreams. In that moment, both were filled with boundless hopes and dreams, which would dissipate after the summer holiday. "Ah, it's Director Zheng. I didn't know you were dining here." A voice rang out from the side. "Oh, Director Xiao. Your family is here too?" Uncle Zheng Quanming immediately smiled. The speaker was Xiao Fei, the director of the bidding office at the construction bureau, with whom he had a notorious rivalry. Their conflict stemmed from a previous connection between the head of a local construction company and Xiao Fei, who managed the bidding office. This relationship provided Xiao Fei with direct benefits, yet conflicts arose due to discrepancies in approval processes and planning office procedures. Uncle Zheng Quanming, inflexible by nature and disapproving of Xiao Fei's style, adhered strictly to regulations regarding land approval. Eventually, he managed to push Xiao Fei's relative's construction company out of Summersea, solidifying their enmity. This ongoing struggle persisted, and later, due to stock trading, Uncle Zheng misappropriated public funds. His family had access to the money, but liquidity was tight, and he could repay it within days. However, a gap in funding became apparent, which Xiao Fei seized upon, promptly reporting it to the city authorities. The repercussions were dire, although the subsequent investigation revealed minimal involvement. It resulted in a minor reprimand for Uncle Zheng. Nonetheless, this incident tarnished the upper management's perception of him. During those 2 years, my uncle remained in a persistent state of despondency. Being in their company rarely allowed him to avoid self-reflection or the lessons learned from his past. During the investigation by the inspection team, my aunt often spoke to my mother, tears cascading down her cheeks. My uncle appeared to age significantly during this time. It is likely that his ailment, which predisposed him to cerebral hemorrhages, worsened. Subsequently, he was inevitably sidelined and transferred to the administrative center. In stark contrast, Xiao Fei thrived, eventually rising to the position of director of the construction bureau and later being transferred to the provincial level. However, he eventually fell from grace due to a series of significant events. Had he regained his footing, my uncle's situation would undoubtedly have deteriorated further. Now, observing the cordial exchanges between Xiao Fei and my uncle, one could discern a facade of politeness, reminiscent of old colleagues and comrades, while beneath the surface there lurked a predatory intent. Su Kan could not help but be more vigilant. In truth, with my uncle's capabilities, had it not been for the embezzlement incident, he would have had every opportunity for advancement. It was later revealed that discussions regarding his promotion had taken place among the government standing committee, only to be thwarted by Xiao Fei's denunciation, plunging my uncle into a pitiful state. Faced with the genuine concern my uncle exhibited in his aspirations for Su Kan's success, a resolve to alter the course of future misfortunes took root within him. Xiao Fei's daughter, Xiao Yuyan, immediately directed her flirtatious gaze towards Su Kan. Upon seeing Xiao Yuyan, Su Kan was momentarily taken aback, recalling his childhood visits to his sister's home, where his mischievous and exuberant nature led him to rally a group of children in the construction bureau's residential area for raucous play. Among that youthful assembly was Xiao Yuyan, who had harbored a secret admiration for him, often displaying her affection openly before adults. This stirred quite a commotion in the construction bureau's compound, prompting many to inquire about Su Kan's background. In that lively environment, the children mingled freely, some of whom were undoubtedly the offspring of influential figures. It was later discovered that he was the nephew of Zheng Quanming, a family of local workers without any advantageous connections. Consequently, it was predictable that even Xiao Yunyun's parents issued strict orders forbidding her from associating with Su Can. As time passed, Xiao Yunyun entered her first high school, where numerous outstanding students were present. She quickly garnered a reputation as one of the most beautiful girls at the school, gradually forgetting the boy who had left an imprint on her childhood. Yet now, upon encountering Su Can, it was evident that memories of the past were rekindled, prompting her to scrutinize him with renewed interest. Zheng Na had become increasingly accomplished. I heard Xiao Yunyun mention her senior's remarkable academic achievements, which were indeed commendable. So, with the new school year approaching, has Na decided on a university? Is she still considering a career in medicine? Xiao Fei inquired, feigning warmth. Speaking of his daughter filled my uncle with a sense of pride. Yes, I suggested she consider the 3rd Military Medical University. Otherwise, Huaxi Medical University would suffice. Yet, it ultimately depends on her choice, as she has entered her final year of high school. She must focus on her studies. The competitive environment at the first high school is quite intense. How are the mock exam results, Yunyun? We must aim for the prestigious first high school. This mentality is rather amusing. The two constantly attempt to outmaneuver each other, yet neither can gain the upper hand. Even in a family gathering, they feel compelled to engage in a bit of comparison. Such individuals are often overly narrow-minded in their rivalries. Yet when it comes to their children, the embodiment of their hopes for the future, they wield them as instruments of competition. Clearly, they cannot foresee the future's developments. Nonetheless, within the confines of a test-oriented education system, grades have become the emblem of their perceived overall quality. Upon hearing Zheng Quanming speak so casually of renowned domestic medical institutions like the 3rd Military Medical University and West China Medical University, Xiao Fei felt an itch of envy. Pondering whether these esteemed schools truly belonged to Zheng Quanming, did he believe entry was as simple as he suggested? It was as if his daughter had the liberty to choose freely. Naturally, Xiao Fei was unwilling to concede. Yunyun's mock exam results were not particularly impressive, nearly placing her in the top 10 of the designated key class. Gaining admission to the first high school should pose no significant challenge. I am also contemplating whether to discuss the possibility of her studying abroad in the UK or Australia next semester, as she often expresses a desire to explore foreign lands. By the time these young individuals return from their overseas experiences, you and I may very well be old. Haha. Upon witnessing Xiao Yunyun's astonishment, Su Can realized that Xiao Fei was merely boasting out of a sense of rivalry. This effectively left his brother-in-law at a loss for words as he mentioned his daughter. Zheng Na had chosen a prestigious domestic university, while Xiao Fei's daughter had yet to graduate middle school, already setting her sights on the world. Zheng Quanming wished to voice some harsh words, but, with the children present, he refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to sip his drink in silence. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fei's gaze finally landed on Su Can, and he noticed his daughter's flirtatious glances lingering on him, accompanied by a hint of wariness in her eyes. Ah, this must be the nephew of Director Zheng. I've heard that your nephew performs admirably in class, a remarkable young man indeed. Hasn't he even received the title of model student in his grade? The term model student is merely a remnant from the 1980s at the 3rd middle school, a designation long obsolete at the first high school, thus highlighting a stark distinction between first-rate and third-rate institutions. The irony in this situation is particularly poignant. Chapter 12. The Dinner Party, Part 2. With a shift in tone, Xiao Fei expressed his concern, stating, "Indeed, the 3rd middle school may not be the most suitable environment for your development. What do you think? Would you be interested in applying to first high school?" Only then did Xiao Yunyun speak up. Getting in would be great. Several classes at first high school are quite commendable. Naturally outgoing, Xiao Yunyun, having momentarily lost herself in her assessment of Su Can, returned to the conversation, slightly blushing as she spoke. Su Can nodded. "I will try my best. But my grades aren't as good as yours, so I'm uncertain about my chances." Meanwhile, Uncle had taken another swig of his drink, remaining silent. Perhaps it had never crossed Zheng Na's mind that the typically assertive Su Can would exhibit such a sudden change today, leaving her astonished. Xiao Yunyun was taken aback, likely not anticipating Su Can's candid admission regarding his academic performance. She quickly reassured him, "It's all right, just put in the effort." In contrast to Su Can's straightforward and sincere response, which carried no pretense, Xiao Fei's biting sarcasm seemed increasingly out of place, leaving him at a loss for how to provoke Zheng Quanming further. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Uncle Zhang Zhaoding promptly stood up, raising his glass and showering Xiao Fei with compliments, which alleviated the tension slightly. With a disdainful snort, Xiao Fei directed a glare at Zheng Quanming, thinking to himself, "Your brother seems to have more sense than you." As Xiao Fei led his daughter away, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Su Kan, ominously advising, "You should really focus on your studies. Don't let yourself fail even at third middle school." The family gathering had not been particularly joyful. Su Kan was preparing for his high school entrance examination, while Zheng Yuan was approaching his final exams, and Zheng Na was about to enter her senior year. She had been hovering around the 20th position in her class, fretting over how to break into the top ranks for a chance at a prestigious school. With everyone's minds heavy with worry and Xiao Fei's disruptions, the gathering soon came to an end. Upon returning home, his mother, Zhang Ke, cheerfully declared, "Your uncle said that if you get into third high school, he'll buy you a bicycle. Son, put in the effort. Imagine riding that new bike your uncle gets you when school starts. It would be quite a sight." Su Kan nodded with a smile, and under his mother's encouraging gaze, he retreated to his room. There, he spread out the internal exam papers for physics. Beside him lay English, Chinese, and even mathematics. All subjects he had been diligently reviewing the previous night, and that morning, grasping them with relative clarity. Although the 6 volumes of middle school textbooks appeared somewhat daunting, they paled in comparison to the brick-sized financial and investment tomes that lay ahead. Furthermore, Su Kan possessed a solid foundational knowledge, making his review process exceedingly manageable. The only significant challenge lay in memorization. While he might face some difficulties with the recitations in Chinese, he felt confident about essay writing and reading comprehension. With an advanced mindset shaped by years of forward thinking, Su Kan believed he might even astonish modern examiners with his junior high essays. Physics has always been a subject in which Su Kan excelled since his childhood. He vividly recalls his innate talent for this discipline, which is closely intertwined with everyday life. During his middle school years, in retrospect, it seems almost self-evident, akin to opening a computer's casing and identifying each component: motherboard, CPU, memory slots. Throughout 3 years of middle school physics, Su Kan encountered little that challenged him. He swiftly completed a set of internal physics exam questions with his densely packed handwriting, the entire process taking no more than 2 hours. In the same time frame, even the most outstanding students would find it improbable to match Su Kan's speed and comprehensive grasp of the subject. Meanwhile, Dong Qingyan found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the internal exam papers across various subjects, while Tang Wu was deeply engrossed in arduous calculations under the afternoon sunlight. Buried in numerous books, still frowning at the brevity of the 2 days allocated for review before the crucial entrance examination. After thoroughly revising Chinese, mathematics, English, and physics, Su Kan emerged from his studies, gazing at the living room of his home, a place unchanged over the past 11 years, where many pieces of furniture still remained from that time. The VCD player was still a rarity, typically costing around 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, with a store nearby dedicated to renting out films. Back then, adults' leisure activities mainly consisted of renting the latest television dramas after work and enjoying them at home. His mother, Zheng Ke, was on a break today, preparing dinner in the kitchen. Su Kan poured himself a glass of water and settled down before their 21-inch, vintage-color television, switching it on to casually watch the news and programs from 11 years ago. When Zheng Ke noticed Su Kan sitting on the sofa watching television, she paused momentarily. Although he was only 16, there was something distinctly different about his demeanor while watching TV, a thoughtful gaze that made her reluctant to scold him. Typically, Su Kan would face reprimand for watching television before exams or after school, yet at this moment, Zheng Ke felt an unexpected sense of her son having matured significantly in an instant. When his father returned in the afternoon and learned of Su Kan's review progress, his spirits lifted considerably. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner, with his mother smiling warmly, exuding an air of grace, and his father, still possessing a commanding presence, offered high praise for Su Kan's efforts as the examination approached, cautioning against any impulsive worries. Observing his parents, who appeared 11 years younger, stirred a complex mix of emotions within Su Kan. He realized that as they grew older, burdened by concern for him, he, as a favored child of fate, could not allow them to worry further, hastening their aging. He was determined to preserve their current vitality and charm. After dinner, as twilight descended, Su Kan contemplated the remaining subjects he needed to review: Chinese, mathematics, English, and biology, which he felt adequately prepared for the examination. The next challenges lay in physics, chemistry, history, geography, and political science, which he aimed to conquer in the final stretch. Su Kan is acutely aware of his own shortcomings. His greatest weakness lies in his ability to memorize. This is somewhat akin to the absurdity of recalling the precise year and location of Nerdicai's founding ceremony after traversing back 11 years in time. Consequently, history and politics are predominantly his areas of deficiency, and attempting to revisit these subjects now feels like a last-minute cramming effort. Sukin has no intention of investing his energy in these matters. He merely plans to conduct a cursory review of the material when the time comes. His primary focus for tomorrow's study session will remain on physics and chemistry, as long as he grasps these core subjects. He is confident that he can secure a place at the top high school. As night enveloped the world outside, a knock reverberated through the door. Sukan's father opened it, and his mother called out to him from the doorway, "Sukan, Shui Yang and Lu Rui are here for you." Following this, his mother's voice echoed, "What's this? The entrance exams are just 2 days away, and you're all off to play?" Shui Yang scratched the back of his head and responded, "Well, we thought we'd invite him out for a bit of fun, after all." It's important to balance work and leisure. Stepping out of his room, Sukan felt somewhat disoriented. Lu Rui was one of the childhood friends with whom he had grown up, sharing countless mischievous adventures, such as letting the neighbors' pigeons loose, shattering windows, and deflating bike tires. The trio had spent their formative years together, but had drifted apart during university, only to reunite occasionally. Seeing Lu Rui brought back fond memories of laughter and camaraderie, evoking a warm sense of nostalgia. Sukan's father, rarely one to express approval, clapped his hands and said, "All right, a balance of work and play it is. Sukan, you've grown up and know what you need to do. Go enjoy yourselves, but be back early." Sukan had previously declined Shui Yang's invitation the day before due to the dismal outcome of their previous collective study efforts during the entrance exams, which had led to a disastrous performance. To avoid repeating such a tragedy, he had chosen to reject the invitation to hang out. Now, however, Sukan felt a surge of confidence regarding his upcoming exams, bolstered by his recent dedication to studying. He realized he indeed needed a break and the chance to reconnect with his childhood friends. After all, since his rebirth, he had not indulged in such feelings of joy. Upon exiting their residential complex, Shui Yang and Lu Rui were immediately filled with righteous indignation. "Sukan, we've really taken a hit this time. The group that showed up today was incredibly arrogant, and both Lu Rui and I were completely outmatched. We must reclaim our honor." It turned out that Shui Yang and Lu Rui had spent the afternoon at their usual arcade, where computer games had yet to gain true popularity. Thus, the most sought-after attraction at the arcade was the Winning 11 series produced by Konami's Xset team, which was as immensely popular as the later computer game sensation Red Alert and the enduring classic StarCraft. At that time, the concept of local area network battles was non-existent. Players engaged in friendly competition solely within the confines of their gaming room. Sukan, Shui Yang, and Lu Rui were regarded as the most skilled individuals in their circle, even garnering admiration from nearby middle-aged workers who occasionally visited to refine their own skills. Naturally, they held a sense of invincibility. However, this afternoon, Shui Yang and Lu Rui encountered formidable opponents, a team of unfamiliar men and women who had never graced their circle, armed with their own game controllers. Resembling a novel battle squad as they entered the disc room. Initially, the atmosphere was amicable, yet the opposing team boldly proclaimed that if anyone managed to defeat them, they would cover the entire cost of the gaming room. Was this not a blatant display of contempt for their competitive community? Many, fueled by indignation, stepped forward to challenge them, only to face defeat. Eventually, Shui Yang and Lu Rui could no longer contain themselves and decided to join the fray. Many spectators placed their hopes upon them, yearning for a display of prowess that would assert their dominance. Although the trio was often met with skepticism within their own circle, the threat posed by external adversaries compelled others to recognize their superior skills, pinning all hopes of triumph upon them. Shui Yang and Lu Rui matched the skill level of two of their opponents, restoring some dignity to their circle. However, the opposing team soon selected another player who swiftly bested Lu Rui, resulting in a back-and-forth struggle between Shui Yang and his opponent. The most talented young man from the opposing team, perhaps intrigued by Shui Yang's skills, decided to personally join the fray, leading to an overwhelming defeat for Shui Yang. The two teams engaged in a lackluster battle throughout the afternoon. As they prepared to return home for dinner, Shui Yang, still unwilling to concede, set up a rematch, to which the opposing team readily agreed, their demeanor dripping with condescension. The trio, united in purpose, after dining, Shui Yang summoned Lu Rui to rejoin him. With the banner of defending their collective honor held high, they dragged Sukan along to face their challengers once more. Chapter 13. The Solitude of Masters, Part 1. This arcade was situated a few blocks away from their workplace, perched on an incline at a bustling intersection. Opposite it stood a three-star international hotel, recently constructed in the vibrant city of Summersea, which also happened to lie along Sukan's daily route to school. Occasionally, a couple of BMWs, rarely seen in this small town, would be parked outside. As they crossed the street in front of the hotel, Lu Rue suddenly raised his hand, exclaiming, "There they are." A group of 4 men and 1 woman emerged from the hotel's bright lobby. They exuded an air of sophistication and elegance, albeit slightly younger than Sukan and his friends, which was surprising given that they were staying at one of the most luxurious hotels in Summersea. Initially, Sukan had suspected that these individuals were skilled practitioners from another district come to challenge them, and their demeanor made him furrow his brow. The leading man, strikingly handsome with refined features, smiled and waved at them, while the 3 men beside him displayed haughty expressions, mocking Sukan and his friends. Among them, the Soul Girl caused Sukan's heart to skip a beat. Dressed in a simple yet elegant gown, she stood gracefully, her dark eyes sparkling like stars. With a perfectly shaped face, she was undeniably beautiful. Shui Yang and Lu Rue swallowed hard. They hadn't noticed her earlier. Who was she? Their trio's presence was dramatically juxtaposed against the backdrop of the 3 prestigious high schools in Summersea. First High School, Second High School, and Third High School. Shui Yang attended First High School, Lu Rue was from Second High School, and Sukan conveniently found himself at Third High School. This girl, in every conceivable way, could be considered the belle of the school. Yet, even the usually gossipy Shui Yang and Lu Rue had never heard of her. Could she possibly be from Third High School? Sukan couldn't recall any girl of her caliber from his middle school days. One might forget the names of their desk mates, but the name of the most beautiful girl in the class, the school beauty, was unforgettable. Regrettably, he could not conjure her name from memory. Upon arriving at the arcade, the atmosphere grew tense. The very individuals who had provoked them earlier that afternoon had arrived, and everyone wore a grim expression. The presence of the girl was even more palpable. Arcades were typically a male-dominated realm. Unlike the future internet cafes where girls would flock in groups to play games like Counter-Strike, the appearance of a girl in an arcade was a rare phenomenon. Several older men seated in a corner discreetly extinguished their cigarettes, straightening their postures, and resumed their games, occasionally casting furtive glances at the girl, their faces involuntarily flushing. It is indeed not surprising. The girl's dress accentuates her flawless silhouette, revealing the astonishing potential for her future growth. Her hair cascades like a dark waterfall to her shoulders, and her deep-set eyes, along with her attire and demeanor, are exceptionally rare. Even Sukan, standing not far from her, feels his heart race slightly, a sensation he had not experienced even in the presence of Tang Wu. Shui Yang and Lu Rue, unable to bear the sight, promptly sought refuge at a nearby machine, diverting their gaze, feeling a sense of inadequacy in the face of the girl's presence. Amidst this, one of the most boisterous young men among them burst into laughter, remarking, "What is this? A defeated opponent has brought someone along. Does he represent your highest caliber?" This remark was clearly directed at Sukan, Shui Yang, and Lu Rue. Having issued a challenge after dinner, inadvertently led their adversaries to believe that Sukan was their hidden weapon. "That is my brother. He is here for a friendly match. Your true rivals remain us," Lu Rue quickly interjected. In truth, among the trio, Shui Yang was the most skilled at playing FIFA, followed closely by Lu Rue, with Sukan trailing behind. Shui Yang and Lu Rue were still unable to swallow their pride from the afternoon's defeat, perplexed as to why. Despite everyone playing the same game, their skill appeared inferior, leaving them quite aggrieved. Oh, the leader, Wang Weiwei, cast a somewhat disappointed glance at Sukan. He had been eager for a challenge after encountering Shui Yang earlier, realizing that Shui's skills barely offered him a struggle. Just as he was lamenting the lack of worthy opponents, Sukan's arrival had initially led him to believe that he was facing someone of higher caliber, only to discover through Lu Rue's words that Sukan was merely there to bolster morale, which left him somewhat disenchanted. The competition had already commenced, and within the gaming room, a man in his 30s could hardly tolerate the arrogance of the group. He stepped up to challenge one of the slightly overweight men among them, and the match was swiftly concluded. The young man was clearly outmatched, suffering a 0-2 defeat, left sitting in disbelief. The slightly plump man, dressed in baggy athletic wear, yanked off his Nike cap and hurled it to the ground, standing up in frustration. "This place is just too small. Don't expect to find any worthy opponents here. This little city is not only small, but its people are lacking. Look at these novices. What satisfaction is there in defeating them? I can't even vent my frustrations." The other two immediately echoed his sentiments, their faces flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Xiao Wu, what are you saying? Wang Weiwei frowned, glancing at the girl beside him. As expected, the girl furrowed her brow at the crude remarks from the man they referred to as Xiao Wu, who promptly fell silent, scratching the back of his head. I was just a bit too excited. Luoran, please don't mind me. Ha, ha. His demeanor was exceedingly sheepish. Luoran. Everyone's ears perked up at the sound of the melodious name. Lin Luoran evidently held little affection for her cousin. Their visit was primarily for a gathering among the elders of the family, and as the younger generation, they were obliged to accompany them. However, her cousin and his companions found the accommodations at the family guest house rather uncomfortable and restrictive under the supervision of the older relatives. So they had unilaterally decided to book a suite at the finest hotel, disinterested in participating in the elders' gathering. Lin Luoran chose to remain with her cousin Zhou Friday and Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei, feeling somewhat perturbed by the attention directed towards Lin Luoran, took a seat beside Lu Rui and, with a hint of disdain, proclaimed a challenge. As per our usual arrangement, if you beat me in a game, I shall cover everyone's expenses. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This young man might very well be the scion of some affluent family, a typical rich second generation of that era. Sukin observed Lin Luoran and Wang Weiwei's group with keen attention. The craftsmanship and style of their attire were unmistakably beyond the offerings of Shanghai in 1998. Indeed, their fashion, from the perspective of Su Kan, a denizen of the future, was not outdated but rather understated, devoid of overt branding, save for the Nike sneakers they wore. High-end sports brands like Nike and Adidas had yet to establish any dedicated stores in Shanghai at that time, and few could afford them. While one's clothing may be altered, a person's demeanor and character are shaped by innate qualities and cultivated through environmental education. This group, though dressed modestly, exuded an extraordinary aura. If one were to suggest that they were merely the sons of wealthy merchants, such understated attire would seem somewhat incongruous. It was far more plausible that they hailed from official or aristocratic backgrounds. They did not carry themselves with arrogance. Yet their occasional air of superiority was something that children from ordinary families could not feign. Drawing from his experiences in the future, Sukin carefully analyzed the situation and reached this conclusion. With a wry smile, he contemplated the implications of their identities. What did it matter whether one knew their backgrounds or not? In the realm of games, everyone was equal, and the joy of camaraderie prevailed. A collective lament arose as Lu Rui valiantly struggled against Wang Weiwei's advance, ultimately unable to equalize the score. With a final goal, Wang Weiwei secured a triumphant victory of 3-1. Chapter 14. The Solitude of the Master, Part 2. Wang Weiwei was equipped with a controller of his own design, in stark contrast to the sweat-stained, nearly worn-out white PS controller of the past. This group possessed controllers that were meticulously crafted, exuding an air of sophistication. The deep black, elegant design of the controllers evoked a sense of professionalism, reminiscent of the later PS2 controllers, albeit lacking the advanced features that would come to define them, such as vibration functions. From Su Kan's perspective, the construction of this controller was straightforward, yet it was impressive for its time, an item that was virtually unattainable in the domestic market. Wang Weiwei demonstrated remarkable agility in his movements on the controller, his speed surpassing even that of Shui Yang, making it no surprise that he dominated the competition. The evolution of gaming consoles progressed rapidly thereafter, from the PS2 to the PS3, each advancement bringing about revolutionary changes in graphics, quality, and game sizes, parallel to the explosive growth of the information society. By the time of Su Kan's rebirth, the iconic Pro Evolution Soccer, Winning 11 2010 had already been released, a title that set new standards in both system and game engine, far removed from its predecessors. Throughout his university years and even after graduation, Sukin relished the opportunity to hone his football skills with friends amidst the burgeoning wave of electronic sports. After entering the workforce, he even purchased a PS2 for personal enjoyment. Thus, upon reflecting on the graphics of Pro Evolution Soccer from that era, he could not help but find them rather appalling, jagged edges and poorly rendered player models, with their true likeness only discernible through crude 3D representations in the menu interface. Yet, at that time, the excitement it generated was palpable. With the rise of the 1998 World Cup, envisioning his favorite stars and teams triumphing under his command stirred a fervor in the hearts of countless boys. Shui Yang, feeling indignant, took up the challenge. From the moment he faced off against Wang Weiwei that afternoon, he was struck by the latter's astounding prowess and unparalleled skill he had never witnessed in his gaming experience. Wang's ball handling finesse and astonishing speed on his custom controller, coupled with his superior coordination of the team, placed him a notch above the rest. However, the two were still able to compete. Unlike others who fell victim to Wang Weiwei's dazzling 5-0 defeats, Shui Yang managed to score a goal or two, forcing Wang to exert his full effort. Having barely touched his lunch, Shui Yang's mind was consumed with strategies to counter Wang Weiwei's relentless attacks. Now, he awaited the opportunity to confront him head-on, eager to implement the tactics he had meticulously devised. Upon seeing Shui Yang take Lu Rui's controller, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Weiwei's eyes. Finally, a worthy opponent had emerged, invigorating his spirit. After all, it was only by besting a contender like Shui Yang, who showed signs of resilience, that he could derive true enjoyment from the game. Hey, you still dare to challenge? Aren't you afraid our boss Weiwei will wipe the floor with you? A boy exclaimed boldly. Fear not. Wei is just lamenting the lack of excitement lately. Since we have this fearless challenger stepping up, let him witness what it means for a team of farmers to obliterate a star-studded lineup. This sentence carries a strong derogatory connotation, suggesting the use of mediocre third-tier players to confront a team composed entirely of star athletes, thereby imposing the highest demands on technical skills while simultaneously belittling the opposing side. Shui Yang was infuriated. Should they proceed or not? His skills were already inferior to those of his opponents, and with such provocation, he felt a flush of embarrassment and indignation. Wang Weiwei chuckled, his expression exuding an air of supremacy. He emphasized, if you manage to win, we will cover the costs of drinks and cigarettes. However, if you fail to secure even a single victory against me, do not blame me for bestowing upon you the label of trash. The crowd erupted in indignation. This brash young man was excessively arrogant. Just because his skills were slightly superior, did he really need to be so conceited? His words seemed to threaten the very foundation of their pride, leaving them wondering who would dare to return to this place of humiliation again. Shui Yang and Lu Rui's expressions darkened, and Lu Rui leaned closer to Shui Yang, whispering firmly, we absolutely cannot lose. Shui Yang remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. This had crossed a line. No matter what, they could not allow such arrogance to be thrust upon them. While the competition had initially been friendly, the brash declaration had now encroached upon their personal dignity, which was utterly unforgivable. Sukin was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the fact that these individuals hailed from privileged backgrounds, though they might usually have been taught by their elders to maintain a low profile. Their current exhilaration seemed to overshadow any concern for others' dignity, treating the trampling of such as mere amusement, which was excessive, seemingly satisfied with the somber atmosphere. A slightly plump boy named Xiao Wu and his two companions giggled, while Wang Weiwei smirked. Shall we begin? In this round, Shui Yang played with heightened caution, especially with the entire room focused on the two of them. He felt as though he was pushing his abilities to their utmost limits. Even the proprietor of the gaming room could not help but stand behind them, his fists clenched tightly, drenched in sweat. The outcome of this match was crucial for the future of his business. These young challengers resembled a band of intruders, which only heightened his anxiety. Shui Yang's player, Berlan, charged forward with the ball, seemingly poised to break past Wang Weiwei's players, leaving them far behind. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, Wang Weiwei's lips curled into a sinister smile. Suddenly, a yellow figure darted in from the side with incredible speed, catching Shui Yang completely off guard, prompting a cold sweat to break out across his brow. Several middle school boys gasped in shock. Whoa, high school students, gripped by the tension of the moment, clenched their arms painfully as they cried out. With a thud, Shui Yang's player soared into the air, his blue uniform resembling a withering butterfly, only to be brutally upended by the yellow shadow, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the events unfolded. The referee, resembling a lifeless mannequin, blatantly ignored the blatant foul that contradicted the rules of the game. Stuck in a state of stupor, Wang Weiwei seized the moment to rally several renowned players, taking control of the ball with deft maneuvers, slicing through the still-dazed defensive line of Shui Yang, and launching a powerful strike that found the back of the net. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the air. What just transpired? Haha, I'll crush you, you bunch of country bumpkins. One player from Wang Weiwei's side could no longer contain his exuberance, shouting with unrestrained joy. Wang Weiwei turned to Shui Yang, giving a thumbs up, only to then direct that thumb downward towards the ground. This provoked a furious urge in Shui Yang to smash his controller in frustration. Sukin realized that at that time, The football simulation game was not as refined as it is today. Bugs still existed. A tackle from such a close range and from a blind spot could result in an 80% chance of escaping a foul call, even if it sent the opposing player flying. The crowd erupted in outrage, cursing the referee for allegedly being biased, while Shui Yang gritted his teeth, pursed his lips, and prepared for another kickoff. With little time left in the second half, this might be his last chance to equalize the score. Chapter 15. The Solitude of the Master, Part 2. In the midst of the crowd's raucous cheers, the solitary figure of Lin Luoran, the only girl present, stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed intently on the contest between the two competitors. Occasionally, a subtle smile would grace her lips, a sight so enchanting that it could easily distract anyone from the thrilling match unfolding before them. Su Qian was the sole individual oblivious to the competition, lost in contemplation as he gazed at Lin Luoran. This scene was absent from his memories, reminiscent of an immutable law of rebirth. One might forget the name of a deskmate yet vividly recall their appearance, and although the full name of a formidable teacher might slip one's mind, the most beautiful girl encountered in class or at school would remain unforgettable. Su Qian had no prior recollection of this girl, yet her presence eclipsed any other girl he had ever encountered. She was the kind of person whose mere glance could quicken one's heartbeat. Despite her mere 15 or 16 years of age, it seemed that his rebirth had subtly altered the course of his destiny. According to the original timeline, he would have been out gaming with Shui Yang and Lu Rui yesterday, while today he would be at home. However, his refusal yesterday had prompted Shui and Lu to reschedule their gaming activities for today, ultimately leading to their humiliation and the subsequent encounter with the crowd. Lin Luoran, clearly aware of Su Qian's unwavering stare, instinctively directed her gaze towards him, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. In the past, any boy under the scrutiny of Lin Luoran's captivating eyes would falter within mere moments, blushing and retreating, for the power of a beautiful girl's gaze was undeniable. Yet now, Su Qian remained utterly entranced, unflinching even in the face of her mesmerizing eyes framed by fluttering lashes. 1 second, 5 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. Hey! Lin Luoran finally broke the silence, her voice, unexpectedly melodic, piercing through the tension of the intense competition. The cacophony of cheers and shouts dissipated as if silenced by her enchanting tone, leaving the gaming room as tranquil as a still night, with only the distant murmur of simulated spectators emanating from the television. What followed was Lin Luoran's continued melodic address. Are you crazy? This was not the expected utterance from the impression of a demure and graceful girl. Her initial words were rather bold and direct, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Su Qian stood frozen, resembling a hapless fool, drawing sympathetic glances from the onlookers. It was, after all, a rather unfortunate circumstance to be scorned by such a girl, a situation that inspired a collective sense of pity rather than celebration. Shui Yang, whose nerves had been taut, found Lin Luoran's unexpected outburst akin to a bowstring that had been pulled to its limit, suddenly snapping under the immense tension. Releasing a peculiar sense of relief amidst the overwhelming pressure, he exerted all his efforts to strategize and counter the relentless assault of Wang Weiwei, yet ultimately fell victim to the opponent's fierce and unyielding advance, akin to a dagger piercing his heart. The final goal's creation heralded the demise of Shui Yang. The crowd wore expressions of despair, as Shui Yang sat quietly in his seat, unable to rise, his countenance darkened, murmuring, "I have lost." Only the television continued to replay the spectacular moment of the last goal. In the gaming room, belonging to their circle, the atmosphere was somber, with everyone rendered mute. For a moment, they forgot Lin Luoran's reprimand of Su Qian, while Wang Weiwei, along with a few others, prepared to humiliate them further. Just then, someone patted Shui Yang on the shoulder. He looked up to see Su Qian offering a faint smile, saying, "Let me handle this." His tone was assertive, devoid of any uncertainty. Shui Yang glanced at him, disheartened, thinking, "What use is it to let you try? I know your methods all too well." Lu Rui tugged at Su Qian's arm, urging, "Just leave him be. Do you want to embarrass us even more?" Lu Rui, being the eldest among the three by a year, often took the lead in conversations, while Su Qian, in contrast, occupied a subordinate role. Thus, Lu Rui dismissed Su Qian's suggestion as mere self-degradation, for Shui Yang was the most skilled among them. In a match against Lu Rui, Shui Yang might concede 3 goals but could score 1. If Su Qian were to play, Shui Yang could easily score 5 without Su Qian managing a single goal. The disparity in skill was evident, rendering Su Qian's presence virtually negligible. "Let me play the next match," Su Qian insisted. "Against me?" Before Shui Yang could respond, Wang Weiwei chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I don't have time for practice matches. I suppose I won't be footing the bill today. With that, Wang Weiwei withdrew his controller, stood up, and exchanged a triumphant smile with Xiao Wu, then addressed Lin Luoran. Let's go. This small city has nothing that surprises me. Let's find a bar to relax. Trash. The 5 individuals froze mid-turn, their shoulders stiffening. Wang Weiwei, along with the somewhat darkly twisted expressions of Xiao Wu and the other 2 boys, turned to look back at Su Kan, who dared to utter such words. Shui Yang and Lu Rui were momentarily taken aback by Su Kan's audacity. This young man was remarkably bold. He had preemptively insulted them before they even had the chance to retaliate. Su Kan, however, felt powerless. Allowing Wang Weiwei and his entourage to leave unchallenged meant they would no longer have a place in this environment, especially considering their disdain for Xiahai City. Labeling it a provincial backwater. To preserve his dignity, and that of those who had lived in this city 11 years prior, Su Kan felt compelled to shoulder this burden. Otherwise, his years of dedicated practice would be squandered, denying him the opportunity to showcase his skills. As the crowd murmured among themselves when Wang Weiwei and his companions turned around, the 2 men beside Xiao Wu clenched their fists. What did you say? Not satisfied? Do you want to fight? In contrast, Wang Luoran maintained her composure, her dark eyes unfocused as they gazed elsewhere. Her melodious voice softly escaped her lips. There should be limits to rudeness. Do you genuinely wish to compete? Wang Weiwei stared blankly at Su Kan for a moment before breaking into laughter. Su Kan nodded in affirmation. Xiao Wu, go and entertain him, but be mindful not to let him lose too miserably. Otherwise, he'll feel humiliated and resentful. Wang Weiwei instructed his cousin, Lin Luoran. The slightly plump Xiao Wu, dressed in oversized hip-hop attire, wasted no time in grabbing his controller and plugging it into the PlayStation. He turned with a grimace towards Su Kan, declaring, "Watch how I obliterate you, trash." Shui Yang and Lu Rui exchanged glances, astonished as they patted Su Kan's shoulder. Brother, may fortune smile upon you. Some people just love to stir up trouble, deliberately bashing their own heads with bricks. To Shui Yang and Lu Rui, it was evident that Su Kan fit this description perfectly, settling down and picking up the controller. Su Kan took a moment to recall the skills he had neglected due to his busy work schedule. It had been quite some time since he last played on his home PS2, yet Pro Evolution Soccer remained one of his beloved games. From its initial popularity to the subsequent iterations, it had traversed several eras. In every conceivable aspect, the first generation of Pro Evolution Soccer, now newly released, appeared somewhat simplistic in its controls. He did not underestimate Wang Weiwei and his skilled companions, rather. He recognized that even the most adept players were bound by the limitations of their time. After all, Su Kan had a decade of experience in such games, while they had barely a year, and the nuances of the first generation had long been mastered, including its bugs and exploitable features. His grasp and understanding of the game far surpassed that of these young lads before him. 10 minutes into the match, the rotund Xiao Wu began to flounder. Su Kan adeptly orchestrated a defensive strategy with his players, exhausting Xiao Wu by the second half and disrupting his formation. Every attack launched by Xiao Wu seemed to vanish into the abyss, thwarted by Su Kan as if he were ensnared in a Tai Chi circle. Xiao Wu frequently pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, unaware that Su Kan's defensive setup was merely a ploy to buy himself time to adapt to the decade-old controller and techniques of the first-generation PS game. Once he felt sufficiently acclimatized, Su Kan paused the game, allowing Xiao Wu a moment to hydrate and wipe his sweat. He patted his pants, smearing away the perspiration. The previously mocking expressions of Wang Weiwei and the others gradually transformed into seriousness. This young man was surprisingly adept. He had yet to concede a single goal against the offensively skilled Xiao Wu. Subsequently, Su Kan further adjusted his formation, shifting to an offensive strategy. Having mastered the controls, the true competition was about to commence. At this moment, Lu Rui patted Su Kan on the shoulder, his expression growing serious as he noticed Su Kan's remarkable improvement in skill. Since your defense is solid, do not hastily switch formations. This lad possesses formidable offensive prowess. As long as you maintain your composure and avoid conceding points, you will bring us honor. Having just endured a harsh lesson from the hefty opponent, he naturally issued a warning to Su Kan. Yet, to his surprise, Su Kan remained undeterred, opting for an aggressive lineup. The ensuing offensive maneuvers under his guidance bewildered onlookers, as previously underestimated stars suddenly shone brightly. Even those less adept demonstrated remarkable dribbling skills, resulting in an attack that flowed with unparalleled fluidity. The hefty opponent found himself overwhelmed, suffering a crushing defeat of 3-0, akin to receiving 3 stabbing blows to the heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is this real? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Su Yang and Lu Rui were ecstatic, pondering how Su Kan's skills had advanced to such heights. The hefty player, Xiao Wu, stood up and walked away, while Wang Weiwei, having taken a seat, silently grasped the controller and turned to Su Kan with a stern expression, saying, "I will play against you." The crowd erupted in applause and gasps. Wang Weiwei unleashed all his might, even employing his signature flying tackle, which Su Kan deftly countered with his nimble reflexes. Wang Weiwei's initial onslaught quickly diminished into a retreat lacking conviction, transitioning into a full defensive stance, yet a counterattack seemed a distant hope. Marseille roulette, someone exclaimed as Su Kan, with deft manipulation, evaded two star players' tackles with a stunning display of skill. Double feint. This game can actually showcase a double feint technique. Gasps filled the air. Oh my heavens, now it's a triple feint. The crowd was in awe, momentarily overlooking that it was Su Kan, not merely the game, exhibiting such dazzling techniques that might only fleetingly grace an authentic classic match. Countless spectators were awakened to the sight of intricate, high-level skills manifesting within the game, flowing effortlessly from Su Kan's hands, as if he were imparting a thrilling masterclass to all present. The final score was a resounding 4-1. Su Yang and Lu Rui jumped in jubilation. The entire gaming room erupted with fervor. Defeated, Wang Weiwei had finally succumbed. Su Kan gently curled the corners of his mouth and uttered a word he deemed fitting for the moment. Trash. Chapter 16. The one you cannot defeat. Shui Yang and Lu Rui exchanged glances, astonished by Su Kan's newfound sharpness. However, his final remark resonated throughout the gaming room, infusing a sense of exhilaration into the atmosphere. The group surrounding Wang Weiwei stood in silent awe, their minds still lingering on the nearly unheard-of techniques and strategies displayed during the match, undoubtedly heralding a new era in competitive gaming. Perhaps lost in contemplation of the extraordinary scenes they had witnessed, Su Kan's casual taunt surprisingly did not come off as offensive. Rather, it evoked a sense of admiration among them. In comparison to Su Kan, they felt somewhat lacking. "Masterful," exclaimed the slightly plump young man clad in hip-hop attire. Giving a thumbs up, Wang Weiwei rose, extending his hand towards Su Kan. He replied, meeting Wang Weiwei's handshake. "Your skills are truly impressive. I concede defeat with utmost respect. You are indeed on a different level." Wang Weiwei then turned to face the crowd, declaring, "Of course, my words are binding. Today's expenses are all on me." Cheers erupted from the crowd. Su Kan found himself developing a fondness for Wang Weiwei and his companions, even in defeat. They exhibited remarkable grace and sincerity, which made him reflect on the fact that, despite their somewhat overbearing demeanor, their character and upbringing were commendable. As Su Kan shook Wang Weiwei's hand, his gaze instinctively drifted over his shoulder to the girl behind him. She curiously observed him as well, her bright, expressive eyes locking onto his once again. This time, however, instead of the melodious insults he had previously encountered, she averted her gaze, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Wang Weiwei's voice broke the moment. "Su Kan, I'll remember your name. We will be here for a while longer. You'll come back, right? I look forward to your guidance." "Hey, you should have asked for that girl's name." On their way back, Lu Rui and Shui Yang were in high spirits, almost dancing with joy. After today's match, their standing in this circle was virtually unassailable, and they were basking in the limelight. "I truly wonder what her full name is. I haven't seen such a girl in our school," Shui Yang mused. "If she were to transfer to our school, it would be akin to dropping a bombshell. I am well aware of that. Moreover, your skills today were nothing short of extraordinary. You concealed your true power so well. It turns out you weren't even using your full strength against us." Lu Rui and Shui Yang returned to discussing the technical aspects of the match. Su Kan thought to himself, having just traversed into this world. Yet, verbally he remarked, "I was merely concerned that revealing all my techniques at once would embarrass you both. Hence I held back my strength, allowing you to shine for a while." The two individuals exchanged glances of disdain, yet their expressions bore no hint of anger. Rather, they spoke of Su Kan with a sense of pride. Previously, due to his youth and a height of merely 1.68 m, which paled in comparison to their statures of 1.73 m and 1.75 m, Su Kan held minimal sway in their discussions. However, today, these two close companions regarded him with newfound respect, their tones infused with a touch of reverence. As Su Kan's confident demeanor in front of Wang Weiwei and his group had left a lasting impression, reflecting on his past, Su Kan recognized that such a scene had never transpired before. It felt akin to a rebirth, an unintentional alteration of fate. He aimed to change the narrative of his failure in the high school entrance examination while also aspiring to uplift the fortunes of his two steadfast friends. Su Kan spoke earnestly, The entrance exam is in 2 days. How has your revision been? Lu Rui was the first to chuckle. What is there to revise for the exam? I merely glanced through some books. There's not much you can achieve in these last 2 days. If you can't do it, you can't do it. I must say, though, Wang Weiwei's group seems quite capable. After the exam, I'll challenge him. That fellow has some skill. Speaking of you, he continued, you should focus on defeating that chap named Xiao Wu first. Apart from Su Kan, we're merely fodder for them. Su Kan found himself admiring these two for their ability to weave every conversation back to gaming. He then asserted, I'm serious here. I've been diligently reviewing for the exam. Our teacher distributed a set of internal exercises across all subjects. Completing these will be immensely beneficial for our revision. You should take a look tomorrow. You can play later. Tomorrow is the last day before the exam. If you don't review now, it'll be too late. The two stared at Su Kan with mouths agape, as if witnessing an entirely different kind of person. After a moment, realizing Su Kan was not jesting, they returned to their senses. Honestly, I couldn't bear to study anymore, which is why I thought I'd come out to unwind this afternoon. What can I do? Do you think I don't wish to study? It's overwhelming to cram 3 years' worth of material at once. I'm well aware of my own circumstances. Shui Yang remarked, furrowing his brow. Lu Rui added, I did a bit of early revision, as long as I can get into the second high school. My dad's expectations aren't too demanding. If you have difficulties in any subject, I can provide you with systematic exercises. The entrance exam spans 2.5 days, allowing us to strategically allocate our review time for subjects that want to be tested early, prioritizing accordingly, which will make a significant difference. Once the exams are over, we can celebrate. Shui Yang pondered. For me, it's English, chemistry, and mathematics that I struggle with. The other subjects that require memorization won't improve significantly in such a short time, so I'll set those aside for now. My weak subjects include biology, physics, English, and chemistry. Oh, I might also need a set for mathematics. I'm lacking in those areas as well. Su Kan nodded. Tomorrow morning, I will photocopy the relevant exercises for you. The first day's exams are for Chinese and mathematics. We must focus on these two subjects. I'll come to find you in the morning. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback by Su Kan's earnestness, nodding in agreement. In truth, Su Kan's remarkable performance today inadvertently led them to regard his words with greater significance. Consequently, when Su Kan broached the subject of the entrance examination, they surprisingly did not respond with derision. After all, in the past, whenever the topic of exam results arose, the three of them would do their utmost to evade it. As all three consistently ranked at the bottom of their respective classes and harbored little interest in their studies, their learning was merely a means to pass the exams. Now, with Su Kan's serious reiteration of the matter, both were awakened to the realization that this was the most formidable challenge they currently faced, and they too became earnest in their contemplation. Before parting ways in the residential complex, Shui Yang hesitated several times, but ultimately could not contain himself any longer. Are you truly preparing to take the entrance exam for the first high school? What? Exclaimed Lu Rui, who had just returned from the street with a skewer of lamb, nearly dropping the morsel from his mouth in disbelief. The first high school? Su Kan, noticing Shui Yang's incredulous gaze fixed upon him while he chewed, nodded affirmatively. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Yang mumbled, You won't make it. Lu Rui, recovering from his shock, exclaimed, Su Kan, are you feeling unwell? A wave of frustration surged within Su Kan, wishing he could turn around and deliver a swift throw to pin these two boys to the ground 100 times over. Observing the confusion, insecurity, hesitation, and even a hint of uncertainty in Shui Yang's eyes, Su Kan simply turned back home, leaving the two with a view of his retreating figure, casually remarking, Our wager is still valid. Behind him, Lu Rui, still bewildered, inquired of Shui Yang. What bet did you make? Chapter 17. The first boss, June 17th, 6 o'clock in the morning. Even in the summer, the outside world remained shrouded in a dim, hazy light. The alarm clock, adhering to its usual schedule, would not ring for another half hour, yet Su Kan's eyes flew open, and sleep eluded him. He had dreamt of a day many years ago, a day marked by the dismal failure of his high school entrance examination. A memory of his mother weeping on the sofa, unable to gather the funds needed. It was then that Su Kan first felt the helplessness of fate, the insignificance of his existence, powerless and small beneath the indifference and cold gazes of countless others. Perhaps this was the tragic consequence of a test-oriented education. Regardless, it was a nightmare Su Kan wished to forget. In a state of panic, Su Kan turned on the light, fearing that everything was but a dream. His rebirth felt akin to a person who suddenly wins a lottery of 300 million, plagued by insomnia and anxiety, questioning the authenticity of this surreal dream. He too feared that his reincarnation was merely an illusion, that his fate had never truly altered. Thankfully, under the darkened sky outside, the humble illumination from the wall lamp cast a warm light reminiscent of cherished memories. He was still at home, still in his own body, feeling the same frailness of his 16-year-old self. Beside him, a small calendar on the ringing alarm clock clearly marked June 17th. It was 1998, the summer of June 17th. The fact of his transmigration remained real, and today was indeed the day of the entrance examination. Around 6:30, the door to his parents' room creaked open, and his mother emerged, preparing eggs and milk. Turning around, she spotted Sukan, dressed and organizing his examination materials. "Son, give it your all. Make sure to take everything you need. Bring 2 pencils for the answer sheet, and the ruler and compass are on the table. Today is the day you receive your results." After consuming the eggs and milk, Sukan felt invigorated. In the past, he often skipped breakfast, and his irregular meal times combined with stress left him feeling lethargic throughout the day. Now, having returned to his 16-year-old self, though his body was more slender than it would become, Sukan felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, as if he possessed boundless energy to accomplish numerous tasks. "Don't worry, Mom. I will work diligently on the exam," Sukan reassured his mother, Zhengke, as he prepared to leave. In the past, Zhengke had always been anxious about Sukan's exams, often trying to ease her own worries, yet never truly at ease. However, things felt different now. Sukan's intense focus while studying under the dim light of a desk lamp in recent days, coupled with the confidence reflected in his words and gaze, gave her the impression that he had matured rapidly in a short span of time. Her heart felt at ease. Even if Sukan did not achieve the desired results, he understood the stakes and had genuinely put in the effort. Should he need to settle for a lower-tier high school, she would borrow money to ensure he could attend at a higher cost. Stepping outside, he noticed a few colleagues at his level in the workplace, though none shared the same deep rapport as Shui Yang and Lu Rui. They merely exchanged brief greetings before hastily passing by. Coincidentally, he encountered Shui Yang and Lu Rui descending from the 7th and 3rd floors, respectively. Upon seeing him, the two were noticeably exhilarated. "Hey, those sets of exercises you provided us were truly remarkable. Often, our reference papers only present the final results, but your papers detailed the problem-solving processes and steps comprehensively. Who would have thought that the 3rd high school had such internal exercises?" Sukan smiled. The steps and processes on those papers were his own handwritten notes, but during the copying, the penmanship had naturally transformed into typeset. Thus, they remained unaware that he was the author of those problems, assuming instead that the materials were distributed by Sukan's teacher, and he was disinclined to reveal the truth. It wasn't until they boarded the same bus to the examination venue that he inquired about their progress. "So, how has your review been? With those sets of papers, it should be quite advantageous, right?" "Not so easy." Shui Yang shot him a glance. "Even with the answers, many knowledge points still require digestion. If I were to tackle that set myself, without looking at the answers, I could manage only a dozen problems at most. I've gone through a general review, but there are simply too many questions. I saw over 40 questions in mathematics. Considering the exam, I suppose I have a flicker of confidence. However, the English is quite daunting. Over 30 questions is my limit. For physics and chemistry, I noticed more than 50 questions. Regardless, the exam is tomorrow, so I can still review some more today." Lu Rui, seated in the front, turned to him. "I'm in a similar boat. Aren't those questions a bit beyond the syllabus? It certainly can all be on the exam. I've conducted a systematic review and feel somewhat prepared." Sukan thought this reasonable. After all, Shui Yang and Lu Rui lacked decades of experience compared to him, and the middle school material still posed challenges for them. Had he not prepared the exercises, they might have struggled with even a handful of problems. Even with the solution processes written out, their comprehension of each problem would require a considerable amount of time. Thus, managing to see 30 to 40 questions was quite an accomplishment. His own advantage stemmed from the fortunate circumstance of having vivid knowledge from his rebirth and traversal. The bus halted at the next stop, the doors sliding open with a clatter, allowing more students to board. At that moment, Shui Yang and Lu Rui suddenly froze. Tang Wu, adorned in a pink backpack and a charming hooded tracksuit, her long, slender legs accentuated by fitted jeans, walked down the aisle of the bus, gripping the metal pole. Upon spotting Sukan, she paused momentarily, then nodded, her smile radiating warmth as she greeted, "Hello." This bus was headed to the examination venue at the 1st high school, and most of the passengers were students from the 1st and 2nd high schools. none of whom recognized Tang Wu. However, her greeting to Sukin instantly rendered him an object of envy among the others. "Hello. What a coincidence," Sukin replied, waving his hand in response. As more individuals boarded the vehicle, Tang Wu and Sukin exchanged greetings before standing there, strikingly radiant and exceptional, with her gaze fixed upon the window, no longer directed towards any other place. This spectacle incited some murmurs among a few students from their old school, who speculated about the veracity of the rumor that the school belle, Tang Wu, was indeed accompanying the underachiever, Su Kan. It was a surprising revelation. For who had ever witnessed the aloof Tang Wu initiate a greeting? Su Kan, too, was taken aback, unaware that their casual conversations and shared walks home in the days leading up to graduation had significantly altered Tang Wu's perception of him, fostering a newfound fondness for her. Sukin embodied a wistful nostalgia for their 3 years spent together as classmates. When Sukin turned his head, he noticed Lu Rui and Shui Yang staring intently at him, their expressions occasionally betraying a twitch at the corners of their mouths. This lad had been surprising them lately with his extraordinary gaming prowess, and now, amidst their trio, whose romantic prospects were rather dismal, he had somehow become acquainted with such a captivating beauty. Although Tang Wu might not possess the perfection of the girl named Luoran from the gaming room the previous night, her refreshing aura, illuminated by the first rays of morning light streaming through the window, was undeniably striking. Sukin paid no heed to the infatuated duo, his gaze drifting towards the window, greedily absorbing the familiar cityscape of 11 years past, streets etched in his memory, the indelible impressions flooding back as the anticipation of the impending entrance examination surged within him. Lu Rui disembarked at the second middle school examination site, the atmosphere bustling at that moment. Tang Wu, either deliberately or inadvertently, cast a few glances in Su Kan's direction, observing him engage in lively conversation with Shui Yang and occasionally gaze out the window. The morning light reflected off his brown eyes, creating a luminous arc, as he appeared engrossed and entranced, seemingly oblivious to everything inside the vehicle, with the outside scenery holding far greater allure. For reasons unknown, Tang Wu felt a slight pang of disappointment. Chapter 18. The Fallen Tiger First High School, the most distinguished institution in Xiaohai City, greets visitors with a magnificent golden eagle sculpture poised for flight at its entrance. Surrounding the central administrative building is a lush forest of trees, meticulously arranged, leading to the row of faculty dormitories, an expansive square, a cultural wall, a bulletin board for the school newspaper, and the newly constructed teaching building stretching beyond. The new teaching building, completed in 1998, stands as a striking architectural feature, with its twin towers connected by a corridor, a remarkable design in the realm of school architecture at the time. The vast teaching building, along with the square in front, rests in serene tranquility, devoid of the earlier bustling crowd. The only indication of the day's unusual events is the red tape marking off designated areas. As the first bell tolls, silence envelopes the classrooms. Within one particular room, Sukin sits among his peers, each student at their own desk, with a wide examination number affixed to the front. 2 stern-faced invigilators, characteristic of First High, stand watch. Feeling somewhat out of place, Sukin notices that his examination number has been shuffled, resulting in a mix of students. Among the 4 or 5 familiar faces from his previous class, the majority are locals from First High. As they entered the room 15 minutes prior to the exam, the Third High students were met with indifference from their First High counterparts, who regarded them with mild curiosity. As the first bell rings, all conversation ceases. The invigilators, familiar with most of the students present, take particular note of Su Kan and his companions from Third High, their unfamiliar faces drawing scrutiny. The prevailing perception of superiority at First High, bolstered by its reputation for excellence, has fostered an inflated sense of self-worth among both students and faculty, leading to the belief that, aside from First High, the quality of students from other schools pales in comparison. Incidents of cheating at First High would send shockwaves through the institution, while such occurrences elsewhere are met with indifference. Thus, the invigilators cast their watchful eyes upon the Third High students, while those from First High, typically more boisterous, exhibit a certain complacency. Seated beside Su Kan is a girl with glasses, her hair braided into 2 strands cascading down her neck. She captures his attention, embodying the archetype of a diligent student. Though her thick lenses obscure her features, clad in a snug tank top, casual pants, and canvas shoes, her fair skin and well-developed physique draw Su Kan's admiration. He cannot help but sigh, acknowledging that First High possesses a rightful pride. A significant number of local bureaucrats and families of the upper middle class send their children here for education. Whether the internal competition regarding attire and possessions is severe or not, it is evident that many students from First High are dressed in trendy, sought-after brands that even he, as someone from the future, finds impressive. As the invigilator approaches, placing the examination paper on Su Kan's desk with a slight thud, she glances at him with evident discontent. The young woman seated beside him was an exemplary student from the First High School. Noticing Su Kan, a candidate from the Third High School, scrutinizing her intently, the invigilator's vigilance naturally heightened. As the examination papers were distributed, the invigilator coughed discreetly, redirecting Su Kan's attention, signaling that he might be the focal point of scrutiny. The girl, adjusting her thick glasses, glanced at him, and Su Kan awkwardly returned a smile, unfolding the exam paper before him. The title of the 1998 Junior High School Entrance Mathematics Examination from Xiahai City immediately catching his eye. At last it had arrived. Su Kan quickly scanned the paper and felt an overwhelming joy. The disparity between junior and senior high school mathematics was profound. If junior high mathematics was merely an introductory foundation, akin to operating an electric scooter, then high school mathematics bore the complexity of driving a high-performance vehicle, representing a significant leap in difficulty. He recalled that the mathematics portion of the entrance examination had been notably challenging, with many outstanding students expressing their struggles. Yet, as the paper unfolded before him, it appeared astonishingly straightforward. The difficulty level was almost 2 tiers lower than the internal exercises he had reviewed just days prior. As the second bell rang, the slender invigilator adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room, signaling the commencement of the examination. The phrase "writing with fervor" might aptly describe the speed of composing an essay. Yet it seemed utterly implausible when applied to Su Kan's current pace in tackling the mathematics paper. The lean invigilator, Mr. Xiaorihua, held a newspaper, having punctured 2 holes in the eyes of the cover star's portrait, and as he unfolded the paper, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings through the apertures. For him, a standard examination resembled an obstacle course, where each question was akin to an impediment on the path. Only those who could navigate the course within the allotted time, while avoiding pitfalls, would emerge victorious. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the disheartened expressions of many, particularly the students from the Third High School, which would underscore the superiority of the First High School. In this mixed examination hall, the finest should undoubtedly be from the first. However, both invigilators discerned that this examination paper posed considerable challenges. It was reputedly compiled by a nearly retired teacher, who had claimed it would genuinely differentiate the students' abilities. Consequently, even some of the top-performing students from the First High School found themselves grappling with the problems, including the bespectacled girl beside Su Kan. Something felt off. The lean invigilator, Mr. Xiaorihua, served as the homeroom teacher for a third-year class at the First High School, where he also taught mathematics. Having briefly glanced at the exam questions, he realized that the paper would be quite challenging even for the students of the First High School, as several who typically ranked in the top 100 were facing difficulties. Amid their struggles to solve the problems, the Third High School student he had earlier admonished for his wandering gaze was writing fluently. Xiaorihua blinked, and indeed, it was no mistake. Lu Yao, Shen Lu, and Yang Zhao, renowned students in their grade, were all furrowing their brows over a few formidable questions, ensnared in repeated calculations. Xiaorihua understood that, although there were no top-tier students from number 1 high school present in this examination room, the few who were there were evidently destined for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet, it was somewhat exaggerated that these students were perplexed while the candidates from the Third High School could proceed with ease. Surely, they had chosen to temporarily bypass the insurmountable questions, intending to return to them later. Xiaorihua chuckled softly to himself. This strategy was not without merit. The mediocre teachers from the Third High School would naturally instruct their students to grasp the overall situation in such a manner. An hour and 20 minutes had elapsed, and several candidates had already completed their papers. The bespectacled girl beside Su Kan also put down her pen, checked her answer sheet, gathered her belongings, and, without a glance at anyone, exited the classroom with an air of pride and confidence. Only then did Su Kan conduct a final review, rising to submit his paper 5 minutes after the girl had departed. In truth, he had completed the entire set of examination questions merely 10 minutes after the bell permitting submissions had rung, roughly 40 minutes into the exam. Yet, he still found it hard to believe that he had managed to tackle the boss-level problems he had once thought to be quite challenging, questions that had nearly derailed his studies during the high school entrance examination. Su Kan remained incredulous about everything before him, suppressing his impatience to check, fill out, and doodle on the scratch paper for a full 40 minutes. With a heart full of trepidation, he finally submitted his paper. It was akin to having stumbled upon 5 million yuan, stashing it away unceremoniously, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. This was the first major hurdle of his life, the examination that posed as an acknowledged roadblock, particularly in mathematics, and he had managed to navigate it so effortlessly, he still found it hard to accept. In the plaza of No. 1 High School, where only a handful of candidates had turned in their papers and departed, Sukin walked toward the school gate, feeling somewhat disoriented and at a loss. Chapter 19. Slicing through the ordinary. The afternoon was dedicated to language arts. Sukin navigated through the exam with ease, arriving at the essay prompt. The reading comprehension section featured an excerpt from Zhu Ziqing's Spring, revolving around the themes of longing for spring, bidding it farewell, and depicting its beauty. As Sukin read, he found an unexpected enjoyment in the text, though the questions posed seemed rather simplistic, requiring little effort to answer. The essay title was somewhat unusual, Give Me 1 Day's Time. The mere requirement of 600 characters struck Sukin as almost a jest, especially when compared to the thousands of words he would later be tasked with composing, filled with meticulous thought. He believed his writing prowess surpassed that of his peers. Yet he pondered what to write on such a theme. Accustomed to expansive compositions, the challenge of distilling his thoughts into a concise 600 words felt significant. In a moment of inspiration, fragments and images surfaced from his memory. He poised his pen, yet hesitated, contemplating the potential impact of his words. However, with no other options apparent, Sukin ultimately seized his fountain pen and began to write, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper echoing in the stillness. This time, Sukin submitted his exam paper significantly later than his peers, nearly 1 hour and 40 minutes in total, turning it in just as the bell rang for the final 20 minutes. When he handed in his paper, the invigilator, Xiao Rihua, couldn't help but glance at him twice. Earlier, during the mathematics exam, Sukin had submitted his paper rather swiftly, just behind Xin Lu. However, as more students began to submit their papers, Xiao Rihua found it inappropriate to examine Sukin's work closely, yet the manner in which he had approached the language arts exam suggested a struggle, likely indicative of a student not excelling in various disciplines. As Sukin left the examination hall, he remained unaware of Xiao Rihua's thoughts, still grappling with the uncertainty of his essay. Had he written correctly or not? The first day of examinations passed swiftly, with everyone adhering to the principle of not discussing answers or reviewing exercises. Upon returning home, Sukin turned on the evening news, which included coverage of the local events in Xiahai City, particularly focusing on their high school entrance examinations. The broadcast captured scenes of parents anxiously waiting outside the school's iron gates, creating a somewhat grand spectacle. His parents refrained from disturbing Sukin, who was quietly engrossed in the news. For them, his recent demeanor was astonishing. He watched the broadcast with a concentration that starkly contrasted with the boy who once reveled in martial arts films from Hong Kong and Taiwan. This unfamiliarity brought a sense of bewilderment to Sukin's parents, yet it also filled them with indescribable comfort. Internally, however, Sukin was tumultuous. In 1998, the Yangtze River, the longest river in the Republic, suffered catastrophic flooding due to natural causes, with regions along its banks experiencing severe inundation. This marked the second flooding disaster in the history of New China, occurring over 40 years since the last. Yet the devastation and economic losses were far more severe than previously experienced. In my recollection, the city of Xiahai was not significantly affected by the flooding, as it is not situated in the Yangtze River region. However, due to the incessant heavy rainfall and the breaches along the upstream riverbanks, some low-lying areas within the urban district experienced water accumulation reaching depths of half a meter, resulting in considerable property damage for the residents of Xiahai. Several ground-floor shops in commercial districts were submerged, along with a data center, leading to a complete halt of the city's communication network for 3 days. For Sukin at that time, these events were of little consequence. What left a profound impression was one evening when he and his parents returned home through that flooded district, the water rising to his waist. This memory of the deluge remains vivid in his mind, and it can be traced back to the latter half of 1998. Now, as he watches the news broadcast reporting extensive rainfall in the Yangtze River basin this June, some experts have already expressed concerns. The experts of this era are markedly different from those of his future. Most possess genuine expertise and present themselves in a modest manner on television, clearly dedicated to academia, in stark contrast to the pseudo-experts of the future. Thus, the heavy rainfall commencing in June has indeed captured the attention of several scholars. Sukin, of course, is unaware of the specific timing of any impending flood. However, as of now, there have been no reports confirming the arrival of such a disaster. What he can do is not to sound alarms about an impending calamity, as that would only lead many to consider him deranged. Whether the disaster can be averted hinges on the approval of his essay. The following day, the examination schedule was divided into 2 parts: English in the morning and a comprehensive exam in physics and chemistry in the afternoon. The English audio tape was laden with colloquial expressions, which might pose a challenge to many, yet for Su Kan, it was almost instantly comprehensible. This was not due to his exceptional command of English. After all, even in the future, he had not passed the CET-4 in a mediocre university, but rather because he could comfortably engage with everyday phrases and dialogues, such as asking for directions on a bus. Reading comprehension and even the task of writing an essay welcoming foreign friends to Shanghai posed no obstacles for him. As he progressed through the exam, Su Kan found himself increasingly at ease. A bespectacled girl next to him stood up, revealing her graceful figure, and departed without a sideways glance. Su Kan followed suit, submitting his paper. Upon exiting the examination hall, the square felt noticeably quieter. Those who dared to submit their papers and leave were evidently the strong contenders. In the afternoon's comprehensive science exam, Su Kan, who had mastered even the internal exercises, encountered several tricky questions. Yet they did not hinder his ability to identify and rectify any gaps in his knowledge. As the bell signaling the end of the half-hour period rang, he was already tackling the final problem. 3 minutes later, he had completed his answers, filled out the answer sheet, and conducted a brief review. Everything was finished just 40 minutes into the exam. With no one having submitted their papers yet, Su Kan, feeling rather bored, did not wish to remain another 40 minutes. He neatly stowed away his pencil and other stationery into his bag and stood up abruptly. The girl beside him, who had been grappling with the chemistry questions, turned her head to look at him. In the somber atmosphere, Xiao Rihua gazed vacantly at Su Kan, who seemed to be in a world of his own. Several top students from the first high school in the examination room looked at Su Kan with a hint of astonishment. The difficulty of this set of questions was high, yet it wasn't insurmountable for them. However, completing the entire paper in merely 40 minutes felt rather excessive. As Su Kan finally exited the examination room, he comprehended the profound essence of utter silence. Every classroom was filled with examinees, each fervently scribbling away, fiercely battling for their futures. While the exterior appeared drab, the underlying tension was palpable. Yet, all of this seemed to have no bearing on him. He traversed the corridor towards the staircase and then departed. As he passed another examination room, he caught sight of 2 individuals displaying expressions of disbelief. One was Dong Qingyun, the vice-class monitor from the 3rd high school, who could not fathom how Su Kan had submitted his paper and left so early. Had he given up? The other was Tang Wu, whose thoughts mirrored those of Dong Qingyun. Watching Su Kan disappear down the corridor, she felt a twinge of disappointment and resumed her writing. The final half of the examination comprised a comprehensive assessment of humanities, history, and politics, subjects where Su Kan struggled. Upon entering the examination room, every face turned to Su Kan with peculiar expressions. Just 20 minutes after he had submitted his paper the previous day, the first student had followed suit. And that individual was the top performer from this room. In Xiao Rihua's eyes, Su Kan seemed to embody the archetype of a lackluster student, one who had resigned to despair. After all, even the most exceptional students from Tsinghua and Peking University would not dare to be so audacious. True to form, Su Kan completed the political and historical subjects ahead of the others. Xiao Rihua could not help but cast a glance at Su Kan's answer sheet, which appeared rather uneven and sparse. Many reading comprehension questions were not answered with the same density as those by some of the top students. A slight snort escaped him, further confirming his suspicions. This was the caliber of the 3rd high school. Chapter 20. Those who await happiness from others in the days following the conclusion of examinations. The clear skies persisted for an extended period, with sunlight perpetually shifting over the small city of Shanghai. Occasionally, Su Kan would ascend to the rooftop, where he could behold the entirety of the city, half of which was enveloped in a warm, golden light, with beams cascading from the clouds, meandering slowly across the terrestrial expanse. This was Shanghai 11 years ago. Many areas that were once bustling with buildings now lay barren, or were replaced by abandoned ponds and overgrown patches of knee-high grass. As the gentle breeze caressed him, Su Kan felt that this was the very place where his destiny would be renewed. This time, he could not afford to be a coward. Succumbing to the failures of fate, he was determined to alter the course of his previous setbacks. One day, he would stand upon a greater height. Gazing down upon this world, where the cycles of life and decay unfolded beneath the clouds above. Recently, his mother, Zheng, had been returning home earlier and enjoying more days off. However, paradoxically, her face bore an increasing expression of worry, making her appear to age several years in an instant. Observing her on yet another day off, as she prepared lunch, Sukin inquired, "Mother, is something troubling you? You seem quite distressed lately." Zheng, plucking pea shoots, turned to glance at Sukan. Indeed, some unsettling occurrences had transpired at her workplace, causing widespread anxiety. Yet, instinctively, she regarded Sukan as a child, which he indeed was, and wished to shield him from adult concerns. Her only wish was for him to focus on his studies. What did children understand? There is nothing to worry about. If you have nothing to do, come help me wash the vegetables. Sukan smiled, realizing the disparity in treatment before and after the exams. Before the tests, he was free from chores, indulging in chicken soup, milk, and eggs daily, while post-exams, his meals had downgraded significantly, and he was expected to contribute. Fortunately, Sukan found solace in this newfound responsibility in the future as work consumed his time. He would have fewer opportunities to return home. Often, when his parents attempted to reach him by phone, he was either accompanying clients or working late, leaving little room for assisting them. Reflecting on this now, a tinge of guilt washed over him, prompting him to swiftly gather the vegetables that needed washing. Taking the pea shoots from his mother's hands, he rolled up his sleeves and began rinsing them under the tap with practiced ease, surprising Zheng, who noted how her usually indolent son had become so diligent, easing her troubled heart, if only slightly. After dinner that evening, Su Liqing and Zheng, for the first time, did not join Sukan in watching television but were instead engaged in a heated discussion within their room. Sukan intentionally lowered the volume of the television, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. "What should we do? The company is on the verge of collapse. They're asking us to voluntarily accept severance packages and streamline the workforce. How can I show my face after this? I might lose my job and face humiliation." Zheng's voice resonated through the walls. After a moment of contemplation, Su Liqing replied, "What do the leaders of your unit say? If one chooses to voluntarily buy out their years of service, the settlement can be made immediately. Based on my tenure, approximately 15 years would yield around 30,000 yuan. Several colleagues, including Lan Jie and Wang Jie, have opted for the buyout. However, if one decides to remain, the previous salary structure will undergo alterations, potentially resulting in a monthly decrease of 100 yuan. I have consulted my brother, who holds our organization in disdain. That is simply his nature. Should I lose my job this time, he would certainly have more to say. If it were not for General Huang's regard for him, I might not have been afforded the option to choose." Suddenly, Sukan recalled the discussions his parents had about a similar predicament. His mother once worked as an accountant at a state-owned trading company in Xiahai City, initially thriving in her position. However, the company subsequently faced difficulties and continuous losses, leading to a decline in its fortunes. The management began deliberating on layoffs, and those who opted for the buyout would receive a severance package, allowing them to exit without further obligations. At that juncture, his mother faced two choices: accept the buyout, take the money, and venture into small business, or remain with the company, albeit at a reduced salary to avoid unemployment. Ultimately, she chose the safer path, staying at the trading company. Yet, within 2 or 3 years, the company could no longer sustain itself and ultimately collapsed. She was compelled to accept the buyout and enter the business world, where, after 2 years of working for others, she discovered that running a stationery store was quite profitable. Subsequently, she opened her own shop, but missed the golden era of opportunity, though the family's circumstances improved significantly due to her endeavors. What do you know about business? Have you forgotten about your previous venture with that clothing store, which resulted in continuous losses? What business do you think you can manage? The voice of his father, Su Liqing, rang out. Yet, continuing down this path seemed unviable. Given General Huang's demeanor, there appeared to be little confidence in the company's future. "Oh well, I believe the turmoil within your company is merely temporary. Your General Huang is a capable individual and might very well revitalize the organization. Staying there, even if things do not improve, will at least ensure you won't be treated poorly and that your compensation will be better than what you currently receive," his father mused thoughtfully. Sukan put on his shoes, descended from the sofa, and approached his parents' door, gently tapping on it. The conversation within quieted down, and his mother's voice called out, "Sukan, what is it? Come in." Upon entering, Sukan found Zheng and Su Liqing seated on the bedroom sofa, surrounded by various documents, including household registration and savings certificates. "Dad, Mom, I just overheard your discussion," Sukin said as he sat on the edge of their bed, pausing to gather his thoughts before continuing. Mom, I believe you should consider the buyout and venture into business for yourself. His parents exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. His father sighed. What do you know, young one? Go watch some television. This is adult business. Zheng Ke, however, blinked and shot a knowing glance at Su Liqing. Our son has grown up. He understands more than you think. Let him express his thoughts. Son, what are you thinking? Sukin pondered for a moment and decided to convey to his mother that her trading company was a product of the planned economy. Struggling in the modern market due to systemic incompatibility, it was destined to become a heap of ruins lost to history. Clinging to the remnants of the past was not a viable solution, especially since he was already aware that the company would inevitably collapse. He anticipated his parents would regard him with the incredulous eyes reserved for a monster. Changing his approach, he recalled a phrase from a few books he had read. To expect one's fate to be determined by others is a path to sorrow. Mom, he said, regardless of whether this company will falter or thrive in the future, what truly matters is the fate of our family, which is intertwined with it, entangled with others. Today, Mr. Huang may treat you well out of respect for Uncle, but what if one day Uncle loses his power? A single word from Mr. Huang could turn our family's fortunes upside down. His parents were taken aback, astonished by the maturity of Sukin's words. Had he not mentioned that he had read it in a book, they might have questioned whether their son was unusually precocious. Sukin's insight was inspired by a similar phrase he had seen in his mother's notebook, which she had pinned as a personal motto. His mother, Zheng Ke, possessed a pioneering spirit, and by articulating this sentiment, Sukin aimed to fundamentally move his parents. After his rebirth, he was unwilling to submit to the dictates of fate. He wished for his mother to defy her destiny and to pursue dreams she had never dared to imagine. Chapter 21. Engaged in the unfamiliar father Su Liqing and mother Zheng Ke stared in bewilderment at Su Kan, unable to fathom how he could articulate such profound thoughts. Yet finding his words remarkably thought-provoking, Sukin recognized that his parents were in a state of uncertainty, and he felt compelled to stoke the flames of contemplation further. He asserted, even if General Huang could revitalize the company in its current state, what about the future? This is a state-owned enterprise, rife with internal strife. How long could General Huang ensure his position? Who could guarantee that a similar upheaval would not recur? A flicker of fear crossed his mother's eyes. One episode of corporate turmoil was already more than enough to endure. Daily, there were disturbances in the office, and the looming threat of unemployment hung heavily over them. Fortunately, her son had not added to her burdens. Otherwise, Zheng Ke could only imagine how much more distressed she would be. Moreover, her son's words resonated deeply within her. She was, in fact, a woman with a latent sense of independence. Once, she had ventured into the fashion business but failed due to various circumstances. Now, even her husband Su Liqing doubted her capabilities, leaving her devoid of confidence. Consequently, she had dedicated 15 years of her youth to this company, transitioning from being referred to as Little Zheng to Sister Zheng, having attained a certain standing, yet realizing that this chapter was nearing its conclusion. The obstinate father, a former soldier, clung fiercely to his convictions. Yet, Sukin's remark that their family's fate was perpetually in the hands of others stirred something within him amid such turbulent circumstances. He pondered whether it was indeed the right choice to keep Zheng Ke in that company. Su Liqing grunted, Sukan, you are still young. Many things are not as simple as you perceive. You've seen your mother's previous ventures into business, which only resulted in losses. She has no business acumen. Observing his father's stubborn and dogmatic stance, Sukin felt no anger. On the contrary, the fact that Su Liqing allowed him to partake in family discussions, rather than dismissing him to his room, indicated a shift in his father's perception of him. You suggest your mother take that severance payment. What would she do with it? Does she believe the fashion industry remains as prosperous as before? That is impossible. Business requires cunning, and your mother's honest nature is ill-suited for it. His father remained ensnared in conventional thinking, oblivious to the fact that integrity had largely become a standard quality in business. Business acumen varies, Sukin replied thoughtfully. Perhaps Mom has not excelled in fashion and lacks vision in that realm, but what about other avenues? There are numerous opportunities for profit. His mother cast a grateful glance at Su Kan. Her husband's constant assertions about her lack of business sense had left her feeling aggrieved. However, her son's unwavering confidence in her eased the burden on her heart. If my judgment were not flawed, I would not have ended up with a husband who never understood the essence of support. As the conversation continued, Zheng Ke felt a wave of grievance wash over him, tears welling up in his eyes. His father, sensing the urgency, spoke with a hint of irritation, demanding to know what Zheng Ke intended to do that was commendable. This child is about to enter high school, and he must prepare for college. Zhengku, there is no opportunity for you to stumble again. Should we borrow money from your brother once more? I cannot endure that humiliation. His father, a minor clerk in a construction company, along with his mother, earned a modest income. Sukin could not afford to engage in the game of familial connections. Significant expenses were often covered by borrowing from his uncle, who held a low opinion of Sukan's father. Although his father never voiced his discomfort, it weighed heavily on him, and now it was finally laid bare. Mom, I've heard from a classmate that his relative started a stationery store, and surprisingly, the business is thriving. I've recently observed that in Xiahai City, there are hardly any stationery shops. The only place selling student supplies is a general store near the school, but it is disorganized and offers limited products. To find quality pens, one has to visit bookstores or department stores, which can be quite inconvenient for many. Moreover, in our neighborhood, no one is engaged in this business. While the profits may not be substantial, the volume could compensate for it. If we pursue this, I believe the business would flourish and hold great promise. His mother paused her tears, staring blankly at Sukin. Really? Your classmate's relative opened a stationery store? Sukin was, of course, fabricating this tale. If he were to speak candidly about the profitability of a stationery shop, how could his parents trust his word alone and invest their entire savings? In Xiahai City, true stationery specialty stores were few and far between, still in the nascent stages of development, a golden opportunity that his mother had missed while working for others. Even when she eventually ventured into business, it never expanded significantly, merely elevating the family's living standards slightly. Each time his uncle mentioned this, it served as a reminder of the hardships his father faced when the company could hardly pay wages. Without his mother's stationery store, Sukin might not even finish college. This illustrates how arduous life was for the family back then. Sukin recognized that the first opportunity to change their family's destiny had arrived. You see, his father scoffed. With so few people in this business, if it were profitable, wouldn't others be doing it too? This was his father's greatest flaw, his unwavering conservatism and reluctance to embrace reform, which explained why he still held a position in a company that struggled to pay salaries as he approached retirement. Dad, your perspective is outdated. The future of any company, indeed any industry, demands innovation. An advertisement once proclaimed, "Do it for your never do." In a future where ideas and job positions become saturated, only through innovation and exploration can one carve a path through a sea of competitors. Sukin was unsure where this fervor stemmed from. After his rebirth, the confidence gained from his studies fueled a burning desire to alter his family's circumstances. Others have not taken action, precisely because, like you, they never anticipated that this venture could be so lucrative. There will always be pioneers who dare to take the first bite of the crab. Moreover, your approach is not merely an experiment. Rather, it is informed by the lessons of those who have come before. A relative of a classmate of mine opened a stationery store just a year ago and has already netted a profit of 100,000 and is now preparing to open a branch. Do not wait until shops are ubiquitous before recalling every word I uttered today. Earlier than my parents in establishing a stationery store was my aunt's relative, a second sister named Mylan. This second sister, along with her husband, Jia Zheng, are individuals whom Sukin mentions with a hint of disdain. They are wholly consumed by the pursuit of wealth, embodying the kind of relatives who calculate and scheme against their own kin, both overtly and covertly. Initially, they pleaded with my uncle to leverage his connections to secure a prime location for their store. However, once they achieved success, they became so arrogant as to disregard my uncle entirely. In the past, they would present him with generous gifts during holidays, but after he lost his influence, they wouldn't even acknowledge him in passing. My mother also aspired to open a stationery store, yet rather than offering support, they actively undermined her efforts, seizing the very locations she intended to rent through their connections. Eventually, when my mother opened her own shop, she received some patronage thanks to my uncle's introductions. Yet this second sister audaciously stormed into my mother's shop and poached her connections, nearly inciting a violent altercation between the two families, creating quite a scandal. The unscrupulousness of those who will stop at nothing to exploit any available connections is, upon reflection, profoundly repulsive to Sukan. He intends to empower his mother to extinguish such machinations at their inception. Sukan's earnest and impassioned words instantly commanded the attention of his parents. The young man suddenly appeared remarkably mature, and his assertions left no room for rebuttal. Zheng Ke finally took notice and began discussing matters with Su Liqing. If not, he suggested, I could speak with Andine. With the buyout fee in hand, we could borrow a little more to open a stationery store. After all, working for others is not a sustainable path, My son is correct. Destiny is not something to be handed to us. Andine, who is the matriarch of the family, wields significant economic power. Su Liqing pondered for a moment before nodding. That sounds feasible. I am not opposed to supporting you. You simply need to identify what you excel at. The stationery store your son mentioned. Upon reflection, it might be a viable option. Why not discuss it with Andine tomorrow? Sukin realized that his involvement was now minimal. Fate had shifted, and his mother was riding the wave of a golden era. By the way, son, what was that term you mentioned? Something about toxic? What does it mean? It seems you are becoming quite learned, speaking in a language we scarcely understand, his father remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his charming smile. Do it for your never do, Sukin responded, turning back. Engage in endeavors you have never attempted before. In the ensuing days, his parents reached out to his uncle, who was taken aback by the news of his mother's intention to buy out her years of service and venture into business. He regarded his mother's bold decision with newfound respect. Yet Sukin was unprepared for the primary obstacle that would arise from his supportive aunt and elder sister in the days to come. Despite his mother's intention to venture into new waters a few years earlier, they were the first to voice their dissent. Thus began yet another family gathering. At this juncture, only a week remained until the announcement of the high school entrance examination results on July 1st. Chapter 22. An uninvited interruption. You borrowed 50,000. We are rather strapped for cash ourselves. Zheng Na will be attending university next year and will need funds as well. You must take your job seriously. How can you simply decide to quit? Aunt furrowed her brow at the family round table meeting, where an array of delectable dishes lay before them. Beside her, the chubby young Xing Yuan relished his meal with great delight. In the past, Sukin would have mirrored Xing Yuan's enthusiasm, undeterred by anything other than the food before him. However, at this moment, Sukin was far more engrossed in their conversation. Zhang Na was surprisingly not exhibiting her usual voracious appetite, which perplexed her. Sometimes she resented her younger brother for various reasons. He lacked the charm of Xing Yuan, yet possessed an array of undesirable habits. For instance, Zhang Yuan's eating style could be deemed endearing, while Su Kan's would evoke her distaste. Her feelings of affection or aversion were often dictated by such nuances. Noticing Zheng Na's gaze, Sukin lifted his head and smiled brightly at her, his eyes sparkling. Zheng Na was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed this radiant side of her brother before, which surprisingly diminished her irritation. Perhaps after sipping some soup, her cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, feigning indifference as she continued her mother's line of reasoning. Moreover, you are buying out your years of service and investing borrowed money into a business. If you fail to gain admission to high school, you will owe a substantial sum. Where will that money come from? At this, everyone paused their meal and turned their attention to Sukin. Young Xing Yuan chimed in at the opportune moment. Yeah, bro. I reckon you might not get in. I'm not holding out much hope for you. His imitation of an adult's tone was both amusing and exasperating. A sharp slap landed on the back of his head from his father, Zheng Xiaoding, who was evidently a man with a past in the underworld. His demeanor more menacing than charming. You think you're so clever, huh? Do you even know if your brother is capable? Zheng Xiaoding shot a glance at Sukin before turning to Zheng Ke. Indeed, Zheng Na is correct. You are unlike us. We deal with transactions in the hundreds of thousands. You claim you will invest in business, but we all know Su Kan's capabilities. If you fail, you will need to repay that money, but from where will it come? Zheng Xiaoding harbored a deep-seated prejudice against Su Kan, largely due to the times when Zheng Yuan engaged in mischief, which he would invariably pin on Su Kan, alleging that it was Su Kan who led him astray. Time and again, Su Kan found himself unable to defend against such accusations, leading to an ever-deepening animosity from Zheng Xiaoding, culminating in a visceral dislike whenever he laid eyes on him. Given the opportunity to undermine him, he would not hesitate. After all, it was about his own son. And Zheng Ke felt a slight embarrassment. Well, he has been trying his best, she countered. You say you have hundreds of thousands in transactions. How about lending me some? I promise to return it once I earn. In a moment of hesitation, my uncle Zheng Xiaoding stammered. This is all operational capital. It cannot be touched in the short term. My mother pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps I could borrow 20,000. After the buyout, I could receive 34,000. Excluding this collective housing project, we still have 6,000 in the savings account over the past 2 years. That totals 40,000. If I borrow another 20,000, we would have 60,000, which should cover the store rent and expenses, along with the inventory investment. Observing my mother's resolute demeanor, which seemed far from a spontaneous whim, my aunt appeared somewhat swayed. But what will you do when Sukin needs money later? Suddenly, my elder uncle interjected. My mother hesitated. This was indeed a valid concern. Sukin spoke up. I believe I can get into high school. I won't let my parents spend an extra penny. Humph. My younger brother Zhang Yuan could barely contain his laughter at such a righteous declaration, earning him a fierce glare from Sukin that silenced him immediately. Ah. Forget it. Zhang Xiaoding chuckled. Zhang Yuan always says that. But what happens in the end? You said the same when you were in elementary school. What was the outcome then? It's not that you're incapable. Everyone has their own strengths. One must act within their means and avoid making promises that cannot be fulfilled. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Xiaoding, perceptive as ever, noticed the discontent on Su Kan and Su Liqing's faces, and his tone softened, maintaining an atmosphere that wouldn't lead to an argument. I believe, Su Kan stated confidently. Everyone was taken aback, turning their gazes towards Su Mu Xingku. Zhang Ke looked at Su Kan, her eyes reflecting a hint of reassurance. I believe in our Su Kan. He can get into the 3rd high school this time. Gazing at my mother, an indescribable feeling welled up within me. I recall the end of the high school entrance examination when my mother had expressed such faith, only for the subsequent results to disappoint everyone. However, this time, I knew I could not let my mother down again. I owed it to her trust. Seeing my mother's determination, my aunt ultimately agreed to lend Su Kan's family 20,000, bringing the total to 60,000, which was sufficient startup capital. The next step was to find a location. Based on Su Kan's experience, there was a storefront on the ground floor of the municipal government office building in Xiaohai City. His relative, who had a knack for losing money, had rented a shop there, and business was surprisingly booming. Behind that street were 2 schools, and with government offices and institutions nearby, other ventures did not thrive as well. Only a stationery store became a sought-after spot. After Zheng Ku suggested this location, my aunt surprisingly remarked, Mei Lan and her husband Jia Zhang approached me a few days ago, wanting to rent a storefront there as well. They wish for me to intervene. They still haven't decided what they want to do. Mei Lan is just unhappy with her low salary and intends to start her own business. Did you all conspire to partner up? Sukin was taken aback. According to his recollections, his second sister and her husband were not supposed to open a store there for at least another year or more. Why the sudden urgency? They had found their aunt just days ago. It must be noted that the storefront in question was located on government property, without the intervention of his aunt and uncle. It would have been impossible for their family to obtain it. Sukin understood that the area held boundless potential for future development. If Mei Lan and Jia Zhang gained the upper hand, would history not repeat itself? Sukin was aware that his reincarnation would trigger a series of side effects. Yet he had not anticipated that this particular consequence would be so troublesome. His parents were evidently surprised as well, not expecting that Mei Lan and her husband would also have their eyes set on that location. It was quite a coincidence. However, she did not dwell too much on Sukin's thoughts, merely believing that her son's recommendation coincided with the desires of 2 adults, indicating that her son was indeed quite remarkable. How about this? His aunt hesitated, aware that she needed to give Mei Lan an explanation, as they had approached her first. I will confirm this in a few days and see if they have made a decision. If they wish to take that storefront, you will have to settle for the smaller one next door. I doubt they will succeed. Mei Lan is still at home contemplating her plans, unsure of what to do with that storefront. Sukin broke into a cold sweat. At this stage, his aunt remained oblivious to the true nature of Mei Lan and Jia Zhang, still deceived by their seemingly respectable facade. Should she inadvertently divulge their mother's intentions to enter the stationery business, it was certain that they would not adhere to any notions of fairness and would swiftly seize the opportunity, leaving his mother with only the smaller storefront. With their financial backing, they would undoubtedly overshadow her in competition. Sukin felt a surge of anxiety. However, revealing the true nature of Mei Lan and Jia Zhang was out of the question. He found himself in deep waters, and given his aunt's propensity for chatter, it was inevitable she might let something slip. Instinctively, he tugged at his mother's sleeve. Zheng Ke glanced at Sukin but did not respond. Instead, she turned to her aunt and said, Well then, sisterine, I have some matters to discuss regarding this industry. His aunt pondered for a moment, her eyelids drooping slightly as she nodded. I understand this well. I certainly cannot allow you to speak of this carelessly. After all, it is still an uncertain matter and cannot be finalized yet. In truth, she harbored a vague suspicion that Mei Lan and Jia Zhang could be somewhat cunning. But she lacked substantial evidence, relying instead on her years of experience and discerning character, thus remaining cautious around them. Sukin breathed a sigh of relief. His aunt's demeanor suggested she might have caught on to some hints regarding Mei Lan and Jia Zhang, which slightly assuaged his worries. However, if the couple truly contemplated entering the stationery market and secured that larger storefront, history would indeed be doomed to repeat itself. At that moment, Sukin understood that there was nothing more he could do. Moreover, as Zheng Yuan had dragged him into his uncle's study, he found himself accompanying him aimlessly to the room where the computer was set up. At that time, the uncle's household was equipped with a computer, which, although appearing rather rudimentary to Sukin now, featuring a rather comical 15-inch spherical monitor, was considered quite an impressive piece of technology back then. However, Zheng Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Their uncle was seated before the screen, engrossed in manipulating his stock charts. Upon noticing their entrance, he merely grunted in acknowledgement. Seemingly indifferent to Zheng Yuan, who sat on the sofa behind him, wearing a displeased expression and eagerly awaiting his departure. Chapter 23. Epiphany. Uncle Zheng Quanming rubbed his forehead. Puffing on a cigarette, his gaze fixed on the stock market chart displayed on his computer screen, seemingly grappling with a dilemma. Stock trading was not merely a hobby for him, it had earned him considerable renown within his circle. Uncle Zheng delighted in dissecting stocks, philately, and various collectibles. Relishing the thrill of navigating the stock market, perhaps his mundane job had rendered him weary, leading to his passion for such pursuits. In Sukan's memories, after imparting lessons to his younger relatives and devising their academic plans for the coming year, Uncle Zheng would often light a cigarette, hands behind his back, retreating to his study to analyze market trends on his computer. As Sukan, who had endured years of arduous work without returning home for the spring festival, reflected upon this scene, a profound gratitude welled up within him. Uncle Zheng genuinely wished for their future prosperity, though his manner could be somewhat rigid. He subconsciously yearned for them to surpass him in strength and success. Even during moments of heated argument between Sukan and Uncle Zheng, he could discern a glimmer of admiration in Uncle Zheng's eyes. It was as if he saw a reflection of himself, undaunted and fearless, when Sukan engaged in disputes with his superiors. Thus, despite their disagreements, there was an underlying respect for Sukan's character. Observing Uncle Zheng's silhouette, clad in that old, familiar leather jacket, cigarette in hand, the thin wisp of smoke curling upward, Sukan was enveloped by memories of their shared past. After his rebirth, his gratitude towards this man felt akin to savoring a slowly simmered duck soup with pickled radish, a flavor so rich it could bring tears to one's eyes. Zheng Quanming was lost in contemplation. Since May, the stock market had been thriving, enjoying nearly a month-long bull run. Entering June, the index had reached an impressive peak of 1422.98, although it had recently dipped slightly. The current situation clearly indicated that the Chinese stock market remained unaffected by the Asian financial crisis. The pressing question lingered. Was it worthwhile to continue investing? He had not concealed the fact that the family possessed only 50,000 yuan, and now, having invested over 100,000 in stocks, the value had surged to an estimated 300,000 due to the bull market. Faced with this slight fluctuation, the dilemma arose. Should he pursue a few promising stocks, or take the opportunity to secure his gains? This was indeed a conundrum. Even the most seasoned traders would find themselves navigating the treacherous waters of profit and risk. Zheng Quanming, though confident in his trading experience, felt a rush of adrenaline at the current situation. After all, witnessing his account value double was exhilarating, and the sense of accomplishment from personally managing his investments bolstered his confidence. Yet, he maintained a level-headed approach. Although the market was slightly declining, the possibility of seizing the moment and reaping further rewards was not out of reach. However, the wisdom gleaned from years as a stock trader cautioned him against greed, a well-known adage in the trading world. Yet, how many individuals could genuinely comprehend and adhere to this principle? His mind was a battlefield, a clash of fervent thoughts and apprehensions. As Sukan observed his uncle furrowing his brow at the curve in stock graphs, a sudden realization struck him. He almost overlooked a significant matter. The disastrous aftermath of the 1998 floods had left a profound impact on the stock market. The unprecedented deluge resulted in immense loss of life and property, shattering the fragile psychological defenses of the populace. The stock market plummeted in a continuous downward spiral, leaving investors in utter despair. Sukan was not particularly aware of his uncle's situation. Even when his uncle was displeased, his stern expression masked his true feelings. It was only in his uncle's later years, as he grew older and his power waned, that a hint of bitterness began to surface. Although the specifics of his uncle's stock market endeavors during the 1998 floods remained unknown, subsequent market fluctuations revealed a cautious approach. His uncle, once bold, had become timid, akin to one who had been bitten, forever haunted by the experience. Sukan concluded that his uncle's hesitance stemmed from a deep-seated vulnerability, a lack of confidence that led to a gradual erosion of his position, succumbing to adversaries amidst relentless competition. The root cause of this transformation likely lay in the catastrophic stock market crash triggered by the 1998 floods. Life's unpredictability was exemplified by the once daring figure, Quan Ming, who deftly navigated the stock market. How could he have foreseen that, amidst his soaring agility, a torrential flood would incapacitate him? This deluge not only left indelible shadows on many lives, but also haunted his uncle like a relentless nightmare in the years to come. Sukin recognized that, although his own influence was limited and he could not alter the world or defy fate, he could begin with those around him, striving to shield them from the whims of fortune and fight for their protection. Approaching the table, Sukin noticed his younger brother, Zheng Yuan, fidgeting restlessly, irritated that their uncle had not yet departed. Upon seeing his brother approach, Zheng Yuan mused whether he could actually comprehend their uncle's graphs. Nearby, a crystal ashtray, a lavish gift from a successful real estate magnate, sat before their uncle, who treated it with utmost care, cleaning it weekly. However, in his recent contemplations, the ashtray had accumulated a mountain of ash. As Sukin stood beside him, he remarked, "Uncle, the ashtray is full." His uncle cast a puzzled glance at Sukin, initially assuming he intended to assist in emptying it. Yet, absorbed in his obsessive thoughts, he fixated on the word full, prompting further reflection on his current state. "Indeed, it is," he murmured. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuan, lounging on the sofa behind, scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful look at his brother, thinking to himself that he had never seen him so sycophantic, foolishly attempting to curry favor with their uncle. Sukin, with an impassive demeanor, picked up the ashtray, took a deep breath, and, in the midst of his younger brother Zheng Yuan's bewildered transformation to horror, hurled it fiercely onto the marble floor. A thunderous sound erupted from his elder sister's home. The crash reverberated, chaotic and deafening. "He's gone mad. Your son has lost his mind." Aunt's face turned ashen as she glared at the panicked parents, who appeared utterly at a loss. In the midst of the family's scrutiny, Sukin had become akin to the most formidable and dark-hued gorilla in a zoo. The ground was littered with shattered glass from the ashtray, while the air was thick with scattered black powder, cigarette butts strewn about, creating a scene of utter disarray. Elder sister Zhang Na understood the ashtray's significance to their father. It had accompanied him for many years. Even later gifts of exquisite Jingdezhen porcelain ashtrays were not deemed suitable replacements. He personally washed it each week, treating it with the same reverence as the cherished red clay teacup. It was evident that Sukin had lost his composure, destroying his father's most beloved possession. Ultimately, Sukin's family was nearly expelled from his uncle's home. Witnessing the uncle's pale countenance, including that of younger uncle Zheng Xiaoding, no one dared to linger, all departing in a hasty retreat. Yet, as Zhang Xiaoding left, he shot Sukin a fierce glare, for it was Sukin who had caused their disgraceful exit. Both mother and father remained utterly perplexed by Sukin's actions that day. On the return home, Father Su Liqing chastised him sternly. "What on earth was that, Sukin? Do you realize how much your uncle cherished that ashtray? It was of considerable worth. What were you thinking? Why can't you ever listen?" Though still feeling anger, Mother Zheng couldn't bear to see Sukin besieged by the others. "Sukin, did your hand tremble? Was it an accident? An accident? You hurled it to the ground and called that an accident? Your brother treasured that item dearly. This child's temperament is just like your brother's, so peculiar." Suddenly, Sukin lifted his head, gazing at his parents with a calm demeanor, and replied softly, "Mom, Dad, I have my reasons, you needn't worry." Whether it was Sukin's composure or the confidence he exuded that rendered Su Liqing and Zhang Ku momentarily speechless, they realized that blaming him would be futile. They began discussing the implications of the incident. "You need to speak to Sister Yin in the coming days. Consider how this situation unfolds." Mother shook her head. "Sister Yin is not the type to hold a grudge. I'll go apologize to her tomorrow. Honestly, look at this child, disrupting things at such a crucial moment in my career. What provocation did your uncle give you today? It's truly vexing." Chapter 24. The results of the high school entrance examination in the ensuing days. My mother increasingly engaged with my aunt, who was not one to wield authority lightly. She considered the possibility that my uncle Zhang Quaming might have inadvertently provoked his equally strong-willed son, Zhang Ku. Aside from the necessary complaints, my mother hoped Zhang Ku would invest more thought into my well-being and take an interest in my recent academic life. Indine Shuang seemed to sense the considerable pressure on me following the entrance examination, as my family had high expectations for my acceptance into the third high school. Consequently, my behavior had become somewhat atypical, a common occurrence for someone my age, which my mother did not scrutinize too closely. The discussions between my mother and Zheng Ku largely revolved around facilitating the rental of a storefront. The rental of the storefronts at the city government was managed by Secretary Xiao Wang. He held a great deal of respect for seasoned officials like Xing Kuoming. And my aunt's words carried weight. Ultimately, the two storefronts were secured through my aunt, with no procedural issues arising. The matter at hand was how the financial responsibilities would be divided between my mother, Zheng Ku, and the other parties involved. Despite my aunt's lack of animosity toward me, my uncle's recent actions had genuinely startled my mother. It was said that the day after our departure, my uncle arose at 5 a.m. to water the flowers and take a stroll, subsequently sitting vacantly on the living room sofa, seemingly lost in thought. His recent work demeanor had also been somewhat distracted, and he had not conversed much with my aunt. My mother felt immensely guilty, attributing my uncle's distress to my accidental destruction of his cherished ashtray, leading him to lose his appetite and desire for tea. She wished to make amends, but soon realized that their financial situation made it impossible to replace such an item. It would be unreasonable to buy a new one for my uncle, and she understood that he would likely refuse any such gesture from her. This situation weighed heavily on my conscience regarding my elder brother, coupled with the approaching release of the entrance examination results and the resurgence of past anxieties. I found myself increasingly resentful toward my uncle. Upon learning of my uncle's recent behavior, I felt a sense of relief. Initially, I regretted my impulsive act, but I pondered how impactful my words could be if they could resonate with someone so entrenched in his governmental role as my uncle. It was evident that my uncle would never heed my advice unless I were an exemplary student with perfect scores or a fully fledged adult with my own career. As I stood now, I felt I could only bear the brunt of his admonishments without the privilege to offer any counsel. Should I be bold enough to inform him of an impending flood, claiming to be from the future, foreseeing the turbulent stock market of '98? I had resolved that should I fail to sway my uncle this time, I would wait until the next family gathering to approach the matter more subtly, understanding that changing his perspective would require considerable effort and finesse. The news that both of us sought storefronts reached Milin and Jia Zheng, and on one hand, my second brother-in-law, Jia Zheng, smiled and remarked that it seemed the family was venturing into business, hinting at the formation of a family enterprise. On the other hand, Milin persistently pressed her aunt in an attempt to discern the nature of her mother's business intentions. Milin's relentless inquiries raised her aunt's suspicions. She was no fool and sensed that Milin's recent displays of affection were rather excessive, hinting at a desire to unravel what her mother, Zheng Ku, intended to pursue. Yin Shuang merely speculated that it likely pertained to the tobacco and alcohol trade. Milin did not question this, believing that operating such a business under the auspices of the municipal government could prove advantageous. However, with numerous vendors already established in the vicinity, entering this market might lead to diminished profits. The discussion did not reveal the underlying tensions, as the real issue revolved around who would occupy the larger storefront versus the smaller one. Zheng Ku initially contemplated settling for a smaller shop, which would require less initial investment and allow for smoother cash flow. During discussions with Mr. Su, both had been somewhat tempted by this notion, but they were forcefully interrupted by Su Kan. He understood that they were in the midst of a critical struggle. If Milin and Jia Zheng were to secure the larger space, history would inevitably repeat itself, revealing their true ambitions as they expanded. Thus, he fervently persuaded his parents to aim for the larger storefront, arguing that while the initial investment might seem excessive and the inventory sparse, the potential for future growth was substantial. Sukin was aware that later on, when the municipal offices relocated from the second floor, that entire space would be vacated, leaving an opportunity for Jia Zheng and Milin to establish a large cultural supplies supermarket, possessing immense potential for success. With Su Kan's assertion that if they were not to commit fully and strive for excellence, it would be wiser not to open a shop at all. Both Zheng Ku and her husband, Su Liqing, felt compelled to agree, standing firm on the matter of the larger storefront. Yet, just as Milin and Jia Zheng remained fixated on the prime location, a predicament arose. They found themselves short of the necessary funds to secure the larger space, which compelled them to relinquish their grasp on the coveted storefront and settle for a smaller one. However, they maintained a facade of good intentions, claiming that since the aunt desired the larger space, they would graciously accept the smaller. Sukin contemplated that fortune favored him as his mother began to establish supply channels, while his father initiated interior renovations. At this juncture, his father's business was experiencing a downturn, leaving him with ample time to devote to the storefront project. Moreover, with their home and the municipal government situated on the same street, Opening a shop there felt akin to conducting business right at their doorstep, leading the family into a relatively contented state of existence. The only two concerns lingering in their minds were whether the shop would prove profitable once opened, and Su Kan's academic performance. If he failed to gain admission to high school, the financial burden of tuition would certainly exacerbate their current challenges. In recent days, Su Kan had not been in contact with his close friends Lu Rui and Shui Yang. It was said that both of them had gone to visit relatives, and occasionally they would visit the arcade. They had attained a certain level of social standing. However, it seemed that Wang Weiwei, Lin Luoran, and others had heard about their previous victories and had also visited a few times. Coincidentally, those days aligned with Su Kan and his friend's examination schedule, leaving only a few students, exempt from the exams, to marvel at Lin Luoran and her companions. After waiting several days without seeing them, Wang Weiwei, feeling disheartened, eventually departed and never returned. This absence became a source of unspoken tension for Lu Rui and Shui Yang, as Lin Luoran's enchanting and alluring gaze filled a significant portion of their youthful dreams. On July 1st, the day of the high school entrance examination results was upon them, a day when phone inquiries would be available. After dinner, the television volume was turned down, and the family braced themselves as if facing a formidable opponent. Su Kan's mother had his examination admission ticket beside her, while his father sat on the sofa, holding the remote but clearly distracted. The television broadcasted news from Xia High City, announcing that the examination inquiry hotline would open after 7 o'clock. Surely, thousands of students' parents in Xia High City were gathered in front of their televisions, waiting for time to pass, much like Su Kan's own family. Su Kan sensed the weighty atmosphere in the tense scene, which seemed to expand within him. Memories surged forth like a tide, reminiscent of a similar moment in the past when his mother sat curled up on the sofa, her face falling as she received disappointing news of his results. She scolded him, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had just decided to remain at her current job, where her salary was modest and the family's savings had slowed. The prospect of needing to borrow money was a bitter pill to swallow, a disappointment that only families like theirs could truly comprehend. Seated in front of the clock, Su Kan faced the relentless ticking of each second, as if the clock were pronouncing his fate, reading the sentence of his rebirth. He no longer wished to revisit the nightmares of his past. Each time he felt optimistic about an exam, he was met with disillusionment. He believed he could score above 80, yet the reality often fell short, with scores hovering around 50 or 60 on a 120-point test. He feared that he might harbor the same feelings now, not from a lack of confidence, but rather from the haunting specters of his past. Ding, ding, ding. The clock struck the hour, announcing 7 o'clock. His mother picked up the phone, dialing the results hotline, and instantly, the family's nerves became taut. After a moment, she hung up in disappointment. The line was busy. A few minutes later, with a hint of excitement, she grasped the phone again, but it seemed the inquiry system was overwhelmed, making it impossible to connect. This back-and-forth struggle tugged at the family's nerves, and around 7:30, Xingke's call finally connected. When prompted to enter the examination admission number, Su Kan's mother held the paper so tightly that her hand trembled with anxiety. She took a deep breath and reported the admission number. My mother, vigilant, grasped the pen and activated the speakerphone. A cold, robotic voice on the other end delivered the verdict. Examination permit number 21358960. Candidate name: Su Kan. Mathematics score 145. Chinese score 135. English score 140. Science comprehensive score 105. Humanities comprehensive score 85. Physical fitness score 35. Total score 645. Chapter 25. Su Kan. Hurry home for dinner with uncle. At that moment, Su Kan felt a sense of certainty wash over him. With a total score of 150 in Chinese, mathematics, and foreign language, he had achieved 145, missing only 5 points. The mathematics exam for the high school entrance was not particularly challenging, and such a lapse in focus was unexpected. Scoring 135 in Chinese was somewhat surprising. He had anticipated some issues with the recitation of certain exercises, compounded by deductions in the composition section. To his astonishment, he had only lost 15 points, suggesting that his essay must have garnered a commendable score. Could it be that his composition resonated with others? The English language, during the middle school phase, was quite straightforward. He estimated that his score of 140 was primarily affected by some pitfalls and writing tasks. The maximum score for both the science and humanities subjects was 120, and achieving 105 in the comprehensive science examination was Su Kan's proudest accomplishment. As for the humanities, he had expected the outcome. 85 points was commendable in his view. The physical fitness test had likely been organized by the school weeks prior, and if memory served him correctly, the perfect score was 50. Overall, the entrance examination totaled 720 points, and he had reached 645, which he deemed satisfactory. Reflecting on his previous high school entrance exam, he had merely scored around 489, falling short by over 10 points of the admission threshold for the third high school, ultimately paying nearly 6,000 yuan in fees. Despite his earlier concerns, this current set of results did not deviate significantly from his subconscious expectations, providing him with reassurance. At this juncture, Sukin noticed an unsettling chill permeating the atmosphere at home, punctuated only by the relentless ticking of the clock. His mother sat cross-legged on the sofa, staring vacantly at the handwritten note in her hands, while his father's expression fluctuated rapidly. Su Licheng was deep in thought, reflecting on the myriad of experiences since Su Can's elementary school days, when his peers consistently scored above 90, while he lingered in the 70s, leaving him feeling inferior each time he attended school. Upon entering middle school, his scores hovered around 400 each semester, placing him in the lower mid-tier of his class, nearly 200 points behind the top students. On rare occasions when he scored 500, his parents would smile as if they glimpsed hope. Yet they had never witnessed the terrifying prospect of a score exceeding 600. It was now July 1st, 7:40 p.m., the sky outside had darkened. The temperature felt somewhat chilly, and the television emitted barely audible news reports, casting a dim and flickering light throughout the living room. Zheng Ke held the white examination admission ticket, which at that moment bore the scores he had just noted, his hands trembling slightly. Su Licheng stared at Su Can, his handsome face devoid of the usual subservient smile reserved for authority figures. Instead, the corners of his eyes lifted, revealing a suppressed yet profound surprise, an expression struggling to manifest itself outwardly. It was a sensation he had never encountered before, akin to someone who had never won 5 million. One could not fathom the expression that would follow such a monumental stroke of luck, whether it would be wild laughter or a stunned silence, a face contorted in disbelief. Tears welled up in Zheng Ke's eyes all at once. Su Licheng, with his head colliding against the backrest of the sofa, disregarded any pain and gazed up at the ceiling, breathing heavily to calm the tumult within his heart. Su Can, in a flurry, recalled the sorrowful cries of his mother, reminiscent of the time when, upon the release of school enrollment lines, he could not gain admission to high school, and the family's financial struggles became palpable. His father, provoked to a mild heart attack, leaned against the backrest, gasping deeply to alleviate the pent-up frustration. This scene replayed itself. Yet now it was accompanied by tears of joy and ecstatic excitement. His mother rushed to embrace him, words escaping her lips, while his father nodded repeatedly, finally releasing the burdens of his heart, exclaiming, "Son, well done, good, good." He uttered the word good thrice, but struggled to find further words, eventually managing to say, "You have truly become so sensible." Sukin held back the tears welling in his eyes, refusing to let them fall. Fate had finally granted him a passage. At that moment, his life irrevocably changed. Sukin had never witnessed his parents stay awake all night. They appeared significantly younger. Previously aged by the stress of company layoffs, they had transformed in just one night, radiating vitality. His mother, rare in her use of cherished cosmetics, and his father, having bathed in the warmth of the sun, donned a casual t-shirt and shoes, exuding an undeniable charm, retaining the physique from his military days. The pressures of work and worrying over Su Can's studies had dulled his once majestic appearance, to the point that even Su Can found it hard to recognize him. "Mom, Dad, you are being a bit dramatic, aren't you? Staying up all night and pulling out old photographs first thing this morning," Su Can chuckled helplessly. Today marked the day of his final school ceremony following the announcement of his results. His parents had spent the entire night discussing, and this morning, they eagerly rummaged through his childhood photo albums, reminiscing with joy. "Son, you're up. Haha, your mother has prepared milk and steamed buns for you. You must cherish today, as it is a beautiful phase in life, your farewell to middle school." My son, his mother's eyes sparkled as she imparted the most sincere words from her era. Sukin nodded. With his mother's words, he understood that his results had more than secured his place at the prestigious city first high school. His days at third high school were now numbered. "Our son looks handsome today. Remember when we went hiking, and that fortune teller foretold he would become a great official? Look at the potential in our son. Indeed, he is my offspring. Just like back in the army, when I could not throw a grenade beyond a certain distance. Our squad leader laughed at me. I bet him, and after a month of practice with rubber bands, I surpassed 72 meters and broke the squad leader's record, feasting on meat for a week afterward. Those were glorious times. His father, filled with excitement, seemed to be transported back to those fervent years of his youth. Sukhan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. 11 years prior, his parents truly embodied a perfect match of talent and beauty, previously weighed down by the burdens of life. Their excellence had been obscured, but now, liberated from the greatest pressures, they had regained their youthful spirits. The two of them appeared lighthearted, their faces radiating boundless energy. After consuming a milk bun, Sukhan grabbed a pen and a small pouch before heading out. His mother earnestly reminded him that their uncle would be treating them to dinner that afternoon, not at Jushinju this time, but at the Kailai Hotel. Haha. Make sure to come back early. Sukhan was momentarily taken aback. The Kailai Hotel was, in reality, the finest establishment in Xiahai City, a landmark of the city. With a 4-star rating, its searchlights illuminated the night sky, transforming Xiahai into a spectacle reminiscent of Las Vegas. At that time, the concept of Las Vegas was somewhat foreign to Sukhan, yet he associated the illuminated Kailai Hotel with the dazzling gambling city depicted in films. Thus, the Kailai Hotel symbolized the epitome of luxury in Xiahai City, and dining there was a privilege rarely afforded to anyone other than high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. For Sukhan, it seemed akin to a fantastical dream. Uncle, Kailai Hotel? Sukhan murmured, contemplating the connection between the two, and found himself feeling oddly optimistic about this omen. Chapter 26. The Kailai Hotel. The small convenience store at the entrance of the Kailai Hotel still features a snack stall frying potatoes, while sunlight continues to slant down at a sharp 75-degree angle during the daily school hours. The newly constructed teaching building stands before him, and what was once a towering memory now appears rather commonplace to Sukhan. It resembles the experience of returning to one's elementary school after graduating from high school. The walls that once loomed high now seem surmountable with a mere jump and stretch of the hand. This is the alma mater of his past, the school where he spent his middle and high school years, yet it is highly likely that he will not return here after the upcoming semester begins. Upon returning to the classroom, Sukhan noticed a significant number of absentees. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, was distributing report cards, and it seemed that Sukhan had arrived relatively late. Only a handful of students remained in the classroom. As soon as he stepped in, Mr. Zhou could not help but beckon him over, delivering a hefty pat to the back of his neck, causing Sukhan to wince. However, he understood his young teacher's temperament. Mr. Zhou was often genuine, albeit occasionally exhibiting a bit of schoolyard aggression towards those who failed to submit their assignments or caused disruptions. Nonetheless, he had a fundamentally kind heart. Mr. Zhou now regarded Sukhan with an expression of astonishment, scanning him from head to toe before handing him the report card. Well done. How on earth did you manage to score 645? In my opinion, you are the biggest dark horse in our class over the past 3 years. Mr. Zhou's surprise was palpable. Upon first receiving the report card, he was struck with a sense of shock. The highest score in the class was earned by Tang Wu, who achieved 670 points, while the student who usually ranked 10th managed only 610. Yet here was Sukhan, having soared to an impressive 645, placing him 5th in the class. It was unfathomable that a student who typically hovered around the 30th or 40th position could suddenly break into the top 5. Mr. Zhou hurriedly rubbed the spot on Sukhan's neck where he had just struck him, his eyes now sparkling with the realization of Sukhan's extraordinary potential. What once seemed unremarkable now radiated with a newfound brilliance. At this moment, only a few classmates with average performance, who had just entered the classroom to collect their report cards, were aware of Sukhan's achievement. One student, just stepping out the door, froze in disbelief. Sukhan could feel the gazes of his peers in the classroom, perceiving him as something of a marvel, regardless of gender. Those who came to take photographs were clad in white school uniforms. Sukhan felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia at this scene. The girls wore delicate, rosy expressions, and Tang Wu undoubtedly commanded the center of attention, being the focal point for all the girls in the class. Recalling the gathering after middle school graduation, Tang Wu had gone out to dinner with some classmates. That was indeed the last reunion Tang Wu had with her middle school peers, during which many boys had gotten thoroughly intoxicated, realizing that their 3 years of pursuit of her had come to naught. Some even followed her to high school, marking the beginning of Tang Wu's legendary tale. During the photo session, Tang Wu stood in front of Sukhan, while teacher Zhou's excitement about Sukhan, the unexpected star, waned considerably due to a disappointing performance from a top student he had high hopes for. Most of his attention shifted towards that matter, resulting in a lack of promotion for Sukhan. However, when it came to arranging the positions for the photo, he still placed Su-kan at the center of the frame. This was quite unexpected. Su-kan's middle school graduation photo found him lingering at the periphery, almost unnoticeable. In fact, at the moment the camera flashed, he had just closed his eyes, making it difficult for countless classmates to recall his identity when they later perused the photograph. This time, with his eyes wide open and a confident smile as the shutter clicked, the dappled shadows of trees danced across his white shirt. The film captured a handsome, sunny boy with bright, expressive eyes. Having received his diploma and set a date to return to teacher's show for a group photo, the final days of middle school slipped into melancholy. Walking ahead, Tang Wu, flanked by the beautiful twin sisters Ching Yun and Cheng Lan, turned to glance at Su-kan. With a feigned calmness, she asked, "Aren't you coming to the gathering later?" Ching Yun and Cheng Lan exchanged astonished looks. They had organized this gathering and wanted to persuade Tang Wu to join them, thus increasing their popularity. A few core boys from the class had already requested to add Tang Wu to the list, and while she hadn't given a definitive answer, it was surprising that she suddenly inquired about Su-kan, who walked behind them. Su-kan had always been on the fringes of their circle, his grades mediocre, and he wasn't the athletic type that attracted girls. Yet, here he was, receiving an invitation from Tang Wu, leaving Ching Yun and Cheng Lan speechless for a while. However, the two girls felt a sense of relief, for it seemed Tang Wu had indirectly acknowledged her attendance at their organized graduation gathering. They couldn't overthink it. The notion that Tang Wu had developed feelings for Su-kan was nearly impossible. Tang Wu was a girl of high standards, and with her bound for the prestigious first high school, while Su-kan's future at the third high school remained uncertain, the disparity between them was vast. If Tang Wu were indeed infatuated with Su-kan, they would likely leap into the river in disbelief. As Su-kan met Tang Wu's bright gaze, his heart skipped a beat. The class monitor, who had always been aloof and proud, had unexpectedly invited him to join the gathering, a notion he had never dared to dream of before. Yet, Su-kan understood that beneath Tang Wu's seemingly indifferent exterior lay a delicate heart. Perhaps she felt a tinge of reluctance at the thought of never seeing each other again. This notion intrigued him, prompting him to shake his head gently and respond politely. "I have matters to attend to at home. You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Wishing you a joyful graduation." The three girls were momentarily taken aback, particularly Cheng Lan and Ching Yun, their mouths agape in disbelief. At this graduation banquet, numerous starry male classmates like Dong Qingyun, Gao Xiaoshan, and Liao Hai were eager to attend, not to mention the personal invitation extended by Tang Wu. Yet, here was Su-kan, astonishingly declining the offer, truly a young man of distinction. Tang Wu merely uttered a soft "oh," revealing no visible emotional shift, although a flicker of dissatisfaction and a hint of disappointment coursed through her gaze. Perhaps this graduation signified the divergence of destinies and paths for different individuals, scattering them across the world, never to reunite. Life often unfolds in such a manner, leaving little time for sorrow. At the Kailai Hotel, during this time, luxury vehicles like BMWs and Mercedes were a rarity in Xiahai City. The more upscale cars included models like Honda Accord, Buick, Volkswagen, and Ford. Even at the city's premier Kailai Hotel, the parked vehicles consisted mostly of Accords and Passat B4s. This morning, Su-kan's mother, Zheng Ku, and father, Su Liqing, had shifted the storefront's merchandise inside, and the interior renovations were completed, with all hardware facilities in place, awaiting the arrival of goods for the grand opening. As they entered the Kailai Hotel, the front desk staff displayed an array of expressions, clearly impressed by the couple's demeanor, perhaps speculating their significance. The hotel exuded opulence. At a table in the lobby, his uncle and others had already gathered. His younger uncle, aunt, younger brother Zheng Yuan, older sister Zheng Na, and aunt were all present. Upon Su-kan's family's arrival, smiles erupted among the guests. Normally, their tardiness would evoke displeasure from the elder aunt and sister, but today, they appeared unconcerned. In contrast, Auntie Shuang radiated excitement, stepping away from the table to greet Zheng Ku, exclaiming how relieved they must feel, and praising Su-kan for being such a remarkable young man. The younger uncle, Zhang Xiaoding, looked on in mild confusion at Auntie Shuang's enthusiastic display, unaware of the reasons behind Zheng Ku and Su Liqing's apparent relief. Zheng Ku had merely called the elder uncle's family to share the good news regarding Su-kan's examination results, while the younger uncle likely yearned for updates on his company's profits instead. The younger brother, still operating under the assumption that he could rely on Su-kan as a shield against criticism, had performed poorly in his finals. He believed that as long as Su-kan was present, the focus of any reprimands would fall on him. sparking curiosity among the onlookers. Yet, the atmosphere felt oddly different. The sister, Xingna, who typically regarded Su Can with disdain, now scrutinized him with an expression akin to that of someone meeting him for the first time. Zheng Xiaoding, keenly perceptive, noticed the dramatic shift in attitude from Aunt Yin and Su Can's family, and inquired, "What is this? Is the storefront opening soon? So quickly?" The commencement of the storefront was indeed a trivial matter. Aunt chuckled with a mixture of excitement and delight, clearly overjoyed for Su Can. The results of Su Can's high school entrance examination had arrived, and one could hardly fathom the impressive score. Uncle Zheng Xiaoding let out a soft huff. "Oh, indeed. The results are in. Quite a remarkable score, isn't it? Did he manage to get into Sanzhong?" He too was touched by the celebratory atmosphere, his tone becoming noticeably lighter. Not just Sanzhong. With such a score, even Yizhong would be well within reach. The usually composed elder uncle, however, momentarily lost his usual demeanor and spoke up first, murmuring, 645 points. Your score surpasses Zheng Na's from years past by over 20 points. Chapter 27. A dinner without peril. Aunt cast a reproachful glance at uncle, seemingly irritated that he had prematurely announced Su Can's score, denying everyone the thrill of anticipation. Look at your uncle, always so benevolent, yet today he is more anxious than anyone. Aunt chuckled, her eyes reflecting a profound change in her perception of Su Can. The others joined in her laughter, while uncle appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Mother beamed with pride as she turned her gaze towards Su Can. And Father Su Liqing's eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment. Even his elder brother wore a less dour expression. It was all due to the achievements of his son that he felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, younger brother Xing Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had initially intended to mention the score of a cousin of his, who was on par with Su Can, to unsettle him. However, upon hearing Su Can's score, he finally understood why his sister had begun to regard Su Can with newfound respect. Though he had little comprehension of middle school scores, he perceived that a score over 600 was akin to achieving 90 or above in every subject during his own exams. Jealousy mingled with admiration in his eyes, and he began to worry that without his protective shield, he would soon become the target of ridicule. Over 600? Uncle Zheng Xiaoding's eyes widened in disbelief. Recently, the middle school entrance examination had become a hot topic in Xiahai City, and he was acutely aware of what a score in the 600 signified. Among the officials and wealthy merchants' children he had encountered at recent gatherings, only a select few had managed to score 600, and even then, they were the center of attention, albeit amidst flattery and sycophancy. A score in the 300s or 400s, however, would elicit no such admiration, regardless of one's lineage. His immediate reaction was to recall that just days ago, the son of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce director had estimated his score to be around 540. While his nephew Su Can had surpassed that by a considerable margin. The disparity was striking. Of course, Aunt interjected, rallying behind Su Can. Didn't Zheng mention that Su Can has been working diligently lately? He has refrained from socializing with Lu Rue and his friends in the evenings, choosing instead to study at home. I always said, with Su Can's intelligence, if he just puts in a bit more effort, there is nothing a boy cannot achieve. His potential is immense. Is it truly possible? His previous scores were so dismal. How could he suddenly excel? His sister turned away, her expression tinged with disbelief. It was incomprehensible to her that her brother, whom she had always viewed as academically challenged, could suddenly breach the 600 mark, achieving an impressive 645. Could it be attributed to pre-exam reviews? What kind of preparation could yield such results? She felt a profound dissonance within her, unable to accept this transformation readily. Can we drink to that? A toast? Uncle Zhang Quaming unexpectedly raised his glass, signaling to Su Can. This action left the entire family momentarily speechless. Zhang Xiaoding sighed, taken aback by the astounding performance of the young man. It was no wonder that even Zhang Quanming had overlooked the incident involving the shattered ashtray. It was truly unexpected. Zheng Xiaoding, being the elder brother, understood well the rarity of such overt gestures of camaraderie, particularly in the context of inviting others to share a drink. Among leaders and peers alike, few could elicit such an invitation from him, even when superiors made efforts to avoid awkwardness by clinking glasses with him. It often left them in discontent. This was precisely the aspect of his elder brother that Zhang Xiaoding found perplexing. If one possesses exceptional abilities, a little diplomacy in interpersonal relations could go a long way, and a humble approach during toast would garner no grievances. After all, his rise in rank had been remarkably swift. Su Liqing, their father, hesitated, contemplating the youth's indulgence in alcohol. Yet, without a second thought, Sukan seized the bottle of Wuliangye opened by his uncle, filled his glass, and downed it in one go. This toast with his uncle was non-negotiable. The gathering was momentarily stunned, not anticipating Sukan's forthrightness. Even the uncle was taken aback. He typically disdained the younger generation's drinking habits, but for reasons unknown. He felt unusually buoyant that day. His laughter, though grating, resonated through the family, leaving them momentarily speechless. "You breaking that ashtray cost me 200,000. The uncle finally declared, his glass hitting the table with a thud, a statement that echoed with astonishment. The revelation startled his wife, who had not previously engaged in extensive conversations with him, causing her legs to weaken. What? 200,000? Although Zhang Xiaoding often used financial matters to provoke his uncle, such as pointing out that his monthly salary equated to 3 months of the uncle's, he too was taken aback. 200,000 was no trivial sum, especially in Shohai City, where it could set up a company. His toy store alone would nearly amount to that figure. The so-called influx of hundreds of thousands had merely been the uncle's earnings, of little consequence to him. Things should not be overly full. Excess leads to breakage, and self-satisfaction breeds shame. Observing the astonished faces around him, the uncle cleared his throat, drawing a parallel with stock market dealings. The day Sukan shattered my ashtray, I found myself mulling over whether to sell or hold my stocks. In the end, I opted to sell early, and it was fortuitous, for the value has plummeted significantly since last week. I calculated that had I retained my shares, I would be facing a loss nearing 200,000. The family finally emerged from their state of panic, and it became clear why Uncle chose such an upscale venue for the gathering. The substantial profits from the stock market had indeed played a pivotal role. The atmosphere of celebration grew thicker, and the parents were especially delighted. It turned out that the previous incident where Sukan accidentally shattered Uncle's ashtray led to a profound contemplation by Zheng Quanming, ultimately resulting in prudent judgments that mitigated risks. Although Uncle was the primary operator, Sukan's inadvertent mistake was also a significant contributing factor. Uncle Zhang Xiaoding raised his glass and shared joy with the family. Yet he discreetly cast a glance at Sukan, his perception of the young man subtly shifting. He was surprised to discover that Sukan possessed such capabilities. Reflecting on Sukan's impressive performance in the high school entrance examination, it became evident that he had unwittingly aided Uncle, which only heightened the parents' elation. Father Su Liqing frequently toasted Uncle, and their exchanges grew increasingly animated. Zhang Quanming, who typically looked down on Su's father, now regarded him with newfound respect, repeatedly urging him and Zheng Ku to look after Sukan, for this young man held great promise, bringing honor to the entire family. Sukan, on the other hand, internally acknowledged his good fortune. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. He initially believed that the stock market would plummet alongside the impending disaster, at which point Uncle would incur losses. Little did he know that the stocks held by Uncle were of the kind that surged dramatically before inevitably crashing, by sheer happenstance. And with Uncle's astute management, they sidestepped disaster. Otherwise, even before the calamity struck, Uncle would have faced utter ruin. I do not intend to invest further. Having made such a substantial profit, I plan to allocate some funds to support Zheng Ku's stationery business. Moreover, given the current downturn in the stock market, I shall observe for a while longer. If I were to trade stocks, I would only invest a maximum of 100,000. As the others inquired about Uncle's stock dealings, he, with clarity of mind, responded that he had not followed his younger brother's impulsive approach of hastily investing upon hearing about lucrative opportunities, instead relying on Uncle's guidance, effectively quelling such thoughts. During the gathering, Uncle Zhang's keen eye spotted several key leaders and affluent merchants from the city at nearby tables, prompting him to make his rounds. It was evident that several businessmen from Xiahai City recognized Uncle and approached him with raised glasses, a common formality in such social settings. Having enjoyed ample drinks with Father earlier, Uncle, riding the wave of merriment, approached the table of Deputy Mayor Lei, who oversaw commerce and urban planning, and toasted him. This gesture left Deputy Mayor Lei momentarily astonished. Uncle was notoriously known for his stubbornness and intellectual arrogance, often dismissing others. However, this time he unexpectedly complimented several individuals, particularly holding Deputy Mayor Lei in high regard, even if he rarely vocalized it. The deputy mayor was taken aback by Uncle's unprecedented act of initiating a toast. Recalling the last time he had recognized Uncle for his exemplary work, only to be met with indifference, Uncle's pride had left Lei feeling unsettled for some time. Today, however, the sharp contrast of Uncle's proactive approach to toasting incited a sense of unexpected honor in Lei. He, a deputy mayor at the sub-provincial level, found himself feeling a sense of awe in the presence of a director at the Department of Construction who held merely a division chief rank. Such a notion would indeed provoke laughter if divulged. Ultimately, Zheng Quanming, in a moment of revelry, expressed his admiration for Lei Li's proposal for citywide reform, a remark that resonated deeply with Lei Li's heart. This marked one of Zheng Qiuanming's boldest ventures in his political career, undertaken with trepidation amidst considerable pressure. Surrounded by sycophants and numerous detractors, in this brief period, Zheng Quanming, typically disregarded by others, uttered words that brought an unexpected sense of relief. For the first time, Lei Li glimpsed another facet of Zheng Qiuanming's character. Reflecting upon his capabilities, Lei Li, after this banquet, discreetly acknowledged that despite Zheng Qiuanming's somewhat obstinate temperament, there might exist a rapport between them. Furthermore, Zheng's prowess in his work suggested that allowing such talent to languish in obscurity would indeed be a regrettable loss. Chapter 28. The Season of Radiance. The Convergence of Heroes. Part 1. In the splendid embrace of July's summer, the city of Summersea basked under a gentle morning light. Su Kan, adorned with sunglasses and a cap, led his newly acquired bicycle, while his companions Lu Rui and Shui Yang descended from their residential building, each carrying their own bicycles. Lu Rui's bicycle had been purchased a year prior. As a student at the second middle school, he regularly rode it to school. It was a multi-speed racing bike, albeit an obscure brand. Shui Yang had borrowed his bicycle from his cousin just days earlier, under strict instructions to avoid any scratches or damage. The city of Summersea derived its name from a freshwater lake situated in the outskirts, known as Summersea Lake, the second largest in the basin. The locals affectionately referred to it as the sea, and its relationship with the surrounding mountains bestowed upon Summersea a temperate climate, warm in winter and cool in summer. Over time, it evolved into a tourist destination, bolstered by its infrastructural developments. Consequently, numerous recreational facilities were established around the lake, forming the backdrop for Su Kan and his close friends to enjoy their leisurely bike rides, relishing the scenic views and indulging in delicious barbecues. Cycling around Summersea under the radiant sun was a delightful experience, ultimately leading to the city being designated as a tourist haven. The residents of Summersea found immense joy in this activity. During that era, the bicycle rental market surged, transforming bike rides around the lake into a cherished weekend tradition. Bicycle clubs proliferated, yet now, the rental options are scarce and prohibitively expensive, making it a less appealing venture. Su Kan keenly observed that the bicycle market held significant potential for growth and could serve as a breakthrough for his mother's business endeavors. If he could spearhead a trend, substantial profits were within reach, though such aspirations seemed distant. He pondered the current status of his mother's business, perhaps in due time. Her success would render his involvement in this sector unnecessary. "Giant!" exclaimed Shui Yang, admiring the silver-coated handlebars of his bike. Upon noticing the sleek design, he was astounded. For even within the largest bicycle specialty store in Summersea, giant bicycles were a rarity. Such bicycles were typically only found in major cities, embodying a European and American aesthetic. The frame was avant-garde and boldly designed, exuding elegance, a stark contrast to the racing bikes owned by both Shui Yang and Lu Rui. Uncle Da is a man of his word. Ever since their last visit to the Kailai Hotel, he has resolved to procure a bicycle for Su Kan. Meanwhile, Uncle Xiao, impressed by Uncle Da's recent stock market endeavors, voluntarily took it upon himself to choose the bicycle for Su Kan, utilizing his extensive connections. He arranged for a brand-new giant racing bike from a specialized outdoor equipment store in the provincial capital, Rongqing, which was shipped alongside a fresh batch of goods arriving in Shanghai. The bicycle was valued at nearly 1,500 yuan, and privately, Uncle Da generously rewarded Su Kan with an additional 1,000 yuan. Consequently, Su Kan, who had previously been financially constrained every summer, found himself in a considerably improved situation. Even within the ranks of the first high school in the city, there were few students who rode giant bicycles. Although Giant was not considered a luxury brand in the affluent circles of the first high school, it was virtually unavailable in Shanghai at that time. Even those with wealth could not easily procure one. Thus, Su Kan's newfound possession caught the attention of Shui Yang and Lu Rui, who gazed at him with wide eyes, filled with envy. "Your recent exam results weren't particularly impressive. How is it that your circumstances have improved so drastically?" As the three emerged from their workplace and began their ride around the lake, Su Kan pedaled effortlessly, the bike gliding smoothly as he ascended hills with ease. Unlike his companions, dressed in casual attire, complemented by the sleek racing bicycle, Su Kan exuded a carefree and charismatic aura, momentarily overshadowing both Shui Yang and Lu Rue. Lu Rue, feeling a twinge of frustration, pedaled harder to match Su Kan's pace and inquired, "Perhaps you have no trouble entering high school now. And your family is at ease?" Su Kan, however, withheld the truth about his exam scores, merely stating that he had performed slightly better than usual, achieving around 500 points. In contrast, Shui Yang had scored an impressive 560, while Lu Rue was close behind with around 540. Lu Rue's score was sufficient for admission to the second high school, while Shui Yang's prospects for the first high school remained uncertain. Recalling that Shui Yang had paid a premium for his admission, Su Kan's internal assessments revealed that his own scores, bolstered by the internal exam papers, had improved by 30 or 40 points, allowing him to potentially save over 1,000 yuan. The two boys contemplated that this made sense. Su Kan's family had lower expectations for him compared to their own, as his scores were adequate for the third high school. They felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Kan's seemingly carefree demeanor, knowing that their ambitions were set higher, targeting the top two high schools. Su Kan chose not to disclose his true scores, partly out of a desire for discretion, given that his results ranked him in the lower middle tier of the unit's academic environment. Such a sudden rise would undoubtedly draw the admiration of those who typically excelled, which would be an anomaly. Additionally, he harbored a desire to teach Shui Yang a lesson, as their wager remained in effect. And he eagerly anticipated the moment when Shui Yang would find himself in a predicament. The scenic route around the lake was resplendent with vast rice fields and lush green pea sprouts, complemented by a gentle inland breeze carrying a hint of briny lake air and the fragrance of fresh grass. Returning to 11 years ago, the scenic transformation of Xia Hai Lake had yet to commence in the minds of future generations. However, the current surroundings evoke an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. In the years to come, as I busily navigate the demands of life, opportunities to pause and return to my hometown will be rare. Observing the refreshing sights before me, I fear that even upon my return, I may never experience such a carefree and unburdened spirit again. Su Kan feels the vitality of his youth. Yet his physical limitations remind him of his plans to exercise during this holiday. With the 1,000 yuan gifted by his uncle, he intends to invest in a structured fitness regimen, for at 16, he is at the peak of his growth. He is reluctant to undergo another life, returning shorter than before. After all, among Su Yang, Lu Rue, and himself, he is currently the shortest. Cycling halfway around the lake, they arrive at the opposite shore, which once thrived with numerous fishing villages and rural homestays, alongside a government-funded entertainment plaza known as Moon Bay Corner. Several quaint and charming inns line the lakeside, transforming the area into a favored leisure destination in Xia Hai City. Many visitors from afar prefer these lakeside villa-style inns over accommodations within the city. Subsequently, the municipal government, catering to this preference, allocated a substantial tourism development fund of 2.5 billion yuan to enhance the lakeside resort experience, leading to a flourishing tourism industry. Now, it appears that Moon Bay Corner was among the first entertainment plazas constructed, featuring a central fountain from which numerous rural homestays radiate. The largest inn, situated by the lake, is reportedly owned by someone with connections among the city's elite, thus securing such a prime location. Its distinctive barbecue offerings became renowned, eventually establishing it as one of Xia Hai's major brands. The trio, having cycled extensively, eagerly anticipates a delicious meal of grilled fish fillets and skewers at this waypoint, seasoned with a unique spicy chili mix, each bite bursting with exquisite flavor. It has been ages since Su Kan savored the local barbecue specialties, and now he finds himself salivating at the thought. Upon entering the plaza of Royal Residence, Su Yang is momentarily taken aback. The Royal Residence operates a lakeside inn, featuring a 5-story main building, while adjacent areas are adorned with wooden structures forming a barbecue and beer plaza. Scattered throughout are a few beach chairs, tables, and umbrellas. At this moment, the tables are bustling with numerous young men and women of similar age to them, all donned in the fashionable athletic attire of the time, sporting shoes from Li-Ning, Nike, or Adidas. Some engage in card games while others indulge in barbecue delights, and the bike racks overflow with bicycles, indicating that this lively gathering is also a cycling group. "Oh, isn't that Su Yang?" A figure rises from a makeshift assembly of 3 tables, a dozen chairs occupied, and strides toward the trio with a half-smile, deliberately raising his voice. Shui Yang's expression suddenly shifted. This group of individuals hailed from the prestigious No. 1 high school, yet they originated from various classes. The social circle within No. 1 high school is extensive, with some members having known each other since their days in the kindergarten affiliated with the government or even elementary school. As they progressed through middle and high school, their paths intertwined, expanding their network significantly. This gathering seemed to be a pre-arranged outing for a seaside excursion, and by sheer coincidence, they crossed paths. The individual speaking was Li Ai, a classmate of Shui Yang, known for being one of the more mischievous figures within their social circle. Li Ai was notoriously domineering and had a history of conflict with Shui Yang during their second year of middle school, which had sown seeds of animosity between them. Today, as Li Ai engaged in a game of cards at the table, fortune appeared to favor him. Coupled with the considerable amount of beer he had consumed and the refreshing sea breeze, he became quite buoyant, and upon spotting Shui Yang and his companions, he suddenly felt inspired to initiate a challenge. Chapter 29. The season is bright. The heroes assemble. Part 2. Su can keenly observe the peculiar demeanor of Shui Yang, and upon glancing at Li Ai, who stood with an air of triumph as if they had stumbled upon a delightful surprise, he began to comprehend the situation. Among the gathered students from Class 1, there were at least 20 or 30 individuals, nearly half the size of a typical class. Li Ai's comment drew the attention of those seated at the large table, many of whom recognized Shui Yang, extending friendly greetings and inviting the three of them over. However, Li Ai and a few of his close companions from Class 1 wore smiles that seemed somewhat sinister in the face of their presence. Reluctant to refuse, Shui Yang, along with Su Kan and Lu Rue, was soon drawn into their circle, as they were on amicable terms with several acquaintances present. Shui Yang called out a girl from a nearby table. Su Kan and Lu Rue exchanged glances, their hearts inexplicably racing. At that table sat several girls, the most striking of whom wore a light pink-fitted tank top paired with snug athletic pants and red Nike sneakers. Her hair was styled in 2 braids cascading down her shoulders, her features exquisite, and her eyes perfectly arched, with a straw from her drink between her lips. She smiled at Shui Yang while discreetly appraising Su Kan and Lu Rue. Su Kan vaguely recognized the girl's identity, though the details were somewhat hazy. As it was a distant memory, nonetheless, it was a pleasant recollection. Seeing her again now quickened his heartbeat inexplicably. "Oh, Ling Shan, you're here too." Shui Yang seemed to have found a reason to escape the table occupied by Li Ai and his group, and he joined Su Kan and Lu Rue at their table. Scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment, he and Ling Shan were acquaintances, and encountering her here alleviated his earlier frustrations. The girl before him was indeed Ling Shan, the object of Su Kan's childhood affections. She was also the one whom Shui Yang mistakenly believed Su Kan was still pining for, marking her as his first love. It was rather serendipitous, back then. Ling Shan was already a beauty, and Su Kan knew that countless others harbored secret crushes on her. He considered himself but a mere drop in the ocean. Hardly significant. Later, he learned that Ling Shan became quite popular in Class 1 and eventually gained admission to Beijing Foreign Studies University. Though it was uncertain whether she pursued a career as a model or an actress, albeit one of lesser fame, Ling Shan nodded at Shui Yang, and her friends began teasing him with light-hearted banter. It appeared that Shui Yang had no intention of introducing Lu Rue and Su Kan to the girls at the table, which elicited a look of annoyance from Lu Rue. Shui Yang, feigning ignorance, gazed towards the barbecue stall and inquired, "Well, would you like to eat? I'll go grill something." One of the girls laughed and replied, "No need. We're pooling our money for a shared order. You can grill whatever you like, and we'll help ourselves." Shui Yang felt somewhat displeased at that moment, as if he were an outsider among them. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. Wang Xuebing, the class monitor who organized the gathering, quickly stepped in to mediate. "Hey, Shui Yang, you brought your friends to the gathering? If you don't mind, why not join us? Everyone can contribute a portion, and we can settle the differences later. It all depends on you. Does that sound acceptable?" Li Ai, however, was feeling a bit frustrated. Initially, she had thought everyone in their circle would be present, but seeing Shui Yang's usual annoyance made her feel uneasy about Su Kan and Lu Rue as well, both of whom seemed uncomfortable. She wished to stir up some conflict. But to her surprise, many at the gathering were familiar with Shui Yang, especially Ling Shan, who appeared to have a good rapport with him. Wang Xuebing, too, usually engaged well with Shui Yang. The social dynamics in their circle at the first high school were quite pragmatic. To gain others' recognition and respect, one needed either wealth or academic excellence. If one lacked both, they were often overlooked, particularly for students like Li Ai, who thrived on a sense of superiority. This was crucial. With Wang Xuebing and Ling Shan backing Shui Yang, any misstep on his part could lead to his downfall. Though it was not possible to overtly create discord, Shui Yang smirked and remarked, Wang Shuebing, you're being rather ungrateful. We're already halfway through the gathering. And you want them to cover the full cost? Do you think their parents belong to the same affluent circle as Zhang Xi's? Let us just say it should only be around 20 bucks. The rest, we can cover among ourselves. It's a trivial matter. Zhang Xi was the leading figure in their circle, hailing from a business family, with a grandfather rumored to be a local leader whose mere phone call could resolve any dispute. Unlike Li Ai, who often wielded her influence tyrannically, Zhang Xi's wrath was known to bring dire consequences to those who crossed him. Li Ai's comment was quite pointed, subtly implying that Shui Yang's family was merely middle class, thereby suggesting that he could not compete on equal terms. Although she feigned concern for Shui Yang, her words dripped with contempt and insult, and those aware of the underlying tensions between them could hardly miss the implication. A few girls were watching Shui Yang with keen interest. Chen Lingshan shot a displeased glance at Li Ai. Wang Shuebing slapped his forehead, exclaiming, this is my fault for not mentioning it sooner. Yes, we're already midway through the activities. Sukin looked up, observing Li Ai's intention to witness their embarrassment, and then glanced at Wang Shuebing with a smile. So, how much is the activity fee per person? It was initially 50 bucks, but if you join in, we can calculate it to 20 bucks each. Shui Yang and Lu Rui exchanged glances, visibly relieved. They only had 30 bucks between them, which was a significant sum for middle school students at the time. $30 could sustain one's leisure for quite a while, making a $50 contribution for such gatherings rather steep for them. Although the two were eager to impress Li Ai, their financial means were rather limited. In their outings, Sukin had always contributed the least, and often, the others refrained from asking him for money, so they had no expectations from him this time. To their surprise, Sukin produced his wallet and opened it just enough for Li Ai, Wang Shuebing, and the group of girls seated in front of him to gawk in astonishment. Inside lay a neat stack of blue 100 yuan bills, complemented by a few 50 yuan notes, a substantial amount, equivalent to what an average adult might earn in 2 months. He withdrew 150 yuan, handing them to Wang Shuebing, stating that they should proceed without any special treatment, embracing a fair exchange. As he did so, he noticed Shui Yang and Lu Rui fixated on his wallet, and with a swift motion, he tucked it back into his pocket. The two boys swallowed hard, clearly taken aback as if Sukin had suddenly been gilded. In this era, the average salary in Shanghai City hovered around 400 to 500 yuan, with even civil servants at the level of his uncle earning between 900 and 1,000. Thus, the 1,000 yuan in Sukin's wallet represented an astronomical sum for ordinary middle school students, typically only seen during festive seasons. Wang Shuebing accepted the money and jotted it down in his notebook, recognizing Sukin's remarkable demeanor and suspecting he might be someone of significance. Thus refraining from any haughty display, Li Ai, feeling humiliated after being effortlessly countered by Sukin, was particularly vexed upon seeing the bulging wallet, which only fueled her jealousy as she shot him an envious glare. Yet, Sukin remained unfazed, offering her a mild smile, as he had no intention of stooping to the level of these middle schoolers. The girls seated opposite them swiftly adjusted their attitude towards him. Chen Lingshan, in particular, had noticed Sukin's poise in disregarding Li Ai, her eyes flickering with newfound interest. Playing dodiju was a rite of passage for men. My cousin in Rongqing had become quite the enthusiast, often playing during class while teachers lectured, fully engaged in the game despite looming final exams. Is it a prerequisite for men to play dodiju? Sukin mused, albeit reluctantly, as he and his companions found themselves drawn to the card table amidst the throngs at Yizhong. Li Ai and her circle conspired to recruit Sukin, already perceiving him as a lamb ripe for slaughter. Unlike the online card games of later years, dodiju had just made its way from the provincial capital to Shanghai, and those with a keen sense for trends in this circle had begun to play early, thus honing their skills, leading to a favorable outcome in this gathering. The individuals participating were largely unfamiliar with this card game, having only recently grasped its mechanics before diving in. Their lack of experience, particularly in card counting and the subtleties of gameplay that everyone now takes for granted, rendered them vulnerable to the adept strategies employed by Li Ai and others. After a brief interlude of indulging in barbecue, Lu Rui and Shui Yang succumbed to the temptation of the nearby players and ultimately joined the table for dodiju, finding this card game both novel and entertaining. Only Sukin noticed that Li Ai's close allies, Sun Zi and Wang Xing, were sinister smiles while explaining the game, their demeanor betraying a hidden agenda. Meanwhile, Zhang Xi, the scion of a prominent family, casually smoked a cigarette and played cards with a group, completely disregarding the trio. A realization dawned upon Sukin. He had unwittingly become the target of their schemes. He contemplated teaching these privileged youths a lesson, especially since Shui Yang had likely endured his fair share of humiliation at the hands of others from their school. The money he had wagered earlier had already granted Lu Rue and Shui Yang a semblance of pride. Now, he saw an opportunity to exact revenge and restore Shui Yang's dignity. With this in mind, Sukin nodded and smiled at Sun Zi and Wang Xing, who eagerly anticipated the commencement of the game. I have grasped the basic rules. It truly is an intriguing endeavor. Perhaps we should begin? Sun Zi responded with enthusiasm. Absolutely. But this time we shall wager seriously, 1 yuan per card. Are you brave enough to partake? The surrounding onlookers expressed surprise. Having previously played at a mere 50 cents per card, with the recent games yielding nearly 40 yuan in winnings. Now, the stakes had doubled. And while the earlier losers were astonished, they refrained from protesting in front of Li Ai and her companions. Isn't that a bit excessive? Shui Yang felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing the wager. Although he was oblivious to how Sukin had suddenly amassed wealth, he felt a sense of loyalty to his friend. Losing money, especially to Li Ai's crew, would be particularly painful. 1 yuan? Sukin frowned slightly, recalling that they typically played at 5 yuan per card in their usual game of Run Fast. Let's make it 5 yuan today. After all, it's my first time playing. If we're going to play, we might as well enjoy it. Sun Zi and Wang Xing exchanged glances, their confidence wavering. Nevertheless, 5 yuan per card was a considerable sum. One must remember that in Do Di Zhu, a single hand could leave opponents unable to play, and holding 13 cards could lead to staggering calculations. Just as they hesitated, Li Ai pushed Sun Zi and Wang Xing playfully, smiling. All right, no problem. If you're eager to play, we usually wager around this amount. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, the two resolved that if they couldn't defeat someone who had only played Run Fast before, they might as well abandon their aspirations altogether. Thus, under the astonished gazes of Shui Yang and Lu Rue, Sukin commenced a game of Do Di Zhu at 5 yuan per card with Sun Zi and Wang Xing. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense as more spectators gathered, drawn by the allure of the wager. 110, 115, 120, 165. As Shui Yang counted the money, he slammed the table in excitement, nearly leaping from his seat. After a series of over 10 rounds of cards, Sukin had triumphantly won a total of 165 yuan, an amount equivalent to the sum they had collectively pooled together, which was then handed over to them by Li Ai and the others. In stark contrast, Sun Zi, Wang Xing, and Li Ai appeared to be suffering a rather painful defeat. Their side had turned the tide, yet even Zhang Shi could no longer restrain himself, tossing aside his cigarette as he chain-smoked throughout the game. In a fit of frustration, he flung the cigarette butt and discarded his cards, exclaiming in exasperation about the relentless losing streak. The onlookers were incredulous, gazing at Sukin, who was flush with winnings, particularly since the stakes had been substantial. Li Ai, Zhang Shi, and their companions had been sweating profusely during the game, while Sukin remained composed, unfazed even when he faced losses. The girls present were captivated, noting how he maintained his cool even in the presence of Zhang Shi, whom they regarded as their ideal. Observing Zhang Shi's lack of composure only deepened their admiration for Sukin, leading them to unconsciously root for his victory. The atmosphere around them buzzed with excitement. Yet Li Ai, Zhang Shi, and Sun Zi wore somber expressions, their feelings veiled in a sour discontent. As Sukin returned to the table with Chen Lingshan and her group, he was embraced by Shui Yang and Lu Rue, while several girls giggled and began to subtly inquire about his background, even daring to ask for his name. With a smug grin, Shui Yang pointed his thumb at Sukin, proudly announcing to Chen Lingshan, "This is the Sukin I often mention. The one who had a crush on you back in elementary school." Unable to contain himself, Sukin choked on his cola, sputtering it out in surprise. Chapter 30, Bright Season, Gathering of Heroes, Part 2. The girls were momentarily taken aback, but soon couldn't help but smile. The air was filled with the essence of spring, yet Sukin found himself at a loss under their cheerful expressions. If previously Shui Yang's mistaken belief that he was pursuing Chen Lingshan had made him yearn to deliver a forceful kick to him, now Shui Yang's audacious candor was sufficient to provoke Sukin to deliver a punch right to his face. Before him stood Sukin, an eye-catching presence. He was affluent, evidently hailing from a respectable family. Moreover, he was quite astute, managing to outsmart boys like Li Ai and Zhang Shi, who typically ruled the schoolyard. His sunny disposition further enhanced his appeal, making him the kind of boy whose mere presence radiated warmth, thus piquing the curiosity and attention of the girls. "Have we met before?" Chen Lingshan inquired with a smile. Sukin nodded, a twinge of bitterness and helplessness washing over him. Before his father's workplace relocated and constructed new housing, they had lived in a cramped, substandard apartment provided by his mother's trading company, barely 30 square meters, dimly lit, with windows facing a parking lot. This was once a financial office of his mother's company, now converted into a makeshift residence for their family. Unbeknownst to him at the time, Chen Lingshan's father was the vice president of that very trading company. Although both attended the same primary school, they were not in the same class, and many admired Chen Lingshan from afar. Sukin would eagerly anticipate glimpsing her each day, yet upon seeing her, fear would compel him to retreat. It was only later, while at his mother's trading company, that he chanced upon Chen Lingshan accompanying his father during an inspection. Dressed in a white, floral bohemian dress, she appeared as enchanting as a princess, stepping from the car amidst a throng of admirers who praised and adored her. While his mother, standing behind the company's high-ranking officials, had no opportunity even to offer a compliment. At that moment, Sukin was clad in a tattered sweater discarded by his cousin, wearing oversized, worn-out white sneakers. Playing with a small stray dog at the far end of the parking lot, he gazed longingly at the princess before him, so transfixed that the little dog beside him was nipping at his face, seeking his attention. Sukin would perhaps never forget the moment when the princess-like Chen Lingshan inadvertently cast her gaze upon him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her brow furrowed in distaste, her eyes betraying a sense of aversion and an urgent desire to look away. It is understandable that a girl raised in a privileged environment would instinctively avert her gaze when confronted with a scruffy boy, dirty and disheveled, playing with a filthy dog. Sukin bore her no ill will. It was merely a natural instinctive reaction, akin to one's instinct to recoil from the unclean or the incomprehensible. You must be Su's uncle's son, right? I believe our fathers conducted business together when we were young, and we met before. Uncertain whether it is the inherent forgetfulness of a beauty or a slight lapse in Chen Lingshan's memory, her previous assertion that they had met seems to have misidentified Sukin as another individual. However, it is only natural for one to possess a defense mechanism. On that distant afternoon many years ago, when she appeared in her resplendent gown, not far away, a boy and his dog, both unkempt and disheveled, gazed at her with drooping jaws. Had it not been for an overwhelming stimulus, any ordinary person would instinctively suppress the memory of such a discordant scene. Sukin chose not to elucidate his identity. Perhaps it was wiser to let Chen Lingshan dwell in her oblivion, rather than compel her to confront the painful recesses of her memory. After all, he had no intentions of furthering their acquaintance. She remained his first love. Yet life seldom resembles a fairy tale. While he may have been favored by divine providence with a second chance at life, it does not imply that he must rectify the regrets of his first romance. Some regrets are beautiful, despite the ache they evoke. Be it the elegant princess gown or the exquisite visage above it, reflecting upon the faint furrow of his brow. Chen Lingshan's seemingly casual remark belied a deeper significance, as the surrounding girls were acutely aware that her father held the position of vice president in a trading company. Conversely, the imagined father of Sukin was purportedly engaged in business dealings with her father, suggesting that both families shared a similar standing in society, with Sukin's family undoubtedly being affluent as well. This revelation seemed almost natural. Shui Yang and Lu Rui gazed at Sukin in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden connection between Sukin's father, Su Liqing, and Chen Lingshan's father. As the group indulged in seaside barbecues and chatted about various topics, Sukin, despite his previous reticence and lack of diplomatic prowess, found himself far more knowledgeable than his peers, having been shaped by an era of information overload. Many were captivated by his insights, while Shui Yang and Lu Rui felt their own prominence eclipsed by Sukin's recent transformation, intrigued by the changes in him. The girls, maintaining their own modesty, refrained from prying into Sukin's background. Yet they couldn't help but envy Chen Lingshan for having captured the affections of such a boy, a secret admiration that undoubtedly stirred the hearts of many. Moreover, this boy's sudden emergence might very well spell the end of Chen Lingshan's singlehood. Occasionally, Chen Lingshan's enchanting gaze would flit towards Sukin. His demeanor exuded stability, restraint, and depth. Though not particularly tall, he possessed an aura of security that beckoned the question, could he be her Prince Charming? The narrative appeared destined to unfold like a fairy tale or a whimsical fantasy novel, illuminated by an ethereal glow, traversing a path lined with fragrant camphor trees, leading towards a distant realm adorned with golden ginkgo leaves of happiness. Yet, amidst the sumptuous feast shared by all, a single remark from Wang Xuebing, the bespectacled class leader, would inevitably unveil the prologue to this fairy tale's unraveling. Ah, indeed. Shui Yang, Your friend? Why have I never encountered him at number 1 high school? Where does he study? Have you two played together since childhood? He must be a friend from the provincial capital, Rongqing, right? Sukin has presently become the focal point of attention, his background shrouded in mystery and his lineage remarkable. Even Zhangxi and several others observe him with scrutinizing gazes. For in this circle of number 1 high school, individuals of strength are accorded respect. Should it be true that Sukin hails from a wealthy family? Then Li Ai would undoubtedly harbor some trepidation. This explains why, despite his initial setback, he remains silent and vigilant, quietly observing the unfolding circumstances. The dynamics within this circle of number 1 high school are unpredictable. It is quite possible that this new student is the scion of a wealthy merchant from Beijing or Guangzhou, an inconspicuous individual who may, in fact, possess connections to some secretary general within the city. Having long immersed himself in this milieu and mingled with Zhangxi, Li Ai comprehends the wisdom of biding one's time and silently assessing the situation. Earlier, as Sukin engaged in conversation with the group, he appeared to blend in with Zhangxi and the others, yet their primary focus remained steadfastly on Sukin. Rumors have it that Sukin harbors a secret affection for Qin Lingshan, which elicits both surprise and astonishment. Meanwhile, class monitor Wang Xuebing feels an uneasy pang in his heart. Many openly declare their admiration for Qin Lingshan, and there are undoubtedly others who cherish her in silence. He considers himself part of this clandestine faction, but Li Ai and his associates, despite their keen perceptions, remain oblivious to Sukin's origins and cannot restrain themselves from engaging him in conversation. Wang Xuebing, perplexed by Sukin's background, adopts a light-hearted tone, striving to avoid any semblance of hostility, and promptly categorizes Sukin as a native of the provincial capital, Rongqing. Everyone eagerly anticipates an answer. Judging by Sukin's demeanor, he indeed appears to be a child of a major city, which only fuels the jealousy of several girls towards Qin Lingshan. Although the circle at number 1 high school is extensive, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of Rongqing, the provincial capital, leading them to subconsciously regard themselves as inferior. Sukin, we grew up together. Does he strike you as someone from Rongqing? Shui Yang remarked, casting a knowing glance at Wang Xuebing, with whom he shares a close rapport. I study at number 3 high school, Sukin replied with a smile. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. The smiles of the girls froze, and the expressions of several easygoing boys turned awkward. Li Ai and Zhangxi exchanged enigmatic smirks beneath the shafts of light filtering through the camphor trees. Is there a chasm between heaven and hell? One might indeed think so. Both realms are populated by affluent progeny, their academic performance generally exceptional, and the caliber of students at no one high school is perceived as notably superior. Conversely, the other institution, notorious for its low standards and persistent conflicts, attracts a third-rate student body, earning it the designation of number 3 high school. This disparity is sufficient to establish a divine hierarchy, with heaven looking down upon hell. Chapter 31. Unveiling as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Wang Xuebing, being quite perceptive, cleared his throat, disrupting the dazed expressions of several girls present. Ah, I see now. Shui Yang, your friend appears to be rather affable. He mused, his previous apprehensions regarding Sukin dissipating like morning mist. What was there to worry about? It was akin to fretting whether a roadside scavenger might abscond with one's girlfriend during a date. Such an imbalance spoke volumes. In an unexpected turn, Wang Xuebing began to exhibit a certain camaraderie towards Sukin. At times, such unguarded warmth can be the most wounding. Oh, you are the student from 3rd high school. Correct? Li Ai remarked with a veneer of amusement, adding with a smirk, no wonder your card skills are so impressive. Instantly, Sukin's status was diminished, highlighting the stark contrast between grace and reckless gambling, which indeed hinged on one's societal standing. Li Ai's subtle insinuations ignited a shift in the girl's perception of Sukin. Shui Yang and Lu Rui found themselves at a loss. Shui had initially intended to conceal Sukin's affiliation with 3rd high, fully aware of the prevailing elitism within their circle that often led to prejudiced judgments against those from lesser institutions. Although he personally dismissed Sukin's academic achievements in school, he was discontented by the collective disdain directed towards him. To his surprise, Sukin preemptively revealed his own background, which weighed heavily on Shui Yang's heart, leaving him somewhat uneasy. However, observing Sukin's composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the disparity between being a 3rd high student and their elite institution, brought a sense of clarity to Shui's mind. Yet, Sukin noticed that Qin Lingshan's once bright and sparkling eyes had dulled, losing their luster. Her gaze toward him was no longer as frequent. The disappointment in Qin Lingshan was inevitable. It was not merely due to Su Can's affiliation with Third High, after all. One could not assume malice based solely on a school name. However, the distinction between Third High and First High was significant, and Qin Lingshan, possessing a touch of vanity, felt the weight of her friend's flattering remarks towards Su Can. Though she harbored a secret affection for him, to claim she felt no sense of superiority would be disingenuous. The allure of mystery surrounding this boy, his demeanor, his expressions, had been the source of her fascination. Yet, when the veil of mystery was lifted, revealing a clear reality, the expectations and aspirations she held for him began to blur. Su Can. Su Can. A slightly plump girl with glasses murmured, as if a forgotten thought had resurfaced. Doesn't see your mother work at the Summer Sea Trading Company? Last name Zhang? This remark piqued Qin Lingshan's interest. She perked up, directing her attention towards Su Can. Yes, that is correct. My mother works there too. That's why your name sounded so familiar. Aunt Zhang and my mother once worked in the same finance office. My mother's name is Huang, and they all referred to her as Director Huang. The plump girl exclaimed excitedly, her eyes glimmering with interest as she gazed at Su Can, her demeanor infused with a hint of flirtation. She innocently nudged Qin Lingshan with her elbow, saying, Lingshan, Su Can's mother also works at your father's company. How fortuitous. Li Ai, Zhangxi, Wang Xing, and Sun Zi, who were nearby, wore broader smiles. After all, the notion of a mother still employed in another's company implied that Su Can hailed from a wealthy background, casting his standing in a precarious light. Someone suddenly pointed out, his mother is an employee at Lingshan's father's company. The implications of this statement remained ambiguous. Yet Qin Lingshan's expression grew increasingly complex. Deceiving a beautiful woman is a perilous endeavor, for once the ruse is unveiled, all intentions, be they covetous, calculated, or sincerely well-meaning, will inevitably culminate in a disheartening fall from grace. Su Can had no intention of misleading Qin Lingshan. Rather, it was she who whimsically mistook him for someone else. However, he found himself unable to clarify the situation, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Qin Lingshan furrowed her brows, clearly realizing that, given Su Can's identity, it was improbable for his mother to work at her father's company, especially if her own father had once conducted business with his. Although beautiful, Qin Lingshan was not devoid of cognitive disarray. She possessed the ability to methodically untangle her memories, particularly when the urgency to clarify past events arose. Su Can felt that the passage of time had ceased to bear relevance. Qin Lingshan required space to think, and the enthusiasm of those around them waned as she sought to organize her recollections. In that moment, Su Can came to understand the pressures that this social circle represented, realizing why many could not endure the rigors of this school. While there may not be daily violence, the mere scrutiny and gossip from peers could swiftly dismantle a person's life. Despite Su Can's hardened spirit, cultivated by experiences in a more callous world, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the present predicament. The collective gaze turned cold, with a few sympathetic souls awkwardly regarding Su Can, as if he were a comrade ready to share in a tragic fate, yet his deception rendered them equally uncomfortable. In an attempt to dispel the tension, the plump girl interjected, I recall my mother mentioning that your family used to reside in the original finance office, right? Her mother had complained about their family being assigned that cramped office, a sentiment that clearly resonated with her. This remark, fortuitously timed, served as a key to unlocking Qin Lingshan's memories. In a fleeting moment, that hazy summer day, the image of a girl adorned in a bohemian cake skirt, her hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, and a boy in tattered clothes with a spirited little dog by his side, coalesced in her memory. Even the mischievous smile of the grimy boy from her recollection seemed to merge with the present figure of Su Can, like two overexposed photographs superimposed upon one another. Just as Su Can instinctively chose to forget the heart-wrenching scene of his family weeping in despair after failing their entrance exams, Qin Lingshan similarly buried the memories of her father's harsh discipline, the shattering of her cherished piggy bank, and the destruction of her beloved doll by the washing machine, all reminiscent of a once beautiful afternoon marred by an encounter with a filthy admirer and his dog. Yet, when these memories resurfaced, they felt akin to taking a bite of an apple only to discover a half-eaten worm, casting an unexpected pall over her spirits. Are you the one living in the company dormitory? She instinctively inquired. Qin Lingshan might not vividly recall the boy who resided in the company basement, but she could piece together a rough image of Su Can from her father's repeated grievances about their family's cramped living conditions. Su Can offered a wry smile and nodded. The very scenario he had hoped to avoid had, nevertheless, come to pass. Oh, Without excessive words, Chen Lingshan responded with an air of indifference, turning her head away. This seemingly innocuous remark, however, resonated with intent among the listeners. Li Ai, Zhang Shi, and others couldn't help but chuckle, initially believing him to be a figure of prominence, only to realize he was merely a minor character laboring in Chen Lingshan's company, adept at masquerading and deceiving them all. Whispers circulated in the small circle, revealing his connection to Lingshan's company. The notion of a Prince Charming or an underdog hero may have never truly existed in this world. With the veil lifted, Sukin stood bare before the scrutinizing gazes of many. Shui Yang and Lu Rui regretted their previous judgments, feeling like fools, yet found themselves unable to extend any assistance to Sukin. Zhang Shi, Li Ai, Sun Zi, and Wang Xing turned their attention towards the entrance of the barbecue plaza, their demeanor shifting. A group of 4 or 5 young men, each with distinct appearances yet comparable in age, entered, exuding a markedly superior presence. The leader, dressed in a black silk shirt and tight Versace jeans, bore a handsome countenance. He looked towards his companions, suggesting nonchalantly, "If you don't wish to enter, just wait for me at the door." These individuals, typically self-important, lacked the warmth of the young man before them and had no intention of engaging with the crowd inside the barbecue plaza. Upon hearing the leader's words, they opted to remain outside. Upon entering, the dashing young man immediately spotted Zhang Shi and the others, bursting into laughter as he greeted them. Zhang Shi and his companions responded with beaming smiles, welcoming him warmly. A young man, exuding a friendly demeanor, gently patted Zhang Shi on the shoulder, an act that filled him with a sense of honor, particularly due to the amiable nature of the individual before him. Zhang Shi, Li Ai, and the others were aware that the individuals lingering outside the door regarded themselves with a certain self-importance, preferring to avoid any interaction with them. They bore no resentment, understanding the weight of the other party's status. "Zhang, is this a reunion of sorts? It seems quite lively. I was just out with some friends nearby, and since you sent me a message earlier, I thought I might pop by to see you." The atmosphere at the barbecue plaza instantly buzzed with excitement. The striking young man in the black shirt, akin to a prince making a grand entrance, waved his hand, covering all expenses, which made everyone feel as though they were in the presence of royalty. In stark contrast, Sukin appeared to be a fleeting figure, almost insignificant. Zhang Shi and Li Ai felt a surge of pride, believing that they had broadened everyone's horizons, allowing them to witness what a true scion of wealth looked like. The young man, initially intending merely to extend a greeting and do a favor, was about to take his leave when he inadvertently caught sight of a few acquaintances at the barbecue plaza. As Zhang Shi and Li Ai anticipated the young man to depart with some polite words, they were surprised to see him approach their table instead, extending his hand towards Sukan. "You've made me wait in vain. Why is it that I could never find you afterward?" Upon noticing Sukan, Lu Rui, and Shui Yang, who appeared momentarily stunned, he playfully added, "I am Wang Weiwei, the one you scolded." Chapter 32. The vibrations. One may wonder if there exists a certain feeling when, at an unfamiliar time and place, a singular event capable of stirring the tranquil waters of mundane existence unfolds, leaving behind 1 or 2 unforgettable individuals. For Wang Weiwei, life occasionally presents waves of excitement, yet it predominantly remains placid. After all, he hails from a household where discipline reigns supreme, and his escapades with a few close friends are always tempered by boundaries. Their indulgences, though infrequent, are never excessively wild. Nevertheless, they possess an innate ability to navigate any situation without disadvantage. The derision they received from Sukin that day was rather novel, akin to a maiden's first ascent into a carriage, evoking a sense of freshness. Surrounded by sycophants, Wang Weiwei found himself increasingly captivated by Sukin after their encounter. His initial desire to seek gaming advice gradually morphed into a yearning for camaraderie. Although Wang Weiwei's circle of acquaintances had widened, he was not one to elevate himself above others. When he met someone he particularly admired, he was inclined to forge a deeper connection. The routine interactions at various ceremonies were often disheartening, yet this unexpected admiration sparked a rare delight. Little did he know that thereafter, Sukan and his companions would seem to vanish from the gaming room, leaving Wang Weiwei with a lingering sense of regret. Upon spotting Sukan, Wang Weiwei, initially poised to extend a greeting as a gesture of goodwill, found himself unexpectedly seated beside him, buoyed by a sense of elation as they engaged in conversation that spanned various topics. Zhang Shi, who had previously maintained an air of arrogance, now resembled a more composed individual, while Li Ai interjected intermittently, hoping to endear himself to Wang Weiwei. This dynamic encapsulates the nature of their social milieu. Even Zhang Shi, who boasts a commendable family background, dared not display arrogance in the presence of Wang Weiwei, whose family lineage commands respect in Xiaohai City. Wang Weiwei, possessing a wealth of experience, had long transcended the phase of seeking validation in front of those deemed inconsequential. He saw no impropriety in his desire to befriend Su Can, believing it to be a testament to his esteem for him. However, those surrounding him perceived the situation differently. In this social sphere, reading the room is an essential skill. The sight of Zhang Shi, usually aloof, offering a cordial smile and deferring to Su Can was telling. It was evident to any discerning observer that Wang Weiwei's interest in Su Can surpassed that of Zhang Shi, Li Ai, and Sun Zi. Zhang Shi had previously encountered Wang Weiwei at a military banquet, an event orchestrated by his esteemed grandfather, where everyone invariably catered to his grandfather's imposing presence. Yet, within the confines of that governmental enclave, his grandfather's demeanor was surprisingly amiable, extending smiles to everyone he encountered. Traditionally, grandfather has always been the focal point of gatherings. However, at that banquet, both he and I found ourselves seated at the periphery. Others merely exchanged hasty greetings before rushing off to present to the esteemed Wang Weiwei and his entourage. Zhang Shi, seasoned in such affairs, discerned without difficulty who commanded attention. Well aware of Wang Weiwei's prominent military and political lineage, placing him among the elite. Upon hearing of Wang Weiwei's recent insult, I hesitated and inquired, "Weiwei, you were insulted. What transpired?" I had assumed Wang Weiwei's easygoing nature implied he was merely overreacting, perhaps jesting. To my surprise, he pointed at Su Can without a second thought. Chuckling, it was Su Can who called me trash, berating all of us and leaving us utterly embarrassed, with no retort in sight. Quite the master. The beads of sweat on Shui Yang and Lu Rui's faces were evident, while Su Can could only manage a wry smile, replying, "Well, you have a broad mind. I would not behave thus with anyone else." Wang Weiwei felt a twinge of discomfort at his own words, yet Su Can's response somehow eased his unease. The table fell silent. In the eyes of the crowd, Wang Weiwei, exalted like a prince, had been labeled trash by Su Can. This revelation instilled a mix of awe and curiosity in everyone present, prompting a re-evaluation of Su Can's background and identity. Zhang Shi's heart skipped a beat, and even Li Ai's gaze towards Su Can shifted. They had not anticipated this young man would possess such audacity, daring to insult Wang Weiwei. While Wang Weiwei was amiable, his associates were known for their fiery tempers, correlating directly with their affluent backgrounds. The fact that they tolerated Su Can only deepened the respect he commanded. As for the specifics of Wang Weiwei's insult, no one dared to probe further, aware that while Wang Weiwei may outwardly appear unperturbed, he might harbor dissatisfaction within. It was as if a golden sheen had been cast upon Su Can. Several girls, who had previously looked down upon him due to his humble origins, now regained their enthusiasm. Chen Lingshan couldn't help but steal glances at Su Can. Wang Weiwei possessed an extraordinary eloquence, and no one dared to vie for his spotlight. Not even Zhang Shi and his companions. Yet, Su Can engaged him with fervor, speaking with a confidence that suggested he held no inferiority due to Wang Weiwei's privileged background. This only magnified his exceptional nature. A few girls occasionally posed flirtatious questions, to which Su Can responded with a warm smile, though his gaze did not linger on them. Chen Lingshan recalled her earlier aloofness upon discovering Su Can's true identity and felt a pang of regret. Lin Luoran even mentioned you to me. Wang Weiwei interjected, "Haha, we are at the neighboring villa. Would you care to join us for some leisure?" He did not extend an invitation to Zhang Shi but directed it towards Su Can instead. Lin Luoran? Zhang Shi's heart raced. She was the stunning beauty who had captivated many at the banquet, and several had discreetly inquired about her origins. The fact that someone of her ethereal beauty had mentioned Su Can was astonishing. She was nearby? Zhang Shi's heart raced, filled with both excitement and uncertainty regarding the nature of their connection. Should they discover that the two had met and become acquainted in a dilapidated gaming room? It would indeed evoke a rather absurd amusement. "Let us not linger any longer. It's getting late, and we're about to head home," Su Can politely declined. Wang Weiwei nodded in agreement, not pressing the matter further, for the circle they inhabited was starkly incongruous with Su Can's serene and refined demeanor. He bore no resentment towards the rejection. Instead, he admired Su Can's composed attitude. After acquiring her phone number, he departed with a cheerful disposition, ensuring to settle the tab for their gathering. Ultimately, the group joyfully rode their bicycles along the coast on their way home. Upon entering the city, Wang Shuebing distributed each person's share of the expenses, and after a day filled with cycling and seaside barbecues, coupled with the generosity of a host, their spirits were particularly buoyant. As they were about to part ways, the chubby girl, whose mother shared the same department as Su Can's mother, mustered her courage to say, "Su Can, do come visit us at the first high school sometime. I'll treat you." Su Can acknowledged her invitation, and along with Shui Yang and Lu Rui, they turned their bicycles, preparing to separate from the larger group. Chun Lingshan hesitated several times, seemingly wanting to express something, yet uncertain how to articulate her apologies. She merely watched as the trio's figures gradually faded into the distance along the tree-lined street, feeling a sense of loss for an unfulfilled obligation. Chapter 33. Ingenious Method. Son, lend your father a hand and help me move the display cabinet to the shop front. My father, Su Liqing, had assembled the newly purchased display cabinet at the base of our residential building, calling out to Su Can. As I descended the stairs, I beheld the cabinet, meticulously arranged and awaiting the installation of its glass panels. Its pristine white frame, though not as aesthetically pleasing as the supermarket shelves of the future, exuded a simple elegance. Constructed from aluminum alloy columns, the cabinet was ingeniously designed with interlocking joints, making it lightweight and easy to handle. Once the pre-designed glass panels were set in place, it would be ready to showcase our goods for sale. I rolled up my sleeves. My father was renowned for his diligence in such assembly and electrical tasks. This trait was my mother's favorite aspect of him, despite his conservative mindset and lack of ambition, which often drew her criticism. As we worked together on the cabinet, the bustling courtyard of our workplace was filled with passers-by. One woman, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Oh, old Su, your shop is about to open. Both of you are moving the cabinet together? What? No more work. This is just a little project during our break, of course." "I can't neglect my duties at the office," my father replied, his response sufficiently courteous, which eased the expression of a passing supervisor. The woman, Wang Xiaozie, was the accountant at my father's construction company, while the man beside her, Xiao Yazhong, was my mother's high school classmate, typically aloof. He was adept at ingratiating himself with the upper echelons and had quickly transitioned from the construction company to overseeing several small projects, which inflated his sense of self-importance. Observing the two of us moving the cabinet, he found my father's demeanor somewhat amusing. "So, Su Liqing, how is your little shop going? Even if it doesn't turn a profit, at least you can say you own a business. Come, take a break and have a smoke." With that, Xiao Yazhong produced a pack of premium cigarettes, offering one to my father. At that time, such cigarettes were considered a luxury unattainable for the ordinary working class in Shanghai City. He relished the opportunity to flaunt his status, relishing the thought that the company's owner smoked a different brand than he did, which filled him with a sense of superiority. His tone unmistakably conveyed a lack of regard for the small shop my family was establishing. Setting down the cabinet, my father waved it off with a smile as he reached into his pocket. "No, let me smoke my own," he replied. In those days, sharing cigarettes was a customary form of communication among adult men, symbolizing status and face, beyond attire and conversation. The brand of cigarettes one smoked often served as a marker of social hierarchy. "What do you mean, yours?" Xiao Yanzhong furrowed his brow, believing that Su Liqing was merely offering a symbolic refusal. The cigarette in his hand was a luxury for someone like Su Liqing, who had devoted his life to the steady grind of a salary position. He extended the hand holding the cigarette further, as if to say, "Take it. You don't often indulge in such things." However, Su Liqing promptly produced his own cigarette, leaving Xiao Yanzhong momentarily speechless. It was a pack of white soft-pack cigarettes, which, in Su Can's eyes, appeared somewhat unrefined. The prominent red characters spelling Zhonghua on the pack jolted Xiao Yanzhong's senses. Su Can was well aware of his father's character, honest and straightforward, embodying the virtues of his military days, devoid of any pretentious airs in front of Xiao Yanzhong. At that time, Zhonghua cigarettes were still considered somewhat rare in Shanghai City, as the local cigarette factory had implemented a regional protection policy, permitting only the production and sale of its own brand. The Shanghai factory was a subsidiary of the Rongqing cigarette factory, thus the finest cigarettes available were the Panda brand. Also the best one could readily acquire. Foreign cigarettes were exceedingly rare due to the closed tobacco market. Though Su Can did not smoke, he recognized that the Zhonghua brand was among the top tier in China, and indeed the national cigarette of that era. His uncle had received 2 cartons as a gift during the festivities, and by July of this year, he had yet to finish even one. The other carton had been persistently coveted by his younger uncle, who had still not managed to secure it. Recently, Su Can's soaring academic performance, akin to a helicopter taking off, had utterly elated his uncle, who, having found Su Liqing increasingly agreeable during their last meal together, in a moment of generosity, had given his remaining carton of Zhonghua to Su Can's father. The father inevitably faced a bout of jealousy from his younger uncle, Zhao Ding. Yet he would never openly ask for it, as it would be beneath his dignity. After all, possessing a pack of Zhonghua could significantly ease his networking efforts, as others might assume he had influential connections. His father's intent in accepting the pack stemmed from a genuine desire to share it with Xiao Yanzhong, devoid of any intention to flaunt wealth. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Yanzhong's expression shifted dramatically. With a somewhat sardonic tone, he remarked, "Ah, smoking Zhonghua now? Old Su, your business hasn't even opened, and you're already living the high life." Without waiting for an explanation from his father, he snatched the cigarette from his hand, scoffed, and turned to leave. Su Liqing was momentarily taken aback, letting out a sigh as he gestured to Su Can, lifting the merchandise before him. Observing the retreating figures of the father and son, his wife, Wang Xiaoziye, shook her hips, retracting her disdainful gaze from Su Liqing, and queried with a hint of skepticism, "Do you really think Su Liqing's shop is so profitable that he is already smoking Zhonghua?" Xiao Yanzhong, filled with resentment, fished out his lighter and ignited the Zhonghua in front of him. "A small business, how much can it earn? A cigarette here, or there is just a courtesy. What is so surprising about that?" With a scoff, he continued, "If you're so capable, why hasn't anyone offered you a pack of Zhonghua? You're always running around, yet your cigarette expenses this month are considerable, and I haven't seen you accomplish anything." Xiao Yazhong let out a cough, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that momentarily choked him. His wife's words had struck him unexpectedly. However, it was indeed rare for such cigarettes to circulate in their circle, as he was accustomed to being the one bestowing gifts rather than receiving them, particularly not premium ones like Zhonghua. Xiao Yazhong chose to remain silent, reflecting on how Su Liqing had not made him feel overly embarrassed today. This was characteristic of Su. Perhaps he simply did not care, which made Xiao appear petty in contrast. As he continued to smoke, a lingering displeasure stirred within him, yet the flavor of the tobacco was undeniably satisfying. "Dad, that subtle push you gave just now was impressive," Su Can remarked, winking at Su Liqing amidst the bustling street filled with snack shops, boutiques, and clothing stores, where the patrons observed the father and son duo moving the shelf with great seriousness. As they walked along the sun-dappled path, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on their faces. Although a tinge of fatigue settled in, they had become the focal point of the passers-by, filling Su Can's heart with warmth. "I noticed Uncle Zhao's expression changed. He probably never expected you to be smoking Zhonghua," Su Can chuckled. He believed that to transform his father's inherently kind and simple nature, it was crucial to instill confidence within him. Diminishing Xiao Yazhong's imposing presence was a trivial matter, should similar situations arise in the future. Su Can hoped his father would not be viewed with contempt or suffer any slight. Having experienced rebirth, Su Can had matured and learned the value of cherishing those close to him, igniting a profound desire to protect them from any form of injustice. His father, however, smiled warmly. "Su Can, you've become wise and understand the nuances of human relations. That is commendable. Yet, one must not dwell too much on trivial matters or be overly petty, especially with someone like Uncle Xiao. Competing for status is hardly significant, sometimes. Stepping back, if not to broaden one's horizons, should be done more than once. Focus on your own endeavors. Ostentation and vanity yield no benefits. Only by strengthening oneself can one genuinely stride alongside others with confidence. If others look down on me, it matters not. Your uncle has often underestimated me. Yet I remain undeterred. I have you as my son, and I believe you will achieve greatness beyond my own. If you were strong, who would dare belittle your father?" Su Can was taken aback, his father's words igniting a fire within him. It dawned on him that his father was not as dull as he appeared. He was not merely the simple, easily bullied man that others perceived. He understood everything. The mocking tones and disdainful glances were all absorbed without omission. Great wisdom often masquerades as simplicity, embodying a vast tolerance. His father's mindset was remarkably stable. He remained indifferent to the gains and losses of the moment. His greatest hope lay in Su Can, for he believed that one day, Su Can would command the respect that would render others incapable of looking down on him. A damp sensation enveloped Su Can's nose, tinged with a hint of acidity, and he nodded vigorously. The disappointments of his past life weighed heavily on him, but now, reborn, he vowed not to let his father down again. During this period, it may seem as though Su Can has garnered much attention, but in truth, this is far from the reality. On the day of the barbecue, had it not been for Wang Weiwei's appearance, Sukin would not have been able to capture the interest of those from Yizhong, let alone evoke the sense of regret reflected in Chen Lingshan's gaze later on. The current situation mirrors this. If it were not for the influence of his uncle, his family would not command the respect they currently enjoy. To truly rise. As his father wisely stated, one must possess their own strength and confidence, rather than perpetually relying on the protection and brilliance of others. Happiness derived from others is invariably fleeting and unstable. Only through one's own efforts can a truly remarkable life be attained. Nevertheless, Sukin remains proud of his father, appreciating that it is precisely his father's unpretentious demeanor and genuine nature that rendered Xiao Yazhong's embarrassment more pronounced at the moment he produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, perhaps even stirring a hint of shame within him, thereby extinguishing any resentment towards his father. Sukin's heart shines brightly, relishing the defeat of those with ill intent, while simultaneously quelling any desire for revenge, a testament to his father's remarkable ability to navigate interpersonal dynamics. Is his father truly as dull and ineffectual as others perceive him to be? Chapter 34. The Enigmatic Journey of Life. Why have you two arrived so late? Did you not receive my call half an hour ago? Quickly, bring in the goods. We shall dine here at noon, for I have ordered noodles. My mother appeared somewhat impatient, as the delivery of glass had just arrived, and the boxes were stacked neatly, awaiting inventory before being shelved. Without my father's assistance, this task was simply unmanageable. It was a summer midday, with sunlight filtering through the canopy of camphor trees lining the street, piercing the air filled with drifting white fluff, casting a delicate rosy hue upon the ground, which was speckled with patches of light. Behind me lay a spacious store, exceeding 80 square meters, the Family S establishment, where the air was infused with a refreshing aroma reminiscent of the clean atmosphere and fragrant camphor from 11 years past. Not far off, I learned that shortly after my mother decided to expand, my brother-in-law Jia Zheng and Mei Lan had also secured a location nearby, a shop my mother had later rented. During high school, I often found myself nestled against a tree, engrossed in various books borrowed from a nearby rental shop, spending countless afternoons lost in the pages. Those languid summer days, steeped in the scent of books and the faint perspiration of prolonged sitting, flowed like a tangible memory. Life has fleeting essence. Merely a dream from which one awakens. Prior to this moment, I was merely a 30-year-old grappling with numerous hardships, displaying signs of weariness from the capriciousness of human relationships, tirelessly striving for a living in the bustling metropolis, too timid to voice my aspirations. Yet now, the past seemed like a bizarre dream, abruptly yanked back to my 16-year-old self in a small town. Fate momentarily paused, then retreated and restarted, slowly chugging forward. This was the place where my destiny recommenced. I had never envisioned returning to my past with ambitions of grandeur or to stir the currents of international finance. I was but an ordinary individual, devoid of the audacity and ambition to contend with the world's sharpest minds, even with the foresight to perceive such truths. To naively believe oneself capable of outmaneuvering those at the pinnacle of intellect would likely lead to my own undoing. My dreams were simple and grounded, to never again endure the same impotence I had experienced prior to this rebirth, even if fate were to improve just a notch, elevating my standard of living slightly, sparing my parents from worry, and perhaps finding a lovely partner. I would find contentment in that. The three of us shared takeout noodles in the shop, while my father began to carefully place the glass panels onto the shelves. My mother was busy counting the incoming inventory, discussing with my father the necessity of his frequent presence at the store, as it was merely in our neighborhood. I often found it challenging to manage alone, and with the need for restroom breaks, we both needed to be attentive. Soon, Sukin would be entering high school, and after 3 years, university awaited him. Our savings had been invested in this venture, and we had to devise a plan to secure funds for his future education. The father nodded slightly, with plans forming in his mind. Whenever possible, he would leave the company to attend to the store, as it was still in its nascent stage, and the shop required constant attention. Mother, perhaps we should consider hiring someone. This way, you would have more energy for other tasks, such as managing inventory and accounting. Without the need to oversee everything personally, it would be far more efficient. Sukin felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, recalling how his parents had devoted themselves entirely to their small shop in the future, managing every aspect themselves. Over time, this took its toll. They gradually became worn out, and his mother suffered from joint pain and backaches as a result. His father's cervical issues were also likely exacerbated by years of hard work. Observing his parents, who were still in the prime of their lives, Sukin felt a twinge of sorrow. Are we truly considering hiring someone now? Where would the funds come from? The monthly rent here is already $1,500, and with utilities and taxes, we would likely need to invest around $2,500 each month. If we were to hire someone, we would have to pay at least $500 a month, which brings the total to $3,000. We would need to earn at least $3,000 just to break even. Giving that money to someone else hardly seems wise. Sukin smiled faintly, realizing that his parents clung to outdated notions, always believing that if they could handle a task themselves, they should. Hiring help seemed tantamount to giving money away. In truth, his parents had opened this shop with the primary goal of sustaining their livelihood, lacking the ambition to expand like the likes of Mei Lan and Jia Zhang. Consequently, they had never considered hiring someone to manage the shop, focusing solely on collecting payments and maintaining business relationships, without even contemplating the idea of developing other franchises. After years of operation, the shop remained static, with the risk of regression looming over them, a reflection of their advancing age and a preference for stability over risk. Sukin understood that his parents' mindset could not be altered overnight. If he wished to guide them towards a different life, he must first shift their perspective. A task that would not be accomplished quickly, nor could it be swayed merely by his well-meaning arguments. The immediate priority was for the shop to be profitable and to demonstrate tangible capabilities. Without solid support, all dreams and plans would amount to mere empty talk. Furthermore, he needed to enhance his influence over his parents. Since he had taken a costly path that led to their disappointment, his personal impact on them had diminished significantly. His opinions were often dismissed as unrealistic and unworthy of consideration. This was not an indictment of their judgment, but rather a reflection of his failure to instill confidence in them, to effect a change in their mindset. He first needed to bolster his own credibility, showcasing his capabilities. The upcoming high school entrance exam was merely a preliminary test. The future held vast opportunities for growth. Moreover, he harbored concerns about their current location. This area was somewhat isolated and not situated in a prime commercial district. Decisions should not be made hastily, especially by someone so young and inexperienced. As his mother furrowed her brows, her thoughts increasingly gravitated towards the future, instilling a profound sense of unease within her. After all, the entirety of the family's savings had been invested in this venture. Initially, there had been fervor and unwavering confidence, yet now, upon meticulous calculation, it became evident that the store needed to generate a minimum monthly profit of at least $2,500. While the profit margins on individual stationery items were commendable, their selling prices were disappointingly low, a pen for $1, some for as little as 50 cents, and even a decent eraser priced at merely $1.50. Only fountain pens commanded a slightly higher price. When pieced together, one could not help but wonder how many items needed to be sold each month to ensure they did not incur losses, let alone sustain the livelihood of the family. Sukin, too, felt a sense of uncertainty. Although his family had previously operated within this industry, making definitive assertions before the outcome was revealed seemed rather premature. It was possible that the industry was merely in a slow start phase, and that his parents, in their initial endeavors, might not see immediate results, potentially even suffering losses. Such circumstances could undoubtedly undermine their confidence. At this juncture, he could not assuredly proclaim that the future would be lucrative. To do so would likely be perceived as hubris by those around him. It was then that Sukin realized the stark reality was far more complex than he had envisioned. He had been swept away by the euphoria of his rebirth. Neglecting the fact that this was neither a novel nor a film, destiny was infinitely more elusive and unpredictable than he had anticipated. When would he truly grasp it? Life, after all, was typically tranquil, devoid of sudden disturbances from beautiful strangers or abrupt, adrenaline-pumping events. The mundane month of July passed uneventfully, giving way to August, which heralded the enrollment announcements from various schools in Summer Sea City. The cutoff scores had been released. The admission threshold for Summer Sea City's third middle school stood at 490 points, neither particularly high nor low, but rather average compared to previous years. The second middle school had set its cutoff at 535, offering a sigh of relief to many borderline candidates, including Sukin's close friend Lu Rue, who had scored 543, just narrowly securing admission. Other less prestigious schools naturally had even lower thresholds. The anticipation of the first middle school scores was palpable, as it represented a benchmark for academic excellence in the city, reflecting both the pinnacle of educational standards and the heights achievable by the most exceptional students in Summer Sea City. The results did not disappoint, with the first middle school's admission cutoff soaring to an impressive 610 points, dissuading countless hopefuls and eliminating many who had previously lingered on the edge of acceptance. However, students who had attended the first middle school tended to possess an air of superiority, often dismissing the prospect of attending other institutions. Furthermore, Students from the first middle school enjoyed significant financial incentives, with tuition fees halved, resulting in a surge in enrollment. Amidst this fervor of admissions, Sukan faced his own dilemma. The choice of schools had been determined prior to the examination, a decision made before his rebirth. At that time, he had never imagined he could achieve a remarkable score of 645, so he had naturally selected the third middle school as his first choice. Thus, Sukan's remarkable score of 645 is sufficient to overshadow the first high school from a position of admiration. However, his next step is poised to lead him through the gates of the third high school. Chapter 35. The collective task of changing light bulbs. The arrival of August heralded not only the announcement of results from various primary and secondary schools but also the troubling news of widespread flooding across the nation. This calamity did not strike unexpectedly. Rather, it was a gradual onset, a culmination of forewarnings that had been largely ignored. Nevertheless, life in the city of Shanghai, which was not in the epicenter of the disaster, continued as usual, albeit with the television broadcasting numerous moving reports of military and civilian efforts to combat the floods. Sukan understood that even if he could foresee this natural disaster, he was powerless to alter its course, at least in the immediate future. The blame could not solely rest upon the heavens. The relentless deforestation and long-term degradation of soil and vegetation were contributory factors. This deluge undoubtedly served as a rude awakening for officials at the Ministry of Water Resources, who had erroneously predicted that no significant flooding would occur in the next 3 years, leaving them in disarray. Flood relief became the predominant theme throughout the nation in August. Meanwhile, Sukan, accompanied by his mother and uncle, arrived at the administrative building of the first middle school of the city. Although it was a holiday, the administrative functions of the school continued unabated, operating on a flexible schedule. During this crucial enrollment period, the administrative office was bustling with activity. Upon their arrival, Uncle Zheng Quanming surveyed the scene and recognized numerous acquaintances. Among them was Xiao Wang, a fourth-level prosecutor from the Municipal Procuratorate, accompanied by his cousin, Lu Dehai, an investor in the commercial plaza on Jianjie Street, with his daughter, and Lao Zhang, the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce. To Uncle Zheng's surprise, his rival, Xiao Fei, the director of the municipal bidding office, was also present. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that so many individuals had gathered at the same time, creating an atmosphere that was both awkward and superficial as they engaged in idle chatter while maintaining an underlying sense of distance. Today was indeed fortuitous, and Zheng Quanming, known for his notorious temper, had arrived as well. It was likely that these individuals were there to facilitate the enrollment of their children or relatives at the first middle school, with introductions playing a significant role. Generally, these officials did not wield absolute power. Otherwise, they would have simply made a phone call to resolve matters instead of personally visiting the director. The director, Tian Feng, was a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly balding, with bulging eyes that peered through a pair of glasses. His habitual eye movements gave the impression that his rise to the position of director was not without a degree of cunning. Recently, Tian Feng's sense of self-importance had swelled, as he faced a barrage of requests from various influential individuals seeking to secure favorable admissions for their relatives. Many of these privileged students had not performed well academically, with some even falling drastically short of the minimum score required for admission. While a deficit of fewer than 50 points could be remedied with a generous donation, a shortfall exceeding 50 points, sometimes even 100, was simply outrageous. In principle, the school would not accept such candidates. However, principals often prove to be flexible, especially when approached by prominent figures within the city. As the number of visitors increased, from high-ranking officials in the municipal party committee to ordinary clerks in various government agencies, Tian Feng's demeanor became increasingly imposing. After assisting the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee with the admission recommendation for his nephew, he warmly praised him with a hearty pat on the shoulder and even hosted a private banquet for him. Even the likes of Zheng Quanming, with whom he shared a solid rapport, frequented his circle. How could Tian Feng not feel a sense of pride? This newfound confidence allowed him to remain composed even in the presence of various officials, occasionally displaying a hint of arrogance. For instance, after Xiao Fei, the director of the municipal planning office, resolved a significant issue regarding his daughter Xiao Yunyun's grades, he received a lucrative contract from Tian Feng. Recalling Zheng Quanming waiting outside, he cautiously advised Tian Feng, suggesting that he should refrain from assisting Zheng, who he deemed to have little potential and was already a burden to the city. Maintaining distance from him was prudent. Xiao Fei's comment was brief, but upon exiting, He glanced at Zhang and surprisingly smiled, albeit with a touch of amusement. Su Kan, along with his mother Zheng Ku and uncle Zheng Quanming, entered the office of the Director of Education. Tianfeng squinted as he welcomed the trio. Xiao Fei, whose position in the bidding office was not particularly exalted, was able to converse with Tianfeng due to the connection formed through Tianfeng's son-in-law, who was managing a road construction project in a nearby township requiring Xiao Fei's involvement. Today, they managed to resolve Xiao Yunyan's admission issue without incurring any additional expenses. However, Tianfeng could not fully comply with Xiao Fei's wishes, for Zhang Quanming was still a director in the municipal planning office. Disregarding him would be foolish. Nonetheless, he maintained a slightly haughty demeanor, as it was said that Zhang Quanming was a straightforward individual who openly criticized unsatisfactory superiors. Tianfeng relished the notion of asserting a bit of authority over this stern figure. After all, if he presented Zhang with a challenge only to later relinquish it discreetly, perhaps this formidable director might harbor some gratitude towards him. Oh, 645 points. But the application isn't submitted to us. Upon seeing Su Kan's academic performance, Tianfeng was initially taken aback. This young man had impressive grades, and securing top students for the first high school was highly desirable. In essence, the application was merely a formality, and if he insisted on admitting Su Kan, the third high school would be powerless against the principle of personal choice. Of course, Tianfeng concealed his thoughts, simply furrowing his brow, lamenting, "This is rather troublesome. Who instructed him not to apply here?" He then rose to fetch a cup of tea from the water dispenser before returning to his desk. He had not anticipated Zhang Xiueming's next move. Zhang, unaccustomed to such indignities, was used to being treated with respect. Now, not only was he deprived of tea, but the other party also failed to invite them to sit despite the chair being conveniently nearby. Tianfeng displayed an attitude of indifference, casually perusing a newspaper, radiating an air of leisurely detachment. Just relay to your principal's son that with these grades, what school wouldn't accept him? Reading in a prestigious institution like No. 1 high school, one would expect that students such as Su Kan would be favored, yet it is perplexing that those with subpar academic performances are granted entry. What does this signify? Zhang Xiueming's air of authority was palpable, yet he failed to recognize that it was he who was seeking assistance, rather than others seeking his favor. Aside from Su Kan, it is likely that he had never proactively requested favors from anyone. Tianfeng, feeling incensed, contemplated how he was awaiting Zhang to relent, only to find him brashly confronting him. He harbored a particular disdain for those who invoke Principal Sun in discussions. After all, Principal Sun was once a colleague of his at No. 1 high school, and, in fact, younger than him. While Tianfeng had spent 2 decades in education merely to attain the title of Director of Education, Principal Sun had ascended to the position of principal, stepping onto Tianfeng's shoulders over the years. The frustration he felt was not something he could openly express. And though he maintained a facade of camaraderie with Principal Sun, jealousy simmered within him whenever he witnessed Sun speaking at various conferences. Zhang Xiueming's remarks struck a nerve. And given that Tianfeng regarded Zhang as inconsequential, having shared tea and meals with far more significant figures, it triggered an outburst. A verbal clash ensued, neither party willing to yield, compounded by Zhang's notoriously brash demeanor, leaving even Tianfeng's mother, Zheng Ku, at a loss. The veins on Tianfeng's forehead throbbed, his wide, bulging eyes magnified by thick glasses, lending him a menacing appearance. "What do you want from me?" he bellowed, slamming his hand on the table, his voice rising to a shrill pitch often associated with women. "Are you suggesting I engage in favoritism?" The sound echoed down the corridor, leaving the children of various officials waiting outside in an awkward silence, pondering the purpose of their visit. Was it merely to fix a light bulb? Then came a barrage of accusations from Tianfeng. "Let me tell you, even if you are a government official, what does that matter? Can a government official compel me to disregard the school's wishes or violate regulations? I refuse to believe such nonsense." At that moment, Tianfeng resolved to stand firmly against Zhang Quanming, feeling an alliance with Xiao Fei. As tensions flared between Zhang and Tianfeng in the education office, Tianfeng's mother, fearing the situation might escalate, urged Zhang to leave. The entire incident concluded unhappily, and those waiting outside observed the commotion, deciding to depart and return at a later date, as Tianfeng's accusations had rendered them somewhat embarrassed. Not long after Su Kan's family departed, Tianfeng pointed at the office door, his tone sharp and venting frustration, declaring that he would never enter the gates of No. 1 high school. "What will you do, Zhang Quanming? I don't believe you will have any means to achieve that. A mere director of planning. What is that?" Chapter 36. A clash of ambitions. The atmosphere at the dining table of Zhu Xianju was somewhat gloomy. Uncle Zeng Quanming gently lifted his wine glass, offering it to Su's father, Su Liqing, and to his younger brother, Zeng Zhaoding. Come, let's have a drink first. After everyone took a sip and set their glasses down, Zeng Quanming smacked his lips and glanced at Su Can. I assure you, I will definitely handle this matter regarding Su Can, a director of education. So arrogant. What is so remarkable about a school like Yizhong? Everyone exchanged dry smiles, recognizing the contradiction in Uncle's words. On one hand, he dismissed Yizhong. Yet on the other, Su Can was determined to break through despite the obstacles. Uncle was also calculating in his mind. If he were unable to intervene directly, he could always leverage some connections. However, this reliance on connections left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Moreover, once those connections were established, it was likely that a resolution would emerge, which might leave him feeling somewhat disgraced. Laughter and boisterous voices erupted from the neighboring table, causing everyone to frown. This was a spacious private room that, due to the original construction, could not be easily divided, so screens were used to create a semblance of separation, giving it a unique charm. The adjacent table was evidently filled with guests who were gradually taking their seats as the banquet commenced. Director Zhao's daughter is becoming increasingly beautiful. So, Yun, do you have a boyfriend? A congenial voice floated over. Not yet, replied the girl, her cheeks flushing slightly. Ah, you sure? They are just children. What do they know of relationships? Yet, it seems today's youth are maturing at an astonishing rate. At Su Can's table, everyone exchanged glances. It was indeed a case of fate's irony that Xiao Fei's family gathering was taking place next door. Su Can pondered whether the Yushur mentioned by Xiao Fei referred to Deputy Mayor Yu Qiushou from Xiaohai City. It is truly an honor for me, Xiao Fei, to have Deputy Mayor Yu and others grace my daughter's celebration. Of course, our main guest today is none other than reporter Zhang from Xinhua News Agency. His visit for the flood relief coverage signifies the superior attention from the news department. Then, a rich male voice speaking Mandarin resonated. Oh, I am merely conducting a thematic investigation, gathering public opinion on some lightly affected areas, even in strategic rear regions. It's just a small part of the project. And I apologize for any disturbance caused to everyone. Not at all. Although reporter Zhang's work may seem minor, it holds significant implications. It is through your diligent efforts that a series of reports is presented truthfully to the public and higher authorities. Deputy Mayor Yu appeared quite proud. The presence of central reporters provided an excellent opportunity for publicity. Given the national strategy for flood relief, Xiaohai City was also initiating the rectification and clearance of various engineering projects and reservoir tributaries, revealing some major issues. The director of the city's construction bureau was suspected of dereliction of duty and was currently under the supervision of the municipal party committee. Although the investigation posed a challenge to the image of the Xiaohai leadership, the difference in circumstances before and after the arrival of central reporters was stark. If the central reporters were to unveil this series of questions only after their arrival, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the entire city of Xiaohai, leaving its visage tarnished. However, prior to this, it could merely attest to the prompt rectifications made by Xiaohai City, effectively eliminating significant safety hazards and exposing derelict public officials. This would further establish the entire governmental framework of Xiaohai as one that enforces the law with unwavering integrity, greatly benefiting the city's public image. Conversely, the internal dynamics of the Municipal Construction Bureau seem rather chaotic. It is evident that their director has encountered some issues, and Xiao Fei appears to be desperately seeking support, much like a floating weed grasping at sturdy trees. Meanwhile, the influence of his uncle, who holds the title of director of the planning office, seems diminished. The Construction Bureau's reputation has visibly waned in the eyes of public opinion. Colleagues within the agency regard the Construction Bureau with a degree of disdain, which perhaps explains why the director of the first high school feels emboldened to challenge his uncle, Zhang Quaming. In this interconnected relationship where the glory of one department is shared by all, and disgrace is equally collective, Zhang Quanming has gained a profound understanding of the situation. Let us focus on our own affairs, he muses, having no desire to entangle himself in the larger circle next door. Moreover, the atmosphere here is fraught with concern regarding Su Can's entrance into the first high school, while Xiao Fei has commenced celebrating his daughter's admission with a banquet, creating a stark contrast that is rather jarring. The gathering is filled with a sense of discontent, yet unexpectedly, when Xiao Fei steps out to use the restroom and inadvertently glances inside upon his return, he is taken aback to see Su Can's family. A moment of surprise is quickly replaced by boisterous laughter as he strides in. "Oh, Director Zeng, what a surprise to find you here, right next door. Why didn't you say anything? What a coincidence. Mayor Yu and some colleagues from the city are present as well. How delightful. Waiter, please remove that screen." As the screen is taken away, Su Can's family suddenly feels overshadowed, exposed to the glaring attention of Xiao Fei and others. Xiao Yunyan, adorned in a newly purchased cotton-pleated skirt and a black hooded jacket, her feet clad in polished black shoes, radiates comfort and youthful exuberance. Upon spotting Su Can, she momentarily freezes before beaming a radiant smile at him, her charm fully on display. Previously harboring a secret affection for Su Can, she now aims to present her most enchanting self to him, wishing to showcase her beauty to those who once overlooked her. It is not that Xiao Yunyan feels rejected by Su Can. Rather, she believes his lack of pursuit at the time should be a lifelong regret for him. Now, having gained a modicum of fame at school, where she is regarded as a class beauty, she has no shortage of admirers and, naturally, has her own preferences. It would be improbable for her to be swayed by someone whose current status is vastly inferior, especially one who still studies at the 3rd middle school. Instead, she is determined to leave an unforgettable impression on Su Can. With the screen removed, both parties begin to introduce themselves, inevitably engaging in polite conversation. Xiao Yunyan has entered the 1st high school. We, as parents, are truly gratified. Is this not the very purpose of our lives, to see our child succeed? Xiao Fei spoke to Zeng Quanming with an air of apparent politeness, yet within him surged an unexpressed sense of pride. He cast a glance at Su Can. The underlying implication of his words was quite evident. Our Xiao Yunyan is an exemplary student from the 1st high school. But what about you, Su Can? How do your grades fare? Did you manage to get into the 3rd high school? Naturally, Xiao Fei had no intention of overwhelming Zeng Quanming upon his arrival. Rather, he relished the comfort of the moment, savoring the experience of gradually humiliating Zeng Quanming. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Chuyang, a reporter from the Central Station, dispatched by Xinhua News Agency. Quite capable, indeed." Zhang Chaoyang, in his 30s, possessed the quintessential appearance of a northern gentleman, with a square face and a demeanor that exuded neither subservience nor arrogance. He shook hands with Xiao Fei's uncle in a manner that was neither overly familiar nor distant, radiating sincerity devoid of bureaucratic superficiality. Following this, he introduced other notable figures, including Vice Mayor Yu Qiushou and several leaders from cultural and supervisory departments. Upon observing the table dynamics, Su Can quickly grasped the hierarchy present. Although the gathering was ostensibly to celebrate Xiao Yunyan's achievements at the 1st high school, it was evident that Zhang Chaoyang, representing Xinhua, was the guest of honor. It seemed that Xiao Fei had strategically invited Zhang Chaoyang, possibly encountering him while extending an invitation to Vice Mayor Yu, thereby ensuring the presence of distinguished individuals from the city. Zeng Quanming, despite his aversion to Xiao Fei's tactics, was compelled to endure the situation in light of the esteemed company. Meanwhile, Su Can's family appeared to serve as mere embellishments to the occasion, as conversations flowed in circles. Yu Qiushou, having indulged in a few rounds of drinks, began to take a more favorable view of Xiao Fei, with the presence of the central reporter Zhang Chaoyang. The mayor had explicitly instructed not to be neglectful. Yu was contemplating ways to forge a closer rapport with Zhang, who, adhering to his own principles, seldom accepted local leaders' invitations. Xiao Fei, under the pretext of celebrating his daughter, successfully maneuvered Zhang Chaoyang to the dining table, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Observing Xiao Fei's daughter, Xiao Yunyan, one could see her blushing cheeks resembling blooming peach blossoms, her beauty striking and demeanor poised. She spoke sweetly and graciously at the table, embodying the essence of a well-mannered young lady. Unbeknownst to Zhang, this was a deliberate act to impress Su Can. He could not fathom how Xiao Fei and his wife, not particularly noteworthy in looks, had produced such a charming daughter. He felt a sense of ease and inquired kindly, "Yunyun, how did you fare in the high school entrance exam? What score did you achieve?" 612 points. Not too impressive, Xiao Yunyan replied, her cheeks flushing. The admission score for the 1st high school was 610, but she had actually only scored 600, falling short by 10 points. It was only through Xiao Fei's connections that she was able to attend the prestigious school. However, in front of the assembled guests, she could not disclose the truth and instead inflated her score slightly. Nevertheless, her reported score was still commendably high. She stole a glance at Su Can, feeling a flicker of vanity. Surely, this score should astonish the boy. "Oh, quite good. Indeed," Yu Qiushou nodded, appreciating the combination of beauty and talent. "Ah, old Xiao, I foresee that your daughter will undoubtedly leave those young lads in disarray in the future. Haha, not at all. At such a tender age. What does she know of romance? Education is of paramount importance. I observe those school children, perpetually exchanging letters. I have torn them apart on numerous occasions. Father. Xiao Yunyuan shot her father a playful glance, her brows subtly arching. Haha. Xiao Fei chuckled heartily, finding utmost comfort in the presence of this daughter. He then cast a triumphant glance at Su Kan, his previous remark serving as both a warning and a show of authority, implicitly stating that even the students from the first high school were not worthy, let alone Su Kan, who lagged far behind. Yu Qiushou clicked his tongue, glancing towards Zheng Quanming's table. Although he leaned towards Xiao Fei, he could not overtly neglect Zheng Quanming, lest he be accused of bias. He then turned to Su Kan, saying, Director Zheng, is this your treasured nephew? Is he taking the high school entrance exam today? How did he fare? Where is he aiming for? Xiao Fei smiled, having intended to pose this question to Zheng Quanming later to put him in an awkward position. Unexpectedly, Mayor Yu took the initiative to do so on his behalf. Chapter 37. Su Kan of Xia High City. Yu Qiushou had only heard of Zheng Quanming in passing, noting that the director of the planning office was known for his strict demeanor. However, he also learned that he had offended many, and despite the whispers that reached his ears, they were predominantly negative. While Zheng had managed to attain the position of mayor, which indicated he possessed a certain insight, the collective opinions had fostered some prejudice against him. At present, Yu merely inquired out of formality, unaware of Su Kan's identity. It was quite possible that by the end of this banquet, he would forget what Su Kan even looked like. Xiao Fei's wife cast a disdainful glance at Su Kan. Living directly across from Su Kan, she had long heard her sister-in-law, Yin Shuang, lament about her troublesome nephew, Su Kan, whose academic performance was abysmal and who frequently summoned parents for discussions. In the past, Su Kan had been quite notorious in their community, and when her daughter, Xiao Yunyuan, became too friendly with him, she was among those who strongly opposed their association. Though she no longer feared Su Kan posing any threat to her daughter, her prejudice against him remained intact. Xiao Yunyuan delicately picked up a small piece of cake with her slender, jade-like fingers and took a tentative bite. Smiling as she looked over at Su Kan, Mayor Yu asks you to speak for yourself, Zheng Quanming said nonchalantly. Xiao Fei found the situation amusing, thinking that Zheng Quanming was clearly feeling embarrassed. Before Su Kan could respond, his aunt, Yin Shuang, excitedly interjected, 645 points. That's his score on the high school entrance exam. Hey, keep up the good work. Xiao Fei, initially chuckling, suddenly realized the implications, his eyes widening in surprise. What? How many points did Su Kan score? Xiao Yunyuan, with a piece of cake still in her mouth, found herself unable to swallow it. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at Su Kan, her lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of mystery behind her delicate teeth and tongue. Had Su Kan announced this score himself, Xiao Fei's wife would have likely scoffed at it, perhaps thinking he was exaggerating or fabricating the figure. However, hearing it from Aunt Yin Shuang, who was known for her candidness, shifted the perception entirely. As a prominent figure in their circle, her words carried weight, and she was unreserved about family matters, not feeling the need to hide any shortcomings. Thus, anything she claimed was generally perceived as the unvarnished truth. Oh, Yu Qiushou remarked, somewhat taken aback, now regarding Su Kan with renewed interest. That's impressive. How come I've never heard of you having such an outstanding nephew? This young man certainly possesses a charming demeanor. You must be from the first high school, right? Previously at the third middle school, however. This time I am preparing to attend the first middle school, though the procedures there seem somewhat arduous. To my surprise, my uncle inadvertently revealed a smug smile, as he realized how remarkable it was for Su Kan to evoke such astonishment from Mayor Yu. His nephew's recent exploits have indeed been nothing short of extraordinary. Oh. What seems to be the issue? The concern was regarding his application. Initially, he did not anticipate achieving such high marks, hence he had applied to the third middle school. Yet, upon receiving his scores, he discovered they were sufficient for admission to the first middle school. Upon visiting the first middle school's administration, he was met with complications that rendered the situation rather challenging, as Uncle Zhaoding interjected. Yu Qiushou furrowed his brow, questioning whether there truly existed an administration that would discourage outstanding students. It appeared they were intentionally creating obstacles. What could possibly be problematic? Such an exemplary student deserves better than the third middle school. If he wishes to attend the first middle school, so be it. Just inform Principal Ding Huntao that I have endorsed this. This endorsement carried significant weight, With Vice Mayor Yu's backing, the administration, led by Tian Feng, would likely find it difficult to resist. Xiao Fei's expression darkened, lost in his own thoughts. However, Xiao Yun's gaze towards Su Can shifted, losing some of its condescension as she reminisced about the past, her eyes reflecting a newfound tenderness and a hint of admiration. At that moment, a warm male voice resonated. Su Can, are you the Su Can from Shanghai City? The crowd instinctively turned to the speaker, a reporter from Xinhua News Agency, still reeling from the revelation. Xiao Fei's wife mused on the disorganized manner of his speech, wondering why he seemed to lack coherence. Yet, Yu Qiuxiu sensed something significant, fixing his gaze on Zhang Chaoyang. The tone of the Xinhua reporter suggested he was familiar with Su Can. The atmosphere in the room fell silent as representatives from various cultural and supervisory departments turned their attention towards them. How could a journalist from Beijing, the most authoritative news agency in China, know of a relatively unknown student from a small city? Ah, but I have found you. Did you not write a piece of report literature during your entrance exams? You are the young author of that report. Zhang Chuyang's tone grew animated, prompting those around him to adopt a solemn demeanor. Until now, he had not revealed such genuine emotion in Shanghai City. Yet today, he could not contain his excitement over a middle school student. Su Can felt a jolt, realizing this was indeed the case. His entrance exam essay revolved around the devastating floods of 1998, narrated from the perspective of a tree, using a melancholic tone to depict the desolation of its situation. The theme was centered around the essay prompt, "Give me one day." He began with, "I am a tree. Humanity, pause your axes and knives. Grant me one day to reminisce about a century." Rooted here, the vast fields stretch endlessly, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, reminiscent of a paradise for centuries. Subsequently, from the perspective of a solitary tree, it gathered in its mind all that it knew about the human-induced destruction in the lower and middle reaches of the Yangtze River, summarizing several potential hazards of impending disasters. Naturally, it could not overtly proclaim that a flood was imminent, yet its assertions were well-founded and compelling, infused with deep emotion throughout. The atmosphere grew silent. For Zhang Chaoyang had already left a seat and approached Su Can, a scene that left everyone frozen in place. The director of the Cultural Bureau, who had just exerted great effort to ingratiate himself with Zhang, found his cordial demeanor met with coldness, yet now, he was visibly agitated as he departed. This left the diners, their chopsticks poised mid-air, suspended in time, illuminated by the summer sunlight, as white fluff danced in the air. Zhang Chaoyang chuckled heartily, extending his hand to shake with Su Can, a 30-year-old man completely disregarding the prominent figures of a municipal city, instead bestowing remarkable attention upon a 16-year-old middle school student. This spectacle was indeed dazzling. Your essay has been prioritized for publication in the new edition of Outstanding Middle School Essays by the Haidian District Publishing House in Beijing, and it will soon be available nationwide. What? The room erupted with astonishment. The expressions of both mother and father clearly reflected their surprise at the explosive news. In truth, the truly shocking revelations did not end there. In the first half of the year, experts from the Ministry of Water Resources firmly believed that no catastrophic floods would occur in the Yangtze River basin within 3 years, coinciding with a year of bountiful harvests. As the entire nation basked in a celebratory atmosphere, the few dissenting opinions from relevant state departments were drowned out. Yet come June and July, the relentless heavy rains unleashed a devastating flood, resulting in immeasurable loss of property and life. The military was deployed to the front lines. As civilians and soldiers urgently banded together for flood relief, it became evident that the concerns raised by the opposing experts were not unfounded. During the ensuing flood disaster, the theme of flood prevention and rescue emerged, yet the reality of bureaucratic finger-pointing persisted, with countless commentaries attributing the calamity solely to natural disasters. Su Can's essay had already been recognized as an outstanding piece. A certain high-ranking official happened upon its initial version in his grandson's new book and brought it up during a fiercely debated meeting, extolling its merits. This report from a middle school student articulated the crux of the matter, voicing concerns that numerous newspapers and media outlets dared not address. The narrative of the flood's onset and aftermath should not lay all blame at the feet of the heavens. The true causes must be sought within our human activities. How many officials, in pursuit of political gains, neglected the concept of environmental protection? We have cleared countless verdant hills and constructed numerous factories and buildings, only to have floodwaters threaten our existence. If we deny water a path to life, it shall deny us a path to existence. This serves as a clarion call. presenting an essential new directive for future development. Although the official merely mentioned it in passing, the audience received it with great intent. The name Sukin from the 3rd Middle School of Xia High City has left a profound impression on many hearts this summer, including that of Zhang Chaoyang. Upon descending from the central authority to Xia High City, he was tasked with interviewing this young author, hoping to bring back meaningful news. To his surprise, the matter had already come to the attention of several provincial leaders, who were keeping it confidential and awaiting the arrival of central reporters for further observation. Just as Zhang Chaoyang was preparing to finish his current work before addressing this task, he unexpectedly encountered Su Can, effortlessly gaining access to what he sought. Chapter 38, Entering the Hall, Part 1, regarding the matter of being selected for the composition in the high school entrance examination. It often does not warrant grand announcements or separate notifications. Each year, new anthologies of exemplary essays emerge, showcasing outstanding pieces from the examination. This is hardly a significant affair, and it is understandable that Sukin remains unaware. In comparison to the Beijing journalist Zhang Chaoyang's incessant reference to young authors, Sukin reflects that his own status as an author pales in comparison to that of true writers, and he feels an immense distance between them. However, this news ignited a flurry of excitement at home. A week later, the celebratory feast for Sukin was originally intended to be a lavish affair hosted by his mother. Yet, his uncle suggested that, given Su Can's family was in a phase of renewed effort, it would be best to keep it modest and prepare a simple meal at his uncle's home. On that day, his parents remarkably closed their shop for lunch, heading to a nearby printing store to create a temporary sign stating that they were closed for the day, instructing any inquiries to be directed via phone. The family arrived early at the uncle's house to assist his aunt in preparing the afternoon meal. Su Can's father, renowned for his culinary skills, brought along 4 kilograms of crucian carp to prepare the family's beloved spicy fish dish, which would leave a lingering taste for days. The fish was expertly cleaned and seasoned, and the aroma soon filled the entire house. The sumptuous feast was being prepared with great enthusiasm. Sukin was then dragged into his uncle's study, where he was shown stock charts. He had no expertise in this area. Listening to his uncle's explanations while his younger brother, Zhang Yuan, shot him a resentful glance, annoyed that the computer had been monopolized. Despite his own amusement, Sukin was relieved that his uncle did not seek his opinion, likely using this as an opportunity to introduce Sukin to the world of finance and gauge any potential talent he might possess. The older generation often derives a sense of accomplishment and amusement from nurturing their successors. Feeling slightly dazed, Sukin exited the study, his mind swirling with images of stock curves. One thing was certain, his uncle was in high spirits. The charts had clearly plummeted due to the recent flooding, and it seemed his uncle had withdrawn all his investments, currently adopting a watchful stance without exhibiting any signs of defeat. His older sister was seated in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing him emerge from the study, she said nothing, turning her attention back to the screen. Although 10 years ago she dressed in what might now appear somewhat outdated, her flushed cheeks lent her a certain charm. He recalled that, despite not being particularly prominent in school, she had no shortage of admirers, yet her pride kept all suitors at bay. At this stage, it seemed his sister still held some resentment towards him, having never been fond of him. On the table lay beef jerky and nuts. If you're hungry, you can indulge, Zheng Na said, her eyes fixed on the Taiwanese idol drama playing on the television. Sukin was taken aback. This phrase, you can indulge, was his sister Zheng Na's usual mantra, often directed at Zheng Yuan. I have snacks in my room. You can indulge. Or I just bought potato chips. You can indulge. When did he become worthy of such treatment in his sister's eyes? Sukin found himself at a loss, having cultivated a good relationship with his elder sister over the span of 11 years. However, upon returning to the past, he felt a certain strangeness towards the sister before him. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, suggesting he would assist in the kitchen. Zheng Na, who had been fixated on the television, slowly turned her head to observe Su Can's frail figure as he moved towards the kitchen, her expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation. After a brief silence, a flicker of guilt crossed her gaze. The table was soon graced with an array of sumptuous dishes, filling the air with delightful aromas. The flavor of Su father Su Liqing's Dubon fish was renowned, often drawing the attention of neighboring housewives who inquired about the secret to its delectable taste, leaving their own families yearning for the familiar comforts of home-cooked meals. The spicy chicken prepared by Uncle was a perennial favorite that never failed to tempt the appetites of both Su Can and Zheng Yuan. The spread also included mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, spicy beef jerky, boiled cabbage, and farmer's dipping sauce, a veritable feast of Sichuan home cooking that brought joy to the entire family. A rare occasion of such comfort and contentment. On the day of Xiao Fei's daughter's celebration, when the family was at its lowest ebb, an unexpected interruption by a Beijing reporter, Zhang Chuyang, thrust Su Can into the limelight. His essay, which had attracted the special attention of a certain leader, took on a report-like narrative and quickly gained notoriety. Under the leadership of Deputy Mayor Yu, the focus of the dinner table shifted entirely to the luminous figure of Su Can, eliciting envy from local dignitaries of Xiaohai City. Zhang Chuyang, on a mission from Xinhua News Agency, found his focus drawn to Su Can, having read his essay and perceiving its content as incisively critical of contemporary issues. It was astonishing to him that a mere middle school student could produce such a profound and prescient piece of writing. Engaging Su Can on these matters, he was met with an unexpected response, as Su Can attributed all the credit to his uncle Zheng Quanming. Su Can articulated the long-standing environmental degradation and soil erosion in the Yangtze River Basin, as well as the shortcomings of many research reports that only presented good news. He claimed these insights were gleaned from discussions with his uncle, influenced by his profound sense of concern for the future. Zhang Qiaoyang, suddenly enlightened, seized this opportunity to inquire about Zheng Qiuanming's identity. In the midst of a nationwide flood relief effort, he recognized the pressing need for positive representations in the news. Yu Qiushou promptly introduced Zhang Qiaoyang to uncle, who currently held a significant position, portraying him as an exemplary comrade. This ultimate endorsement prompted Zhang Qiaoyang to nod in agreement. Resolving to gather further information about uncle for future endeavors, and promising that the positive interview would be featured prominently in his forthcoming news report, Yu Qiushou's attitude towards his uncle underwent a complete transformation, as he became acutely aware that Su Can and Zheng Quanming had emerged as pivotal figures, serving as the focal point for promoting the city of Xiaohai. The family collectively pondered this revelation, while Su Can found an unassailable foundation for his prescient insights. Only his uncle, Zheng Quanming, remained bewildered, feeling that fortune had arrived too swiftly for him to react effectively. He certainly did not recollect having shared any pertinent information with Su Can regarding the literary report on the recent flood that critiqued prevailing issues. Moreover, he had not read Su Can's article to ascertain its content. In his usual manner, he occasionally indulged in some rambling, and the admonitions he directed at Su Can were plentiful. Thus, he naturally accepted the situation as it stood. Days later, after Zhang Qiaoyang concluded his interviews and departed from Xiaohai, the provincial government swiftly recognized Zheng Quanming, offering commendations that affirmed his political contributions. The senior officials from the province displayed a remarkable consensus on this matter. The latest issue of Party Spirit promptly featured a special segment, highlighting Zheng Qiuanming's awareness of the concerns faced by grassroots officials, as reported by the young author Su Can, in response to the high-ranking leader's call for introspection among party cadres. Vice Governor Yang Zhengliang, an experienced official who had once served in Xiaohai and was a former superior of Zheng Quanming, became aware of this development. He recalled his former subordinate with fondness and made a special call to extend his congratulations and reminisce about their days together in Xiaohai. Suddenly, Zheng Quanming found himself a celebrated figure within Sichuan province. A rare smile occasionally graced his usually stern countenance, albeit somewhat ungracefully. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei felt increasingly dejected, opting to avoid Zheng Quanming altogether. His envy intensified, and he occasionally complained to his wife and daughter, lamenting that Zheng's success was merely due to his rapidly ascending nephew. Ding dong. As the family enjoyed their meal, the doorbell rang, prompting Zheng Quanming to furrow his brow. Although visitors had increased recently, it was disheartening for someone to intrude upon their gathering. Nevertheless, Lin Luoran promptly rose to answer the door. Chapter 39. Entering the hall, Part 2. At the door stood a jovial middle-aged man in his 50s, carrying 2 large bottles of Wuliangye, their crystal-clear containers glistening with a pristine sheen. Beside him was a middle-aged woman, holding a box of old-fashioned supplements renowned for their cognitive benefits. The man, wearing dark glasses, paused upon seeing Lin Luoran. The woman nudged him at the waist, prompting him to speak. This is Director Zhang's residence, right? We hope we're not interrupting your meal. It seems it's already past 7. Indeed, it was a little after 7. But today's dinner at Su Can's home was particularly lavish, leading to a longer preparation time. Lin Luoran, taken aback, asked, "And you are?" "I am Tian Feng," he replied. "I currently serve at number 1 high school. I came today to share some good news with Director Zhang." Without hesitation, Lin Luoran welcomed Tian Feng and his wife inside, where her brother-in-law emerged with a warm greeting. Tian Feng was aware of the situation only later. He had seen references to Su Kan and Zhang Quanming in the party newspaper of the school's party committee, and now beads of sweat formed on his brow. Moreover, Xiao Fei had alluded to this matter, mentioning that Mayor Yu had spoken of Su Kan. Given the current circumstances, the director of the construction bureau was on the verge of being dismissed due to misconduct, and discussions had begun regarding appointing a new director. Zhang Quanming had suddenly emerged as a figure of prominence. Tian Feng realized the gravity of the situation. His son-in-law's ongoing projects required the assistance of the construction bureau. If Zhang Quanming ascended to a higher position, it would be too late for him to act. He knew he had to confront Xiao Fei, and he felt trapped. At his age, he was prone to sleepless nights filled with anxiety. After a restless night, he was reluctantly dragged by his wife to inquire about visiting Zhang Quanming, only to stumble upon the family having dinner, leading to an awkward moment. Stealing a glance at Zhang Quanming, Tian Feng sensed his displeasure and hurriedly said, we'll just sit for a moment and then leave. Director Zhang, my younger brother spoke rather bluntly last time, and I apologize for any offense. Upon reflection, I realize I may have been overly harsh. Please don't take it to heart. Zhang Quanming waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. It's unfortunate that you had to make this trip for such a trivial matter. Next time, I shall treat you. I insist on treating. Unexpectedly. Zhang Quanming's demeanor was amiable, easing Tian Feng's tension. As he turned his gaze towards Su Kan, his expression brightened. Oh, and here is another piece of good news. This must be Su Kan, right? A rather astute young man. With a student of such caliber, no. One high school will surely strive to welcome him. I am here today to announce that our school has decided to admit Su Kan. There is no need for any cumbersome procedures. He can simply come to school at the start of the term and report directly. He may choose his class without the need for computer allocation. Observing the calm demeanor of Su Kan's family amidst the ebb and flow of fortune, Tian Feng felt it was time to take his leave. He left a token of appreciation and exited with his wife. As he stepped outside, memories of Su Kan flooded back, causing the once diminishing figure of Zhang Quanming to suddenly gleam with renewed significance, gradually radiating warmth. Reflecting on the scene of the three individuals in his office, Tian Feng shook his head in disbelief, truly unexpected. The family meal at Su Kan's home lingered in his memory, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. It lacked the previous exuberance. Even his uncle refrained from boasting about his business achievements and did not excessively reprimand Zhang Yuan. This atmosphere starkly contrasted with Su Kan's recollections of familial interactions in his past life, where every member displayed their true colors. There were no extravagant praises or astonished exclamations. No flattery or fervor, but rather a comforting warmth enveloped the gathering. The bottle of wine gifted by the head of the education department, Tian Feng, was opened and another set aside on the table, catching the sunlight's final rays, quietly resting. As Su Kan's family walked home, his mother discreetly wiped away tears. And when Su Kan inquired about her distress, Zhang Ke simply shook her head, stating it was merely overwhelming joy. Days later, Su Kan's name appeared prominently on the announcement list from the first high school. While this supplementary admission did not necessitate public acknowledgement, many were aware of its implications. Amusingly, the school's attitude seemed to strive to validate Su Kan's acceptance as if it were a remarkable feat, though in reality, few recognized the name that had stirred minor ripples within provincial circles in the upper echelons of the party. In the grand scheme of societal progress, any disturbances are often fleeting. They may cause a momentary splash or whirlpool, yet time inevitably reduces all events to mere faint impressions. Akin to a man is crushed beneath a tire. Occasionally, however, small tributaries emerge in the relentless river of time, branching out in unexpected ways. Under the direct inquiry of Provincial Deputy Secretary Yang Zhengyang, a resolution was reached regarding the floodwaters breaching the dam in the northern district of Xiahai City, which had submerged parts of the urban landscape and caused distress in several townships. Consequently, the responsible parties were held accountable, and the director of the city's construction bureau faced suspension and investigation. The interim director was appointed as Zhang Quanming, the former head of the planning office within the Xiahai City Construction Bureau. Yang Zhenyang, once a figure of prominence within the provincial committee, was now seeking to re-establish connections with his former subordinate, assembling a cadre of trusted allies to cultivate a burgeoning faction. Meanwhile, Lu Rui, Shui Yang, and Su Kan continued their carefree existence, frequently gathering on rooftops to grill sausages over charcoal and visiting the city's nascent internet cafes to indulge in popular games like Red Alert and StarCraft, relishing their youthful camaraderie. Wang Weiwei had not reached out to Sukin again, but he felt no loss. They were fundamentally different individuals, existing in separate realms. Sukin did not believe that a mere game could bridge the inherent gaps and distances that separated them. Within the realm of gaming, one can indeed cast aside all identities and statuses from the tangible world. However, a game remains merely a game, and life must inevitably continue. While games do not discriminate between the affluent and the destitute, life confronts the harsh realities of wealth and social hierarchy. Despite the loud proclamations of universal equality, anyone with a modicum of discernment understands that this world has never been truly equitable, having experienced a rebirth. Sukin once believed he could alter this world and reshape everything. Yet, in the wake of the calamity wrought by the floods, he realized that there were many things beyond his grasp. The nation remained ensnared in widespread disaster, suffering extensive losses in both life and property. Summersea City continued to endure its share of devastation, and the momentum of adversity surged forward, indifferent to the feeble attempts of one individual to effect change. The sole distinction now lies in the intertwining of his life with those around him, akin to an aircraft carrier altering its course, sailing toward an uncharted horizon. This distant shore, once referred to in ancient times as the ends of the earth, is now known as the New World. Chapter 1. My high school, the city of Shanghai, is forever a wellspring of endless discussions, even many years hence. It is home to the undulating groves of camphor trees, the ancient streets baking under the summer sun, the tangled wires slicing through the azure sky, and the occasional fleeting glimpses of girls adorned in vibrant, fashionable attire. However, the first high school of Shanghai has begun to adjust its strategies in a bid to preserve its esteemed reputation. The core administrative building, the Tianjiayu buildings, stands as the most architecturally unique and visually striking edifice within the school, surrounded by tropical coconut palms and lush iron trees. Pathways radiate from this central structure, connecting various sections of the campus, all meticulously lined with verdant grass, evoking a sense of accessibility akin to all roads leading to Rome. Within this administrative hub, the cerebral nucleus of the first high school, a conference room offering a panoramic view of the school square and athletic grounds, hosted senior school leaders, class heads, and heads of the educational and political instruction departments. Principal Ding Jiantao stood solemnly before the glass window, his demeanor grave, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. "Could you enlighten us on this year's situation?" he inquired of his assistant. Turning to face the gathering, the assistant reported, "The results of the city-wide evaluations have been released, and our average score remains the highest in Shanghai." A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, as the attendees, having witnessed Ding's seriousness, felt their hearts race with anxiety. Yet, as Murphy's law suggests, every situation inevitably encounters a twist. The assistant continued. "However, the top scorers in both the middle school entrance exam and the college entrance exam are not from our school." This revelation detonated like a bombshell, igniting a tumult of reactions among the attendees. The long-standing tradition of having the top achievers in the city's exams tied to first high school was not merely a matter of pride. It was a cornerstone of its dominance in Shanghai's educational landscape. The school's reputation was not solely built upon its vast pool of gifted students, but rather on its consistent ability to secure top honors each year. If the narrative shifted to suggest that the highest achievers were elsewhere, then the very foundation of first high school's prestige would be called into question. The severity of the situation became increasingly apparent. Not only were the top 3 scorers in the middle school entrance exam absent from their ranks, but they had emerged from Weihai Middle School, located in the outskirts of Shanghai. Rumor had it that the school was preparing to contact the city's television station to announce their enrollment campaign, leveraging the dual accolades of top scorers to bolster their reputation. As the gravity of the issue dawned upon them, it was clear that among the 3 leading schools in Shanghai, first, second, and third high schools, Weihai Middle School presented a peculiar anomaly. Founded merely a decade ago, it had remained relatively obscure until recently, when a new principal catalyzed its emergence into prominence. Interestingly, this principal was a former member of First High School, and the complexities of their past relationship with the current principal, Ding Jiantao, added yet another layer to the unfolding drama. The crowd gazed at Ding Huntao with uncertain expressions. Yet all they were left with was the solitary silhouette of a man deep in contemplation. It is likely that more than one person harbored doubts. Why, in recent years, has Weihai High School consistently aimed its competitive sights on #1 high school? Beyond the ambition to claim the title of the city's top institution, there surely exists an intricate connection to Ding Huntao. Was there a sense of discontent? As Ding Huntao turned around, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Could those few students not surpass him? Lighting a cigarette, Ding pondered aloud. The heads of the academic affairs office shook their heads. It was said that Weihai had signed a contract promising a reward of 100,000 yuan in scholarships for any student who became the top scorer in the college entrance exams, aiming for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. This revelation caused quite a stir. While scholarships were not newsworthy in those times, some schools resorted to high-priced recruitment of outstanding students to maintain their reputations and prestige, a trend that would later flourish but had only begun to show signs. Ding Huntao took a deep drag from his cigarette, realizing that the opposition was well-prepared and resolute in their ambition to challenge the standing of number one high school. If measures were not taken soon, could number one high school retain its esteemed status in the city? While it was certain that a school with a long-standing academic tradition and a wealth of excellent teachers was not easily toppled, allowing Weihai High School to rise unchecked could lead to unforeseen complications, particularly affecting enrollment and the school's supremacy. External factors were merely one aspect. Internal influences were equally significant. A large influx of the children of officials targeting number one high school was inadvertently contributing to its reputation, while simultaneously undermining the school's previously commendable academic ethos. The presence of comparison, materialism, early romantic relationships, and even campus violence had, to some extent, become obstacles to the institution's development. It was imperative to suppress the disruptive behaviors of bureaucratic offspring while simultaneously fostering a positive school culture and rectifying the academic atmosphere. Thus, Ding Huntao swiftly announced 3 directives. First, starting with the newest cohort of high school students, a focused training program would be implemented. After 1 year of study, students would be classified into key and regular classes based solely on their end-of-year examination results, without favoritism. Second, the key classes would be divided into 4 sections, 2 for the humanities and 2 for the sciences, each overseen by the most qualified and distinguished teachers as class supervisors. The performance evaluations of the other first-year class supervisors would be based on the ratio of students sent to the key classes. Third, a special fund of 200,000 yuan would be allocated to support this key class initiative. The school must begin to change, and it must start now. Countless individuals were both astonished and delighted. They were astonished by the potential upheaval that the division between key and regular classes might incite, fearing it could dampen the motivation of ordinary students, leading them to feel neglected and indifferent towards their studies. Yet they were delighted at the prospect of this initiative being closely tied to the interests of the teachers, suggesting that next year, a substantial bonus of 200,000 yuan would be distributed among the supervisors of these high school classes. In high school, each grade typically comprises 7 classes. Due to its reputation, the expansion of the first secondary school is an undeniable reality. Each class is overseen by a homeroom teacher, and the homeroom teachers of the first-year students will collectively share a portion of the rewards, a most fortunate circumstance indeed. Xiaoriwa had previously harbored grievances about being assigned as a homeroom teacher for the first-year students, but now it appears to be a significant boon. He is contemplating relocating to a different residence, as his wife has long complained about the cramped quarters of the school dormitory, where the 3 of them are squeezed together. The neighboring retired teachers, with nothing to occupy their time, take pleasure in prying into others' private matters. They have long desired to move from the old dormitory to one of the new accommodations being constructed next year, yet they are still a few thousand yuan short. This situation aligns perfectly. If he contributes to nurturing a few outstanding students for the school, achieving this goal should not prove overly difficult. Within the administrative building of the first secondary school, Principal Ding Huntao's voice still resonates, having already painted a grand vision of the future for the teachers present. All those concerned with their personal interests have begun to pray, hoping to be met with favorable circumstances and opportunities amidst the new computer-generated class assignments for the first-year students. On August 31st, the day for new students to report and collect their books, Sukan donned a clean set of casual attire and stepped out of his home, carrying a sturdy, unbranded backpack that could accommodate numerous books. Arriving at the school entrance and noting that he had time to spare, he decided to have breakfast at a nearby rice noodle shop. His parents busied themselves, as their shop was now operational. His mother would rise at 7 each morning to open the store, followed by his father, who would assist her in maintaining the shop's cleanliness before returning to work. The sunlight bathed the nearby street and bus station, casting a warm glow. Sukan's brown eyes reflected the beauty surrounding him, filled with an overwhelming sense of joy. He pondered how one might pursue ambitious dreams and rectify past regrets upon experiencing a rebirth, striving for a status revered by society. Yet, in reality, it was nothing like that. Upon true rebirth, he discovered that even the daily routine of traversing the same path navigating through a world reminiscent of 11 years past, instilled in him an indescribable sense of appreciation and nostalgia. Every unchanged place from his previous life, the video rental store, the bustling DVD rental shop. The elderly man he used to see at the entrance of the establishment, fanning himself in the sun, the yet-to-mature camphor trees, the unchanged bus stop, the aged supermarket yet to be renovated, and the flower beds that had once flourished but were now overrun with weeds, merged into the flavor of the bowl of beef rice noodles in his hands. Rich and robust, it transcended time and space, evoking the tastes of a decade past. Sukin understood that he was not an ambitious individual, though he harbored some dreams. They were not overly grandiose. Even after his rebirth, he did not believe himself capable of achieving an extraordinary life that would shine brightly like a rocket soaring through dazzling trajectories. Thus, he continues to live with a clear conscience, relishing every moment bestowed upon him by the heavens in his rebirth. Therefore, it is not solely Lin Dayu who feels a pang of sorrow when witnessing the withering of flora and the falling of blossoms. Perhaps it is also Su Kan, who laments the diminished flavor in his bowl with each bite of rice noodles. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? A voice interrupted his reverie. Sukin looked up to see Shui Yang, this young man. Dressed in newly purchased attire, jeans and a pair of vibrant Antas sneakers, Shui Yang radiated energy. His face brimming with anticipation for the romantic encounters the new semester might bring. He leaned down to glance at Su Kan's bowl and exclaimed, "Wow, looks delicious. Beef noodles. Right? Want to join me? It's on me." Sukin smiled faintly. Shui Yang appeared somewhat tempted, but then noticed the number 8 bus swaying as it approached along the street. He quickly swallowed and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. The bus is here. I must be off. I have to report in. I hear our class this semester is full of beauties." The fact that there are many attractive girls at the first high school is undeniable. However, Shui Yang's intentional mention seemed to carry an air of ostentation. "Well then, I'm off." With that, Shui Yang, looking sharp and polished, hopped onto the bus. "Finish up and head to your school early. You might just encounter your other half." Sukin opened his mouth, wishing to say that they could go together, but before he could voice it, the number 8 bus whisked away the self-satisfied young man. Chapter 2. The report Sukin sat on the next Route 8 bus, which meandered through the town, departing from the seaside terminal of Summer Sea and making a complete circuit. This route passed several major landmarks, including the entrance to the first middle school, making it the most bustling line in Summer Sea. In a small place like Summer Sea, a complete lap around the town took merely an hour. He settled into the third-to-last single seat at the back of the bus, his preferred spot. Being a small city, the buses here were nothing compared to the expansive passenger trains of the metropolitan cities where he had previously resided. With only 19 seats available, the bus felt rather cramped by the standards of the larger cities. However, Sukin found a certain enjoyment in this intimacy. Most of the students boarding the bus were headed to the first middle school. As it was the first day of school, everyone appeared to be brimming with excitement. Occasionally, Sukin caught sight of a few beautiful girls in the crowd. He couldn't help but reflect on how the first middle school was an object of envy throughout the city, and rightfully so. The pride of the students there likely stemmed not only from their status as the top institution, but also from the sheer number of attractive girls in their social circles, a factor that other schools could hardly rival. The leisurely bus ride, combined with the sunlit streets, contrasted sharply with the hurried pace of life in larger cities, where passers-by often seemed indifferent. The expressions on people's faces reflected a gentle cadence of life, as if everything was immersed in a soft, frothy hue. The chatter of young girls holding onto the bus's support poles filled the air, but Sukin filtered it out, his thoughts drifting towards the scenery outside. Suddenly, a piercing engine roar shattered the tranquility of the street and the bus. The low rumble of a motorbike echoed as a blue machine zipped past their leisurely bus, moving in and out of traffic with remarkable speed. It swiftly overtook the bus and darted ahead, leaving the bus trailing in its wake. Although the deep sound that had disrupted the moment faded into the distance, its echo lingered in the air. Simultaneously, a chorus of young girls exclaimed, "Wow, so handsome." Sukin was momentarily taken aback. This era was characterized by the popularity of Hong Kong dramas, with the catchphrase "wow" being a staple of the TV shows, eagerly mimicked by these girls. It was amusing yet somewhat perplexing, reflecting on his experiences in the future. He noted how the post-90s generation often cloaked their empty and fragile inner worlds in a somber, Gothic style. Was this not an indelible trait of their times? The bus soon buzzed with conversation. "Yu Zijiang, that kid is a bit too showy," remarked a few seniors from the third year, sitting behind Su Kan, their disdain evident in their tone. Despite their words, it was clear that jealousy flickered in their eyes. A chorus of whispering female voices reached his ears. Belonging to the dashing Yu Zijiang from the second year, who was reputed to be a key forward on the school's basketball team. How presumptuous to think anyone would take an interest in him. After all, his grandfather was the former director of the Public Security Bureau, and both his parents held positions in the Taxation Bureau, ensuring a life of considerable affluence. It was rumored that the previous campus belle had grown quite close to him. Occasionally, sharp-tongued remarks pierced the air, causing the earlier chatter among the girls to fade into silence. Sukun smiled, recognizing the peculiar dynamic of this expansive, yet insular circle at First High School. It seemed to have cultivated a unique network of information and gossip. Every event or noteworthy figure that emerged sparked a relentless stream of whispered tidbits and news. No wonder it was said that the power of public opinion could be formidable. The connections and depth of interaction here far surpassed anything found in the third high school. However, First High School consistently produced a myriad of events and surprises, such as the spectacle of Yu Zijiang arriving on his motorcycle, an extravagant luxury that was utterly unattainable for students from the third high school, where family backgrounds did not compare. Upon arriving at the school, Sukun headed directly to the academic affairs office. Tianfeng appeared busy, engaged in conversation with several parents. Upon noticing Sukan's entrance, Tianfeng rose and greeted him with a nod, acknowledging his presence. To the parents, the scene was quite different. They, with their connections in Shanghai City, conversed with Tianfeng as if they were persuading the head of the academic affairs office to pay special attention to their children's homeroom teacher. It was unusual for the ordinarily aloof Tianfeng to rise for a mere student, making Sukan's presence rather conspicuous. Tianfeng flipped through the teaching roster and placed it on the table, instructing Sukan, "Take a look for yourself. Decide which class you wish to join. Once you've made your choice, I'll write you a note to deliver to the homeroom teacher." Since Sukan had come alone, Tianfeng's demeanor was markedly less effusive than it would have been for Sukan's uncle, the current deputy director of the City Construction Bureau, Zheng Quanming. Nevertheless, his attitude remained cordial, as he considered Sukan's commendable academic performance. Under the principal's initiative to foster exceptional talents, any student like Sukan would be highly sought after by any class. However, the choice of class was promised to Sukan, which made it inappropriate for Tianfeng to assign him to a class with someone he was more familiar with. The fact that Sukan could choose his class left several parents, whose children had been assigned to less desirable homerooms, taken aback. They wondered if perhaps this boy was the child of some influential figure in the city. Sukan perused the roster, recalling Shui Yang's earlier mention of being in Class 5. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled faintly and turned to Tianfeng, saying, "I'll go with Class 5. Xiao Rihua's class," Tianfeng remarked, furrowing his brow momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Very well." Subsequently, he extracted a note bearing the official seal of the Education Department, along with the preface indicating an introduction, inscribed with Sukan's name and the date of signing, which he then handed to Sukan, instructing him to present this note to Class 5's head teacher, Xiao Rihua, thereby securing his enrollment in Class 5. After Sukan departed from the Education Department with the note, a considerable time passed before the parents of students standing nearby cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, Director Tian, what is the background of this child that allows him such freedom in class selection?" Director Tian smiled faintly. "It's simple. He has been personally appointed by the mayor, with special approval from the principal. He is the only one in the entire school with such privileges." The mention of the mayor's endorsement and the principal's special permission sparked considerable intrigue among the impeccably dressed middle-aged men and women, who were accustomed to judging others by appearances. However, Tianfeng's seemingly courteous remarks concealed his inner thoughts. He pondered why Sukan chose to enroll in Xiao Rihua's class of all options. This would certainly benefit Xiao Rihua. There was a hint of discord between Tianfeng and Xiao Rihua, as they typically held mutual disdain for one another. With Sukan now bearing his note and approaching Xiao Rihua, one could only speculate that this development would lead to an intriguing future. Chapter 3. As if meeting for the first time, life is perpetually more dramatic than fiction. In this small city, nestled inland yet blessed with mountains, waters, sunshine, and fragrant camphor trees, there exists a myriad of events worthy of hope. It is akin to the anticipation that one day a monumental lottery win will emerge from this very place, or that a chance encounter with a beautiful girl around the corner may lead to a reunion in the early autumn of the following year, thus unveiling a new chapter of development. For Shui Yang, the latter scenario often appears far more improbable in the tapestry of his life. However, the most pressing concern at this stage is the fact that the girl, scrutinized by countless peers during the new student registration phase, who ultimately landed in Class 5, sits just a short distance away from him. From his vantage point, he can catch a glimpse of her profile. A sight so captivating it could make even a heart frozen in the depths of winter beat fervently. This realization significantly alleviated his discontent with the fact that he shares a class with Zhang Shi, Sun Zi, Li Ai, and others. More importantly, this girl is an acquaintance of his close friend, Su Kan, whom he encountered on the bus during the entrance exam preparations. Now, finding himself in the same class as her, he relishes the opportunity to boast to Su Kan, eagerly anticipating the envy and astonishment that will flicker across his friend's face. After all, Sukan had garnered enough attention over the holidays to stir a hint of jealousy among them. During a barbecue by the seaside, some girls had already inquired about Su Kan's identity, a privilege rarely bestowed upon Shui Yang himself. However, Su Kan's status as a student of the third high school effectively extinguished any aspirations these girls from the first high school might have harbored. For Tang Wu, the most exasperating predicament was finding herself at the epicenter of whispers on her very first day at school. The scrutinizing gazes of her classmates made her feel somewhat uneasy. Although girls often harbor a tinge of vanity in the face of admiration, when such attention becomes overwhelming, it loses its charm. Particularly vexing was Su Kan's friend, seated at her 7 o'clock, who gazed at her with an expression that bordered on drooling. When she turned to look, he extended a hand in a feigned display of friendliness, greeting her with a casual hi. This only served to fortify Tang Wu's resolve to ignore him. Her fluttering eyelashes betrayed a certain discomfort with the prevailing environment, and upon seeing Shui Yang again, she instinctively thought of Su Kan. It was hard to fathom that this individual, along with the name, had left a significant imprint during her otherwise rational and composed middle school years, which she believed had long since passed. Now, under the bright new classroom of the recently constructed teaching building, with the shadows of swaying trees dancing outside, the crispness of autumn settling in, and patches of light filtered through the balcony columns, Tang Wu understood that these moments would accompany her, slowly fermenting into memories over the next 3 years, marking the beginning of a trajectory toward greater heights in life. As for those who once existed in her life, they would ultimately resemble shooting stars, perhaps recalled on some future day, but never truly remembered. The voice of the homeroom teacher resounded from outside, instantly silencing the classroom, for no one would be foolish enough to leave a poor impression on the teacher on the very first day of school. Observing the man holding a note from the head of the teaching department, Xiao Rihua felt a sense of familiarity. Upon further reflection, he quickly recalled the high-stakes entrance examination that had taken place 3 months prior. In Xiao Rihua's eyes, Sukan had been nothing short of self-destructive, hastily completing his paper and leaving, which left a profound impression on him, already categorizing Sukan as a delinquent student. Gazing at the note from the head of the teaching department, his brow furrowed. Before Tianfeng became the head of the teaching department, they had been neighbors, and their relationship soured over the school's earlier housing fund issues, leading to heated exchanges between their wives, a matter that had become common knowledge within the school. Following Tianfeng's promotion, Xiao Rihua's days turned increasingly difficult. He could hardly recall a time when Tianfeng had ever been benevolent towards him, and thus, seeing Su Kan with his note only fueled his resentment, making his gaze towards Su Kan grow ever more disdainful. As he pushed open the creaking classroom door, the abruptness of the sound resonated in the unusually quiet interior, while the bright light from the entrance illuminated everyone's eyes. The sunlight, streaming in and warming Su Kan's back, cast a shadow on the floor. A chill autumn breeze swept through the classroom, and the ceiling fan slowly rotated. In the back row, a group that had been quietly conversing about Tang Wu and the offspring of Zhang Shi and Li Ai suddenly widened their eyes. They distinctly remembered the man before them, clad in a hooded jacket and casual pants, exuding an air of nonchalance, as he slightly parted his lips, his gaze shifting towards Shui Yang. Tang Wu suppressed her astonishment, though her rosy lips could not help but part slightly. The moment Su Kan appeared, she was instantly reminded of their leisurely stroll around the campus just before graduation, where the grass was softly swaying and the light dimmed with the encroaching dusk. Her unexpected words of encouragement to him then seemed to linger, an occurrence that felt improbable following her solitary walk with another boy after school. Ultimately, as they parted ways at the crossroads, a hint of melancholy crystallized into the vivid image of Su Kan, radiant and bright, standing at the classroom door. At this juncture, as new students were reporting to school, many had yet to arrive. There was no one besides Shui Yang or Tang Wu. The seating arrangements in this newly formed class were not subject to the homeroom teacher's whims. Rather, they were generally determined by the order of arrival. Most of the individuals in this class have ascended from the prestigious first high school, exhibiting a strong sense of regional protectionism. Moreover, the sudden emergence of a popular girl like Tang Wu inevitably incites a degree of hostility among the other girls, coupled with her haughty demeanor and aloofness. The boys find themselves both enamored and apprehensive in her presence. It is entirely reasonable that no boy dares to sit beside her at present. An entity that shines too brightly does not always garner adoration. It may also provoke a subconscious desire to distance oneself. As Sukin descended, Tang Wu had already reverted to her usual air of indifference, though a flicker of anxiety tightened within her. What if Sukin chose to sit beside her? That fleeting moment of tension did not escape Sukan's notice. As he passed by her, he offered a subtle smile before settling beside Shui Yang, placing his backpack down. Sukin suppressed the tempting notion of reuniting with his former middle school crush, Tang Wu, as a deskmate for 3 years. His choice of sitting next to Shui Yang was not merely due to the latter's dispassionate demeanor towards attractive girls, but rather because he understood the wisdom of leaving room for maneuver in all matters. One cannot monopolize every advantageous situation. Having been reborn, he recognized the opportunity to alter his fate, sharing a bright classroom and a starting line with Tang Wu, a privilege he had never dared to imagine in his past life. Such extravagance could invite misfortune, and he remained grateful, having learned from the bitter lessons of his previous existence that one should never harbor excessive expectations. Perhaps the tribulations of his past were a form of wealth that imparted these insights, enabling him to face life with equanimity, regardless of whether the tides were calm or tumultuous. During this interval, Shui Yang playfully pinched Su Kan's arm, eliciting a yelp of pain, which he returned with a fierce glare. Yet, Shui Yang merely responded with a mischievous grin. So it was indeed you, not a mere figment of my imagination. At last, Tang Wu's deskmate was revealed, Chen Lingshan, whose entrance was sure to stir considerable commotion. A well-known figure from their middle school days. Chen Lingshan did not spot Su Kan or Shui Yang upon entering. Instead, she immediately noticed the much-discussed Tang Wu, driven by the competitive spirit that often exists among girls. Chen Lingshan settled herself beside Tang Wu, undeterred by her brilliance, adorned with a pink Nike sports backpack. As the two girls exchanged charming smiles, their eyes crackled with veiled animosity. In the background, Zhang Shi and Li Ai, along with a few other lively characters, seized the opportunity for conversation. Zhang Shi nodded sagely, declaring, "Our class has just become famous. It truly is a gathering of beauties." Su Kan and Shui Yang were left in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Life often proves to be more surreal than fiction, indeed. Chapter 4, The Cola Incident. Zhang Shi, the quintessential young master, was not mistaken. Class 5 of the first year suddenly became a hub of excitement. The undeniable presence of numerous beauties in the first-year cohort significantly elevated the class's profile. Although there were plenty of gossiping questions at the beginning of the new semester, they primarily revolved around the identity of Tang Wu, with Chen Lingshan also receiving her fair share of attention. In the subsequent days, the customary military training for high school commenced. Chen Lingshan soon discovered that Su Kan was also in her class, which left her somewhat taken aback. However, this surprise quickly dissipated amidst the multitude of voices lauding her, akin to a stone cast into a stream, causing ripples that soon vanished. The new semester at the prestigious high school was filled with exceptional individuals. Among the thousands of first-year students, many were striking in appearance, academically gifted, and hailing from well-off families. Su Kan was merely one among the throng. He was the type who, while perhaps noticeable in a group of 10, would hardly stand out in a crowd of 100. Thus, while Chen Lingshan occasionally greeted Shui Yang, she deliberately chose to ignore Su Kan, harboring her own thoughts. On one hand, it was a subtle retaliation against the minor discord between her and Su Kan during the examination break. On the other, Su Kan's presence in the first-year group was unremarkable, certainly not the type to be coveted among girls. During military training, the first hints of admiration directed towards Chen Lingshan emerged in abundance. Her indifference towards Su Kan naturally stemmed from her pride. Meanwhile, Tang Wu and Su Kan maintained a state of mutual smiles whenever they crossed paths. A tranquil acknowledgement devoid of tumult, reminiscent of their modest stroll on graduation day, now buried deep within their hearts as a sealed secret forever entombed. Or perhaps awaiting the day when secrets would be unveiled. The military training did not necessitate boarding. It lasted a week, commencing at 8 in the morning and concluding at 6 in the evening. The school distributed light green military uniforms, and the playground was adorned with large patches of military green, a picturesque sight. Numerous incidents transpired during the training, including captivating topics of discussion among the dormitory girls, one of which stirred a small commotion within the grade. Due to the considerable physical exertion during military training, indulging in chilled cola and sweet beverages to replenish sugar and hydration post-exercise was a delightful experience. However, the fact that Sue can only consume the mineral water provided by the school became a subject of private discussions among many. After all, those who drank the school-provided mineral water fell into two categories: military instructors or students from financially constrained backgrounds, who would not spend 3 yuan or more, equivalent to a meal's worth, on cola. Thus, under the scrutinizing and sharp gazes of those around him, Sukin was evidently categorized into the latter group, often subjected to mockery. Due to a disciplinary issue, Class 5's military training was penalized with extended training during their break. In an unprecedented move, Xiao Yuyan, known as the Belle of Class 3, purchased a bottle of Mirinda from the school's convenience store and personally paid for a bottle of cola to offer to Su Kan, who was suffering through the arduous training at that moment. This act incited a chorus of excitement among onlookers, including Zhang Shi and Li Ai from Class 5, who thrived on the chaos. Xiao Yunyun donned a graceful army green ensemble, exuding both elegance and spirited vigor. Her long hair was gathered behind her, and beads of perspiration glistened at her temples, dampening the wisps of hair that framed her face. The fitted military attire accentuated her enchanting silhouette as she extended a can of cola towards Su Kan. He hesitated before accepting it, and amidst the cacophony of whistles from onlookers, Xiao Yunyun turned away, her cheeks flushed with shyness, leaving behind a bittersweet moment. It was astonishing that a boy who appeared unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the crowd, could capture the affections of the class flower, Xiao Yunyun. This unexpected attention thrust Su Kan into the spotlight, making him the subject of scrutiny and even hostility among the boys of Class 3. The sight of Xiao Yunyun blushing after his simple thank you stirred a flutter of emotions within him. He winced slightly at the exaggerated reactions of those around him. Their antics felt rather over the top. Su Kan was aware of the whispers circulating earlier, yet he refrained from defending himself. His choice to abstain from cola did not imply a lack of means. In his past life, he had developed a fondness for such carbonated beverages, but now, having been reborn, he recognized the importance of maintaining his health during this pivotal growth phase and chose to limit his intake. His preferences had shifted towards tea, appreciating its subtlety and lingering flavor, which resonated deeply with him. Following the cola incident, the previously overlooked Su Kan suddenly found himself among the most talked-about boys in class, alongside the ostentatious wealthy heir Zhang Shi and the tall, athletic Mao Xiao, who epitomized the princely basketball player. It was said that in the aftermath, many boys began to drink the bottled water distributed by the school, yet they still failed to catch a glimpse of their elusive princess, Chen Lingshan. When discussing such gossip with her circle of female friends, feigned innocence, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Oh, is that so?" In truth, she had been present during the incident and was equally taken aback by Xiao Yunyun's sudden gesture towards the seemingly oblivious Su Kan. While Xiao Yunyun, the belle of Class 3, held a certain popularity that surpassed her own, Chen Lingshan couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain, her lips pursing slightly as she regarded Su Kan with a mixture of disbelief and rivalry. Tang Wu, ever aloof, chose to remain solitary. Upon witnessing the scene, she quickly averted her gaze. Yet in that moment, as sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns upon her, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of the autumn sun, which hung low in the sky amidst grand, mysterious clouds of gray. "Do you remember what we agreed upon earlier?" Su Kan suddenly turned to Shui Yang with a smile as they approached the school gates together. Shui Yang, who had been animatedly chatting with a group of girls nearby, suddenly froze, gradually turning towards Su Kan and tentatively uttered, "You. Surely not." It was no wonder that Shui Yang appeared to be a person who could engage with anyone. Years ago, he had leveraged Su Kan's secret admiration for Chen Lingshan to sell him out, forging a camaraderie with the school beauty. Now, he was quite animated in conversing with the girls who had just completed their military training. Yet these girls responded to Shui Yang's ramblings with a mixture of intrigue and amusement, casting occasional curious glances at the reticent Su Kan. As Su Kan's warm smile gradually dismantled the grin on Shui Yang's face, he glanced around at the scene of bustling students departing after school. A few girls stood there, bewildered by the unfolding situation, and Shui Yang's expression darkened considerably. He whispered, "You wouldn't intend to kick me here, would you? Please." No, upon seeing Su Kan's unwavering smile, the last remnants of Shui Yang's hope faded. He cast his eyes around at the girls' amused faces and the throngs moving towards the school gate, gritting his teeth as he resigned himself to the impending embarrassment. Turning his back to Sukan, the girls covered their mouths, as if foreseeing an imminent scandal. Shui Yang clenched his fists. Sensing the pace of those around him slow to a crawl, he had no inkling of the uproar that would ensue if word spread about him being publicly humiliated. Akin to the disastrous repercussions of Jack climbing onto Rose's bed aboard the Titanic in high society. The setting sun bled crimson, heralding the tragedy of his life. After what felt like an eternity, he did not hear the anticipated sound of his robust posterior meeting the ground. A gentle tap on his shoulder prompted him to turn. Sukan had draped an arm around him, disregarding the spectators eager for entertainment. "Let us go, trash. We're heading home." As the sun dipped below the horizon, crimson clouds floated languidly, leaving behind the silhouettes of two figures, arms entwined and hands tucked in pockets, descending a slope. This scene, imbued with a tipsy fervor, hinted at the advent of an extraordinary legend. Chapter 5. The opening incident. Our class is a diverse mix, comprising students from the former No. 1 high school, as well as those from number 2 and number 3 high schools, along with transfers from even farther afield. On the day the military training concluded, our homeroom teacher, Xiao Rihua, addressed us, stating that regardless of our past achievements at our former schools or our performance in the entrance examination, the truth is that I have not reviewed the list of scores provided to me. What I require is a fresh set of results. Tomorrow, we will commence a series of examinations lasting 3 days, which will determine our rankings for the new semester. Instantly, a chorus of discontent erupted among the students. Having just returned from holiday and completed a week of military training, they had been looking forward to a 3-day respite but were instead met with the imposition of exams. This sparked a rebellious spirit within them, as the excitement of military training had barely subsided before they were obligated to return home for a brief review. Despite their discontent, the competitive spirit inherent in the students from the first school prevailed. Moreover, since the new class rankings would be based on these exams, no one wished to find themselves placed behind their peers, as this was a matter of personal reputation. On the bus, Sukan did not head directly home but chose to alight at the city government station, stepping out in front of his family's new store. The clean sign of Shanghai Cultural Supplies hung prominently above the entrance, and the interior was filled with an array of goods. The merchandise shelves were bustling with customers, indicating a thriving business. His mother, Zheng Ke, was busy handling transactions while his father responded to inquiries from the crowd. His uncle, aunt, and elder sister, Zheng Na, sat on stools, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Zheng Ke. Upon seeing Sukan, his aunt greeted him with a warm smile. The store, appearing full and inviting, was partly due to the efforts of his uncle, Zhang Quaming. After Zhang Ke had used the initial investment for a year's rent and initial inventory, funds had dwindled. The incoming stock was insufficient to fill the spacious 80-square-meter store. Consequently, many shelves appeared bare, which could give the first customers the impression of scarcity and informality. To establish a firm footing on the street, it was crucial for Zhang Ke to create a strong first impression with consumers. Thus, Zhang Quanming borrowed an additional 100,000, not only to replenish the store but also to enhance its exterior and interior decor, making it more aesthetically pleasing. This revitalization immediately enriched the store's ambience. Having recouped his investments in the stock market, and with the current downturn in the market, Zhang Quanming had no intention of further investments. Remembering Su Kan's contributions, he decided to invest another 100,000 into Zheng Ke's store, a move that met with approval from his wife, In Shuang. Since the grand opening a month and a half ago, daily sales before the renovations averaged around 300 to 400, rarely exceeding 500. After the renovations, sales surged to 500 to 600 daily, occasionally reaching 800. At that time, it was unimaginable. My parents' monthly salaries were merely around 500 to 600. Little did they know that the revenue from just 2 days of business could equate to their previous month's earnings. The shock and impact on their minds is undoubtedly profound. Of course, revenue does not equate to profit. However, this singular event has elevated my parents' perspectives and broadened their horizons. They had never considered the gains and losses from such a viewpoint, nor the significance of their hard work and daily existence. My mother, Zheng Ke, handed Sukan 5 yuan, instructing him to purchase 2 ice creams from the neighboring store, one for his elder sister. Sukan cheerfully presented 2 ice cream bars to Zheng Na, who hesitated momentarily before accepting, her manner somewhat reserved. Not paying her much mind, Sukan seized the opportunity, as there was still ample time before the shop closed for lunch, to peruse the account book. The stationery store did not utilize a cash register. primarily due to the exorbitant cost of such POS machines in this era, often priced between 7 to 10,000 yuan. For Su Can's family, currently in a phase of re-establishing their business, this expense was rather steep. From Zeng Ke's perspective, investing in a POS machine seemed less prudent than stocking more merchandise. Moreover, every sale was recorded in the ledger, allowing for daily calculations without excessive complication. After a rough estimate of the overall revenue, averaging 500 daily, the monthly total came to approximately 15,000. After deducting costs and calculating profits, the store could earn around 1 to 2,000 yuan monthly, a significant improvement compared to Zeng Ke's previous anxieties about job security at her former workplace. During a dinner hosted by my uncle, I was taken aback to find Mei Lan and Jia Zhang at the table. The two were incessantly toasting my uncle and showering my parents with compliments, revealing their intent to open a cultural supplies store in the rented small shop. They had evidently recognized the flourishing business of my parents' store. It is worth noting that in the past, before my rebirth, my family faced relentless suppression from Mei Lan and Jia Zhang when attempting to establish their small shop. They had even pressured my parents into signing a contract prohibiting them from operating a similar stationery store, leading to a bitter fallout that exposed their true colors. Observing Jia Zhang's cunning demeanor as he flattered my parents and timidly proposed the idea of opening a stationery store was quite amusing. I remarked, "I see that opening a stationery store could be quite splendid, lending a familial touch to the enterprise." This statement elicited a slight surprise from my uncle and parents, who were frowning. Mei Lan and Jia Zhang, naturally, were overjoyed. Their earlier praises for Su Can's achievements were merely a facade, as their ulterior motives had little regard for him, remaining oblivious to what he had accomplished during the holiday. As Su Can began to speak, he immediately captured the family's attention, for the transformation he had undergone over the past few months was nothing short of remarkable. Even his authoritative uncle, Zheng Quanming, held his words in high regard. Despite being merely a 16-year-old middle school student, Su Can's thoughts often surpassed those of many adults. He acknowledged that both Mei Lan and Jia Zhang had their own perspectives. His decision to have his parents manage a stationery store stemmed from their prior experiences. Ultimately, they were the pioneers who first discovered the market, and he was merely leveraging their insights. To stifle their ambitions would be exceedingly narrow-minded. Moreover, it was often said that it was better to embrace than to restrict. Now, as Mei Lan and Jia Zhang hosted a banquet to solicit opinions, laughter filled the air. Should they resolutely pursue their endeavors, their unyielding nature would render even Uncle Zhang's authority inconsequential. Much to everyone's surprise, when Su Can expressed his agreement, Mei Lan and Jia Zhang seized the opportunity, compelling both his parents and uncle to share a similar sentiment. After the meal, as Jia Zhang insisted on footing the bill, he rummaged through his pockets for quite some time, realizing that everyone took him at his word. Reluctantly, given the stance he had adopted, he had no choice but to bear the expense. While settling the bill, he cast a cryptic glance at Su Can, contemplating that he had initially feared Zeng Quanming. The old-fashioned figure would disapprove and accuse him of opportunism. However, since it was Su Can's own initiative, he felt absolved of blame. The expense of the meal would not be in vain. One day, he would no longer feel subservient to Zeng Quanming, nor would he have to endure the latter's incessant nagging and reprimands. On their way home, Yin Shuang incessantly berated Su Can for being a fool. Through this series of events, they had discerned that Mei Lan and Jia Zhang were duplicitous, presenting one face in public while concealing another behind closed doors. Regarding the matter of leasing a modest storefront, Jia Zhang had previously circumvented Aunt Yin, having contacted her superior. To his surprise, the supervisor relayed the entire situation to her, expressing disdain for such underhanded tactics against relatives. The final decision rested solely with Aunt Yin Shuang. Initially displeased with them, her irritation was compounded by Su Can's intervention, which left them unable to contest the logic of the situation and compelled to acquiesce. "You clever boy, what has gotten into you today?" Upon returning home, Su Can's mother, incensed by Aunt Yin's comments about Mei Lan and Jia Zhang's misdeeds, scolded him. "Your uncle Jia Zhang is quite scheming. Your uncle and aunt were already dissatisfied with him. Why do you support them today?" Su Can's father, Su Liqing, could no longer contain himself. Having observed Su Can's maturity and understanding over time, he had come to regard him as a young man, refraining from criticism or interference in his decisions. However, today, he felt compelled to speak up. Yet, Su Can smiled at his parents, asserting that according to urban economic principles, opening a similar shop adjacent to their own did not necessarily imply a division of business. On the contrary, it could stimulate the market and yield greater benefits. As our family business expands, it inevitably attracts envy, prompting others to establish their own shops nearby. In this scenario, what harm is there in acknowledging them? Suku and Su Licheng stared blankly at Su Kan, encountering this theory for the first time. Had this been in the past, they would have dismissed him, claiming he was too young to understand. However, now, both elders acquiesced, sighing deeply. Yet, regarding Mei Lan and her husband, I am well aware of the dispositions of Mei Lan's second sister and Jia Zhang. But, dear father and mother, do you truly believe that mere prohibitions will deter them? Noticing his parents' contemplative silence, which evidently led to a negative conclusion, Sukan continued, asserting that even if they rejected them, the couple would never willingly remain beneath us. Numerous shops along that route are nearing the end of their leases, and they could easily find new premises to compete against us. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to allow them to settle in a small storefront beside us. This would not only attract customers to the local market, but also enable us to maintain our advantages in terms of capital, storefront size, and competitiveness, effectively keeping them in check. This encapsulates Su Kan's strategy. To control them is preferable to allowing Jia Zhang and his wife to eventually secure funding and acquire a larger store, which would lead to direct competition. Healthy and reasonable competition can stimulate growth, yet vicious competition can lead to collapse. The couple, Mei Lan and her husband, possess ambition. Rather than permitting them to flourish unchecked, it is wiser to confine them within this limited sphere, thereby hindering their potential for formidable competitiveness. Moreover, Sukan is aware that their family-owned shop, the only one with significant formal standing, is on the verge of a pivotal opportunity. With this opportunity, the couple will find it increasingly challenging to thrive and pose a threat. Chapter 6, Classroom Confrontation. The latest class ranking list has been released. Over the course of 3 days of examinations, Sukan has witnessed the prowess of the prestigious No. 1 high school in the city. The difficulty of this examination was comparable to that of the high school entrance examination, if not slightly more challenging. The questions were crafted by a few distinguished teachers from the school, who diligently engage in such academic endeavors daily. In their 5th class alone, 30 students scored over 600 points. In contrast, had this paper been administered at the 3rd middle school, where he previously studied, it would have been commendable if 3 or 4 students managed to achieve a score of 600. Tang Wu secured the top score in her class, surpassing Wang Xuebing, who was previously regarded as the unequivocal top student in No. 1 high school. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and opinions regarding the equally beautiful and intelligent Tang Wu became a medley of sentiments. Those who once held her in awe now felt an even deeper reverence, while some boys, including Wang Xuebing, gazed at her with newfound intensity. Chen Lingshan ranked 20th, and upon receiving her results, she adopted an indifferent demeanor, as if oblivious to Tang Wu's triumph. Su Kan, on the other hand, did not exert his full effort on the exam, ultimately ranking around 40 to 50 with a score just above 500. He understood that being overly ostentatious was unwise, and his thoughts had been preoccupied with his parents' shop recently. He intentionally omitted some simpler problems, leaving teachers perplexed, as it was indeed astonishing for a student capable of tackling more challenging questions to neglect the easier ones. Damn, I thought you were something special, but it turns out you just paid your way in, Shui Yang remarked, noting the uncanny similarity in their rankings on the newly released score report, which mirrored their seating arrangement, giving off an air of kindred spirits in misfortune. At that moment, Shui Yang's suspicions towards Su Kan dissipated, leading him to believe that Su Kan, too, had relied on connections to gain admission. When distributing the examination results, Xiao Rihua initially felt a wave of satisfaction, as he increasingly admired Tang Wu. Though she hailed from the 3rd middle school, her performance completely transformed his perception of that institution. He was astonished to discover that even the murkiest of waters could yield a pure lotus flower. Su Kan, too, was on his radar, but he found himself surprised by the boy's performance. He had anticipated that this student, introduced by the headmaster with whom he had a rivalry, would score at the very bottom. Instead, Su Kan's results placed him squarely in the middle, neither detracting from the class average nor adding to its burden. However, Xiao Rihua did not relax his vigilance. If Su Kan's grades were not dismal, it was likely that his character might pose issues. Otherwise, he mused, the headmaster Tian Feng would not have so effortlessly pushed a student like him into his class. Rather than easing his tension, this realization heightened his anxiety, as he sensed that something significant was about to unfold. After entering high school, Su Kan realized the immense chasm that existed between this new phase of education and his previous experience in junior high. In junior high, it was often sufficient to miss class for half a month, review the material in a single sitting, and grasped the content with ease. As the educational curriculum and examination questions were closely aligned and relatively straightforward. However, high school presented a starkly different reality. Missing even a single day could leave him bewildered upon returning, further widening the gap between him and his peers, rendering the divide increasingly apparent. Heaven had bestowed upon Sukin a second chance at life, granting him the wisdom and experience of a later era to solidify his foundational knowledge from junior high. He was determined not to squander this opportunity. Akin to a construction site, if the foundation could not support a towering structure, it would be rendered meaningless. Thus, upon receiving his textbooks, Sukin proactively engaged in preparatory studies, an endeavor that required minimal time given his comprehension abilities and solid grounding in various subjects. He could often advance his understanding beyond the curriculum, and even while conversing with his friend Shui Yang during class, he was able to grasp the core focus of the lesson. Listening without discernment can lead to fatigue, particularly with the relentless succession of 40-minute classes. Yet, having learned how to extract knowledge purposefully, Sukin navigated this academic landscape with ease, unlike many who struggled under the intensified demands of high school. Xiao Rihua, responsible for the Chinese literature class, happened to notice Sukin and Shui Yang whispering during an analysis of a classical text, prompting him to halt his lecture. The classroom fell silent, and all eyes turned towards the duo, with some gazing at them with disdain. According to the latest class rankings, both Sukin and Shui Yang were positioned towards the lower end, eliciting a sense of superiority among their peers from the prestigious First High School, who may have feigned camaraderie but inwardly held contempt for them. After all, those who sought attention in class or intentionally clashed with the teacher might garner laughter. Yet they merely fulfilled the role of the fool, revealing their own folly. Fools. Li Ai remarked disdainfully from the second to last row, his voice, though soft, cut through the stillness like a knife. Beside him, Zhang Shi and Sun Zi erupted into laughter, their grins wide, punctuated by amused chuckles. Some students shifted uncomfortably, as Li Ai's comment bore an unmistakable edge of hostility, hinting at the potential for conflict under different circumstances. Shui Yang clenched his fists in silence, an unprecedented display of restraint. Sukin glanced at him, refraining from rebuking his friend's silence, knowing that Shui Yang understood the nature of the provocateurs led by Li Ai. In the competitive environment of the First High School, sometimes the true challenge lay in enduring the insurmountable disparities and hardships of their shared experience. Xiao Rihua's expression shifted slightly. Yet he pretended not to hear, calling out Sukin's name. Please stand and share your thoughts on the excerpt from Xuanzi's On Learning, particularly the line, I have pondered all day. Yet it pales in comparison to the knowledge gained in a mere moment, I have strained to see afar. Yet it is not as profound as the view from a high vantage point. How would you translate this? Xiao Rihua was indeed presenting a challenge, as he had only partially explained the line before posing the question, seemingly preparing to humiliate Sukin. Lingshan turned her head, smiling along with those around her as they anticipated Sukin's impending embarrassment. Even Tang Wu, who never turned to others for answers, glanced at Sukin with a furrowed brow, betraying a hint of concern. Sukin rose and spoke eloquently. I have spent entire days in contemplation. Yet my insights are overshadowed by the knowledge acquired in but a fleeting moment. I have stood on tiptoe to gaze far and wide. Yet my perspective is limited compared to that of one who ascends to greater heights. He deeply resonated with this sentiment. The wisdom of the ancients was indeed astonishing. As he viewed the past from the lofty heights of the future, his experiences and perceptions were profoundly expansive. If fate were to grant him a golden opportunity, it would not lie in mere foresight, but in facing this new beginning with a mature perspective and a heart cultivated through trials and tribulations. Accumulating earth forms mountains, and from them arise storms. Gathering water creates deep abysses, where dragons are birthed. Accumulating virtuous deeds cultivates noble character, leading to profound wisdom and a saintly spirit. Thus, without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without the gathering of small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. How might this be interpreted? It seemed that Xiao Rihua's large eyes, coupled with the sting of embarrassment, imbued his final words with an air of ancient inquiry. The class was visibly perplexed. This was a later section of classical literature they had not yet studied. With only a partial understanding, it was indeed harsh to expect Sukin to elucidate it. Reflecting poorly on Xiao Rihua's composure, accumulating earth and stone creates lofty mountains, from which storms arise. Gathering water forms the depths of abysses, where dragons are born. Nurturing good deeds fosters noble virtues, leading to a highly developed wisdom and the spirit of a sage. Pausing before the wide-eyed Shui Yang, Sukin continued, therefore, If one does not accumulate small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. If one does not gather the tiniest streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. Can a swift steed leap and not cover 10 paces? Xiao Ruihua's hand trembled, the temper from his youth surfacing as he pursued his line of questioning without grace. Can a gallant horse leap and not achieve 10 paces? Sukin countered. Can a dull horse, even with 10 days of effort, achieve the distance of 1,000 miles? Indeed, even a sluggish horse can pull a cart for 10 days and still complete a journey of 1,000 miles. With that, his words hung in the air, charged with the tension of their recent exchange, still resonating with lingering unease. Xiao Ruihua's expression shifted slightly as he became aware of his indiscretion. He then wearily gestured with his hand, saying, "Well, you may take a seat. It seems you have diligently studied the material." In truth, the textbooks of that era only contained translations of obscure characters, lacking precise word-for-word explanations. At that time, education was not as rigidly pedantic as it is today. These concepts were elucidated by the teachers. Thus, even with further reading, the absence of corresponding resources rendered it impossible to attain accurate answers. In that moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Chen Lingshan turned around in astonishment, unable to shake off the remnants of Li Ai's earlier remark labeling Su Can as an imbecile. She pondered, if such beings were considered fools, then what did that make them? Single-celled organisms? Chapter 7. The unveiling of a secret infatuation. What does youthful exuberance represent? Is it the image of a young man clad in a formal suit on a crowded bus, sweltering in the heat, yet unwilling to loosen his tie or unbutton his shirt, harboring a deep-seated shyness? Or is it the recollection of days spent on muddy sports fields, inciting shrieks of admiration from countless girls, now replaced by the sharp reprimands of a superior, leaving one to suppress the urge to unleash a punch upon that imposing visage? Perhaps it is the contrast between once being exhilarated by the fireworks of joyous occasions and now traversing through the throngs of revelers with indifference, draped in a trench coat. As the fireworks explode around, once, one might have wept uncontrollably over a trivial soap opera, yet now life's tribulations evoke a similar despair. Amidst the fleeting romances of a generation that swiftly discards partners at dawn, one finds oneself coldly tossing a stack of cash before departing with a sardonic smile, allured by the painted lips of passing girls. The term youthful exuberance possesses a strangely cursed enchantment. Its mere mention signifies the tragic solitude and decay of an era. As we lose our sharp edges, our passions fade, and our dreams blur, this phrase, when imbued with greater splendor and legend, always comes at the cost of our encroaching senescence. In the relentless flow of time, we gradually age, both in body and spirit. However, for Su Can, lamenting youthful exuberance does not necessarily connote a loss of youth. On the contrary, he is in the nascent stages of crafting his own brand of youthful exuberance, an almost forgotten brilliance that he now seeks to reclaim. At Yicheng No. 1 High School, endless topics abound, alongside a daily influx of heart-pounding or heart-wrenching events. In this sphere, where academic excellence is revered, familial status is esteemed, and gossip fuels existence, the period of internal exploration is past. The reach of information has begun to extend to other classes, both upstairs and downstairs, and even to different grades. What constitutes a matter of high interest? Surely, it must include the allure of beauty, akin to how future events such as China Joy, the World Expo, and the Olympics will invariably feature stunning women as their focal point. Each class and grade has its own beauties, whose daily lives, interactions, and paths become the subject of public intrigue. For instance, when Xiao Yunyan timidly requests a boy to summon Su Can at the entrance of Class 5, it ignites a flurry of excitement. While witnesses to the cola incident may be scarce, many remain skeptical. However, when the bell of Class 3, Xiao Yunyan, truly appears at the door and specifically calls for Su Can, the students of Class 5 awaken to the realization that whispers of truth often hold a kernel of authenticity. At that moment, Su Can is seated with Shui Yang, mingling with a group of boys and girls around them. It seems a pity that Shui Yang, who could excel in public relations, opts for a career in aircraft maintenance. After all, the former path is less prone to criminal mishaps, and he would likely thrive in it. Chen Lingshan also joined their ranks. The primary factor that facilitated her conversations with Su Can lay within the expansive network of connections at their school. Following the classroom confrontation, more individuals began to gravitate towards Shui Yang and Su Can, among whom were several of Chen Lingshan's close friends. Being a cheerful girl by nature, she soon integrated into their circle, although her interactions with Shui Yang were markedly more intimate, while her exchanges with Su Can retained an air of modesty. For Chen Lingshan, Sukin indeed captivated her attention and piqued her interest. Furthermore, her exquisitely contoured face and eyes that seemed to be filled with the cosmos would occasionally stir within Sukin a faint nostalgia for a distant past. Just as Chen Lingshan noticed Su Kan's somewhat heated gaze causing her cheeks to flush, someone suddenly slapped Su Kan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, there's a beauty looking for you." Consequently, the group gathered in the classroom dispersed, revealing a clear view of the entrance where Xiao Yunyun stood, clad in a charming pink long-sleeve t-shirt and fitted jeans that accentuated her graceful waist, fluttering like a butterfly. "Is there something you need?" Sukin approached Xiao Yunyun with a gentle smile. Behind him, a chorus of exaggerated exclamations erupted, causing a subtle blush to bloom on Xiao Yunyun's face. Her bright eyes locked onto Su Kan's as she said, "It's nothing. My birthday is in a week, and I would like to invite you to my birthday party. Will you come?" Could it be? The daughter of director Xiao Fei, known for his rivalry with Su Kan's uncle, was inviting him to her celebration? Sukin collected his thoughts and asked, "Do your parents know?" Xiao Yunyun nodded yes. "My parents were pleased to hear that I would invite you. They are eager to meet you, especially after. The impression you left last time was quite profound." Sukin felt a sense of relief. His uncle's recent promotion had led him to underestimate the situation. Had Xiao Fei ascended to power, it would have certainly meant trouble for Xing Quanming. However, with his uncle now in a higher position, the dynamics had shifted entirely. Their prior conflicts stemmed from their equal standings, where jealousy and rivalry thrived. Once one party ascended far above the other, only reverence and submission remained. Su Kan's uncle possessed a far more enlightened perspective than Xiao Fei, suggesting that the latter's concerns about facing severe repercussions had not materialized, resulting in a change in his attitude towards Su Kan and Zhang Quanming. This presented an opportunity, after all. His uncle's role as the director of the Municipal Construction Bureau would require navigation through various challenges. If Xiao Fei were to act with malice, seeking to undermine his uncle, it would not be impossible for both parties to suffer mutual destruction. Thus, it seemed prudent to take the lead in resolving their discord, enabling Xiao Fei to recognize and support his uncle. This would yield the most favorable outcome. "All right, I will definitely be there. Also, thank you for the invitation. And for the cola last time." Xiao Yunyun's bright eyes twinkled as she replied, "Cola. Did you like it? If so, I can bring you some every time during P.E. class, if you'd like." The physical education classes of Class 3 and Class 5 coincide. Yet when Xiao Yunyun made her remark, Sukin was taken aback. If Xiao Yunyun were to bring him drinks for every physical education class, what would that imply about their relationship? How would others perceive Xiao Yunyun? Observing Su Kan's astonishment, Xiao Yunyun let out a charming laugh, her smile enchanting. "I was merely teasing you," she exclaimed, before darting away, turning back to add, "So it's settled then. I expect a thoughtfully chosen birthday gift." In the following days, a sensational piece of gossip erupted. It circulated within the class that Su Kan, who had recently garnered attention for allegedly being pursued by the Class 3 belle, Xiao Yunyun, had harbored a crush on Chen Lingshan. For those who had met Sukin during the summer break, this was hardly a secret. However, the instigator, Shui Yang, wore a troubled expression as he gazed at Su Kan, lamenting that during the summer, he had merely mentioned his crush on Chen Lingshan in passing. He had thought that their paths would not cross again, and he wished to reminisce about their youthful days. Who could have foreseen that upon the commencement of the school year, Sukin would inadvertently enroll in the same prestigious school and share a class with them? As the news rapidly spread, people naturally gravitated towards selective interpretations, inadvertently overlooking many details. For instance, the phrase "once had a crush" regarding Su Kan's feelings for Chen Lingshan. The word "once" seemed to vanish amidst the whispers. Chapter 8. The Birthday Banquet Confession Event, Part 1. If one were to say that blood circulates through the human body for a distance of 6,894 kilometers each day, equating to 375 laps around the Earth over 60 years, then what moves even faster within the walls of City No. 1 high school are the sensational rumors that spread like wildfire. Sukin had harbored a secret affection for Chen Lingshan. The whispers of his impending confession echoed through the corridors, claiming that Sukin would soon declare his feelings for the enchanting girl. The evolution of these rumors often took one by surprise, likely leaving even the likes of Michael Bay, who orchestrates tales of robots in future times, utterly bewildered. In just a matter of days, Sukin transformed into a figure gazing enviously at the illustrious Chen Lingshan, perhaps secretly contemplating writing her a love letter or planning an unconventional grand confession. These captivating rumors bewitched the minds of many, even causing Shui Yang to regard Sukin with a scrutinizing gaze, as if he yearned to peer into the heart of his childhood friend. wishing to crack open his mind like a walnut to expose its contents. Chen Lingshan, however, appeared blissfully unaware, engaging daily in laughter and merriment with her friends during breaks. Boys from neighboring classes would hastily pass by her, turning crimson at the sight, while she continued to share jovial moments with Shui Yang and Su Kan, occasionally teasing Su Kan with her charming smile. The atmosphere was vibrant, with life and studies intertwining harmoniously, akin to an egg white and yolk enveloped in a sturdy shell, concealing all secrets within. Interestingly, despite the external frenzy surrounding Su Kan and Chen Lingshan, not a soul dared to pierce the veil of speculation. Everything resembled a bag of popcorn in a microwave, expanding and expanding, yet no one could predict when the bag would burst. It was not until one fateful day during physics class that Shui Yang turned to Su Kan and inquired, "When do you plan to pursue Chen Lingshan?" As he spoke, the physics teacher was expounding on the gravitational acceleration and the comparative fall times of two objects of equal mass from the Earth and the Moon, making Su Kan feel as though Shui Yang's head had spun into the realm of celestial mechanics. Pursue Chen Lingshan? After being reborn, he had quietly exerted himself, continually enriching his being. Even when encountering Chen Lingshan, his heart only held a nostalgic reverence for the past. This feeling was peculiar. Everything he had experienced in his previous life felt less tangible, while the present reality in which he was thriving seemed genuinely authentic. The future, still unwritten, held no significance. The true essence lay in the fact that this was a fresh beginning, granting him the right to make entirely new choices. Enough of that. Shui Yang chuckled, noticing Su Kan's astonishment as he patted his shoulder. Did you not enter City Number 1 high school solely for her? Could it be that you came here for me? Once, my friend had a somewhat dismissive view of you. However, I now perceive the essence of your potential. Keep striving, for I have faith in you. Should you require assistance, I am more than willing to intervene, even if it means staging a mock robbery. You have certainly indulged in too many Hong Kong films. Su Kan chuckled silently. Nevertheless, the ensuing events took an awkward turn. For instance, during the second period's recess, as everyone strolled across the playground, some girls from another class approached Chen Lingshan affectionately, casually gesturing towards Su Kan, who was walking not far off with Shui Yang, exclaiming, "Wow, is that Su Kan from your family?" Alternatively, while basking in the sun on the balcony, Chen Lingshan's friends suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I still have test questions to copy." They promptly departed from her side, leaving Shui Yang, who was with Su Kan, to exchange knowing glances. "I suddenly need to use the restroom," he remarked, "just to relieve myself and perhaps smoke a cigarette." Thus, the group exited in an orderly fashion, leaving only a bewildered Chen Lingshan, who shared a similar expression with Su Kan. In a most unfortunate manner, a girl who had just entered even peeked her head into the classroom doorway, declaring, "I shan't disturb your little world." Consequently, the silence deepened. Chen Lingshan lowered her head, gently touching a piece of fallen ceiling plaster with her toe, as sunlight cascaded upon her back and Su Kan's face, casting a radiant glow. At that moment, unable to contain himself, Su Kan finally broke into a grin, realizing just how trivial they truly were. He understood that with Shui Yang's penchant for gossip, the absurdity of his association with Chen Lingshan at this school would undoubtedly be circulated, yet he never anticipated the situation escalating to such extremes. Regarding his feelings for Chen Lingshan, Su Kan found himself at a loss. The emotions tied to first love are invariably enchanting. Everyone experiences such sentiments, albeit often overshadowed by the tumultuous demands of life, buried beneath the painful lessons of growth, leaving little room for reflection. Yet, when one day, at a familiar street corner, an event from the depths of memory aligns with reality, that fleeting surge invariably tugs at some hidden part of the heart, evoking a sharp pang. Xia Yunyun's birthday fell on a Sunday, and the afternoon gathering was set at a uniquely decorated Chinese restaurant specializing in stews, perfectly suiting her elegant demeanor. Upon learning that Su Kan would be attending Xiao Yunyun's birthday celebration, his mother was somewhat surprised. Given the past disapproval of Xiao Yunyun's family regarding their acquaintance, an unspoken truth evident to all, Su Kan selected a Disney plush toy from his uncle Qian Zhaoding's gift shop. Disney items were already quite pricey at that time, and within the entire Summer Sea City, only his uncle's boutique captured the essence of fashion, recently acquiring a new batch. Su Kan procured a 20-centimeter tall teddy bear at nearly 200 yuan, a considerable sum. With time still on his side, Su Kan reviewed the key knowledge points of the week before quietly departing from home toward the designated restaurant for the gathering. Xiaohai is a modest city, particularly before it earned the title of a tourist destination. The main urban area had yet to expand, and traversing from one place to another took little time. Having become accustomed to the bustling life of larger cities, Sukin found that walking a single block here equated to traversing 3 or 4 in Shanghai. Thus, he did not perceive the distance as daunting. However, he was taken aback to discover that the social circles within this small city were equally confined. At the entrance of a quaint pedestrian street, Sukin stood, convinced that he had spotted an acquaintance. On this particular Saturday afternoon, Chen Lingshan donned a beautiful bohemian-style pleated skirt. Her hair, unlike the usual style at school, cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a charming floral hairpin at her forehead. She wore black knee-high socks and petite leather shoes, resembling someone preparing for a soiree. Beside her stood a handsome young man, clad in a gray hooded sweatshirt and white sneakers, embodying the type most girls found appealing. Together, they appeared like a perfect couple, standing out remarkably in the street. Chen Lingshan seemed to have mentioned something exhilarating. Having just exited a clothing store, she eagerly grasped the young man's wrist and led him into a jewelry shop. Moments later, the two emerged, laden with bags, and hailed a taxi at the street corner, slipping into the back seat and departing. Chapter 9, The Birthday Party Confession, Part 2. As the sun sets and the streets bustle with hurried pedestrians, time flows calmly around, unheeded. No one can foresee how the intersections they traverse will transform in the future, much like the uncertainty of where they will be or what they will do in a decade's time. The enigmatic future instills a sense of reverence, perhaps tinged with a hint of melancholy for the dissatisfaction of present circumstances. Yet for Sukan, the events he is currently experiencing are shifting towards an unpredictable horizon due to his own involvement. The future of his personal destiny remains a mystery, but he faces it without trepidation, akin to a diligent farmer, toiling in the fields, aspiring to one day reap a bountiful harvest of resplendent fruits and golden rice swaying in the breeze. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, Sukin spotted Xiao Yunyun, along with a throng of friends, both male and female. Among them was Chen Lingshan, accompanied by the boy Sukin had seen previously, illustrating how small the world can be. "Happy birthday," Sukin offered with a slight smile. "Ah, I am so curious about the gift you have for me," Xiao Yunyun exclaimed as she approached, eagerly accepting the beautifully wrapped box from his hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sukin turned to Chen Lingshan. "How did you?" With a playful smile, Chen Lingshan replied, "Oh, Xiao Yunyun and I have been good friends since middle school. How could I possibly miss her birthday celebration?" Xiao Yunyun then proceeded to introduce everyone present. The boy Sukin had seen with Chen Lingshan was named Gao Fan, a second-year student whose family was connected to the municipal government, and he had known Xiao Yunyun since childhood. Gao Fan greeted Sukin with a casual nod, glancing sideways at Chen Lingshan as if to convey, "Oh, so this is Sukin." Chen Lingshan, however, disregarded his gaze and enthusiastically greeted the girls introduced by Xiao Yunyun, all of whom were from the same prestigious school, their camaraderie naturally deepening with familiarity. Xiao Yunyun pointed at the two of them. "You both arrived together today, which is quite the surprise. Did you share a taxi?" At Xiao Yunyun's remark, Sukin noticed a flicker of tension in Chen Lingshan's gaze as she looked up at him. Gao Fan, with a hint of pride, chimed in, "Well, it just so happens that today is your birthday. I had planned to go shopping for clothes with Lingshan and thought to pick up a gift for you. You know how it is with girls. I had no idea what to get, so I needed a reference. I ended up buying a silver bracelet from the romantic house. Do you like it?" The mention of the romantic house caught the attention of several girls nearby. It was the first specialty gift shop for women in Summersea, akin to modern stores dedicated to female products. Frequent shoppers naturally adored it, and the necklaces and jewelry there were notoriously pricey, particularly the Silver Princess series, which ranged from 40 to 60 yuan, a sum that was quite burdensome for students at that time. No one would voluntarily reveal the contents of their meticulously wrapped gifts. Gao Fan's hint undoubtedly served to showcase his own present, reflecting a desire to impress and stand out in every aspect. The bracelet he gifted, both elegant and substantial, surely elevated the sense of fulfillment within Xiao Yunyun, the class belle of their first year. This, in turn, caused the other boys, plump Wang and Ong and the tall and lean Yahai, to feel somewhat hesitant, as they were undoubtedly concerned that once Xiao Yunyun unwrapped her gift, she would find their offerings incomparable to Gao Fan's, which would significantly diminish their standing in her eyes. However, without the advantage of gifts, they were acutely aware of their circumstances and recognized that there was no necessity to compare themselves to someone as renowned as Gao Fan. Thus, in that moment, Wang Anong and Niahai surprisingly found common ground with Su Kan, standing on the same side. perhaps believing that Sukin shared their sentiments of envy towards Gao Fan's esteemed position in Xiao Yunyan's heart. Within the elegantly decorated private dining room of a traditional stew restaurant, Gao Fan naturally assumed the role of leader. He was a prominent figure in their class and year, possessing the gift of eloquence that elicited laughter from numerous girls present, further solidifying the camaraderie among Wang Anong and his allies. In contrast, Sukin did not exhibit the same inclination towards class rivalry as the others. This clever and charming boy knew how to endear himself to others. Although he could at times be somewhat boastful and enjoyed being the center of attention, his personality was not off-putting. Throughout the gathering, Sukin spoke little, preferring to observe those who had just entered their first year of high school a decade prior. His earlier assumption regarding Qin Lingshan and Gao Fan being in a romantic relationship proved unfounded, though it was evident that Gao Fan harbored considerable affection for Qin Lingshan. The girl, undoubtedly adored by many, seemed to be torn in her feelings, even for a figure as charismatic as Gao Fan. Winning her over would not be an easy feat nevertheless. It was clear that Gao Fan was making considerable advances. As the banquet progressed, Gao Fan shifted the topic, inquiring, "Yun, do you remember when my family moved away? Your father was still a section chief back then, right? How is he doing now? I assume he holds a significant position in the construction bureau?" Gao Fan's father had previously worked alongside Xiao Fei in the village and town section of the construction bureau before moving to a nearby county town. He had only returned 3 years ago to assume a deputy section chief role and was currently striving for the position of chief of the new planning section. Gao Fan intended to facilitate a connection for his father. "Oh, my father? I'm not too clear on the details, but I believe he is the director of the city's bidding office." Xiao Yunyan glanced at Sukin before continuing, "Oh, that's quite a position. It's been ages since we've seen each other. I really should pay a visit to Uncle Xiao later. Perhaps we can arrange for our families to have a meal together soon. My dad would love to catch up with yours." As the banquet concluded, everyone prepared to head to the main event of the day, Xiao Yunyan's home. Upon seeing the familiar courtyard of his uncle's house, Sukin couldn't help but smile ruefully. From his childhood, when he was regarded with trepidation by the parents of Xiaoan and the other families in the compound, to now, when his uncle has become a prominent figure within the community, the contrast is quite striking. Xiao Fei has shown no resistance towards him. Rather, he warmly invited Su Kan to his daughter's birthday celebration. The stark shift in circumstances is rather bewildering, underscoring the realities of life. This marks Su Kan's first visit to Xiaoyan's home, a spacious and bright residence of 180 square meters. The decor, while not ostentatious, possesses a certain simplicity that, in its time, was quite commendable. When viewed through the lens of future smart home standards, however, it inevitably pales in comparison. Xiaoyan's parents greeted the guests at the entrance with smiles, and a flicker of delight crossed Xiao Fei's eyes upon spotting Su Kan. Given Xiao Fei's disposition, it was unlikely he would personally attend to his daughter's friends. His presence was clearly for Su Kan's sake. Upon his arrival, Xiao Mother cast a glance of approval towards Xiaoyan. With the fruit platters, cake, and all party preparations in place, the atmosphere became lively once more. Sukin entered Xiao Fei's study and closed the door behind him, prompting curiosity among the group of boys and girls outside. In truth, Xiao Fei had not communicated much to Su Kan. Rather, he engaged in casual conversation, subtly probing Su Kan about his uncle's sentiments. Xiao Fei's tone suggested he still viewed Su Kan as a mere high school student, which amused Su Kan, leading him to feign innocence while revealing some of Zheng Chuanming's thoughts, half-truths intertwined with fiction, as he intentionally mimicked his uncle's sigh, saying, "Xiao Fei, I truly have faith in his abilities. However, the weight of past grievances inevitably lingers." "Did your uncle truly say that?" Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled with surprise, tinged with disbelief. How could Zheng Quanming confide such matters to Su Kan? "Well, I inadvertently overheard him speaking with Aunt," Su Kan replied coyly. "What past grievances are you referring to?" "Oh, nothing much. Your uncle has a temperament that has led to a few typical disputes with Xiao Fei in the past." He is just a bit petty. Did he think I would genuinely hold a grudge?" Xiao Fei chuckled while patting Su Kan's shoulder, his mind already clearing. Recently, he had been feeling quite idle. Although Zheng Quanming had not taken action against him, he had been neglected, causing him considerable anxiety. Hearing Su Kan's remarks, he was now convinced to a large extent. By the time Su Kan departed, Xiao Fei was contemplating whether he should lower his stance and extend an olive branch, perhaps sharing a drink with Zheng Quanming to dissolve their tensions. After all, despite their long-standing rivalry, they had collaborated for many years towards a common goal, and such circumstances were becoming increasingly rare. As Sukin stepped out of Xiao Fei's study, he inevitably elicited a hint of surprise from Gao Fan. During his previous visit to Xiao Fei, he had mentioned his father's intention to host a gathering, to which Xiao Fei had merely responded with a nonchalant seemingly indifferent. Now, however, the sight of Su Kan, an enigmatic figure, having spent the better part of the day in private conversation with Xiao Fei, left Gao Fan feeling somewhat unsettled. Seated on the sofa, Xiao Yunyun observed her mother's smile growing warmer and realized that there had been some progress between Su Kan and her father. She leaned in and whispered her gratitude to him. Taken aback, Su Kan noticed a faint blush on Xiao Yunyun's cheeks. Over the course of this period, she had come to understand her father's concerns and his heightened attention towards Su Kan, which stemmed more from a desire to alleviate her father's worries than from any genuine affection. With the family's anxieties seemingly resolved, she couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, accompanied by a subtle twinge of guilt towards Su Kan. Upon reflection, Su Kan comprehended the situation. Refraining from holding Xiao Yunyun's seemingly advantageous overtures against her, he was acutely aware of his own standing. His academic performance in Class 5 was unremarkable, and his family background was not particularly distinguished. Even though his uncle was a prominent figure in the construction bureau, it bore no relevance to his own circumstances. Moreover, he had yet to experience a growth spurt, lacking the qualities of a dashing prince. It was improbable that Xiao Yunyun would develop a fondness for him merely because of his composition being lauded by central journalists and the mayor. This was not a theatrical performance, nor was it a tale spun from fiction. He was not the leading character destined to be showered with affections upon his entrance. More often than not, individuals like Xiao Yunyun would harbor ulterior motives. However, one could not falter, having grown up in a bureaucratic enclave. A certain level of maturity was to be expected. This was simply life, harshly realistic and undeniably disheartening. Ultimately, until he could emerge from his quiet seclusion and undergo his own transformation, he remained the same awkward duckling, patiently awaiting the moment when dawn would pierce the veil of darkness, bringing forth the light of a new day. Chapter 10. The Birthday Party Confession Event, Part 2. Xiao Yunyun's birthday celebration became lively. The lights were dimmed, candles were blown out, and the cake was cut. Xiao Yunyun's cheeks flushed with delight, clearly reveling in the arrival of her new age, filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, the girls, eager and excited under Xiao Yunyun's suggestion, began unwrapping gifts. Wang Anong and the others displayed somewhat awkward expressions as they observed the open presents, which were rather ordinary compared to the exquisite Gao Fan bracelet they had gifted, making their offerings seem somewhat lackluster. The girls, however, presented a delightful array of eclectic gifts. Chen Lingshan picked up Su Kan's box, her curiosity piqued from the outset regarding what Su Kan had chosen for Xiao Yunyun. Thus, she had kept it in mind until now. Positioned conveniently, she found herself closest to Su Kan's rectangular gift box, and it was only natural that she would seize this particular package. Xiao Yunyun intended to open it herself, but Chen Lingshan beat her to it. She felt it unwise to protest, lest others discern her keen interest, which would be undesirable. What is this? The girls leaned in, their heads together, as the outer wrapping fell away, revealing a splendid rectangular box adorned with a lilac starry sky design. The box featured a cutout in the center, allowing the transparent cellophane to showcase the gift within, a Disney-labeled Winnie the Pooh plush. Wow, how adorable! Some girls exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement. The girl who had just boasted about receiving a set of traditional face masks from Beijing fell silent at this moment. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Yunyun's eyes. As a girl who frequently indulged in shopping, she recognized the value of the plush toy that Su Kan had presented. Glancing towards Su Kan, she couldn't help but feel astonished, for even girls from relatively well-off families seldom purchased gifts costing 300 or 400 yuan. Such extravagance was nearly inconceivable. This contrasted sharply with the rumors circulating at school that claimed Su Kan couldn't even afford a bottle of water. What is this, a doll? Gao Fan interjected, unable to suppress his annoyance at being overshadowed, forcing a bemused smile. Chen Lingshan's gaze towards Su Kan bore an intensity, her dark eyes glimmering with a hint of warmth. Yunyun is truly lucky. If I were to receive a gift like this on my birthday, I wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. The group erupted in laughter. Sensing the subtext in Chen Lingshan's words, Gao Fan, feeling a surge of jealousy, remarked, "What is the problem? When your birthday comes, Lingshan, I'll buy you 10 or 8 of them to fill your bed. This is a Disney plush, you know. It's said to be quite rare and expensive, typically around 300 or 400 yuan. You can hardly find any stores selling them in Shanghai City. Where would you even buy that many?" A girl retorted. Gao Fan's complexion fluctuated between green and red, He had initially intended to downplay the significance of the Disney plush. But upon hearing the price, he cast a startled glance at Su Kan. Could it be that he was indeed harboring intentions toward Xiao Yunyun? Words once spoken cannot be retracted, only adding to the laughter of onlookers. This thought weighed heavily on Gao Fan's heart. Since the appearance of Su Kan, he had distinctly sensed a chill in Chun Lingshan's demeanor towards him, a stark contrast to her previous warmth. He perceived no threat from Su Kan, who seemed to be a mere half a head shorter in stature, yet inexplicably, both of the enchanting ladies present showed a peculiar fondness for him, leaving Gao Fan in a tumult of emotions. As he stepped onto the balcony, designed with sliding doors, he closed them behind him, effectively isolating the vibrant festivities within the room. Only the gentle, ethereal glow of the moonlight, the deep indigo expanse of the starry sky, and the swaying shadows of trees in the courtyard accompanied him, along with the soft radiance of street lamps resembling frothy milk. Su Kan took a sip of red wine, resting his hand on the balcony, as a warm breeze brushed against his cheek, tousling some of his hair. It brought to mind memories of his past, when he could only frolic in the courtyard with the children from the construction bureau's housing district. How remarkable it was to find himself as a guest in Xiao Yunyun's home, standing on this balcony, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her pink camisole and other personal items fluttering in the wind. The arrival of happiness may not always stem from the presence of beautiful women or rapid advancements in academics and career. Sometimes it manifests in the ability to achieve what once seemed impossible, a tangible accumulation of joy. Suddenly, the sliding door behind him glided open, and a soft, graceful figure approached. Chun Lingshan's beautiful gaze immediately fell upon the bra and butterfly-embroidered panties left to dry on the balcony, standing beside Su Kan with a wine glass in hand. Their eyes locked. After a moment, her cheeks flushed as she quipped, "Did you come here to indulge in voyeuristic desires? A lecture?" Su Kan nearly choked on his wine. His presence here was innocent enough, but Chun Lingshan's sudden arrival had rendered the atmosphere awkward. A boy, a girl, and the fluttering lingerie nearby created an unintentionally comedic scene. Which film had woven such romantic encounters on balconies? Reality often proved far removed from art's exaggerated portrayals, resulting in a series of mishaps. Su Kan barely avoided a faux pas and hastily clarified, "It's not what you think. I merely needed some fresh air." Yet, Chun Lingshan burst into laughter, her face aglow. "That's delightful." "What do you mean by delightful?" Su Kan was momentarily taken aback. "I expected you to remain unflappable in any situation, but it seems you can feel nervous too. There's no need to explain yourself." Chun Lingshan winked. And as Su Kan's heart began to settle, she added a remark that sent his blood pressure soaring. "You should explain yourself to Xiao Yunyun." With that, she turned towards the door, only to have her hand instinctively grasped by Su Kan. He found himself sweating. The intricacies of a girl's thoughts could indeed be bewildering. If Xiao Yunyun's family believed he had such unsavory intentions for being on the balcony, it would indeed spell disaster. The sensation of soft, boneless hands, transmitted through the touch of palms, gently flows into the heart. This is a historical moment, harking back 11 years. When I grasped the hand of the girl I once secretly adored and missed. In that fleeting instant, the night was as serene as the stars. Yet in Su Kan's eyes, it rivaled a sky full of fireworks. Chun Lingshan paused momentarily, yet did not turn to face him. What is the most awkward situation? It is not the sudden contact between the skin of a man and a woman, nor the silence that ensues from an uncomfortable action, but rather the moment one unexpectedly holds the hand of Chun Lingshan, the girl who has captivated countless hearts at Shi High School, and hears through the not-so-soundproof sliding door the voices drifting from indoors to the balcony. "Hey, where's Su Kan?" a girl inquired mysteriously. "I don't know. He seems to have gone downstairs to buy something." "Haven't you heard the recent gossip?" "I wonder if you've heard. It's about Su Kan's secret affection for Chun Lingshan." "Hee, I've known for ages. I saw him just now and pretended not to know who he was. It was quite a struggle." The voices, rising and falling, accompanied by the laughter of girls and the curious inquiries of boys, clearly penetrated through the myriad gaps of the sliding door, wafting onto the balcony where the two stood. Su Kan, unexpectedly experiencing this inexplicable sense of unease, found himself transfixed, forgetting to release Chun Lingshan's hand, and instead gripping it tighter out of nervousness and embarrassment. Chun Lingshan's delicate ears perked up, her heart racing. The autumn breeze brushed against her skin, causing her face to flush profoundly, almost preventing her from turning to face Su Kan directly. Were they speaking the truth? Though her back was turned to him, the melodious voices reached her ears softly. "Ah, the impetuousness of youth." Sukin never anticipated that confronting this nascent love would involve the girl he had long cherished. I heard Sukin's mother works for Lingshan's family business. He has adored her since then. The fragmented voices continued to filter through. Yes, Sukin nodded, tacitly affirming Qin Lingshan's inquiry. The boy he was 11 years ago must account for the man he is today. It is a peculiar cycle. Qin Lingshan's hand, too, gradually curled tighter around Sukin's. If this hand were to remain clasped, what would the future hold for them? The secure grip, the uncertainty of an unimaginable future. Would their linked hands lead to eternity? Qin Lingshan's mind flashed back to the first time she encountered Sukin, a child with a dusty, gray face climbing toward her at dusk, accompanied by an exuberant little dog. If that moment was a fateful meeting, could this be the greatest jest that destiny has played upon her? She had envisioned countless romantic scenarios of meeting a charming prince, which only heightened the dissonance of her memories of Sukin. In all honesty, she harbored a certain fondness for Sukin, though his academic performance was lacking. His optimism was a source of solace. He was not particularly tall, yet his smile radiated warmth akin to the gentle sun. He faced life's adversities with composure and tranquility, often turning peril into safety. Yet, at his core, he was merely an ordinary boy from an unremarkable background. He possessed a prince's smile, but could not evoke the heart-thumping allure of a true prince. His frail shoulders, too, could not bear the weight of a promising future. Qin Lingshan yearned for her own Jack, to board a ship on a splendid day, traversing the ocean toward the horizon where sky meets sea, much like in Titanic. However, Sukin was not Jack, and they could not sail across the vast seas. I'm sorry, Qin Lingshan heard her own voice utter, before she released her grip and retreated, silently entering through the sliding door. Sukin only witnessed the abrupt halt of the conversation within the living room. Through the narrow gap of the sliding door, he caught sight of various men and women, astonished and bewildered by the sudden appearance of the two. In the many moments to come, as she turned her back and walked away, Qin Lingshan would occasionally ponder what might have transpired had time granted her another chance. On that starry night, if she had chosen to grasp that hand tightly instead of letting go, how might her life have unfolded? Would tears still fall inexplicably? Chapter 11. The renowned incident this weekend. During the birthday celebration of Xiao Yunyun on Sunday, all attendees bore witness to what was undeniably a catastrophic defeat for Sukin. In the living room, everyone observed Qin Lingshan stepping through the sliding door onto the balcony, while Sukin remained shrouded in a half-light, his expression concealed from view. At that moment, the nature of Sukin's feelings became irrelevant to the onlookers. Many lamented, astonished that Qin Lingshan remained an impregnable fortress, unattainable by any suitor. Standing tall amidst the clouds, the once promising Sukin was swept away with the relentless tide, crushed upon the shores of despair. Gao Fan, who had arrived from the dining area to learn of the unfolding events, wore a smug expression that betrayed his schadenfreude. He mused that he had not miscalculated. How could the proud Qin Lingshan ever consider settling for a boy like Sukin? He felt relieved for having refrained from a hasty confession. Understanding that a girl like Qin Lingshan required a slow, patient approach, any hint of impatience could send her fleeing like a startled bird, vanishing without a trace. Sukin's failure, however, signified that he still had ample opportunity. With his gradual pursuit, he believed that there would come a day when he could firmly grasp Qin Lingshan's heart and soul. Later, when Xiao Yunyun returned to the living room after assisting her mother in the kitchen, she appeared somewhat uneasy upon hearing the news. Even as the gathering concluded and she bid farewell to the guests, her pallor remained evident. Yet, for Sukin, everything that transpired that night was less a romantic defeat and more a liberation from his past. Deep within, everyone harbors a longing for the beautiful possibilities of what might have been, often reflecting on choices made with a sense of regret. If only they could turn back time and rectify their past decisions, this sentiment resonated profoundly with Sukin. On countless nights in the future, amid the exhaustion of work, when sleep eluded him, he would occasionally reminisce about the past, pondering whether, if given the chance to start anew, he would reach out to those fleeting first loves, those missed opportunities, and those who could have stayed but chose to depart. Would he extend his hand to capture their ephemeral presence? Life is akin to a game of chess, where one must advance with unwavering resolve, engaging in fierce battles and strategic maneuvers, weathering storms and uncertainties, yet never able to retract a move. Thus, we remain forever unaware of the alternate paths our choices might have forged. Nevertheless, Sukin achieved what many can only dream of, for the once insecure girl, who felt diminutive in the brilliance of Qin Lingshan. He seized the opportunity to express the confessions he had long regretted and never dared to voice. Life, until it reaches a conclusion, resembles a dialectical question. where one can never be certain of their own capabilities or the realization of their convictions, nor whether their fears might manifest. Through this second chance, Sukin demonstrated the love he had sought to grasp but could not. Yet, not everyone is afforded the bold opportunity to reclaim their first love. Sukin did, and that alone is remarkable. Although there lingered a hint of palpitations, a more profound sensation stirred within him, akin to a firm liberation of the constricted stomach. With no regrets left, there was nothing to lament. Thus, when Sukin arose from his bed on Monday, his heart was filled with an inexplicable clarity. As if he had truly been reborn after yesterday, he could finally make a decisive and satisfactory closure with the past that had haunted him for many years. As he rinsed his mouth in the morning, Sukin gazed into the mirror at his deep brown eyes, offering himself a faint smile. Indeed, he had matured, embracing a fresh perspective to confront the myriad events of life, drawing inspiration and hope from them. This experience of rebirth endowed him with a superior intellect. However, it was evident that despite Sukin's desire to maintain a low profile, life refused to grant him a moment of tranquility. The events that transpired at the birthday party of the class beauty, Xiao Yunyun, spread through the student circles of this small city with alarming rapidity. Even as Sukin sat on the bus heading to the city's #1 high school, he noticed two young girls pointing at him. When the bus fortuitously came to a halt and the cacophony of the engine diminished, their hushed voices became startlingly clear. "Look, that's Sukin from the high school division." Such is the irony of good deeds remaining unspoken while misfortunes travel far and wide in less than a day. Sukin felt as though he had become a household name. Of course, this was an exaggeration, as most students on the bus still did not recognize him. However, after today, that would likely change. Upon arriving at school, everyone in his grade regarded him with peculiar expressions. Small groups in various classes lit up with enthusiasm upon his entrance. His close friend, Shui Yang, unusually refrained from playing cards with Xiang Fei and instead focused intently on the lesson. Yet, midway through the first class, Shui Yang suddenly turned to Sukin, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, "I heard you confessed to Chen Lingshan yesterday." Coughing lightly, Sukin nearly choked on his saliva. Shui Yang playfully patted his shoulder. "Brother, do share the details. I've been dying to hear the whole story." The English teacher, unable to tolerate the commotion any longer, pointed an imaginary finger and declared, "Sukin." Shui Yang. Silence. The classroom erupted in laughter, and both Tang Wu and Chen Lingshan turned to look at him. The former wore a puzzled expression, while the latter's gaze was distinctly alluring, her cheeks flushed. Evidently aware of the rumors circulating after last night, with many friends from afar seeking confirmation. Meeting Chen Lingshan's gaze, Sukin smiled nonchalantly, wishing not to burden her with the events of the previous night. Chen Lingshan seemed momentarily taken aback by his smile, hastily turning away. Yet her cheeks burned with an unexplainable warmth, leaving her heart in a tumult of emotions. This matter swiftly transformed Sukin into a cautionary tale for all the young men aspiring to pursue Chen Lingshan. Conversely, it also led to disappointment among some girls who held a fondness for Sukin. Now, even if someone wished to court him, they would inevitably find themselves overshadowed by Chen Lingshan. However, contrary to Sukin's expectations, Chen Lingshan did not deliberately distance herself from Shui Yang and Sukin's circle following the incident at Xiao Yunyun's home. On the contrary, she appeared to grow even more familiar with them than before. During breaks, she would intentionally linger with their small group, and occasionally in physical education classes. She would generously treat them, asking others to fetch drinks for the two of them. Often at such moments, Chen Lingshan would stand at one end of the playground, her rosy lips sipping on chilled mineral water, her gaze subtly drifting towards Sukin beneath the camphor tree. In that moment, the clouds drifted by, and the ground was dappled with bright patches of light. Chapter 12, Opportunities for Development in Early Autumn. A chill has settled in. The stars twinkle and the moon shines brightly against a deep blue sky, with the morning star still dim. It is now 5:40 in the morning, and under the soft glow of the bedroom light, Sukin, who has been awake for 10 minutes, opens his Chinese textbook to page 62. At this moment, the first volume of high school material comprises merely 162 pages. For Sukin, who has experienced life anew, the term preview hardly applies to his current endeavor of revisiting past knowledge. Having solidified his foundation from middle school, Sukin approaches the vast expanse of high school knowledge with the eagerness of a sponge absorbing water. The essence of high school Chinese lies in mastering the entirety of the national language system. However, within the current educational framework, Chinese language and literature have become exceedingly pragmatic disciplines. In Sukin's recollection, Many students engage in extensive practice drills and intensive cramming. Through a series of arduous exercises, they achieve tangible results in their scores, yet these numbers merely reflect superficial success. The true mastery of classical Chinese texts, as required by the comprehensive examination system, remains an elusive challenge. This predicament stems from the overly instrumental and goal-oriented nature of contemporary education, coupled with the widespread unawareness of its significance. Chinese, often referred to as the study of national essence, embodies the values and worldview of a nation, symbolizing the spiritual civilization of the entire populace. Without an appropriate attitude and elevated perspective towards learning, the pursuit of knowledge inevitably turns tedious and uninspiring. For Su Can, who has already laid a solid groundwork, reviewing the current grammatical structures of the language feels akin to swimming in familiar waters. However, in this era, the internet has yet to permeate society, and the vast knowledge repositories of search engines are still but a dream. When confronted with obscure characters he does not recognize, he encounters challenges. Fortunately, a thick volume of the Chinese dictionary rests atop his desk, a veritable treasure in his eyes. Given the limited availability of reference materials in this era, he understands the necessity of broad exposure to information. Although Su Can lacks a systematic plan in his mind, returning to the past merely to avoid repeating past mistakes would be a narrow approach. Yet, he finds himself at a loss regarding his next steps. Should he abandon the pursuit of high school studies to assist his parents in business, carving out a prosperous empire akin to those portrayed in novels? While this may seem feasible, the accompanying resistance would be immense. To his family, such an idea appears utterly absurd. In a sense, this is akin to a gamble. Having faced devastating losses in his previous life, the current Su Can leans towards steadiness. He recognizes the multitude of things he still lacks. Relying solely on his foresight may lead him to an uncertain demise. Moreover, Su Can perceives that the knowledge he is currently acquiring is not merely an enhancement of his capabilities. It is a silent armament, fortifying him for the future. Nonetheless, from Su Can's current perspective, the realm of high school knowledge seems somewhat constricted and limited, since absorbing knowledge is the most suitable endeavor for him at this moment. Aligning with the principles of minimizing risk and maximizing benefit, why should he not tread this path? Returning to the matter at hand, Su Can's misfortunes in later life, while he attributes them to his educational background and sheer luck, also stem from his own inadequacies. During his student years, he failed to cultivate a robust capacity for learning and the ability to apply knowledge effectively. Consequently, in the future societal landscape, he often encountered formidable adversaries, suffering significant setbacks, all due to his insufficient internal resources. Given his reincarnation, devoid of a distinguished family background or external support, he must rely solely on his inner strength to navigate his destiny. Currently, his systematic review of various subjects is an integral part of Su Can's grand plan for self-improvement, as he seeks to enhance his foundational skills. Having devised an extensive schedule, Su Can adheres to a regimented routine, retiring at 11 each night and rising at 5:30 in the morning to embark on lengthy review sessions. Although the sheer volume of knowledge from his high school curriculum resembles an ocean, fraught with intricate interconnections, Su Can excels in distilling the essence of the material. Occasionally, grasping a single challenging concept can illuminate many related ideas, allowing him to traverse complex topics with ease. As a result of this meticulously organized review plan, Su Can is increasingly clarifying and expanding his understanding of past knowledge, rather than becoming ensnared in confusion as he did in his previous life. His adult intellect and mental acuity play a significant role in this process, which constitutes a distinct advantage. Indeed, if one were to define intelligence through a psychological lens, wherein the ratio of mental age to chronological age signifies IQ, he is already a gifted young prodigy. In just 1 month of the first semester of high school, he has reviewed a third of the Chinese curriculum, delved into the third chapter of mathematics concerning sequences, specifically the section on the sum of the first n terms of an arithmetic series, nearly reaching the book's conclusion. Additionally, he has covered a substantial portion of physics and chemistry. As for history and politics, Su Can feels a sense of resignation, recalling his past distress at the mere thought of memorization during his student days. However, after entering the workforce, he finds himself engrossed in biographies of historical figures and the chronicles of various dynasties. Perhaps at this time, the narrative style works akin to the stories of a certain dynasty were not yet in circulation, and his earlier self lacked the awareness and patience he possesses now. If middle school English emphasized vocabulary accumulation, high school English formally shifts to grammar, phrases, and practical usage. Sukin has taken to compiling all relevant tenses and grammatical structures into a notebook, subsequently setting aside his English textbook to purchase the complete set of New Concept English. Based on his recollections, New Concept English may not be an advanced textbook, yet its practicality and scientific approach have garnered widespread acclaim in later years. The editions he acquired, volumes 1 to 4 of the 1997 reprint, might appear somewhat outdated to Sukin, but it remains an undeniable classic worthy of reverence. Volume 3 suffices for the entirety of high school English, while Volume 4 exceeds the high school curriculum. Nevertheless, with his commitment to absorbing knowledge, he welcomes all that comes his way. Certainly, Sukin did not delude himself into believing that he could achieve perfection in his studies. After all, even the knowledge encompassed within high school curricula is vast, let alone the challenges presented by science-related problems. Often, a significant accumulation of knowledge is necessary for qualitative transformation. For instance, although Sukin had reviewed the second chapter on functions from his first-year high school textbook sufficiently to tackle medium difficulty questions, his accuracy might falter below 50% when faced with more challenging problems, consuming considerable time. This was his limitation. In the pursuit of knowledge, there is rarely a straightforward path. Sometimes, without enduring hardships, one cannot witness the phoenix's rebirth. Sukin intended to immerse himself in the first-year material for 3 months, viewing this merely as the beginning. He returned home with a plethora of books from the bookstore, not limited to reference texts but also encompassing novels, finance, current affairs, military strategy, political discourse, world geography, and popular magazines on overseas topics. Consequently, the funds provided by his uncle during the holidays were swiftly depleted, yet Sukin never regretted the expenditure. Undeniably, one cannot become proficient overnight. In the face of an overwhelming expanse of knowledge, Sukin could only ensure that he absorbed an acceptable amount daily. This resembles the martial arts novels where an individual with underdeveloped meridians, regardless of the internal energy amassed, remains ineffectual. True mastery lies in broadening one's horizons. And beyond expanding his knowledge base, enhancing his research efficiency and learning capability became Sukin's subconscious objective. In a moment of introspection, he likened himself to a software engineer. Recognizing that any current skill would inevitably face rapid obsolescence in a swiftly evolving society. Thus, the ability to swiftly grasp new concepts or knowledge is the genuine skill required for future adaptability. In an era devoid of widespread computer access and a vibrant extracurricular life, Sukin dedicated a portion of his time each day to reading after his studies. His commitment and focus allowed him to dismiss the malicious gossip permeating his school, where rumors often thrived. People tend to forget quickly, especially in an environment where gossip serves as a source of amusement. Within a few weeks, the fervor surrounding Sukin's confession to Chen Lingshan began to dissipate within his class and year. This truth can be corroborated by observing the entertainment industry and the incessant online sensationalism that follows. Riding a bicycle to school at Shi Middle School presented its own challenges. Sukin preferred to take the bus conveniently available at the entrance. Therefore, the bicycle he acquired as a reward for his success in the high school entrance examination was primarily used for weekend trips to his uncle's house. In Zhang Chuaming's bookcase lay thousands of world classics and various forbidden texts, including those on cultural relic appreciation, though he seldom perused them. Their presence primarily served as a fade in the political arena, intended to impress visiting guests. Sukin frequently traversed the distance between his maternal uncle's home and his own, borrowing a tome or two of literary classics each week. He would often spend a considerable portion of the afternoon at his uncle's place, especially as the oppressive summer heat began to wane and the grass took on a golden hue. In this desolate autumn, Sukin commenced a profound rediscovery of the once unfamiliar realms of Keats, the feasts of Dante, and the audacious philosophies of Nietzsche. Previously, he had perceived literature as an alien and insipid domain. However, he now grasped that it was the key to unlocking the entire edifice of his spiritual universe. He felt his heart gradually filling with knowledge, as he absorbed vast amounts of information, perfectly balanced, neither overwhelmed nor undernourished. This harmonious state represented a stable foundation for future growth, a condition perhaps only Sukin could embody, caught in the duality of being a freshman yet experiencing the intensity of a senior's mindset. Moreover, during recent weekends spent indulging in meals at his uncle's house and sampling an abundance of snacks from his older sister, he not only found his relationship with her easing, but also gleaned insights into the evolving landscape of the municipal government. While he opted to bypass the intricacies of economic and political developments, he focused on a pivotal revelation: The city government was set to establish its first designated procurement units to standardize the procurement protocols and regulations across the municipal framework. A series of inspection teams would be formed, staffed by personnel from the Municipal Commerce Committee, tasked with the approval of various public procurement units. Sukin recognized that a significant opportunity for the growth of his family's shop had finally arrived. Chapter 13. The prelude to the event. Mother Xing Ke and Father Su Liqing appeared somewhat hesitant, grappling with uncertainties regarding their bid for the municipal government's designated procurement of office supplies. A significant factor contributing to their lack of confidence was their relative inexperience in this arena. Xing Quanming, who had recently taken over the City Construction Bureau, was preoccupied with numerous matters requiring his attention as he endeavored to streamline operations. His daily schedule was filled with meetings, and he merely mentioned this venture to his sister Xing Ke without harboring expectations that their Shaolai cultural supplies could become a designated supplier for municipal office procurement. Even in ordinary circumstances, he would refer various engineering companies connected to the City Construction Bureau to Xing Ke. Therefore, the retail aspect of Su Qian's shop was still in its nascent stages and not particularly prominent, operating in a phase of prelude. However, with Xing Quanming's connections, several companies were signing contracts, leading to a noticeable increase in revenue for their supply store. What should we do regarding my elder brother? It appears that the bidding conference will be held at the Kailai Grand Hotel, Father Su Liqing remarked, lacking in confidence. As the two had been deliberating this matter for days, I am uncertain about our purpose at this bidding conference. It seems to be an affair for those with considerable abilities. Even leveraging my brother's connections may not yield results. Xing Ke expressed her concerns. Her apprehension was justified. The bidding conference was under the strict oversight of senior city officials. It was said that Mayor Hong Xiaodian, responsible for this sector, had already declared a firm stance against any form of favoritism or corruption that might undermine competition. The qualification review for designated units in each industry would undergo his personal scrutiny, in conjunction with colleagues from the Municipal Commerce Commission. The intent was to ensure fairness and rigor while fostering a relaxed atmosphere. Thus, the municipal government selected the prestigious Kailai Grand Hotel for this bidding conference, drawing countless enterprises eager to participate. In the realm of office supplies alone, there were over a dozen contenders from across the city, including venerable firms and branches of state-owned retail enterprises vying for a share of the opportunities. For a shop like Su Qian's to gain qualification through the review process was fraught with challenges. They initially had no designated seat at the table. However, Xing Quanming exerted effort on their behalf and secured them a spot. Yet, this participation was but a trivial fraction of the expansive bidding event. The mayor was tasked with reviewing numerous qualifications for various designated office supply units, with fierce competition at every turn. Their limited credentials, it seemed, would hardly catch the mayor's discerning eye. When discussing this matter with their parents, Xing Quanming's demeanor betrayed a hint of disdain. Securing this spot for you does not imply that you should expect to excel. You are merely embarking on your business journey. Do not entertain the fanciful notion that such opportunities will fall into your laps. Even relatives of the municipal office struggle to compete. Your capabilities are limited. You should observe how established players conduct their business and command respect in such grand arenas. Otherwise, if you continue to operate with your current mindset, you shall remain perpetually confined within your own narrow perspective, achieving little. You still need to raise funds for Su Qian's university education. It would be wise to learn more about business practices and observe closely. This is the demeanor of Xing Quanming, who even addresses Xing Ke and Su Liqing with a tone of reprimand. However, upon reflecting on his uncle's remarks, his parents increasingly perceive it as a lofty stage belonging to others' development. His father, having never harbored extravagant aspirations throughout his life, furrows his brow and laments that there are no connections to be made. It's merely a formality. He muses that our stationery store pales in comparison to the likes of Xiaohai Department Store, Xiaohai Office Chain, or Xinhua Bookstore. The experience and networks of these entities are extensive. If the municipal government were to offer support, it would undoubtedly prioritize these established enterprises, wouldn't it? In comparison, we are significantly smaller. His mother nods in agreement, acknowledging that they have no grand ambitions. After all, money is a never-ending pursuit, and they should simply focus on their own affairs. Such matters are best left to large corporations. Typically, in family discussions of this nature, Sukin would find himself at a loss for words. Yet, seated in the living room, he intentionally lowered his voice, eavesdropping on his parents' murmurs while they prepared dinner in the kitchen. Within him simmered a flicker of indignation at their antiquated and conservative mindset. His parents, having spent their lives as ordinary employees, regarded stability as the paramount pursuit, diligently attending to their daily tasks, believing that would suffice. This is not entirely their fault. At their age, combined with a lack of ambition, their outdated beliefs and their fixation on their small piece of land reflect their heart's yearning for security amidst life's turbulence. However, for Su Kan, who has been reborn, he understands this moment as an opportunity. Regrettably aware that his parents are letting it slip away without even attempting to seize this bidding chance. This undoubtedly stirs within him a sense of frustration at their complacency. In his previous life, he often found himself in similar situations, where choices and opportunities that could have drastically elevated his existence were abandoned due to his inaction. Hence, in this new life, he harbors a deep-seated aversion to such passive attitudes. At the dinner table, Su Kan steadied his breath and calmly remarked, "Mom, do you remember what our family was like 5 months ago?" Initially burdened with their own concerns, his parents were not particularly inclined to hear him out. Yet, upon his mention of 5 months prior, they instinctively began to reflect, as the memories were all too vivid. Zheng Ke pondered for a moment, lovingly ruffling Su Kan's hair, recalling that it was before our family underwent a tremendous transformation. 5 months ago, I was uncertain whether you would even gain admission to the 3rd high school. Yet you surprised both me and your father immensely. Su Kan felt a surge of emotion. The profound change his parents spoke of was not merely about their family's circumstances, but rather his own significant metamorphosis. He was, indeed, the most cherished aspect of their lives. 5 months ago, my mother and I had yet to establish this business at your suggestion. However, issues arose on your mother's side of the company. Had it not been for this, with the buyout fee in hand, the shop would not have come to fruition. Now, as business begins to pick up, we plan to save a sum of money for your future university education. My son is certain to gain admission to a prestigious institution, Su Licheng declared with pride. Su Kan paused briefly, inquiring, "So, how much money have we saved so far?" Zheng Ke and Su Licheng exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Su Kan's intent. Nevertheless, Zheng Ke responded, "In recent months, we may have earned around 5,000 or 6,000, and there are a few contracts yet to be signed. However, those orders are relatively small, and we usually sign every 3 months, with some requesting contracts for 6 months. Altogether, we might have 7,000 or 8,000. After contemplating, Su Kan remarked, "Mom, do you remember what I once told you? Relying on others for happiness ultimately leads to disappointment." Zheng Ke, well aware of her son's wisdom, often found solace in his words during challenging times, reassuring herself that her son had matured. Sometimes, a simple phrase from him could inspire her, serving as a life motto. Our family appears well off at the moment, yet most of our clients come through my uncle's referrals. Many of them may not be entirely willing, but it would be impolite to disregard my uncle's connections. If he were to lose his position one day, the chain linking us to these clients could easily break. We lack our own independent network, which is untenable. Su Kan sought to avoid such a precarious, interdependent family dynamic. Navigating the complexities of officialdom is fraught with uncertainty. And given my uncle's temperament, complications are inevitable. Su Kan is no oracle who can manipulate Zhang Quanming's dealings in the political arena. Moreover, even if Su Kan were to enter the fray himself, he would dare not act recklessly. How could he assure himself that his uncle would retain his current position without facing adversity? Su Licheng was evidently swayed by Su Kan's words. As a father, he had always held authority within the household, but Su Kan's consistent demonstrations had shifted his perception. He no longer viewed his son as merely a child unfit for household matters. Instead, he felt a newfound respect. Su Kan lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Father, we must participate in this bidding conference. If we continue to cling to this modest establishment, our lives may improve slightly, but we will forever remain confined to this corner. The government will inevitably turn its attention toward the prosperous cities of Rongqing and Shanghai. The buildings obstructing our path will be demolished, replaced with verdant parks, creating a spacious and progressive environment. If our shop is demolished, what will become of us? Rather than live such a transient existence, it would be better if Mom refrained from entering the fray and continued to work for others." Both individuals fell into a deep contemplation. What Su Kan desired was precisely this effect, a sense of urgency that would prevent his parents from feeling complacent about their current favorable situation. While he would naturally prefer to shield them from worry if he could undertake everything on their behalf, it was evident that this was not feasible. A 16-year-old, after all, often lacks the stature to command respect. This is not a novel, nor is it the realm of the illustrious Detective Conan. In a society like China that values experience and seniority, he currently possesses little influence. Then what do you propose we do to participate in the bidding conference? Our qualifications simply do not compare to others, his mother, Zheng lamented with genuine concern. Sukin shook his head, suggesting that it might not be as dire as it seemed. He had heard that Mayor Hong Xiaoyan's political agenda focused on reforming the existing bloated state-owned enterprises and empowering the private sector in Shanghai City to stimulate economic development. This could potentially lead to a significant political achievement, which he deemed a promising sign. Is that truly the case? His parents were momentarily taken aback, momentarily overlooking Sukin's mature demeanor. Regarding insider information about Shanghai City, Sukin had perused numerous reports on his uncle's desk. Although his readings had not been targeted, he could discern the political aspirations of the city leaders through their frequent coverage in local media. Mom, we might have to utilize a portion of the profits we've recently earned from the storefront, Sukin said with a slight smile. However, I believe the day of the bidding will certainly be a momentous occasion. Why is that? His parents were bewildered. Because from that day forward, whether it be your former colleagues or your past supervisors, or even others from this institution who once doubted our family's venture into business, they will ultimately lift their heads and regard your endeavors with newfound respect. The book group will soon be launched, thanks to the enthusiastic support of friends from the snowy region. The generosity of the brothers has been overwhelming. The protagonist, having been reborn, carries a certain reverence for life, which also reflects his inner state. Avoiding trouble while not fearing it is a principle that must be instilled in Sukin's character. As for appearing impressive, as long as it remains within a controllable and reasonable scope of imagination, that is what Abeyo aspires to. Readers seek enjoyment in literature, and this book will adhere to that principle. Lastly, heartfelt thanks to the brothers for their recommendations and collections. This is crucial during the initial phase of the new book. Abeyo is profoundly grateful. Chapter 14. The Bidding Event, Part 1. The Kailai Hotel has once again basked in honor, serving as the venue for the municipal government's bidding event. Since its introduction under the guidance of the former administration, the Kailai Hotel has emerged as the preeminent location for economic and trade discussions within the city, basking in endless glory and marking a splendid era for the establishment. The attendants at the entrance, clad in elegant purple silk kipayos, present a charming appearance, while the staff inside wear confident smiles, extending warm greetings to every guest who enters. A red banner outside proclaims wishes for the successful completion of the summer trade bidding and inquiry meeting in Shanghai City. Although the interior lobby is resplendent and dazzling, it inadvertently adds a layer of tension to the atmosphere. Leaders from various economic administrative departments are present, and the preparations are proceeding in an orderly fashion. Mayor Hong Xiaoyan gazes at this superficially flourishing scene, feeling a twinge of introspection. Ever since he took office, inheriting a cumbersome economic situation, he has found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Despite implementing several bold reforms, the results have been meager. Shanghai City, situated in the central western inland region, has historically been a melting pot of diverse ethnicities with a robust local culture. During the ancient Shu era, this area was rife with rebellious tribes resistant to central authority, where even 100,000 troops might find it challenging to assert control. Although the city has long embarked on a path of modernization, the deeply ingrained customs and traditions remain indelible after millennia. The local populace in Shanghai City tends to exhibit a tendency towards regional solidarity and protective insularity, making it difficult for the new mayor to make inroads. Some insubordinate elements are resistant to change, and within the city's standing committee, the influence of the former leadership is significant, leaving him with little clout. This bidding event serves as a strategic maneuver to counteract regional protectionist policies. After a prolonged period of dormancy, he realizes that if he does not take action, many will forget his presence altogether. Should the actual circumstances align with the current cooperative dynamics, he would feel emboldened, ready to manifest his political aspirations with the vigor of a seasoned veteran. The bidding inquiry meeting is composed of an expert review panel, a supervisory team, and the bidding committee. After a busy morning, most of the bidding documents have undergone qualification review, with the remaining task being the convening of a unified inquiry session to finalize decisions. Beneath the hotel's grandeur, Hong Xiaoyan's mood darkens. Present at the venue are entrepreneurs from Shanghai City and surrounding towns, some displaying sycophantic tendencies, while others, whose shifty demeanor is evident, seek opportunities to ingratiate themselves, subtly boasting and hinting at their own ambitions. There are also those who exude arrogance, stubborn old cadres from state-owned enterprises, determined to exert pressure on him, the outsider mayor, leveraging their extensive connections in Shanghai City, especially given his relatively limited influence within the standing committee. On the surface, Hong Xiaotian certainly could not allow others to discern his true thoughts. He adeptly navigated interactions with flatterers and opportunists, while also ingratiating himself with the heads of state-owned enterprises holding administrative positions. This behavior only served to embolden them, with the most arrogant being a few mid-level officials from these enterprises, who openly expressed their dissatisfaction with Hong Xiaotian's organization of this bidding conference, deeming it unnecessary. Yet, Hong Xiaotian remained unfazed by their disdain, leading one to believe that the rumors of him being a soft target, merely a mayor following the party committee, were not exaggerated. A gathering of influential business figures and officials in Xiahai City convened, not to discuss the parameters and requirements of the bidding process, but rather to inquire into the backgrounds of certain individuals while establishing avenues for networking. To them, this assembly was less about bidding and more about following their established protocols, effectively serving as a platform for social engagement, characteristic of a society governed by personal connections. Zhang Quanming, recently appointed as the director of the Construction Bureau, appeared somewhat reserved in front of Jiang Zhaoang, the head of Xiahai Department Store, who Hong Xiaotian regarded as one of the prominent figures among state enterprise officials. It was said that had Jiang not pursued a business career, he would surely occupy the position of deputy mayor in Xiahai, which contributed to his haughty demeanor. However, his undeniable personal charm attracted numerous small and medium-sized enterprise leaders, along with chief officials from administrative departments. As they engaged in discussions about their circle, today's distinguished guests were scrutinized. Individuals clad in impeccably tailored dark blue Zhongshan suits naturally became the focal point. Ultimately, those who could attend such a gathering typically possessed a certain pedigree and depth. In this milieu, they were the most anticipated and noteworthy, as they were all remarkably accomplished. In a society where first impressions and status dictate social standing, this was a common occurrence. The individuals who garnered attention frequently approached Jiang Zhaoyang, underscoring his extensive network, thereby elevating his status even further. To Hong Xiaotian, this only intensified the challenges he faced, making the situation increasingly cumbersome. Zhang Quanming appeared somewhat distracted during conversations with the crowd, having just made a deliberate trip to the main hall and several smaller meeting rooms. He had yet to spot Su Liqing and Zheng Ke. His intention was to expose them to such a scene, to broaden their horizons. Yet they seemed bereft of the courage to even attend. A flicker of frustration crossed Xin Qiuanming's mind. Indeed, they were hopeless cases. Suddenly, a hush fell over the hall, interrupting his discontent, followed by a ripple of excitement as whispers erupted among the crowd. "Oh, who is that? Do you recognize him?" One voice queried. "That man looks familiar. Isn't he the secretary to Deputy Secretary Wang of the Provincial Committee? Why is he here today?" Another chimed in. "And that woman must be his partner. She exudes grace. Doesn't she resemble a host from a provincial television program? I believe she runs her own company." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, several individuals near Zhang Quanming ceased their discussions, their gazes drawn to the entrance, their eyes brightening with intrigue. Inquiries have already been made regarding Jiang Chaoyang, referred to as Mr. Jiang. Who is this individual? We would appreciate an introduction. Could he possibly be a secretary from the provincial committee? The connections of Mayor Hong are truly extensive. However, Jiang Chuyang furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. Among the officials he knew in Xiahai, there was no one by that name, although this did not extend to the higher echelons of the provincial committee. Zhang Quanming, adorned with glasses, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering what kind of character had arrived. He gazed towards the entrance of the hotel. It was now the afternoon, with blinding sunlight illuminating the exterior wall of the hotel, constructed of glass panels. The light streamed in, casting intense patches of brilliant white on the floor. There stood a man, a woman, and a youth of similar height to the two adults. Zhang Quanming could not discern them clearly until this trio, now the focus of public attention, stepped out from the glaring sunlight and entered the lobby. He nodded. Indeed, they possessed an admirable demeanor. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, devoid of any wrinkles, the fabric significantly superior to that of the majority of Zhongshan suits and deep blue suits present at the venue. It was evident that the quality was exceptional. His shoes gleamed, and he had a square face with striking features. Despite being middle-aged, he exuded a spirit of vigor and charm. Beside him, his wife donned a long black dress that was both elegant and unpretentious. Her hair was elegantly styled, exuding grace and nobility, and she held a dark handbag that complemented her attire. Just from her appearance, it was clear she hailed from the provincial capital, showcasing a level of taste far surpassing that of the middle-aged women in Xiahai. "Ah, this woman bears an uncanny resemblance to my sister," Zhang Quanming removed his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on, preparing to see more clearly. Sukin was attired in a vest over a gray shirt, paired with casual dress trousers, embodying the quintessential handsome young gentleman. He held his parents' hands, maintaining a calm expression, while gently squeezing their arms to ensure they retained the natural smiles he had instructed them to wear earlier. The family entered with a composed demeanor, eliciting admiration and speculation from the crowd. Suddenly, Zhang Quanming's glasses slipped from his trembling hands. Chapter 15. The Bidding Incident, Part 2. Ultimately, this is a matter of human psychology. In specific environments, locations, and atmospheres, people's moods and perspectives on matters can shift accordingly. Having attended countless business banquets and orchestrated various corporate events, Sukin possesses a profound understanding of the psychology at play during social gatherings, particularly in municipal gatherings like this. Aside from the essential qualifications, there exists a paramount factor: presentation. In such municipal events, even those with extensive connections often remain unnoticed until actual interaction occurs. Moreover, the Chinese place great emphasis on first impressions, regardless of the ensuing business forums and meetings. A captivating initial impression can bewilder and endear those who consider themselves adept at reading others. Additionally, psychologically speaking, individuals naturally harbor a degree of respect and attention towards polished appearances. What Sukin aims to seize is precisely this aspect. In a bidding inquiry session akin to this one, his uncle, Quanming, would hardly have the opportunity to articulate much, as their family lacks the influence to sway the evaluation committee. Given that this bidding inquiry possesses an interview-like quality, the optimal approach would be to capture the attention of others, fostering a genuine sense of closeness. This bears resemblance to the practice of creating dazzling effects when significant figures make their entrance, a method that has proven vital in marketing and promotion throughout the ages. Thus, Sukin elucidated the stakes of attending this bidding conference to Zhang Ku and Su Liqing, subsequently turning his focus to the matter of his parents' presentation. During this era, most individuals tended to dress quite simply, and the influx of foreign brands into the domestic market had not yet reached the flourishing stage witnessed in later years. In the realm of domestic fashion, brands like Red Bean, Happiness Bird, and Youngo had emerged as the pioneers in the suit market, being among the first to penetrate the Shanghai market. However, while these suits boasted decent quality in Sukin's eyes, their designs fell short of making a striking impact, revealing several shortcomings inherent in contemporary domestic brands. Consequently, Sukin chose for his father a Gold Lion autumn suit available in the mall, drawn to its style reminiscent of Hugo Boss, exuding a robust, Germanic masculinity that harmonized beautifully with his father's demeanor. Gold Lion, a Hong Kong brand, had only recently begun to establish itself, primarily focusing on imitating and refining globally renowned labels. Thus, this suit, echoing the essence of Hugo Boss, was the most fitting garment Sukin could find in Shanghai City to accentuate his father's character. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, repeatedly praising his son's discerning taste. Although her tone was tinged with flattery, the sincerity behind her words was unmistakable. For his mother, Zhang Ke, a deep-colored gown was chosen. It was not overly expensive, yet its unique style made it somewhat difficult to coordinate, appearing a bit avant-garde for the present times. However, after Sukin selected a handbag, a silk scarf, and a pair of shoes, his mother's elegant demeanor was immediately accentuated, leaving his father momentarily speechless. The expenditure of 3,500 yuan caused his parents some distress, but considering the pros and cons as articulated by their son, they reluctantly dug into their savings. Upon returning home, they found themselves gazing at the newly purchased attire in a daze, for in their lifetime, they had never donned such expensive clothing. In days gone by, this would have constituted 3 months' wages for the entire family, a sum that would have required them to forego all luxuries. Observing the blend of anguish and joy on his parents' faces, Sukin felt a pang of sorrow. It dawned on him that his parents were not devoid of a desire for beauty, nor did they lack the means to be graceful. The burdens of life had merely dulled their edges, concealed their charm, stooped their frames, and eroded their youth and vitality. Those who have not endured the hardships of bygone eras can never truly grasp the struggle of stretching every penny to ensure the nutritional needs of a family of 3. Now, as his parents beheld the lavish garments, their expressions mirrored the joy he had felt in his youth upon receiving a new outfit. They too had aspirations, though he had been blind to them in the past. Walking under the watchful gaze of many, Sukin felt the sunlight streaming in from the angle of the Kailai Hotel, casting a warm glow as he gently smiled and walked alongside his parents through the corridor. The brilliance of the sun was blinding, and within him surged an overwhelming tide of emotions. He sensed the subtle tremors in his mother, Zheng Ku, who had been advised to remain composed, while his father, Su Liqing, struggled to maintain a natural demeanor. He harbored no grand ambitions. His sole desire was to ensure that one day, when his parents stood under the scrutiny of so many, they could face it with poise, smiles, and lively conversation. The family did not greet their uncle Zhang Quanming, who stood in stunned silence, but instead maintained a courteous distance with friendly smiles as they confidently entered the bidding hall, leaving behind a crowd rife with speculation about their identities. The family's air of mystery and their polished appearance not only captured attention but also sparked curiosity regarding their origins. Some speculated that the man was the CEO of a major local enterprise, while others wondered if the young party secretary from Xiahai City could possibly be him. There were even whispers that he belonged to a provincial inspection team or was a secretary from the provincial compound. Yet, they maintained a deliberate distance from others, enveloping themselves in an aura of intrigue. Jiang Xiaoming, a figure of considerable influence, had never encountered this family, while Mayor Hong Xiaodian, upon seeing them without any interaction with Jiang, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He couldn't quite understand why he felt this way. Perhaps it was the concern that they might be connected to Jiang, as some speculated, which would only heighten his challenges. Sukin understood that the presentation today would serve its purpose, masking the unnatural expressions on his parents' faces. The interplay of environment, location, and psychological manipulation was crucial. Firstly, the setting was a meeting presided over directly by the mayor, supported by the city's prominent figures, creating a solemn and oppressive atmosphere. In such circumstances, no one would dare to act too ostentatiously. After all, with authority looming overhead, everyone must tread carefully. Their bold approach was indeed remarkable. Secondly, the location played a vital role. Had this event taken place in a provincial capital like Rongqing, where people are more worldly and discerning, his parents' appearance would have seemed ordinary and elicited little reaction. With a perspective from the future, Sukin utilized the available resources in the small city of Xiahai to craft an impressive facade for his parents. Presenting it at the municipal banquet in 1998 made it stand out dramatically, yielding significant results. At least, Zhang Quanming, who had never displayed any external preferences, now spoke volumes with his open mouth. Only two individuals present were aware of their true identities: Su Kan's uncle, Zhang Quanming, and Xinjun, the former vice president of Zheng Ke's trading company. Xinjun was not unfamiliar with the Zheng family. During their time in the trading company, many had expressed dissatisfaction regarding the family's use of the basement dormitory, even demanding housing allocations. Despite his discontent, Xinjun, possessing a sense of empathy, could not bring himself to evict the family, settling instead for verbal complaints. When Zheng Ke later requested to buy out her years of service and vacated the premises, he felt a tremendous relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, at that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what fortune had befallen the Zheng family, and he dared not speak of it. Although Hong Xiaodian appeared unperturbed during the bidding meeting, he discreetly opened the bidding number corresponding to the seats occupied by Su Kan's family. This was the section designated for the procurement of office supplies. He glanced through the bid documents, noting their thoroughness and clarity, which made them easy to digest while highlighting the essential points effectively. Raising his gaze to observe Su Kan's family, he was taken aback by the poise they exhibited, realizing they were local merchants running an office supplies store, truly an astonishing revelation. After perusing Su Kan's family's bidding report, Hong Xiaodian was already forming a clear understanding in his mind. Chapter 16. Whose Flowers Fall, where the bidding documents were meticulously crafted by Su Kan himself, utilizing the computer from his uncle's family and a 1 4 megabytes floppy disk. In the future, he would produce countless business reports, but at this moment, he felt somewhat constrained in presenting his most remarkable creations. Nevertheless, he had perused numerous classic templates and grasped some techniques on how to accentuate focal points effectively. Thus, when Hong Xiaodian laid eyes upon the documents, he sensed an unmistakable distinction from the usual submissions. The bidding conference proceeded with meticulous orderliness, announcing the results of the government tenders across various sectors, including electronics, automobiles, daily necessities, and financial products. Among the attendees, some rejoiced, while others experienced disappointment, and some departed in silence. Finally, it was time for inquiries regarding office supplies. One of the evaluators from the expert panel examined the qualifying tender documents, then lifted his gaze toward the direction of Su Kan's family. To the representatives of Xiahai Cultural Supplies Company, as stated in Clause 11, 2 on page 8 of your tender documents, your bid exceeds the municipal budget requirement of 200,000 per year. Do you have any supplementary comments on this matter? A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Although it was a bidding process, it was primarily a competition of price, with companies striving to compress their pricing algorithms. For someone to propose a high bid in this environment was indeed extraordinary. Su Liqing, who had already garnered the interest of those around him, smiled in response, just as Mayor Hong had previously remarked. The fiscal supply system under a planned economy harbors significant drawbacks. I dare say, he continued, the populace has been thoroughly intimidated by decades of our city's fiscal supply system. Though Su Liqing spoke these words with a hint of trepidation, he endeavored to deliver the final part with a light tone, referencing the towering figure of Hong Xiaotian. In the midst of uncertainty regarding his origins, the crowd did not perceive his remarks as unfounded. Rather, they shared in a collective chuckle, seeing the amusement of the crowd. Yet oblivious to the startled glances exchanged among them, Su Liqing gained confidence and continued his previously outlined discourse. Although his delivery was somewhat halting, the atmosphere, heavy with the presence of municipal leaders, heightened attention. Nevertheless, drawing upon his extensive experience from company meetings, his articulation remained coherent. He explained that under the fiscal supply system, the government is the primary purchaser of goods, while consumers are relegated to passively accepting these products. In contrast, under the government procurement system, the fiscal authority merely participates and oversees the procurement process, ensuring fair transactions and effective use of funds. The principal purchasers of goods are the administrative departments present at the conference, each responsible for the specifications of the products they require, including performance, quality, delivery timelines, installation, and after-sales service. We can assure you that we will strive to provide the office departments with services that best meet their needs. The budgetary demands we have put forth are both reasonable and justified under this service framework. We willingly commit to incorporating the latest monitoring protocols from the Municipal Finance Department, the Economic and Trade Committee, and the Municipal Supervisory Agency, ensuring that every budget allocation is effectively implemented and completed. A wave of applause resonated through the crowd. One could not help but admire the audacity of this individual, for one must possess considerable backing to make such bold declarations. However, Jiang Chaoyang and the crowd scoffed disdainfully. As the head of Shanghai department store, he was well aware that his office supplies division was in dire straits. His manager had submitted several reports, and while he could leverage connections to secure contracts from various entities, the procurement meeting would significantly enhance the channels available to him, making success imperative. According to the deliberations of our evaluation committee, we shall now commence the bidding process and announce the 4 designated government procurement units for cultural supplies. The first recipient of the bid is Tunglong Sports, Cultural Supplies Department. The crowd erupted into applause. The second winner is Office Chain. A middle-aged man in a gray-white suit stood and bowed to the audience, prompting another wave of applause. Sukin exchanged glances with his parents, their hearts clearly racing. They had done all that was within their power and could only await the outcomes, knowing that if they were to fail, at least they had made an effort. Yet, the thought of his parents facing the bitter fruits of such failure at home weighed heavily on his mind, as it would inevitably impact their dignity as middle-aged individuals. Whether they would be able to rise again remained uncertain. The third recipient is Xinhua Bookstore, Office Supplies Division. The deputy director of Shanghai Xinhua Bookstore smiled at the crowd, applauding. On stage, Zheng Quanming felt a tightening in his heart. These department heads were hardly mere pawns before the mayor. Although they could present their procurement requests today, in the grand scheme of procurement documentation and influence, they were but a drop in the ocean. As the director of the construction bureau, his impact was minimal. And observing the selected bidders, established enterprises of considerable strength, made Sukin's stationery store appear feeble in comparison. The most pleased was Jiang Chaoming. Sipping the bitter tea he had brought with him, his mind set on victory. Tunglong Sports and Xinhua Bookstore were both venerable state-owned enterprises in Shanghai City, and they were part of the National Enterprise Alliance led by Jiang Chaoming. The leaders of both companies looked to him for guidance, while those who defied Hong Xiaotian would undoubtedly include them. It was evident that Hong Xiaotian would have to concede. He had to prioritize the interests of these state enterprises, or else he would face Jiang Chaoming's displeasure regarding this economic project. Now, as the leaders of Tunglong Sports and Xinhua Bookstore exchanged knowing glances with him, it became clear that the fourth and final bidder would undoubtedly be their Shanghai department store, a certainty beyond doubt. Chenjun, The deputy general manager of the declining state-owned enterprise, Shanghai Materials Trade, wore a troubled expression. Under the fierce competition of prominent figures, he found it increasingly difficult to carve out a niche for himself. He had initially hoped to revitalize the trading company by leveraging the government's designated procurement. But it appeared that success was beyond reach, with several project areas slipping away from his grasp. The disbandment now seemed an inevitable outcome. Hong Xiaotian glanced at the announced list, squinting slightly as he surveyed the room. The fourth winning bidder was Shanghai City, a specialty store for cultural supplies. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the hall. Zhang Quanming felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest upon hearing that name. How did it sound so familiar? Sukin distinctly sensed his mother gripping his hand tightly, causing him a twinge of pain, while his father, Su Liqing, remained in a daze, oblivious to the unfolding events. Zhongke, however, nudged him to take action. His father, lost in deep contemplation, rose from his seat, his demeanor markedly different from the earlier feigned composure. With an air of excitement, he expressed his gratitude as applause erupted around him. Su Kan, feeling as if he had just recovered from a severe illness, sat in his seat, experiencing an extraordinary sense of relief. After immense effort and arduous negotiations, they had finally secured this developmental opportunity. Riding the coattails of the city government's initiative, reflecting on the journey, he couldn't help but acknowledge the role of luck, recalling his earlier unyielding ambition, which now made him break into a cold sweat over his past arrogance. Jiang Xiaoming's shock was palpable. He set down his teacup with a thud that silenced the room. Locking eyes with Hong Xiaotian, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The executives from the state-owned enterprises that had also won bids did not cast their gazes toward him. Jiang understood Hong Xiaotian's cunning. He realized that he was the target of Hong's maneuvers, aimed at undermining his allies and securing gains at his expense. A blatant slap in the face. With a slight smile, Hong Xiaotian addressed Jiang. "Do you have any objections?" Jiang, seasoned in the ways of the world, replied coolly, "No. Our concerns were addressed during the previous QA session. I fully support the city government's bidding decision. However, I do have some reservations regarding the credibility of a new entity like Shanghai Cultural Supplies. How did they pass the qualification review?" Sukin cursed inwardly at the old fox for seeking to undermine the government's credibility, a tactic that could potentially overturn the bidding results. Hong Xiaotian's eyes gleamed as he responded calmly, "Oh, this was personally reviewed and approved by the evaluation committee I led. Their qualifications may be youthful, but there are no issues regarding their credentials. They meet all our requirements. More importantly, we value their earnest attitude towards their work, as they have meticulously detailed every project. When it comes to the bidding documents, theirs are the most comprehensive and pristine. Thus, our decision to engage them is also a desire to nurture more private enterprises with such a commendable approach." The words of Hong Xiaotian were far from ordinary. He evaluated and guaranteed in the name of his mayoral office, which bore substantial weight. Any further questioning would inevitably cast doubt upon his qualifications as mayor. His remarks subtly chastised Jiang Xiaoming, insinuating that Jiang was inattentive to his duties, hinting that they would seek to undermine him. This marked a definitive rupture between Hong Xiaotian and Jiang Xiaoming. Jiang, trembling with anger, maintained an outward calm as he lifted his teacup to his lips, only to find its taste increasingly bitter. The Su family had achieved a significant victory. To outsiders, it appeared astonishing that Mayor Jiang Xiaoming would support such a modest office supply store. The implications of this alliance provoked deeper reflections, even drawing the attention of the head of the local Bureau of Industry and Commerce, who discreetly noted the names and faces of the Su family. Recognizing that they would fall under his jurisdiction in the future, though he would need to navigate this matter with care. As the bidding inquiry concluded, the crowd surged from the Kailai Hotel, a tide of varied emotions etched on their faces. Among them, a circle of individuals emerged into the soft, waning light of dusk. Chen Jun and several executives from enterprises in Shanghai City shared their grievances, lamenting the missed opportunity for their procurement unit's esteemed reputation. Beside them were the children of their circle, with Chen Lingshan standing out as the center of attention. Several of her peers from the prestigious First High School vied for her favor. "Let us head to Shuxiang Village, where I've reserved a table. We can enjoy a few drinks and unwind, then tackle our challenges afresh. Besides, our kids are doing quite well. Let us gather them for some fun." One businessman exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Then, the group noticed the Xing family hailing a taxi, igniting a flurry of speculation about their background. Chen Jun opened his mouth to greet them but hesitated, deeming it inappropriate, and withdrew his hand, watching as the Su family climbed into the taxi and departed. Chen Lingshan, undeterred by the surrounding adults, blinked her bright eyes towards the departing figures, and seized an opportunity to quietly inquire, "Father, is that the Zeng family over there?" Qin Jun looked at his daughter in surprise, puzzled by her recognition of a woman who once held a minor position in their office. Yet, he could not shake the thought that perhaps his frequent complaints had made an impression on her. This realization at least confirmed that his perceptions were not mere figments of his imagination. With a resigned nod, he sighed. "Well then, Lingshan, Uncle Lu is treating. Let us go." Chun Lingshan nodded obediently and settled into her father's Santana sedan, the gray windows reflecting her contemplative gaze as a complex expression flitted across her features. Chapter 17. A time of renewal for the Su family. A bustling period was about to unfold. Even during weekends, Sukin joined in the efforts, setting up a basin filled with clear water at the entrance, assisting in the cleaning of glass shelves, taking stock of goods, and reorganizing the displays. He endeavored to present the entire store in an elegant and tidy manner. Although it was too late for extensive renovations and packaging, at least a refreshing ambience could still be created. Despite being one of the 4 designated procurement enterprises in the city, they remained the smallest among them in every conceivable aspect. The family store had also become a regular stop for Uncle Zeng Quanming and Auntie Shuang after their evening meals. Perhaps Zeng Quanming had never anticipated that the performance of Su Liqing and Zeng Ku at the bidding meeting would leave him astounded, especially as it led them to secure this coveted municipal procurement designation. Subconsciously, they established the road where Su Can's family store was located as a daily route for their evening strolls, allowing them to converse with Su Can's parents. The tone of their reprimands softened as they expressed concern for Su Can's studies and life, shifting their expectations from merely covering his college tuition to contemplating broader aspirations, such as purchasing a home and settling down. This made Sukin involuntarily smile, as it seemed that for his parents and elders, there would always be new goals and phases to worry about. While observing the products by the shelf, Zhang Na noticed Su Can's expression. Coincidentally, the topic turned to him, and their mother, Zeng Ku, teasingly inquired about Su Can's popularity among female classmates at the first high school in the city, asking Zhang Na if he had a crush on anyone. Uncle Zeng Quanming, clearly an old-fashioned man, muttered disapprovingly at the sudden shift in conversation, lamenting that such friendships were mere illusions at this stage. However, it was evident that no one paid him any heed, and he displayed a keen interest in the answer, while Su Liqing maintained a continuous smile. As Sukin regarded this group, who were so invested in the topic, he pondered that being the center of attention in the family might not be as favorable as it seemed. He preferred the previous state of being unremarked upon, often forgotten in the corners during family gatherings. Meanwhile, his sister, Zhang Na, regarded him with an air of superiority. Now a senior, having spent 6 years transitioning from middle school to high school at the first high school, she was well acquainted with the vast social circle. In her eyes, amidst this expansive realm, there were indeed many remarkable figures, yet her brother's shadow was conspicuously absent. Despite the constant influx of gossip, none pertained to Su Can. Although his exceptional aptitude displayed during the entrance examination had been noteworthy, the first high school was simply too immense, populated by an array of talents. Sukin was akin to a stone cast into the sea, swiftly merging with the sediment at the bottom, creating no ripples. Furthermore, from Zheng Na's perspective, Sukin was undoubtedly not the type to attract the admiration of young women, particularly those proud and ambitious girls from the first high school of the city. Lacking the towering stature of a basketball knight, the exceptional academic prowess that placed him among the top students, and any particular talents, she could not help but emit a slight scoff. With so many outstanding girls at the school, even if he had someone he favored, it was unlikely he would ever disclose it. However, whether anyone might have affections for him, at least for now, she could not fathom. After uttering these words, Zheng Na felt a pang of regret and stole a glance at Su Can, only to find his expression remained unperturbed, which brought her some relief, leading her to ponder whether she had been excessively arrogant. The family, hearing Zheng Na's remarks, recognized that there was little left to say. Zheng Ke felt a twinge of disappointment, while her aunt quickly attempted to smooth things over, asserting that friendships were trivial and any affections were mere illusions. Only work awaited them in the future, at which point relationships would inevitably lead to discussions of marriage. Sukin nodded in agreement, and within the depths of his calm gaze, a fleeting shadow of sorrow passed. Life, one might say, resembles sitting atop a high slope, facing the blood-red remnants of the setting sun, savoring a pot of aged wine. Any ethereal daydream pales in comparison to the weighty richness of that wine. In novels and films depicting rebirth, protagonists invariably inherit vast empires and are surrounded by a plethora of enchanting beauties, embodying a naive idealism that constructs a world entirely favorable to them, with steadfast brothers by their side. Women, in turn, would overlook the chasms of status and belief to unite with them in matrimony. All antagonists would ultimately meet their demise. The world would transition from chaos to tranquility, and the future would undoubtedly gleam resplendently. Yet, the reality of life is far from such fantasy. Even in the event of rebirth, it is not a fairy tale. What awaits is the unvarnished truth of existence, a world cloaked in glamour yet rife with conflict and cruelty. Moreover, he had long since transcended the age of being enamored merely by beauty. At least psychologically, that was the case. The genuine interaction between two individuals transcends the simplicity of love, necessitating a profound understanding of how to nurture that love throughout the passage of time. As the days turned, autumn's melancholy began to set in. At 20, one might perceive the swift passage of time as a blessing. At 30, the realization dawns that time is insufficient. At 40, one yearns for time to flow more slowly, to savor each moment more fully. By 50, one is established. At 60, time becomes a relentless blade, etching its pain upon the heart. For those attending the first high school of the city, basking in the bright sunlight and enveloped by the fragrance of camphor trees, entering and exiting the school gates daily, sitting in well-lit classrooms, listening to the hum of fans, or laughing and quarreling in the sports field during breaks. The concept of time seemed almost abstract. The only notion that seemed to resonate was why a 40-minute physical education class felt so fleeting, while a mathematics lesson stretched on interminably, echoing like the persistent tapping of a wooden fish. Sukin sensed a mounting difficulty. If he had previously concealed his capabilities, the formidable nature of the first high school had now become glaringly evident in the shared race of this period. The top student in the class has begun to rise prominently, yet Tang Wu remains the unassailable first among them. After every knowledge point is taught, the teacher appropriately assigns challenging problems in the homework, and these difficulties represent the pinnacle of such types of questions. For the majority of students at Xi High School, who aim for prestigious universities domestically, including Tsinghua and Peking University, the ability to tackle these problems is merely foundational. However, Sukin has encountered minor issues in overcoming these challenges, with some problems yielding a success rate of less than 50%. In terms of ranking, he has been relegated to the lower teens within the class. Xi High School is a national key institution, and many of its alumni, if they maintain their excellence, will become elites in various fields across the country. Although placing in the lower teens within a class is not disgraceful, Sukin, when considering the entire grade of over 1,000 students, can understand the source of his frustration. He has experienced a rebirth, using the wisdom of the future to confront present dilemmas. Moreover, their class is situated in the middle tier of the grade, as evidenced by the daily furrowed brow of their homeroom teacher, Xiao Rihua. The class's performance directly impacts his salary and professional evaluations, prompting him to exert every effort in regulating class order and enhancing students' learning capabilities. Sukin realizes that his learning has been too eclectic. He possesses a learning ability that should surpass that of his peers, yet due to the breadth of his interests, he is not akin to the Count of Monte Cristo, confined within the Ch-To-Df, mastering astronomy, geography, and literature. Although he aspires to be such a polymath, such versatility is largely a fictional construct. However, it is worth noting that the Count spent 14 years in prison with the guidance of esteemed mentors, allowing him the luxury of time to master various disciplines. Sukin, having only been reborn for half a year, finds it somewhat ludicrous to desire comprehensive mastery across the board. As he grapples with these formidable problems, Sukin has come to terms with his current challenges and has begun to gradually reduce the time spent borrowing books from his uncle's house. His exploration of various texts has slowed, and he has shifted his focus toward examination-oriented materials, as this is the most critical aspect of his present stage. Regardless of how he envisions his future ascent, it is clear that everything requires foundational work at this moment. As the days pass one after another, Xi High School seems to hold moments that compel one to pause and catch a breath, with yet another significant event stirring the grade following the Sukin confession incident. Tang Wu has now garnered a public admirer, and this suitor, naturally, is a notable figure within Xi High School. Chapter 18, A Decade. The Grim Reapers scythed the entire high school department buzzed with speculation regarding Tang Wu's origins, reminiscent of a primitive form of modern-day internet sleuthing. During physical education classes, Class 5 not only shared the same schedule as Class 3 from the first year, but also coincided with 2 classes from the second year. Class 2 of the second year had always been rife with conflicts and disputes since the first year, led by Wang Haoran and Yu Zijiang, who gathered a considerable number of offspring from prominent families. Wang Haoran, the nephew of Wang Jinrong, the deputy secretary of the municipal committee of Shanghai City, commanded a large following at school, exhibiting arrogance and bullying behavior. Their group was often implicated in several violent incidents at school. On one occasion, it was rumored that they had caused someone to suffer internal bleeding with a table. These events had slipped under the radar until Sukan arrived at the first high school, where he became vaguely aware of them through various rumors. Recently, during multiple physical education classes and breaks, some prominent figures from the second year began to frequent the vicinity of Class 5, often casting glances into the classroom until they finally laid eyes on Tang Wu, as if they had discovered a focal point. One afternoon during physical education, a tall boy cradling a basketball approached Tang Wu. This encounter was starkly different from the initial commotion when Xiao Yunyan had delivered cola to Sukan, which was inherently dramatic, an admired girl from Class 3 showing affection toward a previously unnoticed individual, while his own classmates displayed not a shred of reverence, resulting in jovial mockery. However, when this boy stood before Tang Wu, silence enveloped the scene. Even Zhang Shi, Sun Zi, and Li Ai, who were engaged in a spirited game, paused to turn and observe. The atmosphere was tranquil. The boy was tall and handsome, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Tang Wu maintained her usual composure, listening to him speak, occasionally nodding and then shaking her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Ultimately, the boy departed, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Yet he waved cheerfully as he returned to his court. Following this incident, during a 20-minute break, Tang Wu received a love letter and soon news of Yu Zijiang. Renowned throughout the school as the heartthrob, officially pursuing Tang Wu spread like wildfire. Initially, Tang Wu rejected Yu Zijiang's advances. Yet he astutely recognized that a more gradual approach was necessary with a girl of Tang Wu's caliber. Thus, he proposed starting as friends, taking a slow and steady route. After some time, Tang Wu, who had persistently shaken her head at his pursuit, surprisingly nodded in agreement to engage as ordinary friends. This gesture, pure and radiant, ignited within Yu Zijiang the notion that he had found a princess worthy of a lifetime of pursuit, standing right before him. Almost everyone echoed sentiments of their compatible beauty and talent. Tang Wu, cloaked in an air of mystery, excelled academically and maintained an aloof demeanor, which likely contributed to her limited circle of friends. While other sweet girls like Qin Lingshan attracted countless admirers, she remained solitary and proud. Perhaps more individuals, in the face of her brilliance, have gained a sense of self-awareness, or perhaps they, like the former Su Kan, have developed the notion that no one in this current phase can stir the heart of Tang Wu. She is akin to a city in the clouds, unrooted and isolated, elevated yet unattainable, leaving one to gaze upwards in reverence, unable to mount an assault. The mere fact that Tang Wu consented to remain just friends undoubtedly paved a radiant pathway leading to this ethereal realm, a broad avenue for someone like Yu Zijiang, marking a significant stride toward success. Yu Zijiang's father is the director of the tax bureau, and his mother is the chairperson of the Municipal Women's Federation. Such familial stature, viewed from any perspective, carries considerable weight in the eyes of ordinary people, rendering them incapable of disparagement. Whenever the topic arises regarding Yu Zijiang's pursuit of Tang Wu, it is met with a sense of inevitability, as many commend their harmonious pairing, reveling in the prospect of their union. Su Kan, too, was taken aback by this development, as he exerted force with his foot, sending the soccer ball soaring into the air. Contested by countless others, he chose to slow his pace, retreating into the shade of the trees. Had anyone observed his expression at that moment, they would have perceived a look of profound realization etched upon his face, akin to a spell conjured into existence. He recalled reports from the future concerning Tang Wu, which revealed that her boyfriend, who ultimately met a tragic fate at her hands, was someone she had befriended during her school years. Their relationship flourished as they both gained admission to the same prestigious university, epitomizing the golden couple in the eyes of all. Yet, the unpredictable nature of life shattered what once seemed a beautiful myth, leading to their eventual separation. The boyfriend, transformed by love into hatred, allowed vengeance to obscure his reason, culminating in the tragic demise of Tang Wu. The scythe of death had already extended its glimmering blade a decade prior. Cruelly, it loomed amidst the halo of admiration surrounding her, where shadows of the unknown quietly descended, adopting a guise as dazzling as the sunlight itself. observing the envious tones of certain girls who deliberately sought to befriend Tang Wu, alongside the whispers surrounding Yu Zijiang, inadvertently served to promote him before her. They extolled his calm demeanor, athletic prowess, meticulous intellect, and commendable academic achievements, all of which endeared him to his teachers. Indeed, he seemed the only one from the entire city high school who could be deemed worthy of Tang Wu. The slowly thawing glaciers in Tang Wu's eyes revealed a nascent fondness for Yu Zijiang. Yet, in this vast world, only Su Can understood that the collective envy of those around them, coupled with their ignorance of future realities and dreams of a prince and princess romance during their student years, had coalesced into a formidable force, gradually pushing Tang Wu towards the inferno of despair. What is truly terrifying is that history began to veer towards tragedy. The 1998 floods illuminated Su Can's limitations, making him aware that some things were beyond his capacity to alter. His greatest concern lay in the possibility of failing to change the course of events while helplessly watching Tang Wu descend into her predetermined fate, ultimately facing death. This would undoubtedly haunt him for eternity. In this vast world, he found himself fighting alone, devoid of any support, which for the first time made Su Can acutely aware of the profound ignorance that ordinary people possess regarding the future. At times, this ignorance may not necessarily be a detrimental aspect. However, the relentless evasion and retreat that characterized his past life were the very roots of Su Can's disastrous failures, as well as the traits he loathed after his rebirth. He was determined not to repeat the same mistakes and understood that if he failed to alter the course of events, his newly reborn life would forever bear the shadow of his former misfortunes. Without courage, one is doomed to achieve nothing. Su Can harbored but one resolute thought: he must prevent all of this from happening. But how could he intervene? What could he, still so fragile, possibly do? Chapter 19. The first step. Yu Zijiang found himself somewhat restless. At school, he was already the subject of much admiration, exuding an aura of coolness, charm, and cleanliness. Occasionally, he would hear praise from elders or mentors, commending his obedience. Although riding his motorcycle home each evening drew attention, he occasionally indulged in the vanity of onlookers, which instilled in him a sense of confidence and buoyancy. The cheers from the young girls and the secret affections from the beautiful girls in his grade floated before him like ephemeral clouds. It was only when Tang Wu appeared that he felt a jolt to his heart, awakening a sudden realization. A girl like Tang Wu, if she were to find solace in another's embrace in the future, would be an act of sacrilege. Only he could bring her joy and happiness. Obsession can sometimes be an invisible yet formidable force, enabling Yu Zijiang to swiftly forget the sorrow of being rejected by Tang Wu, calming his restlessness and guiding him back to a state of tranquility. This newfound confidence was a mystery to him. He simply felt an innate connection with her, as if she had belonged to him for an eternity. They were destined to be together, and even years later, their bond would endure, imbued with an inexplicable familiarity that transcended the mundane. Thus, when he called out to Tang Wu during recess to propose escorting her home after class, her refusal did not dishearten him. He smiled and nodded, reassured that there would be future opportunities. Tang Wu, somewhat resigned, nodded in return. Just as the school bell rang, Yu Zijiang waved casually at her and turned back toward the stairs. He encountered Zhang Shi and Li Ai, familiar faces from the basketball court. Zhang Shi greeted him cheerfully, teasing him about seeking someone out again. Upon witnessing Yu Zijiang's wry smile, Zhang Shi and the others quickly grasped the outcome. Recently, Yu Zijiang had openly pursued Tang Wu, but the results had been less than favorable. Nevertheless, his efforts were commendable. Among Li Ai's trio, Zhang Shi was the most handsome and well-off, possessing a bold spirit. Yet, even he recognized his limitations in winning Tang Wu's affection. The others, Li Ai and Sun Zi, were even less capable in this regard. However, Yu Zijiang still managed to elicit a warmth from Tang Wu that had long since vanished, allowing for further interaction, far beyond what they could achieve. Zhang Shi nodded sincerely, mixed with admiration, encouraging him to persist. This sparked a flicker of hope among them. What if Tang Wu could indeed be won over? Even a goddess like her could be touched by human emotions. They envisioned a scene where, as they played basketball, a stunning beauty cheered for them from the stands, her presence illuminating their spirits, even if she were there for her boyfriend. "Is this your phone?" Chen Lingshan suddenly brought up the question amidst their casual conversation. This revelation left Shui Yang profoundly shaken. It is important to note that his relationship with Chen Lingshan had remained merely superficial throughout their long acquaintance, never reaching the level of exchanging phone numbers. When had Chen Lingshan ever inquired about such a privilege? Human nature is inherently inclined towards self-interest, and thus, while responding to Qin Lingshan's inquiry. He subconsciously overlooked her use of you all and completely forgot the fleeting glance she cast at the phone number he had just written down, which briefly illuminated when she saw Su Qin's home number, as the attention of those around them shifted towards Yu Zijiang's pursuit of Tang Wu. The incident between Qin Lingshan and Su Qin faded further into obscurity. Previously, Qin Lingshan had maintained her distance from Su Qin to avoid any implications, but recently, she had returned to a more friendly interaction. Naturally, it was impossible for her to engage with Su Qin alone. She was accompanied by several friends, thereby solidifying Shui Yang's connection and constructing a bridge to Su Qin. This did not attract any criticism. After all, it was evident that someone like Su Qin, should he wish to pursue Qin Lingshan, would undoubtedly be among the ranks of those who had failed. Maintaining contact with him only served to highlight Qin Lingshan's gentle nature in the eyes of others. If they could not become lovers, at the very least, they could be friends. This perhaps embodies the most beautiful sentiment of high school years, where love, untainted by material interests and emotional entanglements, is less likely to breed resentment, often resulting in a mere tinge of melancholy. Thus, even as people observed Qin Lingshan drawing closer to Su Qin, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for him. It is only the vulnerable or the defeated who evoke such pity. To be relegated to the status of a friend by someone one admires is, in itself, a cruel verdict. Upon exchanging phone numbers, Qin Lingshan, wishing to avoid appearing awkward, smiled and remarked that Xiaomei and the others often organized activities, and they were all mutual friends who could gather during the holidays. Xiaoyuan is also quite close to us. This provoked a series of mischievous snickers from Xiaomei and her friends directed at Su Qin. Since the incident of Su Qin's confession, they had frequently teased him about his affinity for Qin Lingshan, not out of malice, but rather for amusement. They had sensed a certain disparity. Zai Yunyan's active pursuit of Su Qin had been met with indifference, while it seemed he harbored aspirations for the class beauty, Qin Lingshan. This realization sparked further jesting at Su Qin's expense. In contrast, Su Qin's calm responses to their teasing rendered the situation rather dull, leading them to speculate that if his demeanor was not genuinely serene, he must have suffered a significant blow concerning Qin Lingshan. Qin Lingshan believed her previous statement had conveyed her intentions clearly. Her proactive request for their phone numbers was evident to anyone but a fool like Shui Yang. It was apparent she had a specific interest in Su Qin, and her words carried an implicit invitation. You may call me. Establishing contact via phone had already taken the first step forward. Qin Lingshan wished to prevent Su Qin from developing a bleak mindset devoid of hopeful prospects. Su Qin exhaled in relief. Following the incident with Xiao Yunyan's family, he had harbored concerns that Qin Lingshan might hold some resentment. To his surprise, she appeared to harbor no such grievances and was able to engage with him as a regular friend. Su Qin considered this a significant blessing. Had it been in his past life, he would likely have never even had the opportunity to interact with Qin Lingshan. His rebirth had transformed many aspects of his existence. When the school bell rang, Qin Lingshan scrutinized Su Qin, yet she could not discern any particularly surprised expression on his face. Before returning to her seat, her close friend Li Luoran leaned in with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Did you really give them your number?" Upon seeing Qin Lingshan nod, Li Luoran huffed in silence. Many had sought Qin Lingshan's contact details through Li Luoran, who had remained steadfastly loyal to her friend and refused to divulge anything. This had irked many boys, but now, with Qin Lingshan openly sharing her number with Su Qin, Li Luoran felt an indescribable frustration. Why, she mused, did this boy, regardless of his background, grades, or appearance, deserve such favoritism from Qin Lingshan? Recently, Qin Lingshan had been engulfed by an uncanny feeling, a subtle sense of unreality. She often found herself connecting the understated Su Qin in the classroom with the Su Qin she had first encountered at the municipal bidding conference, where she had glimpsed a different facet of him. That afternoon at the Kailai Hotel, he had exuded calmness and poise, a stark contrast to the attire befitting his current student persona. Even the trendsetters at Municipal No. 1 High School lacked his aristocratic demeanor. At that moment, he had seemed close to embodying the essence of a Prince Charming, a stark contrast to the disheveled image she had initially held. Regrettably, Qin Lingshan could not share these thoughts with anyone. In her heart, a tumultuous battle raged. To her, Su Qin possessed a unique charm that was undeniably captivating. During class, Tang Wu received a note, which astonished Qin Lingshan. Such clandestine note-passing was a behavior typically associated with unruly students. A blatant disregard for authority that would never be exhibited by those ranking among the top 30 in the class, least of all by someone like Tang Wu. Yet, Tang Wu, holding the crumpled note, paused momentarily before unfolding it. Lin Luoran, who was already reluctant to engage in conversation with the aloof Tang Wu, did not wish to lean over and investigate the source or content of the note, fearing it would diminish her standing in Tang Wu's eyes. When class ended, Tang Wu acknowledged Sukin with a gentle nod. For Yu Zijiang, perhaps Tang Wu's nod signified the dawn of a new venture and unprecedented success. For Su Kan, however, this gesture compelled him to muster the courage to take his first step forward. Yu Zijiang's despondency stemmed from his unsuccessful attempt to offer Tang Wu a ride home after school, which she had declined with a shake of her head, effectively thwarting his advances. The note handed to Sukin contained but a single line, revealing that several documents from the science department had gone missing, and a request to borrow some copies from him, asking if he could wait after school. It was rather cliché, yet remarkably effective. As he wandered the playground of the first middle school, the autumn sun hung low in the sky, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. With each step upon the undulating bleachers and concrete platforms, Sukin caught a faint, ethereal fragrance wafting nearby. That girl who often sought him out must be in the second year, right? Did you know her before? No, Tang Wu replied with her characteristic calm demeanor. Shaking her head, she walked beside him, her long hair loosely gathered, cascading gracefully over her chest. Clad in a pink t-shirt that accentuated her form and draped with a grayish-brown outer garment, she exuded an independent and unique charm, effortlessly captivating. Some individuals are destined to become legends, much like the girl by his side. Just being near her enveloped Sukin in a sense of tranquility and comfort. Her mere presence was soothing. He harbored a sincere wish for her to achieve remarkable success in the future rather than fading away a decade hence. Such a pure aspiration now felt within his reach. As for Shui Yang, he ultimately triumphed when passing the note to Su Kan. Shui gazed at him with an expression akin to that of observing a madman. I won't be attending third period. I've taken leave for a basketball game, so I shall not accompany you in your folly. As the second class concluded, Shui Yang, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, made his way to the basketball game. Tossing a rather perplexing remark to Su Kan, "You're courting disaster." This statement underscored Su Kan's keen psychological insight into Tang Wu, whose frigid exterior belied the challenges she faced at number 1 high school. Her exceptionalism, while admirable, also rendered her vulnerable to isolation, particularly given her personality. Thus, she donned a veneer of indifference as a defense against the discomforts that surrounded her. She likely yearned for the more relaxed atmosphere of number 3 high school. And the note from Su Kan resonated deeply within her, evoking memories of that fateful afternoon before the entrance exams, where she strolled with him through the campus. Su Kan, employing a similar tactic, requesting materials, elicited a suppressed smile from Tang Wu, who refrained from exposing his ruse. After all, the camaraderie between Su Kan and Shui Yang was an open secret among their classmates. If materials were to be borrowed, Shui Yang was undoubtedly the more suitable candidate. Su Kan and Tang Wu meandered around the school for quite some time before finally approaching the exit. Their conversation encompassed various trivialities from both No. 1 high school and their earlier days at number 3. Given Tang Wu's reserved nature, there was little to elaborate upon, yet if anyone had observed their exchange, they would find it astonishing to witness the typically aloof Tang Wu engaging in a lively dialogue. However, life often unfolds in unexpected ways. As Su Kan and Tang Wu emerged from the school gates, a group of individuals, previously despondent and preparing to depart, suddenly lit up with immense surprise at the sight of Tang Wu. Among them, Yu Zijiang, leaning against his motorcycle with friends, caught a glimpse of Su Kan. Meanwhile, Lin Luoran, having just purchased some feminine trinkets from the school gift shop, emerged with a group of girls. Their laughter blending harmoniously with the surreal glow of dusk as they spotted the duo of Su Kan and Tang Wu walking side by side, fresh from a basketball match. Shui Yang, clad in a white AC Milan jersey and surrounded by a throng of fellow teammates, was drenched in sweat. His gaze was fixated on the two figures who had slowly exited the school nearly half an hour after classes had finished. As the icy soda rushed into his lungs, Shui Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart and lungs momentarily quaking, as if his very organs had crystallized in response to an unexpected chill that his mind struggled to comprehend. Chapter 20. Is it an illusion, Su Kan? The individuals accompanying Lin Luoran are all female members of Class 5, staunch supporters of hers. In the current landscape of middle and high school, they may be considered close friends, yet there exists an element of hierarchy within their camaraderie. Every social circle has its nucleus, for instance. Individuals like Yu Zijiang and Wang Haoran occupy the center of their sophomore cohort, while Zhang Shi stands as a prominent figure among the freshmen. Similarly, Lin Luoran with her striking beauty and the countless admirers vying for her affection, has undoubtedly become the focal point of her social group. Sukan, on the other hand, is merely a fleeting source of amusement within this circle. To those surrounding Qin Lingshan, including Li Lume, Sukan is but one of many frogs straining to gaze upwards. Moreover, Li Lume harbors a unique possessiveness. She is reluctant to permit any male to approach Qin Lingshan, fearing that if Qin were to divert her attention towards romance, she, as a devoted friend, would be inexplicably consumed by jealousy. Hence, she has taken on the role of Qin Lingshan's protector. Often perceived by many boys as an obstacle between her and Qin, one may ponder why Li Lume feels compelled to safeguard Qin Lingshan. Occasionally, she contemplates this herself, suspecting it might stem from a concern for a girl like Qin Lingshan. She cannot bear the thought of her being pursued by the predatory, ordinary boys, which contradicts her values. However, witnessing Sukan, a frog in her eyes, walking alongside Tang Wu, an almost ethereal presence akin to the Snow Lotus Peak, on the sun-kissed campus pathway shatters her beliefs like glass in the frigid winter. Isn't that the guy Yu Zijiang has been pursuing recently? Someone in the football team, standing beside Shui Yang, remarked, their curiosity piqued. Who is that? A glance revealed Wang Haoran, clearly agitated, prompting Yu Zijiang's entourage to consider intervening, only to be halted by Gao Tian, the football team's captain, with his imposing stature. Gao Tian effortlessly restrained the excitable Wang Haoran, preventing an impending altercation. Shui Yang cast a grateful look towards Gao Tian, relieved that a confrontation might be averted. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought that Sukan was being rather brazen, strolling out with Tang Wu while Yu Zijiang's group awaited just outside. What emotions must they be experiencing? The expressions of Yu Zijiang and his companions darkened as he momentarily faltered, though he quickly regained his composure. A companion's gaze flickered over. What is the plan, Zijiang? Shall we lend a hand? The look was laced with mischief. Noticing Tang Wu's gaze upon him, Yu Zijiang waved dismissively, stepping forward alone. He gestured to Tang Wu, are you heading home? Please be cautious on your way. At first glance, he exuded an air of grace and decorum, devoid of any expression of inferiority. Sukan let out a quiet sigh. From various perspectives, although Yu Zijiang was merely a high school student at this stage, he already possessed considerable charm and would undoubtedly evolve into a prominent figure admired in any field in the future. It was unfortunate that while he could remain oblivious to the future, Sukan, understanding the trajectory of developments, wished to extend a helping hand within his means to amend the tragic paths of others. Yu Zijiang's gaze then fell upon Sukan's countenance. He scrutinized the individual who stood a head shorter than himself and extended his hand, greeting, hello, I am Yu Zijiang from Class 2 of the second year. Tang Wu, upon seeing Yu Zijiang and his entourage, felt a flicker of concern for Sukan, who walked alongside her. From any perspective, the 7 or 8 individuals accompanying Yu Zijiang were those whose imposing presence could compel ordinary students to avoid them. If they intended to cause any trouble for Sukan due to their association, Tang Wu would be extremely displeased and wished to spare Sukan from any potential troubles. Perhaps there were matters she wished to avoid, but she could not grasp them at that moment. Class 5 of the first year. Sukan. Sukan extended his hand to shake Yu Zijiang's, their grips firm. However, a quiet sigh escaped Sukan's heart, regardless of the circumstances. He had inadvertently forged a connection with Yu Zijiang. Yu Zijiang, upon clasping Sukan's hand, perceived the utter lack of tension in Sukan's eyes, prompting a subtle chill within him. He aspired to exhibit his magnanimity to Tang Wu while simultaneously exerting pressure on Sukan. It was crucial to remember that the 7 individuals behind him were well-known figures in the second year, and their mere presence could impose significant pressure on Sukan, who stood alone. Furthermore, among those individuals, comments occasionally arose, questioning, who is this kid? Is he Zijiang's rival? Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Fortunately, Wang Haoran was absent today otherwise, so I suppose we are acquaintances now. After shaking hands with Sukan, Yu Zijiang's momentary surprise dissipated as he turned back to his group, addressing them with a smile. All right, disperse. Are you all still eager to watch the spectacle? From a distance, Shui Yang clenched his fists, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief as he witnessed the anticipated conflict fail to materialize. Yet, as he observed Sukan and Tang Wu descending the school slope, he found himself forgetting to call out to Sukan beside him. A brash basketball player closely associated with Wang Haoran's circle scoffed. The cadet's quite bold. Isn't he? Challenging Yu Zijiang openly? This could get interesting. Shui Yang understood that these domineering individuals would likely refrain from overtly confronting Sukan, for even within the competitive environment of their school, There were unwritten rules against direct conflict unless provoked. However, offending Wang Haoran's circle would undoubtedly bring difficulties for Su Kan, as they possessed numerous ways to make his life challenging. A weight settled heavily in Shui Yang's heart as they passed the school gift shop. One of the girls from their class could no longer contain herself and called out to Su Kan. "Hey, Su Kan." The girl, with a rather impatient disposition, found herself momentarily breathless in the oppressive atmosphere that had previously surrounded her. Now, observing Su Kan's unwavering gaze that disregarded her group entirely, she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. At that moment, both Tang Wu and Su Kan turned their attention towards her, leaving her at a loss for words. She hastily remarked, "Don't forget to submit your homework tomorrow. I will be scrutinizing your work closely." She resorted to her authority as group leader to deflect the awkwardness. "All right," Su Kan replied with a smile and a nod, his gaze also landing on Qin Lingshan among the crowd, as well as her loyal supporter, Li Lumei, who stood beside her with her mouth agape. Qin Lingshan said nothing, merely exchanging a superficial smile with Tang Wu. Once the two had distanced themselves, the surrounding girls erupted in chatter, akin to startled parrots. No way. Is he really planning to pursue Tang Wu now that he can't have Qin Lingshan? Could that even be possible? Tang Wu's standards are simply too high. A hint of jealousy tinged their voices. They had all witnessed Su Kan's calm demeanor when faced with the group of second-year students who were close friends with Yue Zijiang. Among them were several members of the basketball team, reputed for claiming the court during breaks, leaving ordinary students too intimidated to contest for space. Compared to them, anyone would seem a shade less imposing. And Su Kan's composed yet assertive demeanor, was it merely an illusion? Chapter 21. The powerful faction. As they exited the school and traversed the slope leading to the main thoroughfare, Tang Wu cast a glance at Su Kan. "What information do you wish to photocopy regarding biology?" she inquired. "Oh, it's the reference test questions released recently. I accidentally misplaced page 5. Su Kan offered a faint smile, sensing an icy undertone in Tang Wu's inquiry, which felt akin to an unspoken dismissal. A wave of unease washed over Su Kan. He understood that despite Tang Wu's outward calmness, she had likely discerned the true nature of his actions that day. Although she appeared aloof and proud, seemingly indifferent to the affairs around her, he believed that everything occurring at Shi High School could not escape the scrutiny of her glacier-like eyes. Word had spread through the class about his unrequited pursuit of Qin Lingshan, and now, in a bold move, he had invited her out, seemingly challenging Yu Zijiang, which could easily be interpreted as an act of defiance. How would she perceive him? Would she harbor resentment towards him? For a girl like Tang Wu, once she decided to dislike someone, it seemed highly improbable that he could ever earn her favor in the future, regardless of his endeavors. Regrettably, he found himself unable to articulate the entire truth to her, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. Biology, page 5. Tang Wu furrowed her brow and after a moment's pause, replied, "There is no page 5 in the biology reference test questions." Then, an extended silence ensued. A sense of remorse surged within Su Kan. He had even faltered in a simple lie. He recognized that his recent foreknowledge of the future had thrown him into disarray. And in his attempts to deceive Tang Wu, compounded by his actions that day, he had unwittingly provided ample reason for her displeasure. He instinctively pondered a troubling notion, perhaps. At times, the future is not destined to unfold as anticipated. Just like Tang Wu and Yu Zijiang, it was possible that she would not agree to be with him. Yet his interference might inadvertently nudge her closer to Yu Zijiang. Was this not a significant paradox that all time travel narratives grapple with? You wish for me to limit my interactions with Yu Zijiang, do you not? A bus rattled down the adjacent road, screeching to a halt with a jarring sound as it opened its doors. Tang Wu's piercing gaze, clear and intelligent, struck Su Kan's heart like a dagger. Su Kan felt a sense of disorientation. He silently lamented his own overreach, which had ultimately severed the fragile thread of goodwill that lingered between them. From any perspective, his action seemed indefensible and, consequently, quite irritating. Tang Wu blinked, then nodded, conveying her understanding. "I will not grow closer to him." "What?" Su Kan, who had intended to accept a harsh reality, found himself momentarily stunned by her words, staring at Tang Wu in disbelief. There was no accusation, no indifference, nor any sign of discontent, only a gentle voice and a calm promise. Observing Su Kan's moment of distraction, Tang Wu gently smiled and, breaking convention, reached out to pat him on the shoulder, saying, "I'm leaving now." She then turned and entered the bus. The red tennis shoes, encased in delicate denim jeans, tapped lightly on the bus steps, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Watching the bus, adorned with a faint golden glow, disappeared down the undulating road, Surrounded by ancient buildings from 11 years ago, with crisscrossing power lines overhead and clouds lightly bordering the horizon, Sukin was unexpectedly filled with a sense of happiness. It had been a long time. Some things can be altered, such as life itself. The existence of fate arises from one's loss of courage to break free, becoming lost in the immense inertia that dulls one's edges. Sukin was not particularly concerned about how the group from City No. 1 High School, led by Yu Zijiang, might treat him. Much like an adult contemplating the provocations of a group of high school students, he considered deeper implications, confronting the situation from a position of superiority. At times, intellect can compensate for the shortcomings of force. Within the broad environment of high school, particularly in the almost precocious circle of City No. 1 High School, respect can be earned through several pathways. First, outstanding academic performance, since they are all high school students. In the context of the Chinese educational system, few have reached a level where they dismiss their teachers. Generally, the top students cherished by teachers are also respected by their peers. Second, physical strength. People often exhibit a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Thus, tall and assertive individuals command respect. Third, those with wide social circles. Forming cliques is a common human trait, beginning in middle school or even elementary school. People naturally seek belonging and social recognition within dominant groups, which can evoke admiration and reverence from those in weaker circles. Fourth, there are the proud and independent individuals, who typically fall into two extremes. One group suffers bullying and devaluation, while the other is kept at a respectful distance. Regarding Yu Zijiang and his companions, they largely belong to the second and third categories. Their formidable circle and the withdrawal of outsiders inflate their sense of status and vanity. To intervene between Yu Zijiang and Tang Wu, one must consider numerous factors. Sukin could not expect everyone's mindset to be as mature as his, nor could he propose resolving such issues openly. In the fervent environment of high school, violence often serves as a means of conflict resolution. Moreover, due to the lack of stringent legal constraints and occasional leniency in enforcement at City No. 1 High School, campus violence has escalated, which is not surprising. Many who witness the portrayal of school violence in Korean dramas find it hard to believe. However, in reality, it reflects a pressing issue troubling educational institutions nationwide. Therefore, if Yu Zijiang's group, or the yet-to-be-met Wang Haoran, were to hear of this incident and instigate some irrational violent conflict, Sukin would undeniably suffer significant losses. However, high school students inevitably possess certain limitations in their perspectives. Thus, should a more formidable external force intervene and thoroughly overwhelm and astonish Yu Zijiang's circle, it would yield remarkable results, preventing them from becoming a significant obstacle. Yet, this powerful external force is precisely what Sukin currently lacks. Despite possessing a mature mindset, he finds himself in a solitary struggle. Bringing in his close friend Shui Yang would merely add another companion to this sinking ship. At this juncture, Lu Rue seems to have established a network within the second high school, holding a status comparable to that of Yu Zijiang and his group at the first high school. Mobilizing them could potentially exacerbate the ongoing situation. Nevertheless, at this moment, it appears that Lu Rue might be the key to calming this storm. Returning home, Sukin found himself amused, realizing he had become embroiled in a rivalry with a group of high school students, driven by his own principles and reasons. Yet, if he could not even manage to assert himself among these teenagers, how could he aspire to achieve greater endeavors? This could be considered yet another boss event that he must tackle himself. The arrival and approval of the Municipal Procurement Inspection Team formally established the reputable status of Su Kan's family shop. Soon, a banner with a yellow background and black lettering declaring Municipal Designated Procurement Unit was hung at the entrance of Shanghai Cultural Supplies. This was also Su Kan's innovation. The yellow backdrop, alongside the more conventional red, proved to be striking, and in an era where red banners dominate, the yellow one garnered even more attention, imparting a sense of professionalism. Lately, the family had been having dinner at the shop, as the business was gradually improving, and Su Kan's household was evidently busier. Even during lunch that afternoon, his mother, Zheng Ku, held a bowl of rice while serving some cooked dishes and vegetables, standing by the counter to explain things to the constant stream of customers. After the meal, his father busied himself with collecting payments, leaving the task of washing dishes to Su Kan. Once he had cleaned the bowls and dried his hands, Su Kan opened the account ledger. Previously, he would fill only half a page daily, reflecting a modest daily turnover of 400 to 500 yuan. However, upon perusing the ledger now, he had to turn through 3 or 4 pages to find the total sales for a single day. Each page was densely filled with records of sold items, a sight that was truly gratifying. Upon seeing yesterday's total revenue of 3,597 yuan, Sukin felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and relief. Perhaps for many financial elites and business magnates of this era, this amount may seem trivial, but for Sukin, it signified the tangible transformation of his family's destiny. Gradually shifting from a small stream to a flowing river, all due to his intervention. Observing his parents, one busy with accounts and the other supervising and assisting amidst the bustling crowd, Sukin felt a sudden pang of emotion. He looked up and said, "Mom, shouldn't we consider hiring a few people to help manage the shop?" Chapter 22. The incident of jealousy. The recruitment process for shop assistants commenced officially within a few days following the posting of the job advertisement. Numerous candidates arrived, albeit many were either illiterate or homemakers seeking a trivial engagement. Their daily responsibilities overwhelmed them, making it impossible to manage the meticulous organization of the store. Thus, my mother suggested hiring 2 younger individuals. Among the selected applicants was a woman in her 30s named Lin Luoran, a former employee of a state-owned enterprise who had been laid off. She shared common interests with my mother, and out of compassion, my mother decided on her. Lin Luoran had previously worked in a textile factory handling statistics, which would make her adept at managing the intricacies of cultural products. The second candidate was a 20-year-old girl named Wang Yu, who presented herself with remarkable poise. Surprisingly, she hailed not from the nearby countryside but from another locality. My mother, intrigued, inquired why someone her age chose to work instead of continuing her education, subtly implying a lack of responsibility from her family. Wang Yu, however, remained cheerful, briefly mentioning her unsatisfactory academic performance. She had initially aspired to attend a second-tier university after high school, but upon falling short of the required scores and feeling immense pressure from her family, she abandoned her studies. Determined to prove that one could forge a path without formal education, Zheng Ke, recognizing her resolve, decided to retain her but felt compelled to remind her that education was essential for future opportunities. Although Wang Yu responded affirmatively, there was a fleeting hesitation in her gaze when meeting Zheng Ke's eyes. These arrangements were primarily handled by my parents. After persuading them to hire help, I refrained from further involvement, mindful that while my parents were inclined to follow my lead, as a high school student, meddling in their business affairs could provoke their discontent. My overt participation in the bidding meeting had provided them a sense of pride, yet it also raised their awareness of my motivations. In recent days, my parents had been returning home earlier from the shop to monitor my academic performance, genuinely concerned that the responsibilities typically shouldered by adults might detract from my studies. However, witnessing me diligently studying under the soft glow of the lamp brought them some comfort. Still, they remained vigilant, for the midterm examinations were rapidly approaching. My daily performance was merely superficial. Only the exams would reveal whether I had progressed or regressed compared to the esteemed standards of the first municipal high school. Occasionally, I would reflect on the swift passage of time since my rebirth, which seemed to slip away painfully quickly, as if the entrance examinations had just concluded. And now I was facing the midterms of my first year. After sharing the events that transpired at the first municipal high school with Lu Rue, he furrowed his brow and, gazing at me, slowly inquired whether Shui Yang was aware of these developments. Sukin smiled faintly, aware that there was little he could do. Shui Yang was acquainted with that particular group. He had his connections at the first high school. Moreover, dragging him into the mire due to my own troubles would only serve as a burden to him. Nevertheless, at a crucial moment, his assistance would still be essential. Regarding the misdeeds of Yu Zijiang's close friend Wang Haoran and his entourage, Sukin had heard some whispers. Yu Zijiang may not be the type to resort to underhanded tactics. Even a precocious high school student like him might not yet possess such dubious cunning. After all, intervening through force in matters of courtship is the most despicable approach. Yu Zijiang held considerable confidence in himself and, from any perspective, he would not lose to Sukin in a fair competition. Thus, it was certain that he would strive to conquer openly rather than engage in covert maneuvers. Sukin tightly suppressed his thoughts, the only concern being the yet unseen Wang Haoran and the supporters lurking behind Yu Zijiang, regardless of their unscrupulousness. In the presence of a group of passionate and perhaps still naive high school students, they would likely seek to defend their friend's honor, relishing the display of camaraderie. Sukin had no desire to become a casualty in their quest for loyalty. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Rue nodded. I know Wang Haoran. He has a conflict with a group of ours from the second high school. They once gathered a crowd to confront his circle at the school gate. I will keep this in mind. After all, it's just a short car ride. If anything happens to you, give me a call. Even if I have to come alone, I won't allow you to face this alone. Such a simple statement, coupled with Lin Luoran's striking silhouette, evoked a sense of nostalgia in Su Kan, reminiscent of a decade past. From his words, Su Kan discerned a telling clue. Wang Haoran's audacity to lead a group to confront others at the second high school signified his influence. And it was likely that those beaten had a respectable standing within that institution. Lin Luoran's hesitation and his assertion of coming alone indicated that his circle was, perhaps, a tier lower than Wang Haoran's. This group dared not provoke Wang Haoran lightly. Su Kan felt a throbbing headache as the situation grew increasingly complex. What had started as a mere conflict between students had transformed into a significant obstacle in his eyes. He never anticipated that upon his rebirth, being able to converse with city-level leaders with ease would lead him to fret over retaliation from a group of unruly youths, leaving him in a state of confusion. Ultimately, it was all about leveraging influence. Su Kan recognized that if he were to practice martial arts, he would not thrive in a bold and aggressive manner. Rather, the subtlety of Tai Chi would suit his current predicament perfectly. Without a favorable trend, this otherworldly figure from the future would find it impossible to harness the winds of fortune. The most pressing issue for Su Kan remained establishing a firm foothold at the first high school and securing allies. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the teacher exited, and the classroom erupted into the lively chatter of break time. Yu Zijiang's arrival immediately caused a stir in Class 5 of the first year. Yet many of the girls cast peculiar glances towards Su Kan. Yu Zijiang sent someone to relay a message, hoping for Tang Wu to come out. Tang Wu lightly shook her head at the messenger, stating, "I am writing something, I apologize." The messenger left in resignation, and upon relaying the message, Yu Zijiang left with a graceful yet bittersweet smile. Su Kan found himself momentarily taken aback, unable to discern Tang Wu's expression. All he could see was her engrossed in her work. This scene felt distant and surreal compared to their recent stroll along the avenue, leaving him uncertain if she was responding to his words from that day or if she genuinely lacked the time to meet. As a result, many girls were taken aback, mouths agape, witnessing Yu Zijiang obediently departing. Some expressed their discontent towards Tang Wu, for Yu Zijiang was, in their eyes, a princely figure worth cheering for on the court. His chilly reception undoubtedly left them feeling unsettled, yet they dared not voice their grievances against Tang Wu's pride. Before class, Tang Wu rose to visit the restroom. Upon entering, she caught Su Kan's gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, and in that moment, she playfully winked. This unexpected gesture sent Su Kan's heart racing uncontrollably. During physical education class, Chen Lingshan wore a playful t-shirt paired with cropped pants that accentuated her smooth, slender calves, complemented by pink sneakers. The scent of perspiration after exercise infused her with an undeniable feminine allure, prompting Shui Yang to occasionally cast his large, curious eyes in her direction. The incident of Su Kan leaving school alongside Tang Wu did not render him a target of ridicule. Rather, it bestowed upon him an air of mystery and respect. Even Zhang Shi, Li Ai, and Sun Zi ceased their previous mockery. The girls in the class seemed increasingly inclined to approach Su Kan through playful banter, with even Chen Lingshan's close friend, Li Lume, subtly encouraging a closer connection between Chen Lingshan and Su Kan subconsciously. She believed there was no reason for Chen Lingshan to be inferior to Tang Wu and felt a natural aversion towards her. She thought that if Su Kan were to rekindle his affection for Chen Lingshan, it would undoubtedly be the greatest blow to Tang Wu. The dynamics of feelings among girls are intricate. Even without a specific object of affection, the mere act of being liked can inspire narratives. Of course, with a woman's intuition. She sensed that despite Tang Wu's icy demeanor, she was indeed quite invested in the matter at hand. Chapter 23, The Alley Ambush Incident. During this time, several girls began to tease Chen Lingshan and Su Kan, causing Chen Lingshan to blush deeply, and both of them felt exceedingly awkward. Typically composed and graceful, Chen Lingshan exhibited a certain charm among the girls. In a moment of spontaneity, she grasped Su Kan's hand and pretended to leave, exclaiming, "Let us not heed their nonsensical chatter." Her grip was around Su Kan's wrist, and though their palms did not meet, the gesture transformed the scene into something splendid, momentarily silencing the surrounding girls. Despite their lingering smiles from earlier jesting, the unexpected display left a considerable impact on them. Chen Lingshan herself was taken aback by her own action. It had been instinctive, but upon realizing it, she sought to retract her hand, only to draw more attention. She feigned nonchalance as she led Su Kan to a secluded wooden bridge over a small lake, where she finally released his hand, offering a smile. Li Lume and the others simply enjoyed their playful antics. You'll understand this better with time. There's no need to take it to heart. In this era, The conversations among young girls inevitably revolved around gossip and rumors. Su Kan, unperturbed, scratched his head and replied, "It's fine. I suppose I'll just get used to it." However, Chen Lingshan found a certain ambiguity in his words. Did getting used to it imply that they had unwittingly integrated into the same social circle? She recalled the warmth of Su Kan's wrist, imbued with the essence of masculinity, stirring an inexplicable turbulence within her. As the midterm examinations approached, Chen Lingshan noted, "We might not have much time lately, but perhaps after the exams, we could gather for a small get-together. Will you come?" A gentle smile graced her lips. "Oh, the midterms." Su Kan mused, feeling momentarily disoriented. In the recent days, he had been engrossed in a relentless pursuit of knowledge, feeling as though time had flown by with the swiftness of an arrow. From the moment he woke to the evening hours spent reading and taking notes under the dim light, sleep would follow, and the cycle would repeat. He scarcely had time for leisure, driven by the shadows of his past that instilled a fear of wasting time. Therefore, Su Kan felt a deep-seated fatigue, and Chen Lingshan's suggestion of a post-exam gathering stirred something within him. "Shui Yang has already agreed," she added, noticing his moment of distraction. "All right, definitely." Su Kan thought to himself, finding Shui Yang's cryptic demeanor rather exasperating. Then it settled, Chen Lingshan concluded, feeling that spending time with Su Kan at this lake, renowned as a romantic haven by their school, was nothing out of the ordinary. She gracefully descended from the wooden bridge, waving goodbye to Su Kan. Clad in a pink sports shirt and cropped pants, she seemed to merge with the dappled light filtering through the trees, reminiscent of a painting. On the other side of the playground, the group of girls, having just recovered from their astonishment at the departure of Su Kan and Chen Lingshan, immediately resumed their animated discussions. "Do you think they might actually end up together? It is inconceivable. What remarkable qualities does Su Kan possess?" It is rumored that he harbored a secret admiration for Lingshan since their days at the third middle school. With so many suitors vying for Lingshan's affection, it is illogical to assume he would succeed. Did Lingshan not previously reject his confession? Yet, perhaps, on occasion, Chen Lingshan's heart may soften, altering her initial intentions. Look, today she is even holding his hand. This Su Kan may appear unremarkable, yet he seems to be quite sought after. Alas, what is the nature of his relationship with Tang Wu? Enough of these baseless speculations. It would be more prudent to dedicate our thoughts to our studies. The upcoming midterm examinations will determine our rankings within the entire school. If you wish to avoid being left far behind, it would be wise to engage in more reading and review. Li Lumei interrupted the increasingly meandering conversation. The others expressed their discontent with her arrogance, though mostly in a teasing manner. Aside from Chen Lingshan, Li Lumei is the nucleus of this social circle, and her academic achievements place her at the pinnacle within it. With a history of ranking in the top 10 before high school, coupled with her role as the literary committee member, she undeniably holds significant influence. Although the girls may verbally criticize her, deep down, they hold a measure of admiration for her. However, for the first time, Li Lumei found herself genuinely concerned. As a member of the same faction as Chen Lingshan, she gazed upon Tang Wu, who consistently ranked first in their class, as if she were a distant tower in the clouds, evoking a sense of awe. Such a girl could instill a profound sense of vigilance and wariness in Li Lumei, who had long been entrenched in the first middle school's culture. If Su Kan were to develop feelings for Chen Lingshan, it would surely unsettle the exalted Tang Wu. Yet, deep down, Li Lumei was uncertain whether Chen Lingshan and Su Kan walking closely together was a blessing or a curse. The first middle school is not situated along the main bus routes. Rather, it is nestled within a labyrinth of narrow streets and alleys. Su Kan's memories of the journey to the school resemble a complex web of paths, often leading through the entrances of courtyard homes that provide shortcuts. In his childhood recollections, this place felt like a maze. He was always amazed at how Shui Yang could pinpoint the exit with precision. Now, as he traverses these familiar yet foreign paths, he experiences a unique freshness, a sensation that is increasingly rare for those numb to life in bustling metropolises. However, the real issue emerges from the complexity of the area, which tends to harbor its share of unsavory elements. Many altercations involving outsiders frequently occur within these winding alleys, often deemed safer than those within the school grounds, leading to a considerable number of grievances and conflicts being resolved here. As Mr. Jinyong once stated, "Where there are people, there exists a community of intrigue." The first middle school is no exception. While it may not be as notorious for brawls as the third or second middle schools, the sheer number of students means that such conflicts are not uncommon. Typically, those uninvolved tend to circumvent such incidents, and Sukin would certainly not be inclined to pay heed to the trivial disputes of impetuous youth. Yet today, he finds himself compelled to engage. As he stepped into the alleyway, he beheld two men brandishing the corners of discarded chairs from the roadside, mercilessly beating a young man on the ground. The heavy blows fell with a resounding thud, and though they did not strike the vulnerable areas such as the back of the head or the cervical spine, the visceral impact and the dull reverberation within the body caused Sukan's heart to race. While he could have turned a blind eye to a mere scuffle, the brutal and bloodied scene before him was unsettling, igniting an inexplicable fury deep within him. Sukin was no fool. He would never delude himself into believing he could emerge as a hero. Yet, witnessing the struggle of the man on the ground and the relentless strikes from above, it was clear that this was no ordinary altercation among students. If allowed to continue, the assaulted individual could very well suffer grave consequences. Splintered ribs or a ruptured spleen would be the best-case scenario. Moreover, if the roles were reversed, and Wang Haoran sought to avenge himself by ambushing Sukin in a similar manner, would that not be a poignant reflection of his own predicament? In another time, Sukin might have shouted boldly, confident in his ability to intimidate the two aggressors. However, he too was merely a frail high school student. His body still maturing years ago. What could he possibly do? Pressing himself against the wall of the alley, he surveyed the desolate surroundings, listening to the muffled grunts and cries emanating from the other end. A spark ignited within him, and a plan began to form. Damn it! Stop hiding. Aren't you tough? Watch how I break your legs. Come on, show us what you've got. The two men continued their assault, oblivious to the blood streaming from the victim's forehead, leaving a trail of crimson footprints on the ground. This only fueled their madness, and they pressed on with their brutality, seemingly unaware that their victim might soon be rendered motionless. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the alley, startling the assailants into a state of alertness. Seizing the opportunity, Sukin burst forth, turning to shout towards the alley's entrance. Over here. There are two of them. Block their escape. Don't let them get away. The two men, already on edge from their ambush, were taken aback by Sukan's sudden appearance and commanding voice. As he charged forward, the wind whipped around him, scattering a cloud of dust in his wake, as if an army were poised to arrive behind him. Without uttering a word, they kicked the victim one last time and fled towards the alley's mouth, abandoning their prey. Sukin dashed out of the alley, calling after the retreating figures, ensuring that any doubts they might have harbored would be dispelled. They fled as if their lives depended on it, knowing their escape was now inevitable. Upon returning, I beheld a student clad in casual attire, seemingly from a well-off family, slightly taller than Sukin remarkably. This individual displayed a commendable resilience to adversity. At this moment, he had already turned over, propped against the wall, gazing at Sukin with astonishment. The blood on his forehead had formed a scab. After a brief pause, noticing the alleyway was deserted, he comprehended the situation and, surprisingly, gave Sukin a thumbs up, his expression transforming into a bewildered smile, exclaiming, "You are impressive." Chapter 24. The birth of the charlatan. Before him lay a disheveled man leaning against the wall, rummaging through the pocket of his undershirt to produce a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Surprisingly, the cigarettes were of a quality not easily found during their school days, soft clouds, a rare indulgence. Observing the way the man's trembling fingers fumbled with the cigarette, Sukin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared that this fellow hailed from a relatively well-off family. However, it was likely that this pack had been pilfered from his father's stash, remnants of a secretive smoking habit. Such children, despite possibly receiving a slightly higher allowance than their peers, could scarcely afford such luxuries, nor would they dare to smoke openly. Even Lu Rue and Shui Yang, when the craving struck, would discreetly swipe a few from their fathers. The man tossed a cigarette towards Sukan, but due to his unsteady hand, it fell to the ground. Sukin smiled, picked it up, brushed away the dust, and took a gentle whiff, standing still. The man, believing Sukin hesitated to smoke it, became even more self-satisfied. "Good cigarette, isn't it? Go ahead, you won't find another." Sukan's attire was evidently modest compared to the era's standards. "Can you manage to walk? You ought to visit a hospital. Don't let any after-effects linger." The man was clearly taken aback by Sukan's calm demeanor after enduring a beating that would leave most ordinary individuals weak-kneed. He stirred slightly. Although pain coursed through his body, he was accustomed to brawls from a young age and had developed a strong resilience to pain. Moreover, his assailants had not aimed for his vital points. Despite the brutal swings, his tough skin and robust physique mitigated the damage. However, the recent blows had left him trembling, seething with anger at Yang Mu for the unexpected ambush. I'll remember this favor you did for me. Which grade and class are you from? I've never seen you around before. You seem rather unimpressive, yet you had the audacity to speak boldly just now. Sukin remained nonchalant. He held little affection for high school students who engaged in bravado. Instead, he chuckled softly. You should consider visiting a clinic for an examination and perhaps getting some medication. It's best to avoid such confrontations in the future. We're all students here. Is there truly a need for such life and death struggles? Spare your parents the trouble. Unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened and he turned hostile. Don't think you can lecture me just because you did me a favor. I don't need you to teach me a lesson. Who do you think you are? My parents? They probably wish I were dead. It seemed he was yet another rebellious youth caught in the throes of adolescence. Sukin smiled faintly, tossing the cigarette back in an elegant arc into the man's hand. Take care of yourself. With that, as the man stood stunned, ready to retaliate with words of disdain, Sukin had already turned and departed. While everyone possesses a sense of compassion, had this incident occurred in a bustling metropolis of future times, Sukin would likely have been just like the indifferent passers-by, hurrying past as though nothing had happened. In the bustling metropolis, the multitude of individuals inherently feels exceedingly insignificant. It is precisely this awareness of the pressures of existence and their own smallness that renders them hesitant to take on responsibility. Within such an environment, few possess the clarity of courage to confront injustice and inequality, becoming figures who stand at the forefront of adversity. Prior to his rebirth, Sukin was merely one among countless ordinary people. However, after his rebirth, this familiar city and the exhilarating new beginning stirred something within him, gradually filling his once cold and numb heart with fervor and passion. Perhaps what people truly require is not a second chance at life, nor a potion of regret, but rather a vibrant enthusiasm and zeal that has long vanished from the masses of later generations. Fortuitously, due to physical education class, Sukin was dismissed from school earlier than usual. He pondered over his recent fatigue from reviewing various subjects and decided to head to his family's store. Upon alighting at the station, he caught sight of the store's sign and banners from afar. The reputation of the designated procurement unit indeed shone brightly, instilling confidence in the public from a behavioral psychology perspective. The majority of the market in this district was dominated by his family, and with this wave of goodwill, the market seemed to come alive, its potential fully realized. Moreover, with his mother diversifying her supply channels, the array of goods was captivating, attracting many nearby students to shop. His mother spotted him from a distance and promptly called him to enter. His father, having hired staff for the store, seldom visited, as he could not entirely abandon his own work. Sukin noticed a new auntie his mother had hired, Lin Luoran, who appeared a bit reserved upon seeing him. However, her shyness dissipated with Sukin's radiant smile and wave. Inside the store, there was also a newly hired girl dressed in a snug sweater and jeans, looking no different from a student, though she was half a head taller than Sukin. She was fair-featured and undeniably beautiful, busy organizing the shelves, and glanced over upon hearing the commotion at the entrance. Sukin and the girl spoke almost simultaneously. Is it you? This time, it was Zingku who was surprised, asking, how? Sukin, do you know Sister Wang Yu? Wang Yu, a bit flustered, nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that they had met. Noticing his mother's inquisitive expression, Sukin smiled gently. We've seen each other at City Number 3 Middle School, right? Zungku enlightened. Ah, so you're schoolmates. Oh, no, Sukin, you should address her as senior. Make sure to have a good chat with your senior sometime. She graduated from high school and chose not to continue her studies. You should learn something. Otherwise, you'll always be working for others. And that's not a sustainable path to evade his mother's tiresome lecturing. He excused himself to Wang Yu, suggesting they go out for drinks. The two ventured into the flower bed of the government compound, where the tender green leaves of the huangguashu trees basked in the sunlight, creating a scene of flourishing vitality. Sukin could not help but vividly remember this girl. On the very first day, he inexplicably found himself reborn at the entrance of City Number 3 Middle School. It was this contemplative Wang Yu, resting her chin on her hand, with whom he had conversed about traversing time. What year? What month? What day were you born? Wang Yu walked along the path, staring in astonishment at Sukin, momentarily at a loss for words. Is the Xiahai stationery store owned by your family? Well, to be precise, I am called Sukin. He cleared his throat softly. Oh, my apologies. Wang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, seeing Sukin's serious demeanor. Her mood darkened. Thank you for earlier. Sukin nodded, his clear gaze piercing into Wang Yu's eyes. You haven't told the truth about us, have you? His tone was not harsh, yet the invisible pressure accompanying his gaze rendered Wang Yu, who was several years his senior, utterly flustered. She already felt a sense of guilt. And now, confronted by Su Kan's unexpectedly mature questioning, she became anxious. Your family originally ran a stationery store at the entrance of the third middle school. With your stepmother's business, you could have been a small owner yourself. Yet you chose to lower yourself and apply as a clerk in our store. What do you intend to gain? Our supply channels? Our corporate client resources? Or do you plan to infiltrate as a commercial spy and profit from it? Su Kan's inquiries grew increasingly severe, pressing closer with each question, his mature words unsettling Wang Yu, striving to peel back the layers of this onion. No, that's not it. Under immense pressure, Wang Yu's emotions surged. Her eyes reddened. It's not what you think. The supply channels are common knowledge. Everyone knows it's the stationery wholesale market. Those orders of yours are all designated by the municipal government, with quotas. How could our little plot of land possibly make a dent? You claim I'm a spy. What have I stolen? What have I hidden from your family? Seeing the tears welling in Wang Yu's eyes and her simmering anger, Su Kan found it amusing. It seemed the girl was utterly unaware of what a commercial spy actually entailed. Observing her earnest defense, he softened his tone. Everyone has their motives for their actions. Even the unsuccessful attempts at murder stem from motives that can lead to crime. While your actions may not cross the line into illegality, they still indicate impure intentions. Breaching our trust. Since you are so agitated, there must be a reason behind it. I wish to understand what that reason is. Wang Yu, though 3 or 4 years older than Su Kan, found herself yielding under his balanced approach of firmness and gentleness. It's just that. Your family opened the store later than ours, yet your business is thriving, expanding rapidly. Especially recently, you've even secured a designation for municipal procurement. I simply do not wish to spend my life, like my mother, confined to that shop. I yearn to learn from these experiences. I don't want to remain in this city forever. I aspire to go further. Perhaps touched by her own vulnerabilities, tears streamed down Wang Yu's cheeks involuntarily. Sitting beside her on the flower bed, Su Kan gazed at the girl for a long moment before finally asking, why not pursue your studies? Upon graduating from high school, one might think that gaining admission to a prestigious institution would offer an escape from the city. Rubbing her delicate, flushed nose, Wang Yu shook her head. Lamenting that her academic performance was far from stellar, upon graduating from the city's third secondary school, she could only secure a place in the least desirable college. Rather than departing in a manner that invites disdain, she aspired to venture into business. What she had told your mother was not entirely deceitful, at the very least. She wished to demonstrate that there exists a pathway beyond the conventional route of education and diplomas. This is the essence of dreams, a pure and lofty ambition. Su Kan nodded, suggesting they return. Wiping away her tears, Wang Yu managed a faint smile at Su Kan, revealing that she had kept these matters from her mother, admitting, there's so much to cry about. Thank you. I will clarify things with Aunt Zeng when I return. You need not rush me. I will leave on my own accord. Who said we wanted to rush you away? Su Kan replied, momentarily taken aback. But, have you considered the possibility of collaborating with our family shop? We could establish it as a branch. If our business is to grow, clinging to a single location is not feasible. We must pursue a chain operation. If you are willing, we can discuss the terms of collaboration. Don't you wish to prove to everyone that success can be attained without formal education? If you seek a platform, I can offer you that stage. Certainly. Su Kan added, I can persuade my mother. I hold considerable influence at home. Wang Yu was momentarily enveloped by overwhelming astonishment, gazing blankly at Su Kan. From her recent conversations with Zengku, she had already discerned Su Kan's remarkable capabilities, his creative ideas for the shop, his fervent desire to participate in bidding meetings, his sudden surge in examination results, and his insightful stock market advice that saved her uncle significant losses. In Wang Yu's eyes, he was merely a youth yet astonishingly astute. Thus, during Su Kan's inquiries, an inherent sense of reverence had taken hold of her. Otherwise, she would not have been cornered by someone younger than herself. Do you trust me? Su Kan inquired suddenly. Wang Yu nodded, but then hesitated and shook her head. Su Kan lifted his chin, basking in the golden rays of the setting sun filtering through the gaps in the yellow-leaf trees. If you trust me, I assure you I will strive to help you venture far beyond this city, into a broader world. The outside world may not be as idyllic as you envision. Yet if you maintain your current dreams, you will undoubtedly create a future more splendid than you ever dared to imagine. Observing Wang Yu's captivated expression as she listened to Su Kan's earnest words, he felt, for a fleeting moment, akin to a sorcerer casting an enchanting spell. Chapter 25. family meeting, it has been demonstrated that no one is a fool, even with the advantage of reincarnation. The individuals from the previous society are not so easily deceived. Su Can's overzealous antics inadvertently elicited laughter from Wang Yu, who playfully ruffled his hair, exclaiming that he nearly had her convinced, making him appear as if he had traversed grand cities and witnessed the greater world. Let us return. Lingering too long might not bode well. This remark left Su Can feeling quite disheartened. Despite her words, Wang Yu refrained from mentioning the matter again upon returning home. It seems that although she harbored doubts about his assertions, a sense of gratitude and vague confidence towards him lingered in her heart. Perhaps she genuinely yearned for her mother to merge their family store into a chain. Su Can reflected on his own tendency to voice such grand declarations. What power or capability did he possess to promise others their dreams and a bright tomorrow? The world can often be harsh, while many hold on to dreams. An equal number perish with them unfulfilled. The vastness of the world does not guarantee that everyone can realize their ideals, even with the chance of rebirth. Su Can could not assure such outcomes, especially as he found himself mired in the troubles brought on by Wang Haoran and his associates. Later that evening, as his parents settled on the couch to watch television, Su Can took a moment to stretch and stepped into the living room. His mother promptly brought out shelled walnuts and fruit, inviting him to sit and enjoy a snack. The television was set to a low volume, as his parents were mindful not to disturb his studies in the bedroom. Observing the pristine walnuts and the succulent orange segments in the bowl, Su Can felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him that night. 11 years later, his mother would still be perched by the counter, peeling walnuts just for him, filling a bowl regardless of how many indulgent drinks or gourmet meals he had experienced outside. This bowl of walnuts always carried the hope of nourishing him back to health. Su Can understood that he could not fully ascertain how this family would change in the future after his rebirth, yet these tender moments, rich in warmth, would remain unchanged. As he savored the crisp walnuts, memories of the past surfaced. He recalled the old furniture, the 21-inch spherical color television, calendars, and clocks, items that would gradually fade into obscurity over time, each one resembling a fleeting dream. Sometimes, he felt an urge to address the clock that hung in the living room, now silenced for 11 years, asking, "Do you recognize me?" This whimsical notion of time's reversal is something a person who has been reborn might entertain, believing that all things possess a spirit. Returning to the main topic, Su Can broached the subject of opening a branch store with his mother. If the shop were to thrive, establishing a branch would be a viable route, allowing for autonomous management and freeing his parents to focus on more significant matters. However, his parents gazed at him with a look of astonishment. After a moment, my mother continued, "Isn't this already quite good? Why do we need to open another branch? We have become one of the designated procurement stores for the city, receiving a substantial amount of orders. Although we are not lacking in funds at home, we are not at the point of investing those funds into opening another store. My son, focus on your studies during these 3 years of high school. Your parents can earn enough for your college tuition in that time." My father nodded in agreement, saying, "Su-san, I understand you have a talent in these matters, but do not become overly engrossed in them. What is more important now is for you to cherish your time and study diligently. Your mother and I have no desire to manage a large store or amass great wealth. No amount of money can compare to health and peace of mind. As long as you can steadily gain admission to a good university, your parents will do whatever it takes to ensure you have the opportunity to succeed." Su-san sighed. After his rebirth, though he understood his parents' intentions, he still did not wish for them to labor endlessly for his sake, living their lives solely for his happiness. The reason he encouraged his parents to secure this store's establishment was primarily that he hoped they could discover a new direction in their lives. According to their previous logic and habits, their reliance on the once mighty institution was a double-edged sword. While it once brought them glory, that was a thing of the past. And such glory often suffocates and limits one's thinking, fostering a deep-seated dependency on a secure job. It is relatively easy to liberate someone from a life of hardship, but freeing their mind is the true challenge. Just as Su-san was inspired by Wang Yu's dreams, he equally wished for his parents to harbor their own entrepreneurial aspirations, independent of their precarious situation. Perhaps this was too radical. Su-san felt a sense of relief. His parents merely wished for their business to flourish steadily, providing stability for the next generation. The notion of a commercial empire or financial myth was too distant and ethereal for them, and even for Su-san, it felt exceedingly illusory. Conceiving grand ideas is simple, yet when it comes to actual implementation, he was uncertain of his capabilities. After all, even when aware of the potential for profit, Immersing oneself in the endeavor reveals complexities that are often overlooked. Therefore, discussing these matters with his parents, even if met with opposition during family meetings, was a perfectly reasonable occurrence. However, then his mother furrowed her brow and remarked, "The idea of a branch isn't unfeasible. After all, while we have become a designated procurement enterprise, this status is not permanent. The contract lasts only a year, and during this time, your uncle's construction bureau will have a larger share of the procurement. Yet, this is uncertain. Just look at the competitive office supply market in the city. We cannot rely too heavily on that. In times of hardship, one must seek change. In times of prosperity, one should embrace inclusivity." Su-san was pleasantly surprised to discover the shift in his mother's perspective. Having liberated herself from the shattered dream of a stable position in a state-owned enterprise, my mother has finally broadened her perspective. She no longer confines herself to the fleeting gains and losses of the present, but begins to tremble as she contemplates the future. Perhaps one truly must endure wounds before they can grow resiliently amidst the scars, emerging stronger than before. Presently, our parents may still be looked down upon by many, much like in the past. However, whenever the Su family is mentioned in the context of arranging marriages for daughters, certain families tend to dismiss the Su family's circumstances outright. In response to such incidents, he strives with all his might to resist the inertia of life, determined not to allow history to repeat itself. Since my mother, Jin Ke, has identified the core issues, my father, Su Liqing, nods in agreement. The procurement at the workplace is indeed a crucial aspect, yet retail holds equal significance. Neither can be neglected. Recently, we have seen an influx of students visiting, thus our primary retail focus must be on them. If we were to consider opening a branch, doing so nearby would be futile. It must be established around schools where retail can thrive. Furthermore, it is still premature to discuss opening a branch, as we must first secure sufficient funds. Sukin nodded, rising to return to his room. Well, we shall discuss this later. I have finished my meal and am heading back. Behind him, his parents urged him to retire early, and Sukin found wisdom in his father's words. He also felt that his promise to Wang Yu had been made too hastily. Perhaps it is best to defer all matters for a while longer. Chapter 26. The land dispute. Xiao Rihua felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He was exhilarated by the imminent midterm examinations, yet anxious about the keen scrutiny from the faculty, particularly regarding Principal Ding Huntao's serious approach this time. Among the 7 classes of the first year, over 5 of the homeroom teachers were seasoned veterans, each having guided no fewer than 3 cohorts of high school graduates, all possessing advanced professional titles and demonstrating exceptional skills in student management and class organization. In stark contrast, Xiao Rihua's experience paled in comparison. Even some subject teachers seemed to match his qualifications and harbored a sense of discontent, adding considerable pressure on him. Although the midterm examinations were conducted school-wide, the results were tallied separately by grade, making the competition among grades self-evident. High school and middle school represented 2 distinctly different stages. A student excelling in middle school did not necessarily guarantee the same in high school. Thus, this examination served as a significant assessment and redistribution of capabilities. The stakes were high, as the bonus for all faculty members in the first year hinged on these results, prompting early attention to this matter. Xiao Rihua discreetly monitored several outstanding students in his class, having earmarked them as prime candidates for focused development. Occasionally, he filtered through various bits of information he gleaned from subject teachers, a necessary skill for a homeroom teacher. Certain inquiries, however, were delicate and not easily broached with the subject teachers, such as his ongoing concern regarding Su Kan, a persistent thorn in his side. The recent classroom confrontation had somewhat tarnished his reputation in the class. While it was not entirely accurate to say he was intent on opposing Su Kan, psychological factors played a significant role. He could not shake the feeling that Sukin was a pawn set up by the director of education, Tian Feng, to challenge him, often leading to discomfort. Surprisingly, he had heard from the subject teachers that Sukin was not among the usual troublemakers, which took him aback. The irritation he felt had lessened amidst his busy schedule, and he noticed Sukin no longer bore the wary gaze he once did. That afternoon, Xiao Rihua arrived at the office ahead of schedule, as classes were still in session, and the afternoon timetable was relatively relaxed with fewer teachers present. He overheard some hushed discussions emanating from the otherwise silent corridor. I've taught several classes, and Tang Wu is the most intelligent student I've encountered. Not to mention, she's quite beautiful. She really reminds me of a classmate I had back in school, remarked a newly hired English teacher, youthful and passionate about his work, proving to be quite useful to Xiao Rihua. Oh, Xiao Tian, Still single, I presume? Are you perhaps harboring a secret crush on that classmate? Chimed in Zhou Wu, the biology teacher in his 30s, who was already married yet retained a youthful visage. He mingled well with the younger teachers and enjoyed sharing lighthearted banter, often telling risque jokes that left the young male and female teachers blushing. It seems to have stirred the thoughts of the English teacher, Xiao Tian, who let out a sigh. Alas, my deskmate graduated from university and became a flight attendant, and now her husband is a captain. On their wedding day, he even gifted her an Italian sports car. Such luxuries are far beyond the reach of us impoverished teachers. Zhou Wu also appeared to be prompted to reflect upon life, sighing as he shifted the topic. By the way, there has been quite a bit of gossip among the students lately. It's said that a boy named Sukin from Class 5 has been getting quite close to Tang Wu. They seem to often leave school together. As a teacher at the prestigious First Municipal High School, one cannot be entirely detached from the social circles of its students. Sometimes, the teachers are even more informed about the students' little affairs than the students themselves. Interestingly, the English teacher, In Xiao Tian, became intrigued. Why wouldn't he be? Not long ago, a student named Yu Zijiang from the second year had frequently been spotted in Class 5, and surprisingly, Tang Wu seemed to have developed a fondness for the otherwise unremarkable Su, and recently, they have been seen waiting for the bus together on the main road. Oh, the carefree days of student life. There was a hint of bitterness in that tone. Zhou Wu, however, scoffed. Student relationships? Two individuals who must consider their parents' money even for something as simple as ice cream? Such love is as fleeting as a rainbow, visible only when the sky clears, and then instantly vanishing. As Xiao Rihua entered, both men immediately cleared their throats, halting their conversation. Zhou Wu masked his embarrassment with a smile, greeting, "Oh, Teacher Xiao has arrived." Xiao Rihua acknowledged him with a nod as he took his seat at his desk, opening the teachings before him. However, the turmoil in his heart was indescribable. Tang Wu, Sukan, what could this signify? Class 5 of the first year appeared restless as the incident began during the 20-minute break. Due to the limited basketball court at the First Municipal High School, there often arose competition for the court during breaks. Unfortunately, while Sukan's class was vying for the court today, a conflict ensued with some present. Two students, Mao Xiaoshi and Zhang Dong, displayed a somewhat arrogant demeanor toward their rivals, merely because they were third-year students, even going so far as to strike one of them. Although they had seized the court and momentarily overwhelmed their opponents, the subsequent remark from the other party left Mao Xiaoshi and Zhang Dong feeling heavy-hearted. "My cousin is Wang Haoran. You are from Class 5, right? I will remember today's incident." Mao Xiaoshi and Zhang Dong, who ranked among the upper echelon of their class academically and were part of the mainstream male circle alongside Zhang Shi and Li Ai, chose to swallow their pride and sought assistance from Li Ai. Why would you provoke his younger brother? Li Ai, initially flattered by their request for help, was taken aback upon learning they had entangled themselves with Wang Haoran. The brother of a good friend is romantically interested in someone, and now his younger brother has been bullied. It seems that the notorious Wang Haoran has developed quite an impression of Class 5. The group turned to Zhang Shi for help, who merely shrugged and suggested, "Let us wait until they arrive to discuss it." He found himself in a rather precarious situation. However, at this juncture, he could not afford to exhibit any sign of concern amidst the multitude of expectant gazes directed towards him. Gradually, an increasing number of individuals from Class 5 began to hear whispers of this incident, sensing a palpable air of anxiety and restlessness. Many engaged in hushed discussions about the topic, while some extended words of solace to Mao Xiaoshi, predominantly from the female students, for he was regarded as the tall, princely figure in their first-year class. Ultimately, if the situation were to escalate against their class, it would transcend into a matter of collective honor. In the ongoing dispute over the basketball court, Gu Xiufeng and his companion were indeed standing firm in defense of their class's interests. From one perspective, in the face of a potential troublemaker like Wang Haoran, who could confront them at any moment, Zhang Shi, Li Ai, and Sun Zi, three typically boisterous individuals in the class, unwittingly became the invisible pillars of Class 5 during this clandestine confrontation, where consulting a teacher was not an option. Eventually, the troublesome situation manifested. During the break, a group of over 10 boys from the second year of high school surrounded the entrance, peering through the back door. Among them was Wang Haoran's cousin, who pointed towards the relatively tall Mao Xiaoshi, exclaiming, "Chengge, that's him." Chapter 27. Youthful recklessness. At the helm of a group of around 10 boys stood Shen Chong, a second-year student affiliated with Wang Haoran, who had made quite a name for himself during several brawls. Behind him were figures like Yu Zijiang and Gao Fan, with Yu clearly summoned to lend an air of authority occasionally glancing towards Tang Wu in the classroom, observing the reverent expressions from Class 5 directed at them. There was a hint of pride in their demeanor as they contrasted their own vibrant presence with the subdued figure of Su Kan, who lingered in the corner. Embodying a stark juxtaposition, Gao Fan felt a swell of pride as he exchanged a smile with Qin Lingshan, casting a pitying glance at Su Kan, pondering that he must now grasp the disparity between them. In their second year, they wielded considerable influence, capable of shifting the tides in such scenarios. While Su Kan appeared utterly inconsequential in comparison, Li Ai stepped forward to mediate, acknowledging the situation at hand, which everyone recognized as merely a misunderstanding. Internally, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but with Zhang backing her, she found some reassurance. After all, the second-year students before them had not shied away from storming into other classrooms with chairs in hand to settle disputes. Chen Chong snorted dismissively, provoking discontent from Wang Haoran's cousin, Zhang Jichao. Who are you? Who do you think you know? This matter isn't over. My neck still hurts. You better let him come out on his own. We won't hesitate to drag him out ourselves. Since we all know each other, can't we negotiate? Zhang Shi, the most authoritative voice from Class 5, finally interjected. Zhang Jichao, recognizing Zhang Shi, felt compelled to assert his cousin's reputation, declaring, negotiate? What is there to negotiate? My neck injury is nothing to overlook. Let him come out and provide an explanation before we discuss anything further. If the adversaries were to brazenly confront Mao Xiaoshi at the back door of Class 5, Zhang Shi's standing would likely suffer irreparable damage within their circle. Zhang Shi's expression shifted slightly as Qin Chong contemplated how to manage the escalating situation, intercepting Zhang Jichao, who was preparing to escalate matters further. Qin Chong smiled at Zhang Shi. All right, since you're speaking on his behalf, I'll relay your message to Wang Haoran that we won't be causing any disturbances at your classroom door today. However, you must ensure that boy waits at the main entrance after school. You needn't get involved any further. Li Ai and Sun Zi, loyal confidants of Zhang Shi, exchanged glances of complex emotions, yet recognizing Zhang Shi's silence, they understood that invoking Wang Haoran's name had limited Zhang Shi's influence in this matter. Qin Chong first dragged the disgruntled Zhang Jichao away, declaring, dismissed. Yu Zijiang lingered for a moment to exchange a few words with Tang Wu, casually mentioning that he might have other commitments that afternoon, which drew frowns from some girls nearby. It seemed clear that even if Yu Zijiang had free time, securing an appointment with Tang Wu would still be out of reach. Recently, Tang Wu had been growing closer to Su Kan, leaving Yu either genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance. Gao Fan and Qin Lingshan appeared rather familiar with one another, engaging in light-hearted banter. Qin Lingshan raised some concerns regarding the incident, suggesting, could you perhaps persuade them against fighting? It's not a good thing. In truth, Qin Lingshan was assisting her friend Li Lumei, who harbored feelings for Mao Xiaoshi. Now, witnessing Mao Xiaoshi's predicament, she was exceedingly worried, especially since she had developed a slight affection for him as well. Observing Gao Fan's earlier confidence among the crowd, she could not help but interject. Gao Fan, feeling a surge of vanity and pride, responded leisurely, this matter is rather complicated, you see. He has chosen to strike Wang Haoran's cousin. Isn't that akin to provoking a tiger? However, since you've mentioned it, Lingshan, Qin Chong, and Wang Haoran are all brothers. I suppose I ought to persuade them. I too find this conflict quite inappropriate. Thank you, she replied. Deep down, Qin Lingshan's pride made her reluctant to seek Gao Fan's assistance. She preferred to maintain an elevated demeanor in the presence of such a handsome suitor. Yet, now she found herself gritting her teeth. After all, Li Lumei had humbled herself for the sake of this matter. Shouldn't Gao Fan feel grateful and indebted to her? By the way, how have you been lately? That admirer of yours, Su Kan, is still pursuing you, I presume? Has he showered you with flowers or love letters? Are you not the object of his dreams? Gao Fan jested. What nonsense are you spouting? Before Qin Lingshan could retaliate, Gao Fan burst into laughter and fled. Already convinced that Su Kan was indeed a thoroughly unsuccessful contender. Once Gao Fan had vanished, tranquility returned to Qin Lingshan. Reflecting on his words, her cheeks flushed. As she walked back to the classroom, she glanced towards Su Kan, who was engrossed in solving a problem, seemingly unaffected by the earlier commotion. Observing the subtle stratagems and social dynamics among the high school students, Su Kan could not suppress a smile, thinking to himself how youthful arrogance manifests. However, he could not have anticipated that the very events he dreaded most were about to unfold. This further corroborated the adage that life is perpetually dramatic and unfolds with great fervor. Suddenly, a figure approached, delivering a swift kick to Mao Xiaoshi's lower back. causing his tall frame to bend painfully. A flurry of fists and feet followed, and he eventually succumbed to the ground, leaving his assailants with an opportunity to revel in the chaos. Dust rose, footprints adorned his face and body, and a punch to his nose brought forth a metallic taste of blood, which streamed forth. With his hands braced against the ground, the surrounding aggressors ceased their onslaught. Wang Haoran stood tall, surveying the scene. They were in a vacant lot outside the school, where a few girls stood at a distance, hands covering their mouths. Moments ago, they had witnessed Mao Xiaoshi engaged in pleasant conversation with his friends. Who could have foreseen this sudden eruption of violence? Some, terrified, found themselves unable to intervene, while others were already in tears witnessing the unfolding drama. Zheng Jichao beamed with pride, though merely in the 9th grade. He felt emboldened by his older cousin's presence at the school, even daring to bully first-year students. Such a sense of superiority and arrogance was irreplaceable. Still acting tough. Are you? Did you really think you were impressive as a first-year? Do you know who I am? Zheng Jichao delivered a swift kick, sending Mao Xiaoshi, who had been propped up on his hands, tumbling sideways onto the ground, eliciting a chorus of excited shouts from the onlookers. Dressed in a plush hooded sweatshirt from Meters Bonwei, Mao's appearance typically exuded an aura of height and vitality. However, in this moment, such impressions were utterly absent. His body bore the marks of various kicks, and he curled up on the ground, shielding his head. Li Lume, covering her mouth, wept profusely, a stark contrast to her usual formidable demeanor. Meanwhile, Chen Lingshan found her wrist firmly grasped by Gao Fan, who implored, "Lingshan, what are you doing? Don't go over there. It won't resolve anything." Chen's heart raced. Yet the sight of her close friend Li Lume in such distress was unbearable. Despite Gao Fan's firm grip on her arm, she felt a tumult of emotions. Even if she approached, could she persuade Wang Haoran and his group? Chapter 28. The power of the brick. Not far from this vacant lot lay the thoroughfare frequented by students of the first municipal high school during dismissal. Yet, despite the awareness of impending conflict, many hurriedly passed by. Within the confines of the school, particularly in the presence of figures like Wang Haoran, numerous students instinctively chose to take a detour, averse to inviting unnecessary trouble. After all, those willing to step forward in such situations were few and far between. Even if one did muster the courage, the likelihood of encountering a heated confrontation was slim. In a reality devoid of Hollywood dramatics, any surge of passion would invariably come at a price. Su Kan, burdened by his backpack, happened upon this scene as he descended the steps, accompanied by his classmate Shui Yang. Typically, they would depart school together unless a basketball game interfered. Yet, today they found themselves amidst such turmoil. Shui Yang, upon spotting the group of second-year students, instinctively quickened their pace, subtly urging Su Kan to move faster. The fact that the group had not yet taken issue with Su Kan, thanks to Tang Wu's earlier intervention, was a stroke of luck. But the encounter still sent a jolt of anxiety through him. Chen Lingshan caught sight of Su Kan, momentarily taken aback before redirecting her attention to Wang Haoran and his entourage. Gao Fan merely glanced at him before dismissing the sight. He had long since ceased to regard Su Kan as a rival. Now, holding Chen Lingshan's delicate wrist, he reveled in the exquisite softness, feeling a sense of triumph swell within him. At this moment, more individuals continued to filter down the street, instinctively veering away. Shui Yang, feeling the pressure, tried to discreetly pull Su Kan away, but to his surprise, Su Kan abruptly halted. "They're with Wang Haoran and Yu Zijiang. We can't provoke them." Shui Yang's words reverberated in Su Kan's mind, stirring a faint tremor within him. The unexpected statement from Shui Yang made Su Kan realize that this was a reflection of his former self from 11 years ago, not the resilient individual he had become, one who would never concede easily. Before they matured, they were indeed burdened with countless vulnerabilities and flaws. Choosing silence, Su Kan strode purposefully towards the encircled group, where Zheng Jichao was assaulting Mao Xiaoshi. "Hey, what are you doing?" came Shui Yang's anxious voice from behind, attempting to grab Su Kan's sleeve but failing to catch him. Chen Lingshan stood frozen, while Gao Fan beside her was equally taken aback, a smirk playing on his lips. It seemed the rumors of Su Kan's origin from the 3rd Municipal High School were indeed true. He had barely settled into his new environment and was already seeking to assert himself in matters concerning the 1st Municipal High School. Was he attempting to showcase his prowess before the girls? Unfortunately, the 1st Municipal High School was no stranger to such brash newcomers, nor lacked individuals who would emerge with bruises and scrapes. Zheng Jichao ceased his assault, his expression darkening as he recognized Su Kan from the incident involving Yu Zijiang. The sight of Su Can boldly intervening stirred a restless excitement among the onlookers. Did he truly believe himself to be formidable? In this institution, no one dared to confront him, even if he were the mayor's son. Today, he was inescapable. The crowd parted, seasoned second-year students making way for Su Can, facilitating their impending confrontation. Observing the haughty Wang Haoran before him and the subdued Mao Xiaoshi on the ground, Su Can let out a sigh. Realizing that his previous act of assistance had been a grave miscalculation, he was no better than the two assailants who had attacked him. Wang Haoran, adorned with a band-aid on his forehead, stood a head taller than Su Can, clad in a black and white zebra-patterned jacket, his wide-legged trousers draping over a pair of trendy sneakers, epitomizing the contemporary Korean fashion. Upon spotting Su Can, he pinched the bridge of his nose and disdainfully remarked, "What a surprise to see you here." Qin Chong and a few others who had been eager to confront Su Can suddenly froze. Zhang Jichao, evidently well acquainted with his brother's temperament, inquired, "Brother, do you know him?" It was clear that Wang Haoran had not disclosed the incident of his ambush in the alley to these individuals, and he had no intention of revealing such an embarrassing affair. Upon seeing Su Can and recalling the audacity with which he had tossed a cigarette to him that day, Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Why are you so persistent? Are you going to intervene in this matter?" In the distance, Gao Fan, who stood alongside Chen Lingshan, was taken aback by Wang Haoran's unexpected verbosity towards Su Can. Chen Lingshan was equally puzzled, while Li Lumei's sobbing gradually subsided. Observing Wang Haoran's lack of regard for Su Can, the crowd began to jeer, with Qin Chong shoving Su Can, exclaiming, "What's your plan? Who do you think you are? Just because you've recently arrived, you believe yourself to be so significant that you can disregard everyone else?" The surrounding onlookers joined in the commotion, while Shui Yang lingered at a distance, too intimidated to intervene. Su Can found himself feeling somewhat isolated, quietly surveying his surroundings. He noted that, apart from Wang Haoran, there were roughly 5 individuals nearby, including Gao Fan behind him. The total would amount to 6. However, Wang Haoran's entourage was far more numerous, yet the imposing presence they exuded kept Mao Xiaoshi and the 2 basketball players at his side from taking action. Even as they endured the insults in silence, there exists a certain submissive mindset in people that deters them from resisting. When faced with such circumstances, mere concession only serves to worsen one's plight, and Su Can had already devised a plan in his mind. Wang Haoran appeared intrigued by the unfolding situation, remaining silent as he attentively observed Su Can, curious to see how he would navigate the provocations from his group, amusement glinting in his eyes. In truth, he had no intention of retaliating against Su Can, given that he had previously benefited from his assistance. However, the memory of having the cigarette returned to him in such a vexing manner fueled his desire to humiliate Su Can at this opportunity. Encouraged by Wang Haoran's inaction, Qin Chong grew bolder, pressing his finger against Su Can's face and delivering a heavy blow to his collarbone. Enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis, "It's best to remain humble. Don't always try to seize everything for yourself. Don't assume you can insert yourself into every affair." This remark subtly referenced the incident involving Yu Zijiang, laden with double entendre. As Qin Chong spoke, he repeatedly jabbed his finger, causing the sharp edge of his nail to slice through Su Can's skin, leaving 2 trails of crimson. Chen Lingshan instinctively covered her mouth, while Shui Yang clenched his fists tightly, his heart ablaze with unspoken fury, yet far from crossing the threshold of provoking this group of formidable second-year students. "All right." Wang Haoran raised his hand to restrain Qin Chong, casting a lingering glance at Su Can. Noticing the bloodstains on Su Can's face, he deemed Qin Chong's actions excessive. He merely despised Su Can's earlier condescending demeanor. After all, they were all familiar acquaintances. Zhang Jichao had initially believed Su Can possessed significant influence, but observing his brother's attitude and Qin Chong's provocation, he felt emboldened, reaching out to pat Su Can's head, as if to say, "Stay sharp, do you understand?" Qin Chong glanced dismissively at Su Can, wearing an expression of disdain, and turned away. In that moment, however, from a distance, Li Lumei, still tearful, felt a sudden pang in her heart, unable to voice her distress, while Chen Lingshan let out a soft gasp. Shui Yang watched in astonishment as Su Can bent down, picked up a brick from the ground, and raised it to a height that sent shivers down one's spine, aiming it at Qin Chong's back. The conduct of these high school students was indeed outrageous. At this moment of Su Can's eruption, his sole intention was clear, even if his own downfall was imminent. He would ensure that these high schoolers witnessed the formidable power of a new era's brick. If the violent tendencies within this group had been nurtured through indulgence, then he was determined to make them aware that there exist individuals in this world who are as unyielding as stone. Chapter 29. The the brick incident, the term throwing bricks, originating from a local dialect in Qingzhou regarding bricks, has flourished in later generations alongside the rise of the internet. However, in this era, particularly within the confines of a small inland city like Xiahai, the students of Xiahai one high school remain blissfully unaware of the formidable power that a seemingly innocuous brick can wield, an easily transportable object capable of significantly enhancing the combat prowess of an unarmed individual. At this stage, high school students have yet to experience the information explosion characteristic of later times, and being situated in an inland area like Xiahai, their perspectives are inherently limited. Even in instances of schoolyard violence, confrontations typically revolve around barehanded brawls. Nevertheless, to Su Kan, this approach seems a tremendous waste of a valuable resource, bricks. With a mighty lift, Su Kan brought the brick crashing down onto Qin Chang's back, producing a resonant thud that echoed within his chest, causing Qin to stagger forward. Turning his head, Qin's expression betrayed a mix of fear and disbelief, revealing that the brick's impact had merely been a deterrent, lacking in lethal force. Su Kan's right hand, still gripping the brick, instinctively swung to the left. In the moment Qin turned to look, Su Kan executed a swift reverse motion, slamming the weighty red brick squarely into Qin's face, releasing a cloud of brick dust into the air. Qin's abrupt pivot, combined with the force of the blow, left him off balance, likely dazing him as a canine tooth flew from his mouth, striking the arm of a nearby man holding a cigarette, causing him to flinch and drop it to the ground. Wang Haoran watched in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the shocking turn of events. No one could have anticipated that Su Kan would take such bold action, especially against a member of Wang's own faction. While some had witnessed stabbings with small knives or threats wielding fruit knives, the act of using a brick as a weapon was utterly unprecedented at Xiahai one high school, leaving the group of second-year students momentarily speechless. Gripping the brick tightly, which nearly slipped from his grasp due to the force of his movements, Su Kan pointed at the half-crouched Mao Ziyashir on the ground, challenging him. Who among you is taller? Who is stronger? Yet, why do they all stand taller than you? Do you intend to remain here forever, subjected to ridicule and kicks? If you are a man, then stand up. This was Su Kan's strategy. Indiscriminately striking with a brick was the folly of a reckless youth. His initial blow had to be effective. While hitting Qin on the back of the head might have been a viable tactic, it posed greater risks. Even a trained soldier could not guarantee the ability to incapacitate an opponent through a strike to the carotid artery in such a short time. Thus, Su Kan's objective with the first strike was simply to redirect Qin's attention. His face was his true target. Toppling Qin Chong inadvertently bolstered Su Kan's momentum. Harnessing this newfound vigor, he assumed a commanding position, directly confronting Mao Xiaoshi. Su Kan had witnessed Mao Xiaoshi's athletic prowess on the basketball court, vibrant and full of life. It was not that Mao Xiaoshi lacked the fighting spirit to contend with this group. Rather, he was intimidated by their imposing presence and daunted into submission. While wielding a brick might exude a sense of power, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming impact that this group of second-year students could exert. Once they regrouped, the only casualty would be themselves, for it is indeed a daunting task for one to oppose many. Su Kan was determined to maximize his potential and forge alliances. If Mao Xiaoshi could be galvanized to rise and join him, the two basketball teammates by his side would also be stirred, making it possible for the four of them to catch Wang Haoran's formidable faction off guard and dismantle it. A bittersweet smile crept onto Su Kan's face. Perhaps this was a moment that would etch itself into the annals of high school history. A moment that, though seemingly small, would cast ripples affecting countless lives in the future. Under Su Kan's unwavering gaze, Mao Xiaoshi, confronted by the challenge to his pride, stirred from the ground. In the distance, several girls were anxiously wringing their hands. Li Lumei's tear-streaked face was illuminated by a fervent glow in her eyes, akin to boiling blood, eagerly anticipating the moment her prince would rise. Standing beside Qin Lingshan, Gao Fan's heart raced as he observed Su Kan's silhouette brandishing the brick. His mind was a tumult of confusion, yet one thing was clear. He refrained from impulsively rushing to join Wang Haoran's camp. Curiously, the other boys from the second-year class exhibited a moment of trepidation, hesitating to rush in and deliver further blows to the downed Mao Xiaoshi as they regarded Su Kan with the brick in hand. Mao Xiaoshi lifted his gaze, fiercely locking onto Su Kan, his fervor surging forth, only to be dampened by the unpredictable expression on Wang Haoran's face, causing him to involuntarily lower his head. Li Lumei's heart sank alongside Mao Xiaoshi's defeatist posture, her anticipation for a spirited uprising extinguished. Yet, Su Kan felt no bitterness, only an inexplicable flame of anger. He lamented the misfortune of others while resenting their unwillingness to fight back. This encapsulated Sukin's sentiments toward Mao Xiaoshu. It was as if he glimpsed his former self in that moment. Though he now tread carefully, he vowed never to cower as he once did, without allies. He would wield the brick in his hand to settle the accounts of his past frailty, timidity, and humility. As the surrounding second-year boys regained their composure, they sought any opportunity to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Though he fought alone and faced relentless setbacks, Sukin felt an unprecedented exhilaration and freedom. Amidst the pain of blows landing upon him, he retaliated with the brick, embracing this rebirth into a fervent and tumultuous youth, indeed, a time that moved one to tears. Damn it! How dare you strike my brother? The clash of bodies reverberated in the air. As Lingshan's heart raced, the sudden scream beside her sent a jolt of fear through her, causing her slender legs, clad in snug casual pants, to nearly buckle. She witnessed Shui Yang, in a fit of frenzy, pick up a brick from the roadside and charge towards the scene where Sukin was being mercilessly beaten. He struck at anyone he encountered. Resembling a madman, the battle circle expanded instantly, with several high school sophomores being struck by the brick, igniting their own fighting spirit. Relying on their numbers, they shouted and unleashed a flurry of fists and feet upon the two individuals at the center, drowning out even Wang Haoran's desperate plea to stop. Chapter 30. The most realistic outcome amidst the fervent clash, a group of individuals descended from the main road, capturing the attention of the onlookers outside the fray. As the sun dimmed in the sky, their presence radiated a stark contrast to the chaos below, where fervor soared and blood splattered. They exuded an air of tranquility. Clad in attire markedly different from that of the current students, their clothing, though not ostentatiously fashionable, bore a uniqueness seldom seen in this small town. It suggested a style more befitting the bustling metropolises depicted on television. The group paused at the edge of the clearing, one among them chuckling softly. "Ah, this is intriguing." Chen Lingshan, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. This group unmistakably included Wang Weiwei, who had once covered all expenses during a fleeting holiday gathering. The memory of Wang Weiwei's visage lingered vividly in her mind, and as she observed him approaching, her attention momentarily shifted from the brawl involving Sukin to his familiar face. Wang Weiwei, however, did not recognize Chen Lingshan. He merely admired her beauty, which, irrespective of her identity, naturally drew attention. Subsequently, he led his companions to a nearby snack stall, bored yet fortuitously stumbling upon an entertaining spectacle. As they settled down, Wang Weiwei cast a concerned glance at Lin Luoran. She retained her graceful demeanor, hesitating briefly before taking a seat, which alleviated Wang Weiwei's apprehension. The group, dressed in luxurious Versace and Dior, with one gentleman sporting Lancome Men's moisturizer, occupied a corner of this quaint town. They ordered fried potatoes and skewers, observing the unfolding fight with an air that would leave those familiar with them astounded. The act of displaying one's wrist with a knife might be deemed fashionable in contemporary circles, yet for Wang Weiwei and his cohort, their current behavior was enough to astonish the more traditionalists. Yet, they had grown accustomed to such antics, a means to escape the stifling weight of familial expectations. Wang Weiwei, that lad, he seems to be quite the skilled player, remarked Lin Jiawu, a slightly plump individual with a furrowed brow. Oh, it seems so, Wang Weiwei acknowledged. Recognizing Sukin amidst the crowd, who was wielding a half-brick with unexpected finesse, Lin Luoran glanced in that direction, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Quite spirited, SMT. Though Lin Luoran often projected an aloof and ethereal demeanor, she occasionally revealed a more audacious side, which explained her camaraderie with Wang Weiwei's group. Observing him play video games with calculated composure hinted that Sukin harbored a hidden strength. His fighting style, though unrefined, effectively minimized his own injuries while delivering counterattacks. Mao Luo, emerging from a military family, smiled softly. Among the group, he appeared the most approachable, dressed simply in a sweater and trousers that belied his lean, sturdy physique. He then lit a cigarette and tossed a Zippo lighter onto the table, casting a glance at Wang Weiwei. Wang Weiwei waved his hand, and Mao Luo, who was about to stand, sat back down. Among this group, Wang Weiwei led them, and they all looked to him for guidance. They understood that their future paths were intricately intertwined with Wang Weiwei, forming a vast network of connections. Stop! Wang Haoran suddenly intervened, forcefully separating the two factions engaged in a fierce conflict, finally halting the escalating violence. Some individuals clutched their bruised foreheads and hands, retreating in alarm. Moments ago, they had been caught up in a contest of strength with Sukin and Shui Yang, but now, recalling the flying bricks, they felt a pang of unease. With a thud, Sukin discarded the brick he held, shaking off the tremors and soreness in his hands, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. and coolly observing the group. This demeanor only heightened their astonishment. Their eyelids fluttered, and their limbs trembled from the intense struggle. Each was haunted by lingering fears, and Su Can's icy gaze inexplicably instilled a sense of dread within them. Shui Yang appeared to have fared worse, but when he unleashed his fury, he was formidable. A few individuals pointed at him, covering their bodies bruised from his blows, clearly recognizing him yet now utterly shaken. Shui Yang, well done. Dragging Shui Yang into this world so alien to him was precisely what Su Can sought to avoid. Yet today, Shui Yang's wild spirit stirred something within Su Can, igniting a fierce pride. On the surface, Shui Yang seemed astute, reluctant to offend any circles associated with the elite of the first high school, often drawing boundaries between himself and Su Can. However, the bond forged from their shared upbringing transcended such worldly divisions. When faced with a crucial moment, such as being besieged, Shui Yang's unrestrained eruption of emotion moved Su Can deeply. Come at me if you dare. Even though they had once played ball together, and his opponent was merely a sophomore, Shui Yang was undeterred, brandishing the brick and glaring fiercely, eliciting both laughter and disbelief from Su Can. Both were exhausted. If the fighting continued, they would likely collapse soon. Yet Shui Yang's audacity to provoke demonstrated a commanding presence, giving him a significant edge over his adversaries. Wang Haoran, who had intervened to stop the conflict, was not focused on them. Su Can turned his head, exchanging glances with Wang Weiwei at the snack stall. Wang Weiwei smiled at Su Can and gave him a thumbs up. But this only reignited the anger among Wang Haoran's group. Didn't this imply support for Su Can? Who the hell are you? Get down here, and we'll deal with you too. Xiao Wu and a few others beside Wang Weiwei became restless, instinctively rolling up their sleeves. Shut up. Wang Haoran, realizing the situation, immediately shouted, and the crowd fell silent. Wang Haoran recalled the presence of Wang Weiwei and his entourage at a banquet held in the Bai Triumph Hotel. Those familiar with Xianghai City would undoubtedly recognize Kailai Hotel, renowned as the most opulent venue for business banquets in the city. However, few are aware of the Bai Triumph Hotel, a facility funded by the municipal government, exclusively catering to esteemed guests and not open to the public. Lacking any official star rating, its understated luxury and profound heritage rival that of the Kailai Hotel. Due to his connection as the nephew of the deputy mayor, Wang Haoran had frequented this hotel. Yet he could never forget the scene at the recent banquet where Wang Weiwei garnered significant admiration. The individual leading Wang Weiwei's group was purportedly his cousin, a composed and steady middle-aged man whose mere presence exuded an air of superiority, as if he were surveying the world from a lofty perch. Prominent figures such as Wang Jinrong and Mayor Hong Xiaoyan, though maintaining their composure in the presence of this individual, nonetheless exhibited signs of deference towards Wang Weiwei. While Wang Haoran may not be able to precisely delineate the intricacies of social hierarchies, his acute awareness of these subtle dynamics led him to understand that he and Wang Weiwei were undeniably of different calibers. To articulate it plainly, should a conflict arise, he would likely emerge severely injured, and the matter might simply dissipate. Conversely, if Wang Weiwei were to suffer such injuries, his uncle Wang Jinrong would undoubtedly seek retribution. In Wang Haoran's mind, this was the most pragmatic outcome.